3 days? It has been exactly 3 days since that rebellious son took over the company. During these 3 days, Lao Gu had trouble eating and sleeping, for fear that he would hear the news of the company going bankrupt or being acquired as soon as he opened his eyes. If his physical condition allowed it, Mr. Gu would have pulled out the IV needle in his arm and gone to the company himself to fight to the death with those locusts who were taking advantage of the situation. Ever since the news of his serious illness spread, people throughout the company began to feel uneasy. Internal factions led by several shareholders, coupled with pressure from external competitors, meant that in just 2 months, such a large company suddenly became precarious and in disarray. This is when the disadvantages of a one-man show become apparent. When the only boss with the final say in the company fell, the rest of the people were like headless flies, and the situation suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, people who had been lurking in the dark also emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Mr. Gu never knew that there were so many jackals, tigers, and leopards surrounding him, just waiting for him to fall and then divide up his flesh and blood. Those were the brothers who stood with him when he first founded the company. What Mr. Gu doesn't understand is why, now that their lives have improved, they have become like this. Wasn't it them who paid for the help during the most difficult times? Mr. Gu always thought that as long as he made the company bigger and stronger and then gave them more dividends, he would be able to repay their kindness. However, he did not know that people's hearts are fickle, and more than 20 years is enough time for a person to undergo earth-shaking changes. He had just been diagnosed with cancer by a doctor, and his so-called brothers immediately turned against him. While feeling heartbroken and exhausted, Mr. Gu originally planned to hand over full power of the company to the vice president whom he had trained for 6 or 7 years. The vice president is in his 30s and has outstanding abilities. Although he lacks some skills, he can still find a way to delay the treatment until his condition improves. However, just as Mr. Gu made the decision, and before it was announced, his son heard the news from somewhere and immediately disagreed. The brat's original words were, "How can you not leave your things to your own son?" The way he stretched out his hand for money looked so righteous. Mr. Gu was so angry that he fell backwards on the spot. "Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Even if I give it to you, can you keep it?" Mr. Gu is not belittling his son. The key point is that this kid is really disappointing. He has been a worry since he was young. He has never done any serious work since his family became rich. Skipping classes and fighting were common occurrences since middle school and high school. The most outrageous thing was his freshman year of high school. The company had just gotten on track, and Mr. Gu was extremely busy. In the end, if the class teacher hadn't been unable to hold back and complained, Mr. Gu would have had no idea that this bastard hadn't been to school for almost the entire semester. The books on the table were all brand new, without even names written on them. From that time on, Mr. Gu realized that his son was completely useless. Later, Gu Shao did not disappoint his father's judgment. He ran all the way in the direction of a playboy and finally successfully reached the top. Let me ask you, is there anyone in the entire city of who doesn't know the name of Gu Shao? So in this situation, how could Mr. Gu be confident in handing over the company to him? Wouldn't that be like throwing meat at a dog, a one-way trip? However, Gu Shao's next words immediately silenced Mr. Gu. He said, in the current situation, even Vice President Su, whom you favor, doesn't have the ability to turn things around. Unless the cancer cells in your body disappear overnight, the company will die sooner or later. It doesn't make any difference. Rather than entrusting it to an outsider, it's better to let it die in the hands of your own son. At least it's not that bad. You can't work hard for most of your life and end up letting others take advantage of you, right? Old Gu always felt that what this little bastard said made damn sense. He is a very traditional man. He has worked hard all his life just to make life better for his family and his descendants. After his death, the company would be handed over to his only son anyway. What else could he do? He couldn't really donate it all, could he? Just think of it as letting this kid inherit the estate in advance. Mr. Gu was so confused that he actually agreed. Looking back now, Mr. Gu felt extremely regretful and even suspected that the little bastard had drugged him with some kind of love potion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so demented. Today is the day of the shareholders' meeting, and Mr. Gu has been feeling uneasy since early morning. This sentiment instantly reached its peak when shareholders and senior executives entered the meeting room one after another. Holding up his phone and watching the images from the surveillance camera, Mr. Gu's heart suddenly tightened. He's fine. Why did he get involved in this mess? In Mr. Gu's eyes, his son had resolutely turned into a little lamb, surrounded by wolves as if they were going to tear him apart and swallow him up the next moment. Especially when he was standing there alone, facing several shareholders, his body seemed so thin and he looked weak and pitiful. He is a playboy who can do nothing and knows nothing. If he really gets into an argument, he will be bullied to death by that group of villains. No, I have to go and see. Even though he keeps saying that he dislikes his son, Mr. Gu only has one child in his life, Gu Shao. How could he not love him? Gu Shao is Mr. Gu's lifeblood, so much so that even though he is so out of line, Mr. Gu is reluctant to hit him. Especially after his wife passed away, Mr. Gu raised the child alone and protected his son as if he was some treasure. Looking at the boss who acted like an old hen, the secretary beside her couldn't help but twitch her lips. Therefore, it can be said that the reason why young Master Gu has reached this point today is really due to the contribution of his boss. Mr. Gu was extremely anxious and wanted to clear all the obstacles in front of him for his son. Meanwhile, Gu Shao's condition did not seem as worrying as others thought. The leading shareholder looked at the young man in his early 20s in front of him and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Hey, it's Zhao Shao. Why didn't you go racing with your friends today?" Gu Changjian must have lost his mind to actually dare to give the company to him. No matter what, Gu Shao was sitting in the main seat today, and it was really frowned upon that the leading shareholder was so frivolous. "Uncle Hu." Gu Shao nodded slightly as a greeting. The other party's nonchalant attitude immediately annoyed Mr. Hu. "What's the matter? Who allowed you to sit there? Before the shareholders' meeting is over, I think it's better for you to sit down. Really, I think it's a done deal." This boy has a very arrogant tone. The other shareholders couldn't help it, and their eyes immediately became strange. Mr. Hu narrowed his eyes and was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly lit up the next second. Mr. Hu hung up without thinking. The opponent attacked again, and Mr. Hu hung up again. "Uncle Hu, I think it's better for you to answer it." Gu Shao reminded him considerately. Feeling vaguely that something was wrong, Mr. Hu frowned and picked up his phone. After hearing just 2 sentences, the man's face changed. Mr. Hu took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset in a second. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened and continue sitting down for the meeting. But how could Gu Shao do as he wished? "If you want to continue listening, I have no objection, but I remember that if there is a dispute over the shares in hand, you should not be able to participate in the decision-making, right?" It turned out to be a good thing done by this kid. Seeing that the plan was about to be accomplished, a Cheng Yaojin suddenly appeared halfway. Director Hu was a little angry and said, "Don't think that you can defeat me with such a small trick. You." Cheng Yaojin equal used to describe a situation where someone shows up unexpectedly and disrupts a plan. It is also used to describe an unwelcome busybody who shows up where she is not wanted, whether it's difficult or not. Gu Shao laughed. Mr. Hu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Damn it, Mr. Hu never expected that the other party would suddenly do this to him. Today, most of the company's shareholders have been there since the company was founded and are old friends of Mr. Gu. Friends interact with each other a lot. However, after he became rich, the first thing he did was to divorce his wife. At that time, his powerful father-in-law had passed away, and his 2 remaining brothers-in-law were not very promising, so he no longer had any scruples. Mr. Hu didn't know that everything he did was seen clearly by the young Gu Shao. "If I remember correctly, you didn't have much money at that time. The money you used to invest in my father's company should have come from Aunt Jiang, right?" Gu Shao smiled. Mr. Gu, who was lying on the hospital bed, was stunned. Where did this little bastard get to know this? He even knows about other people's family affairs. It's not certain whether the share belongs to you or Aunt Jiang. Gu Shao pointed to the door and said, "So Uncle Hu, please go in first." It's really ugly to see the quarrel happening in public. The most important thing is that the court summons has been sent to his home, and he must deal with this matter first. "Just wait for me, you little bastard." Gu Shao doesn't need to attack them all. It is enough to seize one of the flaws. Without the shares in Mr. Hu's hands, the rest of the people won't be able to cause any trouble. Is it necessary for us to hold this shareholders' meeting? With the shares in Gu Shao's hands, plus his father's shares, how could the rest of his uncles and aunts have any say? The faces of all the shareholders were extremely ugly. They never thought that they would be defeated so miserably before they even made a move. The shareholders have resolved the issue, but as for the company's top management, noticing that the senior executives headed by Vice President Su were constantly looking at him, as if they were weighing something, Gu Shao signaled to the assistant beside him with his eyes. The assistant understood and threw a photo. "I have something good here. I wonder if you are interested." This is a graduation photo. It's a bit old, but you can still vaguely see who is in the photo. Photo of the 2005 graduates of the 1511 class of the Finance Department of Huadu University. A friend of mine who graduated from Huadu University accidentally saw it in the school database. The person in the middle of the photo looked very familiar. Although he was dressed differently and wasn't wearing glasses, it was still easy for everyone to tell who he was. Isn't this the boss of Huangmei, the company's rival? As for the person next to him, whose shoulders were held by Huang Mei's boss, all of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Vice President Su in front of them. Mr. Gu tried desperately to enlarge the image on his phone, trying to make out something. Subconsciously, Vice President Su slightly exerted force on the hand holding the pen. "Mr. Gu, what do you mean by this?" As expected of a man who has seen many storms, Vice President Su was able to remain calm. You wouldn't hate me to this extent just because you don't like me, hate me, and because President Gu wants to hand the company over to me, right? It's just a photo. What does it mean? Who doesn't have a few acquaintances? We are all in the same circle, so it's normal for us to have had some connection with each other. Cough, holding back his laughter, Gu Shao looked at him calmly. Don't you notice that you talk a lot when you lie? Vice President Su's pupils suddenly shrank. As for whether it's true. Gu Shao leaned back casually. I believe the police will investigate it clearly. You don't really think that I only have one photo. Since he has chosen to reveal his cards, he naturally has other chips in his hand. Vice President Su's heart suddenly tightened. Soon, the policeman pushed the door open and walked in. Su Li, right? Please come with us. It was worth it that Gu Shao specifically pleaded with the police and asked them to help him. Now it seems that the effect is really outstanding. No wonder the company's performance has inexplicably declined a lot in the past 2 years. It turns out there is this factor at work. Mr. Gu had a dazed look in his eyes. At the same time, Gu Shao spoke again. As for the company's funding problem, Xingyu Technology should be able to allocate 120 million to cooperate with us in the near future. Gu Shao looked around. So now, does anyone have any objection to me sitting in this position? If the police don't have evidence, they won't summon someone in such a tough manner. The senior executives were caught off guard by this sudden accident and immediately became much more cautious. They no longer looked at Gu Shao with the same contempt as before. Later, when they heard the words Xingyu Technology, they instantly became excited. Is he really the bastard son who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, and shamelessly asks him for pocket money? Looking at the young man on the screen who was moving forward and backward calmly and with ease, and stabilizing the chaos with a combination of fighting and defense, Mr. Gu had a confused look on his face. He seriously suspected that he was dreaming. The scene that Mr. Gu never dared to dream of what actually came true today. He felt like he was walking on the street and suddenly got hit by a jackpot falling from the sky. Mr. Gu even suspected that some shareholders saw that they were going to die soon and suddenly felt guilty and put on a show for their son. In his opinion, this speculation was more reliable than that the little bastard who had been dissolute for so many years suddenly came to his senses. When Gu Shao arrived at the hospital, what he saw was his father staring at the corridor. The young man is lazy and cynical, but his face is truly amazing. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, you will blush if you look at him for more than 3 seconds because he really is so handsome. Well, this familiar nonchalant look is definitely him. It wasn't swapped. Mr. Gu first breathed a sigh of relief, but then he was furious. What are you hanging around outside for? Why don't you get over here? Gu Shao, who was smiling, suddenly lost his expression when he heard this and quickened his pace as if he had accepted his fate. What's going on? Mr. Gu was very worried and looked serious. If he still can't see that there is something fishy about this kid at this moment, then he has really grown these eyes in vain. The only thing Mr. Gu didn't understand was, when did this little bastard start pretending? When did you know about Ziosu? Why didn't you tell me before? When he thought about how he regarded Su Li as his most trusted subordinate, how he always took him with him no matter what, and even once regarded him as the successor of the company, in order to prevent this rebellious son from squandering the company and starving to death on the streets, after his death Mr. Gu felt upset just thinking about it. Of course, what made him even angrier was that the little bastard in front of him just stood by and watched, knowing the truth but refusing to tell him, which ended up causing him to lose face. Mr. Gu always had a premonition that he would never be able to wash away his reputation of not being able to judge people well. Seeing him mention this, Gu Shao also felt very wronged. Didn't I tell you before? It was you who didn't believe it. How can you blame me? Gu Shao had said long ago that the vice president named Su Li had one face when facing his father and another face when facing his employees. He was arrogant at first and respectful later, and he really didn't seem like a good person. In particular, Su Li seems to attach great importance to money. Although Gu Shao does not work in the company, he is the young master after all, so it is not difficult for him to inquire about Su Li's salary. Comparing it with that guy's consumption level and doing a little calculation, Gu Shao found something wrong. After all, he was someone his old father relied on. Out of caution, Gu Shao naturally investigated the matter in secret. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel at ease letting the other person stay with his old father. What poor Mr. Gu didn't know was that no one he had dealt with over the years had actually been able to hide the truth from his own son. After the words fell, Mr. Gu said without thinking, "When did you?" The next second, Mr. Gu suddenly remembered that it seemed that this little bastard really said that. But at that time, he didn't take it seriously. He just thought that Gu Shao was saying bad things about Su Li behind his back because he was planning to hand over the company to Su Li. Mr. Gu thought that Gu Shao was simply jealous as a child and was very angry at the time, thinking that Gu Shao was already 18 or 19 years old and still so ignorant. Mr. Gu, so you knew it from the beginning? I guess so. Otherwise, in just a few days, he would not have had time to react. The evidence had been collected long ago, but he did not expect it to come in handy so soon. At that time, Su Li's connection with Hyung Mei's CEO was not that deep. Even if they wanted to arrest him, they could only arrest him alone, and Hyung Mei's CEO would not be implicated. I saw that Su Li had not made any major moves in the company, and the impact was not very serious, so I did not care. I originally wanted to catch a big fish, but something unexpected happened, so I had no choice but to close the net early. So this little bastard was indeed standing by and watching. The veins on Mr. Gu's forehead jumped violently. Because of Gu Xiao's sudden outburst, Mr. Gu gradually remembered many details that he had previously overlooked. For example, before my son was 6 years old, he was indeed very, very smart, not just ordinary smart. Everyone who saw him at that time would praise him as a child prodigy. So later on, Gu Xiao degenerated very quickly. Mr. Gu was very puzzled at the time. How could a good child, who had not been stimulated in any way and whose family was so happy, grow up in a bad way? Mr. Gu once thought that it was because of the death of his biological mother was too great a blow to him, which led to this behavior, and he became like Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang equal a man who was prodigy in his childhood, but later became an ordinary person. Now that I think about it, this little bastard didn't suddenly become stupid, he simply evolved. By the way, when Xiao Xiao was 8 years old, less than 3 months after Lao Hu divorced, he had clearly stated that he did not like this uncle, hated this uncle, and felt that this uncle was heartless and his character was questionable. What did you do at that time? Mr. Gu thought he was just a kid. What did he know? He almost beat him up for not respecting his elders. Thinking about it now, Mr. Gu suddenly realized that his vision was not as good as that of a child. But you obviously don't know anything. No, Mr. Gu still couldn't convince himself. At this time, the secretary beside him couldn't hold back any longer and added in a low voice, "Boss, you forgot that Mr. Gu graduated from the top 3 universities in the world. Those who can enter there are all outstanding people." But in fact, before today, the secretary often ignored this matter. I really don't know how Mr. Gu can use such an impressive resume but still give others such an unreliable impression. Mr. Gu was stunned. What, didn't he get in through the back door? He obviously didn't attend classes much in high school. Gu Xiao otherwise, how can he apply to foreign universities? Only at this moment did Mr. Gu realize that he knew very little about his son. He always thought he was the best father in the world, but in the end, he was still so unqualified. Looking back, I didn't actually spare much time to spend with him. Sometimes, father and son didn't even see each other for a month or two. Like other bosses, he seemed to often use money to reward his son. Thinking of this, Mr. Gu felt extremely guilty. You must be very resentful of me, so you don't want to tell me. Even though I once looked at him with extremely disappointed eyes, he never said a word to defend himself. No, the next second the young man's confused voice sounded. What makes you think that? Dad, what are you thinking about? Gu Xiao shrugged. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would become lazy. What if you think I'm promising and you stop working so hard to make money? Compared to the first generation of rich people who work themselves to death, Gu Xiao would rather be a useless second generation of rich people who has no worries about food and drink and just asks for money. Caught off guard, Mr. Gu suddenly raised his head and said, as long as I am useless enough, there will always be someone who cares about me. And this is indeed the fact. Ever since Gu Xiao discovered that the more useless he was, the harder his old father worked, he suddenly became clear-headed. Especially in recent years, haven't you noticed that the company's market value has increased several times? This wave is called hoping your father will become a dragon. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was shocked. He looked at his son in disbelief. No, don't you want to build a career for yourself? How could a young man not even have this much ambition? Isn't our family business big enough? Gu Xiao was also a little shocked. Then he couldn't help but count on his fingers. We already have a house, a yacht, and a private jet 2 years ago. If you like sports cars, you can buy them at will. Gu Xiao was a little puzzled. Do you think I still need to struggle? Mr. Gu choked. He suddenly felt that what this little bastard said made a lot of sense. In other words, I have been suffering all these years while he has been enjoying himself. Mr. Gu suddenly felt a little unbalanced and couldn't help but try to save his dignity. But if this is the case, you may never experience the feeling of holding power in your life. You are just dependent on me. When I turn against you one day and give birth to a brother or sister for you, you will have nothing. Mr. Gu felt that he couldn't go on like this and couldn't help but threaten him. Gu Xiao was not frightened at all, and even looked at his old father with some amusement. Mr. Gu was speechless for a moment. The child trusted himself so much that he believed that even if he had a younger brother or sister, he would not abandon him. Sure enough, favored children are always fearless. Perhaps it is precisely because of this kind of personality that Mr. Gu becomes more and more worried about him. You brat, feeling that he was doomed, Mr. Gu gritted his teeth. Then he said angrily, didn't you say you don't care? Then why are you willing to take over the family business now? If you have the ability, don't take it, just watch it collapse. To be honest, Gu Shao was really willing to do so. After all, relying on his savings, shares, and investments over the years, he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Actually, Gu Shao doesn't care much about his family's company. He has other activities outside, the kind that would surprise others if they were revealed. Otherwise, why would Xingyu Technology suddenly come to us for cooperation? But after all, the company was Mr. Gu's hard work, and Gu Shao couldn't bear to see him sad. Isn't it because I see you've been so busy these years? I don't want to see you worrying anymore, so I want you to have a good rest. This rebellious son always speaks so nicely. Mr. Gu told himself not to be fooled by this brat, but he couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. The child has grown up and knows how to feel sorry for his father. You just say nice things to please your dad. Relaxed, Mr. Gu fell asleep mumbling something. What Mr. Gu didn't know was that not long after he closed his eyes, Gu Shao's expression changed. The secretary was startled and looked over subconsciously. What Gu Shao didn't say just now was that another reason why he never asked about the company's affairs over the years was that he didn't have time. Yes, Gu Shao doesn't have time. Everyone, including his father, thought that his father's cancer was caused by overwork, but only Gu Shao knew that it was not the case. When Gu Shao went abroad to attend university, he discovered that his family actually had a history of hereditary cancer. Gu Shao even went to a professional institution to do genetic testing, and the results were very bad. This is also the main reason why he doesn't pay attention to money. Power and glory are like passing clouds, which you cannot bring with you when you are born and cannot take with you when you die. Only a healthy body is the most important thing. His father's test results were relatively much better, and Gu Shao had been paying attention to his father's daily routine and diet a few years ago. But even so, Mr. Gu still fell ill in middle age. Gu Shao has been trying to find a solution over the years, including contacting several laboratories abroad. I just hope that the efforts I have made over the years will really be useful. The secretary at the side was stunned when he heard this, and looked at young Master Gu, Mr. Gu in front of him, as if he was looking at a monster. He understood every word of these words, so why couldn't he understand them when they were put together? Fortunately, Gu Shao only told his secretary the truth, hoping that the other party could help cover up, and did not expect the other party to give any constructive suggestions. The secretary swallowed and silently said that it was no problem, and he would definitely cooperate. At this time, Gu Shao didn't know that there is a saying in this world: man proposes, God disposes. Sometimes it is destiny, and it is beyond human control. Gu Shao spent several years customizing the medicine in advance, and it did have a very good effect in the beginning. The cancer cells in Mr. Gu's body were indeed gradually disappearing, but this medicine was also extremely harmful to the body, and he had to stop taking it every once in a while. Once the cell cycle stops, the remaining cancer cells will fight back desperately. After this happened several times and lasted for more than 5 years, Mr. Gu's life finally came to an end. After I die, don't be sad and don't make it hard on yourself. Dad knows you have tried your best. Before his death, Lao Gu was always relieved. He always felt that the child was not born in vain. The love I had for him over the past 20 years was not in vain. Looking at the company's current scale and the batches of drugs shipped from the laboratory, Mr. Gu, who looks sick, still can't hide his pride. Looking around, whose child can be as filial and capable as his son? It's just that this child is too sentimental, which is not a good thing. Seeing the young man in front of him with his head down and not saying a word, but his joints were white from being pinched, Mr. Gu felt so distressed that it hurt even more than his own body. On his deathbed, he kept admonishing, whose parents don't die before their children, everyone will go through this in their life. No matter who reaches this age, they will start to experience these things. First the grandparents, then the parents, brothers and sisters, and even the partner's children. When we are born, we are constantly losing. That was someone else. Gu Shao was unwilling and unable to accept it. He always thought that as long as he was smart enough, he would be able to do it. First it was his mother, then it was his father. Gu Shao wanted to say that if he was gone too, there would be no one in this world who would love him unconditionally, even if he was really a playboy who knew nothing, care about whether he has enough food and clothing, and worry about his safety in life. But Gu Shao didn't say it after all. He couldn't let Mr. Gu leave with worries and regrets. Gu Shao pinched his palms almost to the point of bleeding, and used his acting skills from the past when he lied to others. He raised his head and said with a relaxed look, "Don't worry, Dad, I will take good care of myself." Mr. Gu's eyesight was already failing, but he didn't even doubt it. What he feared most was that this brat would cry. If he really cried, he would definitely not be willing to leave. Hearing this, Mr. Gu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Mr. Gu gradually lost his breath. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the normal state of life. Everyone thought that Mr. Gu would be fine after being sad for a while. After all, life still has to go on as usual. It was not until 2 months later that the secretary accidentally found a diagnosis. The secretary thought it was left by Mr. Gu until he saw the signature on it, Gu Shao. Early spring in the Great Zhou dynasty in Changchun Palace. It was past the hour of Mao and the sky was already bright. The concubines had been sitting there for nearly an hour. The tea in front of them had been changed 3 times and was now completely cold. However, the queen still refused to let them go. What was going on? Hour of Mao equal 5 to 7 a.m. The young concubine suppressed her resentment and looked at the first chair under the queen. Needless to say, that naturally belonged to the imperial concubine. And today the imperial concubine still waited for a long time and still had no arrival. No wonder the queen looked so unhappy, and she simply did not call them back. Now that the imperial concubine is pregnant, and in the late stage of pregnancy, the prince is about to be born. She's becoming more and more confident. Recently, she has even rarely come on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, using the excuse of being unwell. Even if she wants to come, she will wait until they are about to leave. They hurriedly paid their respects to the queen, thinking it was a greeting. It was really arrogant. If they were the queen, they would definitely not tolerate it. Of course, what is most infuriating is that the imperial concubine behaved so arrogantly, but the emperor just acted as if he didn't see anything and just indulged her. How could people not be jealous? Putting all the above aside for now, what the young concubine regretted most at the moment was that she should not have drunk so much tea. It's a chilly spring day today. She's sitting here with cold hands and feet. She thought of drinking some tea to warm herself up, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? The queen is the queen after all. No one dares to blame her. Everyone just thinks that it was the imperial concubine who went too far. Just when everyone was complaining in their hearts, finally, a familiar noise was heard outside Changchun Palace, followed by the voices of greetings from palace maids and eunuchs. Imperial concubine Rong is here. Good luck to the imperial concubine Rong. My dear sisters, I am really sorry. I am not feeling well today and I got up late. Please don't mind. The thick door curtain was lifted and then lowered, and a cold wind blew past. Along with this gust of wind, a woman in her 20s with a bright and beautiful face and gorgeous clothes was seen walking slowly into the house, supported by her personal palace maid. The woman's belly was bulging, and the palace dress she was wearing was embroidered with twin lotus flowers. I don't know if it was to keep out the cold, but the material of the clothes on the woman's belly was specially thickened. Against the backdrop of the white rabbit fur edging, she actually looked round and cute. Of course, only the woman herself found it cute. The other concubines, especially the queen who sat in the front and had no children to this day, found it particularly eye-catching and annoying. Perhaps due to the late stage of pregnancy, the woman's waist is no longer slender, but she doesn't seem to care much. In addition, due to her natural physique, her hands, face, and neck are still as slender as before without any swelling. Even though they were filled with jealousy, the concubines had to admit that the imperial concubine was truly extremely beautiful. No one in the entire palace, even the newly selected beauties this year, could compare to her in beauty and grace. It's this kind of personality that is really hard to praise. Although concubine Rong said words of apology, judging from her expression, she did not really feel guilty. The queen endured it for a while and said, "Noble concubine Rong, today is the nth time this month that you have been late. Have you ever taken the rules set by our ancestors seriously? I understand that it is not easy for you to be pregnant. Please do not forget your duties as a concubine." Compared to the queen, even the imperial concubine is ultimately just a concubine. To this day, concubine Rong still feels that after the death of the emperor and Empress Yuan, the position of empress should have been hers, but it was the current empress who did some trickery, and this position fell on her. Moreover, in the imperial court, the queen's father repeatedly made things difficult for her father and brothers. The two families did not get along well, and in the harem, the queen made things difficult for her everywhere. With new and old grudges added together, there is really no point in maintaining superficial harmony. Concubine Rong was a person who could not stand being wronged, so she immediately argued, according to our ancestors' rules, having children is the most important thing. If I remember correctly, when Empress Deming was alive, she only required concubines to pay respects to the emperor at Wei Yang Palace on the 1st and 15th day of each month, and concubines who were pregnant for 7 months or more were exempted from this requirement if possible. Empress Deming is the emperor's first wife, which implies that the current empress is unkind. Even the empress do not have so many troubles. Why do you, a concubine, have so many rules? Concubine Rong has always been unwilling to suffer losses. The queen has just stepped on her sore spot and she has to step back. The two of them were fighting back and forth, and the concubines next to them couldn't help but sweat. This person is really brave. If concubine Rong did not have a prominent family background, how could she have stayed in the palace for so long given her personality? Queen, I feel a little tired. Since I have already paid my respects today, I will take my leave now. Since the day she became pregnant, concubine Rong has been feeling very uncomfortable. Although she did not show it on her face, her reaction behind the scenes was very strong. As a result, concubine Rong had extremely complicated feelings towards the child in her belly, love and hate at the same time, and when she was feeling sad, the hatred was greater than the love. Every time this thought came to her mind, concubine Rong felt terrified. Because the world seems to have tacitly accepted that mothers should naturally love their children and be good to their children, even concubine Rong, who grew up in a spoiled state, felt that her mentality was truly unorthodox. Concubine Rong had never felt so ugly. She even began to doubt her own character, wondering if it was as bad as others said. Under such daily torture, concubine Rong's temper naturally became more and more irritable. Coupled with the queen's occasional difficulties and accountability, it would be strange for concubine Rong to be in a good mood. After saying this, without waiting for the queen's reaction, concubine Rong bowed perfunctorily and left leisurely without waiting for the queen's permission. She really came and went like the wind. In an instant, the entire Changchun Palace fell into deathly silence. On the other side, the East Palace. As the new prince was about to be born in the palace, the crown prince fell into inexplicable anxiety. The prince is 15 years old this year and is already a sensitive person. In addition, the empress died early, and he has no mother to help him. Even if he feels sad, he has nowhere to vent. Although my father treats him very well, he is the emperor after all, and it is impossible for him to take care of everything. This was not the first time that the prince welcomed the birth of a younger brother. Before concubine Rong, he already had 5 younger brothers, and he didn't think it was a big deal before. Being in the royal family, having many children can ensure the stability of the country and orderly succession. However, this time, the prince knew clearly that this time was different, not to mention that concubine Rong is deeply loved by the emperor. Just looking at the power of concubine Rong's mother's family, Duke Zhen Weiguang, who holds a large number of troops, is concubine Rong's father and also the grandfather of the unborn prince. How can the prince not be afraid? When the crown prince learned from the Imperial Medical Bureau that concubine Rong was pregnant with a boy, his heart sank. Upon seeing this, the prince's tutor beside him couldn't help but put down the book in his hand, and for the first time ever, he did not scold the prince for not concentrating on his studies. The old master was silent for a while, then said softly, "Your Highness, it's time to take action." Given his status, he shouldn't have been concerned about the affairs of the inner palace. It was truly shameful. But at the same time, the old tutor also understood that some things had to be done, even if it would tarnish his reputation. "No," the prince blurted out, knowing what the teacher was referring to. The prince is still young and has not yet married. In addition, he has been loved and cared for by the emperor since he was young, so he is still natural and innocent. At the age of 15, he really couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. After struggling violently, the prince closed his eyes in some pain. Teacher, teacher, I really can't do it." What crime has this child committed? Even though the eldest prince and the second prince were so aggressive, the crown prince never thought of taking their lives, let alone an unborn baby. When the Teifu saw this, he felt both relieved and sad. Teifu equal high authority teacher. If Empress Deming were still alive, why would this be necessary? There is nothing we can do about this despicable act. The master sighed and said nothing more. After a long while, the prince managed to cheer himself up and advised, "Teacher, don't worry. The Duke of Zhen may not always be so prosperous. Wei Guang alone would be fine, but concubine Rong's 6 brothers are all outstanding people, and none of them are mediocre. If there is only one such general, it will be a blessing for the great Zhou. If there are 2, we will applaud them. But if there are 3, 4, 5, or even more, it will be a disaster. What's more, the Duke of Zhen and others do not know how to restrain themselves in their actions, which is the way to death. It all depends on how long my father can tolerate them. Since ancient times, most of those who have become so powerful that they threaten their rulers have not had a good ending." Thinking of this, the prince felt a little relieved. The grand tutor also thought of this, and recalled that the emperor had been making frequent moves in the court recently. It was possible that the Duke of Zhen was in great trouble. At the same time, in Chengming Palace, because of the solemn atmosphere in the hall, the eunuchs and servants dared not breathe, but only bent their waists even lower, not daring to look at the man sitting in front of the jade table. Emperor Jingwen is now 33 years old, in the prime of his life, with a tall and majestic stature, and a majestic aura without even being angry. The black dragon robe he wears makes him look so noble that people cannot look directly at him. At this moment, Emperor Jingwen frowned, as if he had encountered some difficulties. He could never have imagined that he had clearly instructed the imperial hospital to add some contraceptive medicine into concubine Rong's health-preserving soup to prevent concubine Rong from getting pregnant. As a result, that group of imperial doctors actually dared to fool him like this. The emperor's mood was extremely bad at this moment. Seeing that the 8th month had passed and the baby in concubine Rong's belly was about to be born, Emperor Jingwen didn't know what to do for a moment. If he wanted to kill him after all, he was his own son, so how could Emperor Jingwen not love him? But if the fetus were to stay, and concubine Rong had given birth to a prince, it would certainly boost the arrogance of the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Under the impetus of power, the Duke of Zhen would definitely have the idea of seizing the throne, and by then I'm afraid there would be chaos again. It's such a headache. Never mind, there are still 2 months left, but it depends on the child's own luck. On the other hand, modern society. Not long after seeing off old Mr. Gu, Gu Shao calmly accepted the reality that he would not live long. He was even somewhat fortunate that it took more than half a year for old Mr. Gu to be found out, otherwise his father would have been worried to death. Gu Shao finally understood that whether this disease could be cured ultimately depended on fate. Some people are cured of their illnesses inexplicably without doing anything, while others cannot escape death despite trying their best. Sure enough, the end of science is metaphysics. It's a pity that he and his father worked so hard for so many years, but in the end it was all in vain. In the final moments, seeing that there was really no hope, Gu Shao went completely crazy and did everything he wanted to do as soon as possible. In the end, he was in so much pain that he couldn't move. Lying on the hospital bed, Gu Shao quickly signed the will. Even if he died, he would not give the money away cheaply to others. Gu Shao's life was not in vain. The entire ward was almost full of people who came to see him off. Even though he didn't have a wife or children, there was still a lot of excitement when he left. In the end, even the doctors and nurses from the hospital came, but even so, they still can't keep him. On his deathbed, Gu Shao only had one thought left. Damn, it turns out that fame, wealth and status are all external things, which you cannot bring with you when you are born, and you cannot take with you when you die. If he could be given another chance to choose again, he would definitely be even more ruthless and powerful than he has ever been in this life. Really, I haven't lived enough. Since the beginning of Mr. Gu's tenure, the secretary has been following him. After Mr. Gu fell ill, he continued to follow Mr. Gu. It's been almost 20 years now. Both the father and the son had always been very good to him. Now that they were both gone, the secretary couldn't help but feel sad about losing a loved one. The secretary was originally thinking about what to do if those shareholders came to seize power again, but it was not until the arrival of the lawyer that he realized that Mr. Gu had already arranged everything. This time, the secretary finally saw Mr. Gu's true face, and he was completely dumbfounded. In addition to inheriting the company of the old Mr. Gu, the shares and equity under the name of the young Mr. Gu are dazzling. There are also some well-known awards and articles, and his name is written on them. What's more, he is also involved in some laboratories abroad. If converted into money, this number is simply incalculable, and such a genius died at such a young age. Even lawyers felt sad and regretful when they first heard about it. Mr. Gu had no children, no wife nor lover. He had no ties during his lifetime and no worries after his death. After he had distributed to the people close to him, he donated all his money and research results. Secretary Zun, this is your share. The secretary never thought that he actually had them all. Mr. Gu, I'm afraid he has thought about everyone around him. In addition to a sum of money, each person also left a few words of last words. For some reason, the secretary suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Opening the paper in front of me, it clearly reads, at the same time in the late stage of pregnancy, concubine Rong, who was 9 months pregnant, suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen. Before, concubine Rong occasionally had this problem during her pregnancy, but when she asked the imperial physician to take her pulse, he said it was nothing serious, and that it might be because the little prince turned over too much. Concubine Rong thought that this time would be the same, so she held the hand of her personal maid beside her, panting, and prepared to wait for this period to pass. Unexpectedly, the abdominal pain not only did not ease, but became more and more severe. In just a few moments, concubine Rong was already somewhat unsteady on her feet. This is definitely not a normal production sign, because Duke Zhen, Wei Guang, had 1 wife and 2 concubines, and had 7 children in total, among whom only concubine Rong was a daughter, and a legitimate daughter, so she was naturally brought up in great pampering, which is why she developed such an arrogant and domineering personality. Ever since concubine Rong became pregnant, the wife of Duke Zhen, Wei Guang, had done everything she could to send in 2 experienced maids, for fear that they had no experience with their first daughter and something might go wrong. In the end, despite all the precautions, it still failed to prevent it. Just by looking at concubine Rong's current performance, the 2 maids knew that something was wrong. They were famous midwives in their hometown. They were also well-versed in medicine and specialized in gynecology. They had seen countless women giving birth and naturally knew what a normal childbirth looked like. Seeing concubine Rong's current appearance, a thin layer of sweat instantly broke out on their backs. If anything happened to concubine Rong and the little prince in her belly, their lives would be in danger. The 2 maids were already nervous, and the words of concubine Rong's personal maid Su Zin made them even more shocked. Blood, there's the two maids looked suddenly at concubine Rong's dress. You know, bleeding in women is not a good sign. Fortunately, there was only a little bleeding on the dress, which was still within the normal range. The two maids breathed a sigh of relief. The nanny wanted to say something but was interrupted by concubine Rong's scream. Everyone's heart tightened. Concubine Rong's facial features were twisted in pain, and her usual demeanor was completely gone. The baby is coming out. And at this time, she was only 9 months pregnant. It's clearly not even the full month yet, but for some reason the little prince is so anxious to come out. In the past, concubine Rong was somewhat unhappy about the arrival of this child. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to suffer such torture. But now that the time has come, she began to panic. She was afraid that something might have happened to the baby in her belly. Concubine Rong felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have walked so far away in anger today just because of a quarrel with Emperor Jingwen. She was anxious during her pregnancy, and the Empress was making things difficult for her everywhere. When she came to her senses, she was already in the imperial garden. I'm about to give birth, so it wouldn't hurt to move around more. It might even help with delivery, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. As a pregnant woman, I feel it is the most accurate. No matter how experienced the two maids were, they did not understand concubine Rong's current situation as well as she did. When the two maids heard her say this, instead of feeling relaxed, they became even more nervous. It was a hasty decision. In fact, it would have been best to find a place nearby to give birth. However, because concubine Rong had made many enemies in the palace, the other concubines who came to play in the imperial garden heard the noise here and that it was concubine Rong who was there, so they avoided it early, for fear of getting into trouble. You know, the royal heir is probably the most troublesome thing in this palace. Zio Desi, Zio Luzi, Zio Fuzi, Zio Quanzu guys, try to see if you can send the imperial concubine back to Kiwu Palace. This place is closest to Zhao Chongrong's Shu Lanzhai. I'll go find Zhao Chongrong. Even if she has to die today, she will take Shu Lanzhai away. Su Yue, another maidservant beside concubine Rong, was the smartest and reacted the fastest. After saying that, Su Yue ran away. Fortunately, concubine Rong usually has many followers, so nothing will happen for a while. At the same time, the prince came out of the East Palace with his entourage. His father summoned him to discuss matters. He didn't even take a nap at noon. He just packed up quickly and came out. When passing by the imperial garden, he heard the sound of a commotion not far away. The prince didn't pay attention at first until a maid turned a corner and came into his sight. "Bold, which palace are you from? How dare you offend His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Come, arrest him." When Su Yue looked up, she saw someone not far away. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince? Being stared at like this by this little maid, the prince suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's premonition came true. Perhaps out of desperation, Su Yue knelt down with a thud after she came to her senses. "Your Highness, please, save Imperial Concubine Rong." The prince had already recognized that this maid was from concubine Rong's palace. If we talk about the person in the whole palace that the prince is most reluctant to offend, it is the pregnant concubine Rong. Even the queen is far inferior to her. After all, because of his status as the son of the late queen, the queen had no choice but to respect him. This maidservant probably doesn't know that more than a month ago, he had discussed with the grand tutor about killing her young master. Now that she has turned to him for help, it would be like seeking the skin of a tiger. Thinking of this, the little prince's expression couldn't help but look a little strange. Su Yue didn't know and just kowtowed instinctively. Given the concubine's condition, I'm afraid we can't delay any longer. After a while, blood appeared on Su Yue's forehead. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and Su Yue didn't dare to breathe. Just when she was about to give up, after a long silence, the prince finally gave in. "Moyu, take my token and go knock on the door of Madame Zhao at Shu Lanzhai." It's not out of kindness. If possible, the prince would rather wait until something happens to the little prince. But he knew that he couldn't. But when Su Yue came to him, it was no longer possible. If anything happens to the little prince, it will be related to him. What if his father blames him and thinks that it was his jealousy that caused the accident to happen to the little prince? What should he do? The little prince was a threat to him. He could see it clearly, and so could his father. What the prince least wants to see is his father being disappointed in him. Was it this maid who did it intentionally or unintentionally? Su Yue felt a sharp pain from the crown prince's scrutinizing gaze, and her heart was beating wildly. Only then did she realize how reckless her action was. No matter how anxious they are, the East Palace still has its dignity. The moment the words fell, Su Yue's face turned pale. Half an incense stick of time later, when the palace door of Shu Lanzhai was knocked, Zhao Chongrong was extremely dissatisfied. Although she was not of a high rank and had no children, she was an elder by the side of Emperor Jingwen. It was really arrogant of concubine Rong to be like this. Until she saw the token, she was stunned. How come His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also involved? Since the prince intervened, Zhao Chongrong naturally did not dare to take it lightly, and even vacated the main hall. Then came the breathless imperial physician and midwife, as well as the busy palace maids. In order to avoid suspicion, the prince did not even enter the palace. Because the incident happened suddenly, the palace servants at Shulanzhai had never received any training, and things soon became a mess. The prince couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He took a deep breath and waved his hand weakly to his eunuch. "Forget it, Mo Shu, you can help keep an eye on it. Now that I'm here, what else can I do?" Yes, in the delivery room. As soon as concubine Rong lay down, the little prince's head soon appeared over there. The nanny and midwife standing by were stunned. Compared with difficult labor, rapid labor is not a good thing either. It can also be fatal. After calculating the time briefly, the two maids hurried to check on concubine Rong. Soon, the little prince was born with the help of a midwife. One of the maids took a quick check and found that the little prince had all his limbs intact and had no defects. Then she nodded at concubine Rong. The breath of relief in her heart was relieved, and concubine Rong fainted without even having the chance to take a look at the little prince. At this time, the hot water in Shulanzhai was only half boiled. After waiting for a while, the vernix quesosa on the little prince's body was cleaned off bit by bit. Vernix quesosa equal a white, creamy, naturally occurring biofilm covering the skin of the fetus during the last trimester of pregnancy. It feels very itchy when the soft cotton cloth was rubbed with water on my skin. The last moment in Gu Xiao's memory was still on the white ceiling of the hospital, but what was happening now? The vision of a newborn is almost zero, and he can only see a little light faintly. However, this alone is enough for him to understand the current situation. Since the midwife was also found by Madame Wei, the two maids were not on guard at all. The two did not notice that the moment the midwife turned around with the child in her arms, her eyes changed. Sometimes, being too defensive towards outsiders is not a good thing. There were only 5 people in the entire delivery room, including concubine Rong. They really didn't dare to use the palace maids from Shulanzhai, so they didn't even notice the change in the midwife at this moment. A red mung bean-sized pill slipped from the midwife's sleeve. Noticing the bright color in the midwife's hand, Gu Xiao's alarm bells immediately rang. What is this guy going to do? Just when the midwife was about to throw the pill into the little prince's mouth when no one was paying attention, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. What happened? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked me to ask. Why did you suddenly fall silent? It was said by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's eunuch. When they suddenly felt no movement in the delivery room, the people outside were scared to death. Seeing this, Gu Xiao seized the opportunity and burst into tears. I don't know where the newborn baby got so much strength. The midwife lost control and almost dropped him. The two maids broke out in cold sweats upon seeing this, snatched the child away from her, and never dared to ask her to hold the child again. The little red pill fell to the ground with a thump and rolled away. Normally, after giving birth, the concubines in the harem would be carried out to announce the good news to the emperor and empress, who would then reward them and let the servants share in the joy. After all, we can't work in vain, right? But this time, concubine Rong's delivery was too smooth and fast. The emperor was busy attending a meeting and could not spare the time to come. Concubine Rong went out at the time and deliberately avoided the queen, who was probably still on her way in a hurry. The only one who can make the decision in the entire Shulanzhai right now is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The nanny was taught by the head nanny beside Madame Wei, so naturally she knew what should be done and what should not be done. After thinking about it, the nanny handed the little prince to Mo Shu. Mo Shu felt a sinking sensation in his arms and was completely stunned. After realizing what was happening, Mo Shu quickly handed the baby in his arms to his master. Now it was Mammy's turn to panic. She just wanted the eunuch of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to check if the prince was healthy, as a token of respect, so why did he take him away? No matter how smart Mo Shu is, he is just a teenager after all, and he will misunderstand things when his brain gets hot. The prince, who had suddenly taken on a hot potato, felt his scalp tingling, and at this moment, Gu Xiao opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and both sides held their breath almost at the same time. So small. Such thoughts flashed through Gu Xiao and the prince's minds almost at the same time. The difference is that Gu Xiao was impressed by the boy's age and shocking immaturity. Although from the words and deeds of the people around him, it seemed that this place was already ancient times, and he also knew that people in ancient times usually got married early, but looking at the boy in front of him who looked like a junior high school or high school student, Gu Xiao still found it hard to accept for a moment. Because most parents are present when a child is born, the nanny was the first to show him after she took him out. Gu Xiao automatically regarded the prince in front of him as his father in this life. Gu Xiao couldn't get over the hurdle of recognizing a high school student as his father, even if the other party was of noble status. Isn't this simply destroying the flowers of the motherland? You have to know that he was almost 30 when he died in his previous life. Not to mention that his biological father in his previous life had only been dead for half a year. The prince was amazed that a newborn baby could be so small. This little face is only half the size of my palm, and its arms are only as thick as two of my fingers put together. Didn't concubine wrong take tonics every day during her pregnancy? The precious medicinal herbs and tonics collected by the Duke of Zhen during his wars were sent to the palace like water, but how come her child didn't grow strong? The prince felt that he could break this little thing with just a little effort. But even such a small baby who seems to have some congenital deficiencies will naturally learn to snatch things from oneself when he grows up. Since he was born into a royal family, how could he not fight? Since the crown prince was already a legitimate son since the day he was born, his status was naturally different from that of his brothers, who were all illegitimate sons. After his birth, for fear of confusing the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate sons, the status of his two older brothers plummeted. After Emperor Jingwen ascended the throne, the contrast became even more obvious. The former brothers had now become ruler and subject. Therefore, although many princes were born later, this was the first time that he saw his younger brother being born with his own eyes, especially since the hair of this prince's younger brother had not yet dried completely, and there was still a faint smell of blood on his body. The prince was young and was inevitably touched by this scene, but he came to his senses in an instant. Gu Shao found it a little hard to understand why the aura of his adopted father changed so quickly. His eyesight was not good now, and the way he tried to discern the other person's expression appeared like this in the eyes of the prince. The little baby opened his big eyes, his pure and innocent pupils rolled around, reflecting the complicated thoughts of this adult. The prince took a deep breath and controlled himself not to look away. Then he carefully handed the swaddling clothes back to the baby. Take good care of your little master, and please have a good rest, concubine wrong. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Wait, concubine, so this kid is not his biological father, but his biological brother. Was it so open-minded in ancient times? The father didn't come, so the brother was allowed to accompany the birth. Gu Shao, who had been an only child, couldn't help but frown. The little baby's face wrinkled into a bun in an instant, because it happened that it was the prince who handed the swaddling clothes to the nanny, and in the eyes of everyone it was seen as a sign of reluctance. The little prince likes His Royal Highness the Crown Prince very much. I don't know who said this. The prince paused, but he didn't say anything. He took one last look at Gu Shao and left quickly, on the other side in the Qinzheng Hall. Emperor Jingwen was discussing matters with his court officials when he heard a young eunuch coming to report that concubine Rong was about to give birth. The court officials had thought that given how much Emperor Jingwen doted on the imperial concubine, he would rush over as soon as possible. However, they did not expect that Emperor Jingwen would hesitate for a moment and then ask the eunuch to leave. There is a queen in the palace, so I don't need to worry about such things. The emperor doesn't even plan to attend the prince's birth. Which of the ministers in the court is not a smart person? Seeing that Emperor Jingwen did not summon the Duke of Zhen to the meeting today, none of the ministers of the Duke of Zhen's mansion came. What else is there to understand? After looking at each other, the minister remained silent and pretended not to know. But privately, they have already figured out how to distance themselves from the Duke of Zhen. The prince's tutor, who had been a little nervous, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The little episode soon passed, and the Qinzheng Hall returned to its previous solemnity. But as time passed, the Grand Tutor couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. They were about to work out the rules, so why hadn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince arrived yet? Half an hour later, all the ministers left one after another. When there was no one else in the Qinzheng Hall, the news of concubine Rong's successful delivery was placed on the emperor's desk. Is this how you do things? How many times has this happened? Is this kid just so lucky? Looking at the empty space in front of him, Emperor Jingwen rubbed his temples with a slight headache. The next moment, there was a flash before my eyes, and a man in dark clothes suddenly appeared. The man knelt down without saying a word. Failure to do a good job is a capital crime. At that time, Mo Shu, the servant of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, suddenly appeared, and the midwife failed. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The man buried his head deeply, not daring to resist at all. After he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen stopped what he was doing and suddenly raised his eyes. Are you saying that the Crown Prince is also involved in this matter? The man did not hesitate and told the whole story. The servants saw that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was here, so they dared not take any more action. Emperor Jingwen simply didn't know what to say. Is this really God's will? Man, the little prince is a man of great fortune. Emperor Jingwen, crap, isn't this deep enough? The contraceptive medicine couldn't avoid him, the ghost tricks in the harem couldn't hurt him, and concubine Rong's various discomforts couldn't eliminate him. On the day he was born, the person who was most threatened by him saved him. Emperor Jingwen had nothing to say. I understand, you may leave now. Since it was the prince who intervened, Emperor Jingwen did not punish him after thinking about it. The man quickly disappeared. After a long time, Emperor Jingwen sighed deeply. The huge Qinzheng Hall carried the sigh far away. Now that the matter is done, let him be. Emperor Jingwen gave up completely this time. After all, no matter how many mistakes there were, they were all the fault of the Duke of Zhen. The other side, while Gu Shao was still wondering who wanted to kill him, Concubine Rong finally woke up slowly. At this time, the moon was already above the willow branches. At that time, the nanny was helping Concubine Rong clean up. Sensing something strange coming from the quilt, Concubine Rong couldn't help but tighten her hands slightly. Almost as soon as she opened her eyes, Suzin hugged Gu Shao and said, "Your Majesty, please take a look at the little prince. Look, the little prince is looking at you." At this time, Gu Shao widened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him who was only in her 20s. Because he can remember things early and has a good memory, even after so many years, Gu Shao still remembers what his mother looks like. Even though the retinal image was blurred, Gu Shao still managed to distinguish it with difficulty because he was close. The face of the woman in front of him looked very similar to his mother. Although it is not a 100 replica, it is about 70 similar. In a trance, Gu Shao seemed to feel his mother's delicate and gentle hands again. Even the breath is so familiar. This warm feeling, it's been a long time since he last felt it. He hasn't felt it since he was 6 years old. Ah. In excitement, Gu Shao opened his mouth wide and kept moaning, and instinctively reached out for a hug. The next moment, the swaddling clothes in front of him were pushed away, and Concubine Rong's slightly cold and irritable voice came up. "Take it away quickly, I don't want to see him." With a crack, something broke into 2 pieces. Completely out of control, the little baby's eyes soon filled with tears. Even the 2 maids and Suzin were shocked by the sudden change. The nanny was horrified and subconsciously looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she breathed a sigh of relief and then advised with a panicked look, "Madam, you must not say that. This world has many restrictions on women, as if women are born to be gentle and considerate, to take care of their husbands and children, and to devote their entire lives to their husbands and children to be basically qualified." Mammy is now over 40 years old. She has been exposed to this kind of education almost every day since she was born. After a long time, she feels from the bottom of her heart that this is the right thing to do, others even more so. Therefore, even though she knew that Concubine Rong was brought up in great pampering, the nanny still felt that she was too willful. "You are a mother now, so you can't be as willful as before." It was because it was Madame Wei who sent them that the nanny had the courage to advise her. What's more, this is the bloodline of the emperor, extremely noble. What if someone with ulterior motives hears it? Or if the little prince grows up in the future and someone tells him about it, wouldn't it be easy to hurt the relationship between mother and son? Gu Shao on the side, "Sorry, I already heard it." However, he was not as dissatisfied as the nanny. In his opinion, it was a problem if a woman still loved the culprit madly after going through so much hardship and being tortured for 10 whole months. Before she can be a mother, she must first be herself. This was what Gu Shao's mother taught him when he was 4 years old. She also said that she didn't like him very much when he was just born, but later she saw that he was so cute that she gradually poured her affection on him. Gu Shao's memory lasted for more than 20 years. And this time he has confidence in himself and will make his mother fall in love with him again. He knew too well what kind of children people liked, and after many experiments, no elder could escape his control when they were young. The elders all praised it when they saw it. It's just that the other kids are not so happy, because every time he comes to their home as a guest, their parents will find fault with them for no reason. Later, when the term green tea appeared, friends automatically thought of Gu Shao's face. When this guy was young, he was a walking green tea spirit with long eyelashes. Gu Shao has always been shameless. He felt aggrieved for only a brief moment. After cheering himself up, he continued to open his big watery eyes and looked pitifully at Concubine Rong in front of him. After hearing what the nanny said, Concubine Rong was shaken for a moment. She thought it might really be her problem. There won't people in this world who hate their own children. Concubine Rong was a little at a loss, and when she turned her head, she met Gu Shao's eyes. The little baby seemed to be frightened by her sudden roar, and its tiny body couldn't help but shrink a little. His tears were about to fall, but they couldn't. Just when Concubine Rong thought he was about to burst into tears, she saw him waving his arms and shouting again. Ah, even fear could not stop him from getting close to her. In an instant, the usually spoiled Concubine Rong was overwhelmed by overwhelming guilt. "Bring the child here for me to see." Look, Concubine Rong doesn't even use the word "this palace." Suzin was overjoyed and quickly placed the little prince next to Concubine Rong. It was the first time she had such close contact with him. After looking at him for a long time, Concubine Rong couldn't help but frown and suddenly said, "Ugly thing." She couldn't believe that the little thing that crawled out of her belly could be so ugly. Like a little monkey, could it have been replaced secretly? After only a moment of stiffness, Gu Shao quickly recovered his energy. "Don't worry, Mom. It's okay, Mom. I will look good soon." Seeing that she was finally willing to get close to the little prince, the nanny at the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. "No way, all babies are born like this. The little prince is already a very good-looking child. Ordinary children are not even 1/10 as good-looking as him when they come out of their mother's womb." Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it is true. Concubine Rong was skeptical. Gu Shao soon couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Before closing his eyes, he did not forget to put his face against his mother's face, not willing to miss any opportunity to act coquettishly. How could concubine Rong resist this? When she felt that fragility and softness coming towards her, she subconsciously held her breath, feeling annoyed and conflicted for a moment. By the way, where is Su Yue? Because she had taken a nap before and the little thing was making trouble nearby, concubine Rong realized belatedly that her dowry maid was missing. The moment the words fell, the others fell silent. Although they knew that it was not appropriate to let the queen worry about anything after she had just given birth, but because it was a matter of life and death, Su Zin and Su Qiu immediately ignored all that and knelt down with a plop. Please, my lady, save Su Yue. Only then did concubine Rong realize that something had happened to Su Yue. The 10 boards from the Ministry of Internal Affairs are not that simple, especially since it is an order from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When Su Yue comes out, she will be skinned alive if she is not dead. If she is unlucky, her life will be ruined if she gets disabled. Although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince punished Su Yue, he also saved her life. Concubine Rong really didn't know what to say at this moment. She just asked the eunuchs around her to tell the servants in the Imperial Household Department to be gentler and just to show their appreciation. Because of her family background and the fact that she just gave birth to a child, I believe the Ministry of Internal Affairs will not refuse. But if that's the case, will His Royal Highness the Crown Prince be unhappy? Su Zin felt a little uneasy. Concubine Rong doesn't care about this at all. She must protect the people she wants to protect. When Su Yue comes out, I will give her the jewel hairpin at the bottom of my dressing box as a reward. I will also grant her another month's leave and give her 10 taels of silver to her parents and brothers outside the palace. Concubine Rong never treated the people around her badly. After hearing this, Su Zin and Su Qiu wished they were the ones who rushed out at that time. After everything was arranged, concubine Rong couldn't wait to ask, "Where is the emperor? Why can't I see him?" The queen mother did come before this, and after seeing that the queen was resting and was not seriously injured, she sat for a while and then left. The queen made this trip out of dignity, but the emperor never showed up from beginning to end. I heard from the people in front that the meeting should have ended long ago. The emperor probably didn't come on purpose. The nanny and the maids looked at each other, not knowing whether they should tell the truth. They were also afraid that if they told the truth, the imperial concubine would be sad. Just at this moment, the little prince who was originally sleeping soundly suddenly moved. Gu Shao was awakened by hunger. He found that the child really could not tolerate hunger and needed to be fed every 1 or 2 hours. At this time, it had been more than 3 hours since he last ate. Seeing the little baby in front of her gurgling as if in great pain, as weak as a little mouse as if he would die in the next second, concubine Rong immediately panicked. What happened to him? At this time, concubine Rong no longer cared about whether the emperor came or not. Even though she liked the emperor very much, she was now completely attracted by the little thing in front of her. The little prince must be hungry. Seeing this, the nanny did not panic but breathed a sigh of relief. Soon the entire delivery room was in chaos. At the same time, in Chengming Palace, Emperor Jingwen was lying on the dragon bed in his pajamas, unable to fall asleep. It's not that he has no feelings for the imperial concubine, but he had no choice but to treat her like this. Emperor Jingwen felt both annoyed and enjoyed it when he thought that whenever he favored any of his concubines, the woman would become jealous and throw a tantrum at him. Although she is arrogant and unreasonable by nature, she cannot leave himself for a moment. I hope she won't be too sad this time. She shed a lot of tears during the confinement period, which may hurt her eyes easily. On the other side, in the side hall of Shu Lanzhai. Hearing the commotion coming from the main hall, the faint sounds of comforting and the weak cry of a baby, Zhao Chongrong subconsciously placed his hand on his lower abdomen, as if she was immersed in something. A child once came here. She was a little princess. She was already 5 months old, but in the end she couldn't be saved. Zhao Chongrong had been in poor health in her early years. She finally got pregnant but failed to keep the baby, so she could no longer have children. And she is not the only one in the harem who is infertile. Listening to the noise coming from the main hall, Zhao Chongrong felt even more uncomfortable. Zhao Chongrong's family background was ordinary, far inferior to that of concubine Rong, so she definitely needed a child to consolidate her favor. Otherwise, even if she was Chongrong, no one in the palace would take her seriously, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs would be even more neglectful. Zhao Chongrong thought that even if she had a princess, she would have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, God refused to let her realize even this wish. Because everyone was living together temporarily, and the queen had been here before, Zhao Chongrong had taken a look at the little prince when the nanny brought him out. Gu Shao was sleeping soundly at that time, and he didn't know it. When Zhao Chongrong saw it, she felt that it was a very beautiful child with good looks, but the child looked a little weak, probably because he was born prematurely. Come to think of it, God is really blind. Even a woman like concubine Rong has a child, but she has nothing. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. The lights in Shu Lanzhai remained on until late at night. 3 days passed in a flash, and concubine Rong had barely gotten used to Gu Shao and her identity as a mother. Finally, she was no longer as averse to her son's closeness as she was at the beginning. There's nothing we can do. Who can blame this guy for being such a clingy guy? He's so clingy that concubine Rong has lost her temper. As soon as he saw her, the boy started whining and looked pitiful, as if he was about to cry. If you didn't know better, you would think that his nanny was bullying him. When she was in the boudoir, her parents and brothers gave in to her. After she got married, even the emperor had to tolerate her temper from time to time. Depend on her. Concubine Rong had never thought that these 2 words would be applied to her one day. She found it novel and incredible, but more of it was anxiety and uneasiness. Do I really have such ability? For the first time in her life, concubine Rong examined herself. In terms of appearance, she was indeed top-notch, but when it came to knowledge, talent, and even temper, concubine Rong could not say a good word about her against her conscience. The Zhen mansion was composed entirely of military generals. Even the only daughter could not escape. When concubine Rong was young, she would get a headache whenever she saw a book, so she could only recognize a few words roughly, and she couldn't understand anything more deeply. The Duke of Zhen didn't care. In his eyes, no one would dare to despise his daughter, even if she was like this. If she didn't want to learn, then she didn't have to. Concubine Rong never thought there was anything wrong with this before, but now that she has a child, she suddenly feels a sense of crisis. Among all the people in the palace, concubine has read the most books and is the one who can help the eldest prince the most. As for me, how can I help the child? Another thing is that concubine Rong had never been exposed to the secretive tactics used in the inner palace. Although her father had 2 concubines, they were both honest and obedient. In addition, the children were in the hands of the lady, so there was no room for them to use tricks. Therefore, concubine Rong was naturally raised in a simple way. During the years of being married to Emperor Jingwen, concubine Rong gained a lot of experience and realized that the deep palace was not as simple as it seemed. Even the Shufei, the Defei, and the Xianfei had lost their children one after another, let alone others. Pure consort Chinese letter Shufei. Virtuous consort Chinese letter Dave. Worthy consort Chinese letter Xianfei. Is it really all due to the mother's weakness? No one would believe this, especially the first child of concubine Shu, who was raised with great difficulty until the age of 5. He didn't even have time to be included in the imperial genealogy until he was 6, and he didn't even have time to be ranked in the order of seniority. He was gone overnight. Concubine Rong entered the palace late and had never seen the child. You don't feel pain unless the knife falls on your body. In the past, concubine Rong didn't feel anything at all. Anyway, concubine Shu gave birth to several more children later, and it didn't seem to have any impact. It was not until concubine Rong became a mother herself that she thought about what would happen if the little thing in front of her suddenly died. One day, just thinking about it made concubine Rong shudder. No, I cannot let something happen to him. Her child will definitely grow up safely, look better than anyone else, and live longer than anyone else. Mother will never let anything happen to you. She will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt him. Seeing that the woman in front of him seemed to be thinking about something and was suddenly filled with murderous aura, Gu Shao was stunned. Oh no, could he have gone too far? Seeing that she seemed to have frightened the little thing in her arms, concubine Rong quickly regained her tenderness. Whatever you want, mother will find a way to get it. Is there any better position in the world than that? TL note, she's referring to the throne. Although it may seem a bit unfair to say this, my son must have the best of everything. Guilt only flashed across her mind, and concubine Rong selectively ignored it. The prince's kindness is not enough after all. For some reason, Gu Shao always felt that his mother was becoming more and more like a villain. With your grandfather's power and the help of your 6 uncles, your mother will do her best to let you sit in that position. There was only concubine Rong around, and the little thing was still young and couldn't understand, so she spoke in a voice that was almost a whisper with almost no scruples. Gu Shao, no, he doesn't want it. Emperor, a miserable job that requires one to get up earlier than a chicken and sleep later than a dog. 996 still has weekends, but the emperor has no days off all year round. 996 working system equal under official Chinese law. Employees can work a maximum 44-hour workweek, and any work beyond that requires extra pay for overtime. The most important thing is that he worries too much. The rise and fall of an entire country depends on the emperor alone. The pressure is unimaginable. In modern times, Gu Shao was exhausted from managing a company and wanted to quit, let alone being an emperor. In ancient times, emperors often had short lives. If they were wise, they would be exhausted to death, and if they were incompetent, they would be killed by rebellion. In short, it was a high-risk job. Gu Shao has been a poor boy since he was young. He never had the great ideal of sleeping on the lap of a beautiful woman and ruling the world when he is awake. After all, wealth and glory will eventually become empty. You can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die. Besides, being an emperor is really useless. Except for having more beauties around him, other aspects cannot be compared with modern times, and Gu Shao himself is not a lustful person. There is everything in modern times. Gu Shao dares to say that the things he has enjoyed in modern times are not available to the emperor. Gu Shao stood on the shoulders of giants, so naturally he looked down on the ancient emperor, who was relatively tall. As a person who has enjoyed a smart toilet, Gu Shao wanted to ask, after becoming an emperor, does that mean he no longer needs to wipe his butt when he goes to the toilet? Even if someone else helps you wipe it, don't you still have to wipe it? So refuse. Gu Shao felt that being a prince was pretty good. He was second only to the emperor and above everyone else, also at the top of the pyramid, but without that much pressure. It would be even better if he could meet a cautious emperor. Once all the burdens were lifted, all that would be left was eating, drinking, and having fun. When he was short of money, he would ask his brothers for it. If his brothers were a little respectable, they would definitely give him some. Or he would simply take all the money, which would be enough for him to spend for a lifetime, while his father was still alive. Gu Shao felt that being a prince was quite good. He was simple, shy, and easy to talk to. He couldn't stand it when the maidservant beside his beautiful mother knelt down in front of him. He was a soft persimmon. Unable to see her son's urgency and fear at the moment, Rong Gaifai shouted in delight, Suxin, go, ask Zhao Chongrong to bring me 2 books. Since she had to plan so much for her son, concubine Rong felt that she should also work hard. Su Zin looked as if she had seen a ghost. For a moment she quickly lowered her head, replied yes, and hurried out. Half an incense stick later, concubine Rong opened the great learning in front of her with great ambition. After 1 stick of incense, concubine Rong's expression began to become stiff. After 2 incense sticks, concubine Rong began to feel dizzy. After 3 incense sticks, concubine Rong decisively closed the book again. Oh, I have a headache. Under the teasing gaze of the nanny, concubine Rong lay back down. Just before she fell asleep, concubine Rong tilted her head and couldn't help but admonish, little thing, when you grow up, don't learn from your mother. You are going to be the emperor. Ah. Gu Shao blinked his eyes and looked as well behaved as possible, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I'm sorry, Mom. I must have inherited your problem of getting a headache whenever you read. Not only do I want to inherit it, I also want to develop, promote, shine, and expand it. She had no idea what her son was thinking at the moment. If concubine Rong knew, she would probably be furious. After a good sleep, concubine Rong realized that the person she had been waiting for with such joy had never shown up from beginning to end. Today is the 3rd day since the little prince's birth, and also the little prince's 3rd day baptism ceremony, but Emperor Jingwen did not even come. Now, even concubine Rong can no longer deceive herself. This neglect came out of nowhere. I had helped him give birth to a prince smoothly, so why was he still unhappy? Not only concubine Rong couldn't figure it out, but the entire Duke Zhen's mansion couldn't figure it out either. How come their family had worked so hard for the royal family, fought off foreign enemies, and tried their best to maintain the stability of the Great Zhou, but the emperor turned against them so suddenly? Today, the Duke of Zhen was reprimanded for the first time during the court session. When he returned home, he couldn't understand why this happened. The most crucial thing is that the emperor actually let the eldest prince replace the 3rd prince in the army. The eldest prince is only 17 years old now. He can participate in the management of the military camp, but he is far from being able to lead troops into battle and become the commander-in-chief of an army. The Duke of Zhen couldn't help but argue with the emperor in the court. As a result, for some unknown reason, Emperor Jingwen seemed to get even angrier and even ordered him to go home and not to attend court for 7 days. The Duke of Zhen was so angry that he was still muttering and cursing as he walked on the street. Little did he know that his every word and action was recorded and reported to Emperor Jingwen. Because the man was far away and had been specially trained, even a veteran like the Duke of Zhen, who had fought on the battlefield for most of his life, did not notice him. When the Duke of Zhen returned home, he felt a little better. Then he remembered that the palace had sent him a message that today was exactly the 3rd day since the imperial concubine gave birth, and it was also the 3rd day of her grandson's baptism ceremony. Have you prepared the gifts for your sister and nephew? It's been prepared a long time ago, and someone is already preparing to send it to the palace. According to folk customs, the uncle has to do a lot of work, so the 6 of them did not dare to neglect it at all and picked out the things early. When he thought of his daughter, the Duke of Zhen no longer cared about the things happening in the court. Wait, don't go yet, take this with you. As he said this, the Duke of Zhen took out a longevity lock from his arms. This thing was carved by a craftsman a month before concubine Rong gave birth. It was made from the same piece of jade and was of high quality. All the legitimate grandchildren in the Duke Zhen's mansion had one. Normally, it should not be given to a daughter's child, after all, he is a grandson. But the Duke Zhen was unreasonable. After all, he only had one daughter in his life, and the Duke of Zhen naturally regarded the child born by concubine Rong as his own grandson. Even if he is of royal blood, doesn't he have half of the Wei family's blood flowing in his body? And you too. The Duke of Zhen's tiger eyes flashed across the faces of the 6 men. Even if your sister gets married, she's still a member of the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Do you understand? Don't let me hear any unpleasant words, otherwise you just wait for me. The 6 men looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How dare they do that? They can't even love her enough. That's good enough. The Duke of Zhen was finally satisfied. As for the fact that he was reprimanded by the emperor in the court, the Duke of Zhen naturally would not let anyone tell concubine Rong about it, and it would be too late to hide it from her. But concubine Rong finally found out. After all, she is not a fool, right? Such big news, even if she didn't know it, others would find ways to tell her. Concubine Rong was really hurt this time, and tears were falling like crazy. Inexplicably, she suddenly felt a little panic in her heart, and she grabbed the hand of the nanny beside her and refused to let go. Mammy, tell me, has the emperor changed his mind? Has he started to hate me? How could the nanny know what the emperor was thinking? She could do nothing but comfort her against her will. Gu Shao, who was standing by, listened and was not so pessimistic. After all, in his opinion, when one really wants to get rid of someone, he will never make such a big fuss. The fact that the emperor still cursed proved that he had not completely given up on the Duke of Zhen in his heart, and that he still had some affection for his grandfather in his eyes. If one day his mother was suddenly promoted to imperial noble consort, or the emperor began to highly praise the line of the Duke of Zhen, then he would be truly doomed. If you want to destroy it, first make it crazy. Even when hunting, it is necessary to paralyze the prey first, so that when the prey struggles, the noise will be minimized. Then took the prey by surprise and killed it with one blow. As for the reason why the emperor suddenly turned against him, Gu Shao also vaguely guessed it. Concubine Rong couldn't get out of bed these days, and Gu Shao heard her talk to him a lot about the Defei, Shufei, and Xianfei. By the way, he also found out how many children they had given birth to and who was ahead of him. Gu Shao never imagined that the emperor already had 8 sons before him, and he was the 9th. It took Gu Shao, an only child, a long time to accept the reality. The current crown prince is not the emperor's eldest son. Before the crown prince, there were the first prince and the second prince, and after the crown prince, there are the 4th prince, the 5th prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince. Among them, the eldest prince was 17 years old, the second prince was 16 years old, and the crown prince was 15 years old. The rest were 10, 7, 5, 4, and 3 years old. Judging from the age arrangement, the order after the crown prince is obviously not so tight, especially between the crown prince and the 4th prince. There is a full 5 years difference in age. If the eldest prince and the second prince were born to improve their competitiveness, then the crown prince, the legitimate son, was born to inherit the country. There was such a long interval in between. Gu Shao didn't believe it was a coincidence or that the emperor suddenly died. It is obvious that they are afraid that the remaining princes are too close in age to the crown prince and will have disputes with the crown prince. It was not until the prince's biological mother died that the number of children in the palace gradually increased. In this case, how can Gu Shao fight for it? Even if he is not a salted fish, he can't get it. My cheap dad is so biased. Isn't it obvious who is the true love, and who is the gift given as a gift after topping up his phone bill? TL note, he is pointing that other princes are kind of mistakes, or that they were allowed to be born just to assist the crown prince. Unfortunately, his mother couldn't understand it now, and thought that the emperor no longer loved her. The key point is that the emperor never seemed to love her. What Gu Shao didn't understand was how he was born under such circumstances. It shouldn't have happened. Gu Shao was puzzled, and then suddenly, he remembered the red pill he saw when he first opened his eyes. No way. Is it so cruel? His eyes changed slightly, and Gu Shao couldn't help but shudder. My dad wants to kill me. This thought flashed through Gu Shao's mind quickly. It's not that Gu Shao suffers from paranoia, but all signs indicate that the emperor and the crown prince are the most suspicious. You see, the current queen has no children yet. Even if she has a child, the biggest threat to her is still the crown prince, so Gu Shao has to take the back seat. As for other concubines, those who have children haven't even established their own children yet, so how can they start to eliminate threats? As for those who don't even have children, unless they are desperate, no matter how angry they are, they can only curse behind their backs. Besides, his mother was a royal concubine after all, and ordinary people couldn't reach here. But if it was the crown prince, it doesn't make sense. If the crown prince really wanted to kill him, he would not have saved his mother. He would have just avoided that road and done nothing but watch the mother and son get into trouble. So after ruling out the suspicion of other people, the more Gu Shao looked at his cheap father, the more suspicious he felt. Gu Shao took note of this account. While thinking, the nanny gradually recovered from her panic and became rational. Madam, the auspicious time is almost over. Let's hold the 3rd baptism ceremony for the little prince first. We can't just keep dragging it on like this until the emperor comes. When she noticed that she was crying, the little baby next to her seemed to feel something and looked like it was about to cry but didn't. Concubine Wrong wiped away her tears almost subconsciously. I'm sorry. It's mother's fault. It's mother's fault. Concubine Wrong felt extremely guilty because she had caused him to start worrying about her. Soon, order was restored in the main hall, and the baptism ceremony was carried out in an orderly manner. Then Gu Xiao saw the original owner of Shu Lanzhai. Zhao Chongrong originally didn't want to come because she was afraid of causing trouble, but she couldn't pretend to be blind, right? Zhao Chongrong had no choice but to ask her maid to pick out a pair of bracelets and brought them to the main hall. It was a pair of plain silver bracelets. Although they were made of plain silver, the patterns on them were extremely beautiful and had good meanings. It was obvious at first glance that they were carefully selected styles. There are 2 bells on it, which jingle when shaken, and it is lively and cute. This was a gift that Zhao Chongrong had prepared for her daughter. However, the incident happened suddenly, and there was really no other gift that could be given to the child. After thinking about it, Zhao Chongrong asked the maid to take it out from the warehouse. As a result, Concubine Wrong didn't appreciate it at all. Concubine Wrong didn't know the inside story. She just felt that the silver bracelet was too plain, and the pattern was only popular a few years ago. Concubine Wrong has seen a lot of fine things, so ordinary things are naturally not to her liking. Is this Zhao Chongrong trying to fool her? However, on such a happy day, Concubine Wrong was too lazy to argue with the other party. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Noticing the indifference and undisguised contempt in Concubine Wrong's eyes, Zhao Chongrong almost crushed the handkerchief in her hand. Yes, Your Majesty. She lowered her head, and the original expectation gradually turned into cruelty and resentment without knowing when. Seeing that a pair of bracelets was about to cause a bloody murder, Gu Xiao hurriedly reached out his hand. The little baby seemed to be attracted by the bell in front of him, and his eyes were full of eagerness. Concubine Wrong was stunned. She didn't expect that her son would be so unambitious. He was so interested in just a pair of silver bracelets. Zhao Chongrong was also stunned. She didn't expect that the child in front of her would like it. For a moment, the silhouette of the little baby overlapped with that of his daughter. In my dream, if my daughter could be born safely, she would be fair, tender, and ignorant like this. Zhao Chongrong's dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the nanny nearby took a quick check and found nothing unusual, so she nodded to Concubine Wrong. After getting Concubine Wrong's consent, the nanny gave the bracelet to the little prince in the cradle. Unfortunately, at this time, Gu Xiao was a useless person who couldn't even hold a bracelet. With a click, the bracelet fell back again. Gu Xiao, Concubine Wrong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao Chongrong's eyes trembled slightly. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still standing there? Hearing this, Zhao Chongrong seemed to gain courage, and on impulse, she spoke, My lady, can I hold the little prince in my arms? Concubine Wrong paused while teasing her son. The maids and the others also looked at Zhao Chongrong. The atmosphere seemed a little weird for a moment. Just when Zhao Chongrong thought the woman would definitely refuse, who knew that Concubine Wrong actually agreed. It's just that the tone isn't very good. Be careful not to fall or you'll get hurt. As soon as the swaddling clothes fell into her hands, Zhao Chongrong had no idea what the other person was saying. The child in my arms is so small and soft and looks so cute. Gu Xiao originally wanted to be intimate with the lady in front of him, and he could see that the other party was not being false at the moment. However, just as Gu Xiao was about to make his move, Concubine Wrong narrowed her eyes instantly. Gu Xiao got scared at that time. The child stayed quietly in Zhao Chongrong's arms for a while, and before Concubine Wrong's patience was about to run out, Zhao Chongrong reluctantly returned the child to her. This person must have experienced something before. What does this have to do with me? In just a moment, Concubine Wrong forgot about Zhao Chongrong. After the 3rd bathing ceremony, 2 days later, Concubine Wrong was able to walk normally again. Other people's palaces are definitely not as comfortable as her own. Being able to endure such a shabby environment for so long is already Concubine Wrong's limit. As soon as she was able to get out of bed, Concubine Wrong immediately asked the palace maids and eunuchs to pack up and leave. Zhao Chongrong was the only one left. Without the baby's occasional crying, she actually felt a little uncomfortable. The Shu Lanzhai seems to be even quieter than before. Gu Xiao originally didn't understand why his mother disliked Shu Lanzhai so much. Gu Xiao felt that the environment of Shu Lanzhai was already very good. The furniture was all made of solid wood and was new. What was so unbearable about it, until he came to Qiwu Palace. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned by the hot air that hit him in the face. There's actually a ground dragon here. Even the incense burned in the incense burner is priceless agar wood. The walls around are painted with pepper mud, which looks warm and luxurious. Little thing, from today on, this is where you live. The side hall was prepared as early as when she became pregnant. The Ministry of Internal Affairs spent countless amounts of good materials. Now that September has passed, the flavor has almost disappeared. If it were someone else, they would only feel delighted when seeing such a luxurious palace. However, when concubine Rong asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to renovate the side hall, she secretly made many people jealous. However, Gu Shao felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The palace is nice, but the walls are painted with cinnabar. Anyone who has been to school should know what cinnabar is. So now the question is, how should he tell his mother? Completely unaware, concubine Rong was still holding her son, enthusiastically introducing the various arrangements in the room and inhaling the poisonous gas around her. Gu Shao, help, the other side. Finally, concubine Rong left. The things in the main hall needed to be taken apart and washed. The maids and eunuchs were busy for a while. Zhao Chongrong was the mistress of a palace after all, so it was impossible for her to use things that had been used by others. It is the same even if that person is a royal concubine. Zhao Chongrong sat there absent-mindedly, not knowing what he was thinking about. Soon her thoughts were interrupted. It turned out to be Zhao Chongrong's personal maid, who accidentally discovered something while giving orders. Huh, what is this? She subconsciously stretched out her hand, and a bright red pill appeared in her palm. When Zhao Chongrong heard the noise, she looked over unconsciously. Zhao Chongrong thought it was a red bean or something else, but when she put it on the table and dipped her finger in tea, it actually melted. It's medicine. Zhao Chongrong was immediately stunned. Go and ask the beast taming house for a rabbit. It was not known whether it was because Zhao Chongrong wanted them urgently or because the beast taming house was negligent, but in the end the young eunuch only brought back 2 little rabbits that looked not much bigger than a palm. The medicine was given in the morning and the rabbit died that evening. Seeing that one of the rabbits gradually died, Zhao Chongrong was so shocked that he almost cried out. After she realized what was happening, she covered her mouth tightly, her eyes full of horror. Zhao Chongrong didn't think anyone would harm her. She was not young anymore, and her appearance was not top-notch before, let alone now. She didn't have any children, so she couldn't stand in anyone's way. If there is anything eye-catching in Shulanzhai recently, it is only concubine Rong who just gave birth. That medicine is for the little prince. In this palace there are very few people who dare to attack the little prince. Zhao Chongrong suddenly thought of something, and a layer of sweat instantly appeared on his back. With a crash, the cup in front of him accidentally fell out and broke into pieces. "My madam, I'm fine, don't make it known," Zhao Chongrong shouted immediately. Looking around at her confidants in the room, she spoke word by word. "No one of you is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Do you hear me?" Although they were puzzled after being startled, everyone still responded subconsciously, "Yes, yes, madam." After everyone had left, Zhao Chongrong realized that most of her body was cold. Zhao Chongrong has no other talents in her life, and she has survived to this day entirely because of her intelligence. Considering the recent trend in the palace, how could she not guess what was going on? I just couldn't imagine that person could be so cruel that he wouldn't even let his own child go. You know, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so what kind of heart does one have to have the heart to hurt an innocent child? Zhao Chongrong suddenly felt that beneath Emperor Jingwen's seemingly majestic face, his heart was so cold and terrifying. It's really chilling. Did he really regard those people other than the late queen and the crown prince as extraordinary people? At the same time, in the Qinzheng Hall, Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt an itchy nose for some reason. Achoo! Emperor Jingwen didn't think anything of it, but the chief eunuch beside him was frightened. "Your Majesty, have you caught a cold? Do you want to call the imperial physician to take a look?" "No need." The emperor waved his hand. Then he thought of something and said, "Oh right, ask Xiao Dongzi to pick some things from my private storehouse and send them to the imperial concubine. I think the imperial concubine must be sad this time." After waiting for a few days, he couldn't bear it anymore. Thinking of the time when concubine Rong got angry with him and her eyes turned red, Emperor Jingwen paused holding the red brush. "By the way, give the Dongzhu pearl that she has always wanted. Oh, and this too." The emperor pointed to the fine jadeite killin on the jade table, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "This, take it to the 9th prince to play with." It seems that the emperor may not have no feelings for the imperial concubine at all. Yes, the eunuch Wang Ziquan's mind moved, and then he suppressed the thought in an instant. After that, Emperor Jingwen said nothing and made no sound. The other side. Concubine Rong originally wanted to put the child in her arms on the bed to let him get used to it, but as soon as she let go, the next moment, the little baby in the cradle started crying as if his life was threatened. He exerted so much force that he nearly passed out. Concubine Rong was shocked. She had never seen the child cry so miserably since he was born. How can Gu Shao not work hard? In a toxic environment full of mercury, it is still a question whether he can survive past his first birthday. Although there is no evidence, Gu Shao heard people say in modern times that the emperor of a certain dynasty had children who died one after another, and even the emperor himself was not in good health. It is probably because he used cinnabar as paint to paint the red walls. The maids and wet nurses around concubine Rong came forward one after another, looking at and touching Gu Shao with nervous expressions. Finally, even the imperial physician was alarmed. After the imperial physician came to check, it was found that there was nothing abnormal about the little prince except that he was a little stunted. The imperial physician couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back to what had just happened, when imperial concubine Rong looked as if she was going to tear you to pieces if you can't cure him, the imperial physician groaned inwardly. In the past, concubine Rong was difficult to deal with, and now that she has a little prince, she is even more difficult to deal with. After staring at the baby for a while, the imperial physician tentatively guessed, perhaps the little prince doesn't want to leave the imperial concubine. Upon hearing this, concubine Rong frowned and was about to put the swaddling clothes on the bed again. Sure enough, the little thing started crying again as soon as it touched the quilt. After this happened several times, Rong Gaifai completely lost his temper. The imperial physician heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I guessed it right. How troublesome. Concubine Rong couldn't help but mutter, but she didn't seem angry. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. The nanny at the side couldn't help but joked. The little prince is close to the imperial concubine and can't leave her. Concubine Rong burst out laughing. Gu Shao, this. Forget it as long as you are happy. The imperial physician standing by realized that he had nothing to do here and withdrew tactfully. The moment the curtain was opened, in a corner where no one noticed, the imperial physician couldn't help but let out a sigh. A loving mother often spoils her son. With the way the imperial concubine raises children, it would be strange if the ninth prince does not have problems when he grows up. Shaking his head, the imperial physician left Qiwu Palace without stopping. Gu Shao didn't know whether the imperial concubine would spoil him by doing this. He only knew that if the imperial concubine hadn't been reluctant, her son might not even have the chance to grow up. Because Gu Shao was too resistant, concubine Rong simply decided to keep him in the main hall until he was 1 year old. The nanny next to her wanted to say that it was against the rules, but she directly refuted it. I want to see which little hoof dares to gossip. Since she said so, what else can Mammy say? Gu Shao lay on his mother's soft big bed, happily playing with the longevity lock around his neck. The longevity lock was sent from the Duke of Zhen's mansion on the 3rd day of the baby's birth. It was said that his grandfather had specially asked the best carving master to carve it. In his previous life, Gu Shao was quite knowledgeable. This longevity lock felt warm to the touch and was obviously made of top-quality material. Gu Shao couldn't help but feel a great favor for this grandfather whom he had never met. Just when he was feeling drowsy from the heating in the house, a report suddenly came from outside. It turned out that the emperor sent someone to deliver something. Tusk, my cheap dad, finally remembered to ask for compensation. Looking at the various rare treasures being brought into the house one by one, Gu Shao had to admit that his cheap father probably spent a lot of money this time. These things are rare even for the emperor. However, Gu Shao really didn't care about these mere external objects. Your Majesty, these were specially selected by the emperor. Look at this oriental pearl. It's bigger than the tribute this year, and this unicorn look, its quality is so good. The emperor spent a lot of effort to find it. Wang Ziquan was worthy of being someone close to the emperor, and he praised several items to the sky. Gu Shao was not very interested at first, but when he heard that the emperor had taken great pains to find the raw materials and had the craftsman from the imperial household department carve it, he immediately became interested. Seeing the little prince stretching out his hand as if wanting it, Wang Ziquan was delighted. Without waiting for the nanny beside him to speak, he handed over the pair of green little unicorns. This thing was originally meant for the ninth prince to play with. It would be great if the ninth prince was interested in it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ziquan had figured out how to describe it to Emperor Jingwen later, and also figured out what needed to be polished so that it would appear warm and joyful. However, things did not develop as he imagined. Wang Ziquan vaguely saw the little prince seem to wink at him, but when he looked closely, it seemed like an illusion. The quality of the jade kiln is good, but it doesn't have much water. However, it seems that this kind of dry green was more popular in ancient times. I just don't know what it would be like if it fell. You can experiment. Thinking of this, Gu Shao threw one of the kilns out in front of everyone. Halfway through his words, Wang Ziquan felt a flash before his eyes, followed by the sound of jade falling to the ground. Bang, the kiln fell to pieces. Broken into pieces. Broken. The voice stopped abruptly, the smile on his face froze, and Wang Ziquan's eyes suddenly widened. Wang Ziquan subconsciously took a breath of cold air. The things bestowed by the emperor cannot be destroyed. This. What should I do, really? There is still this rule. Gu Shao raised his eyebrows. The next moment it was the familiar parabola again. Good things come in pairs. Since that one is gone, there is no need to keep this one. After a long time looking at the mess on the ground, Wang Ziquan instinctively turned around. Gu Shao looked at him innocently. Sorry, my hand slipped. Beating someone with a stick and giving him a sweet date, this is not enough for a sweet date. Wang Ziquan broke out in a cold sweat, and in that instant, only one thought remained in his mind. Vanished. Eunuch Wang Ziquan felt that he had encountered the most difficult challenge in his career. because no one has ever had the courage to do this before. Not to mention him, even concubine Rong beside him was stunned. After realizing what was happening, the eunuchs and palace maids around them knelt on the ground, their legs trembling and sweating profusely. There was a dead silence in the air, but Gu Shao on the side was still playing happily as if nothing had happened. Compared with others around him, he looked so comfortable. As it happens, even if he was like this, no one dared to scold him. In the end, Wang Ziquan didn't even know how he walked out. He was just thinking frantically in his mind about how to report to the emperor later. Oh my god, why did I do that just now? If I didn't give him the pair of Kilin, wouldn't everything be fine? Wang Ziquan's face turned pale, and he wished he could slap himself twice. The eunuch behind him was like a mute, not daring to say a word. He almost dug out his eyes and pretended that he didn't see it. However, no matter how slowly they walked, the road from Qiwu Palace to Qinzheng Palace was only so long, and Wang Ziquan and the other eunuchs still had to face reality. After standing at the door for 2 full breaths, Wang Ziquan finally mustered up the courage to lift the curtain in front of him. He can't be slow, after all, the emperor is still waiting for him to come back and report. As expected, Emperor Jingwen had not rested yet late into the night and was still reviewing memorials with the lights on. Emperor Jingwen was much more diligent than the previous emperor, but also much more strict. If it were the late emperor, Wang Ziquan might not have been so panicked. Such a thought flashed through his mind quickly, and before Emperor Jingwen looked over, Wang Ziquan had already secretly put in his utmost effort. The next moment, a voice followed closely. Has the stuff been delivered? Emperor Jingwen didn't even raise his head. In his opinion, rewarding the women in the harem with some rare treasures was not a big deal. It's delivered. Noticing the eunuch's nervousness, Emperor Jingwen paused holding the pen and asked, why? The imperial concubine doesn't like it. While speaking, Emperor Jingwen's brows had already frowned quietly. No, no, no. Wang Ziquan waved his hands repeatedly. Your Majesty, imperial concubine liked it. The imperial concubine likes it very much, especially the box of pearls. The imperial concubine said that she will ask the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make some jewelry for her to wear tomorrow. Oh, Emperor Jingwen felt relieved all of a sudden, and his brows relaxed. What about the little Kilin? Have you told the imperial concubine? I had to find the material with great difficulty when I was the crown prince. The Kilin he had created had been on his desk for more than 10 years, so Emperor Jingwen wanted to give the child something precious. He heard that the child was born prematurely, so he wanted him to share in the blessing. It would have been better if Emperor Jingwen hadn't said anything. After he said that, Wang Ziquan's heart suddenly tightened. Here it comes, the biggest test is finally here. Why don't you say? Before Emperor Jingwen finished speaking, Wang Ziquan could no longer bear it and knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty, that Kilin fell. Facing the gaze of Emperor Jingwen, Wang Ziquan suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. The next moment, the emperor's furious voice was heard. Bold, how dare concubine Rong disrespect the emperor? The things bestowed by the emperor symbolize favor and glory. When you take them back, you can only keep them and never knock or bump them. If you knock or bump them, you will be beheaded, not to mention just throwing them away. Emperor Jingwen felt his anger rising to the top of his head. It seems that I have spoiled her too much on weekdays. Someone come, yes. Seeing that something serious was about to happen, Wang Ziquan spoke at the fastest speed in his life. Your Majesty, it's not the imperial concubine, it's the little prince. Because Gu Shao is still young and has not yet been given an order of seniority, he is simply called the little prince. Emperor Jingwen was stunned. You mean, it wasn't the imperial concubine who dropped it, but the little prince? Yes. Wang Ziquan told the whole process without hesitation. Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment. If they were imperial concubines, they could be dealt with. Even if they were not imperial concubines, but the eldest prince, Emperor Jingwen would definitely punish them severely. But the little prince is only a few days old now. What should we do? The guards on the side waited for a long time without any follow-up, and the head guard could not help but ask tentatively, Your Majesty, look at this, do you still want to order punishment? Penalty, how? It is ridiculous to punish a child who can't even speak. No need. Emperor Jingwen sat down with a stern face, and no one noticed that his heart was bleeding at this moment. There are some that are of better quality than the Kilin. He has a lot of them in his private vault. But this Kilin is more commemorative, as it has been with him for 10 whole years. But what could Emperor Jingwen do? Resisting the urge to vomit blood, Emperor Jingwen waved his hands to everyone. Everyone, please leave. Let me be quiet for a while. Unable to control himself, he asked again, did the little prince really dropped it? Wang Ziquan nodded. Absolutely true. Emperor Jingwen in the Qiwu Palace. After eunuch Wang and the others left, concubine Rong raised her hand to spank her son. How dare you throw anything? Do you want to die? The nanny beside her was shocked when she saw this. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Such a young child, it would be a shame to beat him up again. However, concubine Rong was just pretending and didn't use any strength in the slap. Sitting down on the bed, concubine Rong looked worried. What should I do? Even she should know that damaging something given by the emperor is a grave sin. Back then, her father received a wine cup as a gift from the late emperor, and even built a shrine to worship it. However, she and her brothers and sisters-in-law were not allowed to even look at it, let alone touch it. But this little thing is so brave that it not only touches but also throws things down. Now that Kiwu Palace is in this state again, how can concubine Rong not be worried? Seeing this, Gu Shao on the side still showed no sign of remorse. It's not that he came from modern times and doesn't know the majesty of the imperial power. The main reason is that he is just a child and the emperor's biological son. No matter how petty the emperor was, he would never beat him. Since he couldn't hit or scold his son, the little prince, the emperor could only endure it. What happened next was similar to what Gu Shao had guessed. The emperor didn't say anything and there was no punishment. It's just that he hasn't looked very happy since he went to court for the past few days. Gu Shao then silently added a sentence to the label of the emperor in his heart. He is not a tyrant who does not know right from wrong. If you are a little careful, you can bully him. At the same time, the harem was in an uproar. Originally, the matter of concubine Rong's childbirth was almost becoming a joke in the palace. Everyone knows now that concubine Rong had a hasty labor and almost gave birth in the imperial garden. Just by listening to other people's descriptions, the concubines could imagine how miserable concubine Rong was at that time. She is a noble concubine with graceful appearance and extraordinary temperament. If this were mentioned in public, you can imagine how interesting the imperial concubine's expression would be. Unfortunately, no one had the courage to do so. If they were torn apart by the angry and humiliated imperial concubine, it would be a waste of time and effort. They thought that the emperor would be very pleased with the birth of a son, and with his favor, it would not be difficult for her to be conferred with the title of imperial noble consort. The queen of Changchun Palace was so nervous that she couldn't sleep for several nights. What was unexpected was that after concubine Rong gave birth to a healthy prince, her rank was not promoted, but she was treated with unprecedented coldness. It would have been fine if the emperor was busy handling government affairs on the day of the birth, but he didn't even attend the subsequent third-day bathing ceremony, which clearly showed that he didn't value this prince. Even the powerful Duke Zhen was severely reprimanded for this. Thinking back to the day when the imperial concubine was about to give birth, she had an argument with the emperor. Everyone felt that the imperial concubine might have been too petty and eventually angered the emperor. There were too many people in the palace who were laughing at the joke, and only a very few people with discerning eyes understood that this was not the case. There is no way the emperor would punish the imperial concubine for such a small matter. After all, the root of the problem lies with the little prince. If only the crown prince hadn't saved concubine Rong. The two groups of people couldn't help but think so at the same time. After noticing the emperor's attitude, everyone was waiting to see Kiwu Palace make a fool of himself. Let's see how proud she will be in the future. Without the emperor's blessing, can the imperial concubine still be the imperial concubine she used to be? It was not until today, when the little prince smashed the pair of emerald unicorns, that everyone suddenly woke up. No matter how much the emperor dislikes him, the prince is still a prince after all. He is the emperor's bloodline and is different from a concubine. Even if the other party dropped the gift from the emperor would not say anything. What if he tried changing a concubine? To put it bluntly, some concubines had not been in the palace for as long as the pair of unicorns. At the thought of this, the atmosphere of gloating in the harem suddenly wilted like a popped balloon in the Kiwu Palace. When concubine Rong heard that rumors about her had been circulating in the palace, she was so annoyed that it was beyond words. What's so funny about women giving birth? It's as if they don't have this day. If it were their turn, they might be worse than we. Just like the founding emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, wasn't Emperor Geazu born in the wild? At that time, Geazu's mother was working in the fields and had no time to return home, so she found a haystack and gave birth to the child on her back. Geazu was still healthy and eventually led troops to fight and became emperor. There were also women who gave birth in carriages, under willow trees, in pavilions, and in Buddhist temples. Do these women not want to live? Seeing that concubine Rong thought this way, the nanny and Gu Shao beside her both felt relieved. That's right, it's just a woman giving birth. It's such a normal thing. Is there any need to make such a fuss about it? Nanny and Gu Shao nodded in agreement secretly. After getting angry, concubine Rong said indignantly, "Just wait for me. When the little one grows stronger and is 2 months old, she will take it out. They will be so envious then." Concubine Rong secretly made a decision in her heart that she would make sure they looked good when the time came. On the other side, the Qinzheng Hall. After listening to the report from the man in brown clothes, Emperor Jingwen was speechless and put down the imperial brush in his hand. "In your eyes, do I have such a leisurely life every day?" Even the trivial matters in the harem had to be reported to him. It's nothing more than a sour quarrel between women, which is really not worthy of being discussed in public. The man was immediately stuck when he heard this. But apart from this, there really isn't anything important happening in the harem recently. Okay, you can leave now. As if sensing the other party's confusion, Emperor Jingwen waved his hand impatiently. He still had to continue reviewing memorials. Oh, right. Then he thought of something, and just before the other party disappeared, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but add, if it's still like this in the future, there's no need to come here and talk to me. Yes, after the man left, Emperor Jingwen subconsciously reached for a corner of the jade table, but as expected, his hand found nothing. Emperor Jingwen, I forgot that the pair of emerald unicorns are no longer there. Now, in his spare time, he doesn't even have anything to play with. After a long time, Emperor Jingwen could not help it and asked Wang Ziquan to bring a pair of lions and place them on it. But this new one is not as convenient as the old one after all. While reviewing memorials, Emperor Jingwen became distracted, which was rare for him. The days passed one by one, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the emperor did not come once, and he looked like he would not give up until he had clearly drawn a line between himself and this son who was not part of his plan. He loved the crown prince to the core. At first, concubine Rong would cry and make a fuss, and even sent people to block the emperor. However, because she went too far, she was almost accused by the emperor of spying on him. After that, concubine Rong never dared to do that again. If it were in the past, concubine Rong would have felt as miserable as if she were dead if she was treated like this by Emperor Jingwen. When she was first welcomed into the palace, concubine Rong would be sad for a long time whenever Emperor Jingwen did not come to Kiwu Palace. But no, for some reason, concubine Rong always felt that the feelings in her heart were not as strong anymore. The main reason is that the little guy is really too active and can't sit still. He often wants to be hugged and touched. Even hugging and touching is not enough. I also have to kiss his face from time to time and play close to him. How could there be such a clingy little thing in this world? Perhaps because she was too busy, concubine Rong gradually forgot to be sad. She has been obsessed with making a hat for Gu Shao recently. The reason was that she was afraid that his head would be cold, so Suzin wrapped a handkerchief around him when she opened the window for ventilation. Then, concubine Rong seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and suddenly became interested in Gu Shao's head. The child is like a snowball, with tender and smooth skin, and looks good in anything he wears. Even concubine Rong's dog-eat-dog craftsmanship now seems amazing. No wonder she is interested in these things. The little prince has become more and more handsome recently. Since the 20th day, the baby's appearance has changed almost every day, which surprised the nanny beside him. If we wait until the future, when the little prince reaches the age to get married, I wonder what the situation will be like. But I don't know if the two of them will be able to see that day. The two maids had smiling faces, and there was no sign of regret in their hearts. When he comes to discuss marriage in the future, I will make sure to choose carefully for him. Girls who are not from aristocratic families will not be selected. Even girls from famous noble families will not be able to catch my eye. Concubine Rong was extremely picky. Gu Shao discovered that his mother in this life was not only a villain, but also a very difficult mother-in-law. In modern times, the woman would be able to run for a train at night in no time. If this continues, can his cheap dad's patience really last until he grows up? Just when Gu Shao was thinking about something, the imperial edict finally arrived. Gu Shao is now 1 month old. Even if his stepfather is still holding him back, it is time to give him a name. Otherwise, you can't let his mother call him little thing all the time, right, Yishuo? He is not very outstanding, and even seems very mediocre compared with the eldest Princey Lion Cheng, the second Princey Hezhai, and the crown Princey Chengzuo. 3 words have become 2 words, the contrast is too obvious. As expected, the closer it gets to the end, the more perfunctory they become. I really wonder if my cheap father has a few more children, will they just become passers-by like Yi? Gu Shao, who has changed his name to Yishuo, didn't think it was a big deal. After all, his cheap father has been hypocritical for a long time, but concubine Rong obviously couldn't accept it. She could tolerate Emperor Jingwen's inexplicable neglect, but she would never accept her children being treated differently. But now she really had no other choice but to swear secretly. Sooner or later, I will let him know that the child he favors is nothing comparable to this little thing. The former Gu Shao, the current Yishuo, that's not necessary. Really, I can bear it. Change your way of thinking. It's difficult to step on everyone, but it's easy to be more useless than everyone else. You can still achieve your goal. By then, my cheap dad will still regret giving me such an ordinary name. Perhaps because she was feeling resentful, concubine Rong was dissatisfied with everything recently and even couldn't stand staying in Kiwu Palace. Choosing a rare sunny day, concubine Rong asked a nanny to hold the child, and the group went out in a grand manner. Sometimes, people can only see people who are luckier than themselves, but cannot see people who are less fortunate than themselves. Just like concubine Rong, she could only see the eldest prince, the second prince, and the crown prince who had good names, but she couldn't see the 4th prince who had a name even more perfunctorily than her own son. Yiming is the 6th prince born to an ordinary palace maid. He just turned 5 this year and has just been ranked. Because his mother was of humble origin, he was like a nobody. After the death of the palace maid, Emperor Jingwen did not even point out a foster mother for him. His name was also randomly given to him when he happened to look up and saw the plaque above his head when he named the sixth prince. Normally, the sixth prince and his maidservant never dared to meet the ladies, for fear of causing a conflict. But today, by coincidence, they happened to meet the one whom they could not afford to offend the most. The sixth prince immediately noticed the silk swaddling clothes in the nanny's arms. The pattern on the swaddling clothes alone was worth more than his entire body. After just one glance, the sixth prince lowered his head and dared not look again. I am so envious of my younger brother, who has such a beautiful mother and a status that is born nobler than others. The rank of noble consort is only below the empress and the imperial noble consort. Now that the position of imperial noble consort is vacant, there is only the noble consort left. If the queen makes a mistake, the imperial concubine can perform the queen's duties, hence the saying that her position is equal to that of the vice queen. Now in the entire palace, the only one whose status can be compared with the newborn prince is the crown prince. The others, even the eldest prince, are slightly inferior to him. Under such circumstances, it is not an exaggeration to say that Yeshua was born under the spotlight of everyone. Except for the crown prince, he is the most precious person in the entire palace. Even though concubine Rong has been a little unhappy recently, as long as her position remains, the little prince's status will not be shaken. This is why Emperor Jingwen has acted this way recently. However, the sixth prince is only 5 years old now. Even if he is precocious, he can't think so much in his little head. He just simply felt that he was so envious. Please, please be well, Madam Rong. When passing by, the slightly trembling and shivering sound of the child made the graceful and elegant concubine Rong subconsciously stop. In the past, she never paid attention to the people and things under her feet, but after giving birth to a child, she seemed to have suddenly become sensitive to children. Whose child is this? Why have I never seen him before? Glancing at the ground, concubine Rong noticed that the cuffs of the child's clothes were frayed and no one was helping to sew them. She couldn't help but frown. The nanny beside him couldn't help but blush after hearing this. Your Majesty, this is the sixth prince. Then the nanny lowered her voice and said, You have seen it before. Really? Why don't I have any impression of it? Concubine Rong was puzzled, because at that time you never even lowered your head to look at the sixth prince, Your Majesty. The sixth prince was young and small in stature. The nanny had noticed that every new year when the palace maids took him to kowtow to the emperor and the empress, the imperial concubine had passed by him twice. Before the sixth prince could even call out the stumbling Empress Rong, concubine Rong had already disappeared. Concubine Rong, this is impossible, mammy. Please don't slander me. Concubine Rong flatly denied it. There was no way she could be so cruel to a child. Upon hearing this, the nanny looked at her helplessly and said, How dare I lie to you? Concubine Rong was forced to accept the fact that she was once a scumbag. Yeshu watched with great interest from the side. Now that he is 1 month old, his ears can hear more clearly and his eyes can see farther, so he can fully see his mother's embarrassment. You should get up. Seeing that the sixth prince really didn't dare to say a word, concubine Rong coughed lightly and spoke indifferently. Caught off guard, the sixth prince was stunned. In the past, Empress Rong never wanted to talk to me, so why today? I'm asking you to get up. Concubine Rong was a little impatient. The sixth prince was startled and stood still. The palace maid beside him also felt her heart skip a beat. When concubine Rong saw them, she became even more displeased. She was not that scary at all. Why were the two of them like quails? If it were in the past, concubine Rong would have turned around and walked away without even looking at the two of them. But today, for some reason, she actually asked a few more questions. It's still so cold. Why are you wearing only 2 pieces of clothing and coming out? Are the servants being so slow? Looking at Yeshu in the nanny's arms, he was wrapped in 3 layers of clothes. He was neither too hot nor too cold, but very warm. Hearing this, the maidservant beside the sixth prince turned pale and fell to her knees with a plop. The imperial concubine suddenly asked this, What should we do? The palace maid couldn't help but secretly glance at the face of the sixth prince next to her, and a hint of pleading flashed in her eyes. To say that she did not serve him wholeheartedly would be a lie. The prince was still a prince after all, and he was not someone that servants like them could humiliate. But if I say I have done my best, it would be a lie. By following other princes, her future would be bright and rewards would be inevitable. However, following the sixth prince of low status, she would get nothing. As time went by, the palace servants around him naturally became negligent. No need to look at him, I want to hear what he says himself. Concubine Rong gave a look, and the young eunuch next to her did not hesitate and pressed the maid to the ground. Sensing that something was wrong, the maid could not help but plead loudly, Sixth prince, save me. There was an obvious struggle in the child's eyes, but after a long time the struggle calmed down again and the initial timidity was much less. Under concubine Rong's playful gaze, the sixth prince bowed to her politely. It's just that the palace servants were negligent. It's not their fault. If I can stand up, they naturally won't dare to stand up. If I can't stand up, it won't make any difference no matter how many batches of palace servants I change. Is this really something a 5-year-old could say? Yishuo couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yishuo couldn't help but look at him. 2 seconds later, Yishuo's eyelids twitched violently. Although the child in front of him was weak, he was also patient. Although he was shivering, his eyes were bright, as if there was a fire hidden in them. This person is definitely not content with the status quo and will most likely become an ambitious person in the future. Yishuo made this judgment in his heart. Concubine Rong, who was standing by, was also shocked when she heard this, but she was not panicked because this child was far inferior to her son. Although the sixth prince's words did not arouse concubine Rong's sense of crisis, they did arouse her interest, the kind of interest that comes from teasing a pet. It just so happens that I am going to take Shuer out for some fun today, so you can come along. Tone which sounded like alms made the sixth prince a little stunned. However, before he could say anything, concubine Rong and her entourage were ready to leave. After hesitating for a long time, the sixth prince finally followed. They said they were playing together, but in fact it was just the sixth prince playing with Yishuo. Although Yishuo is only 1 month old now, concubine Rong has already found a future follower for him. Concubine Rong was planning to let her son sit in that position. If she wanted to compete with the crown prince, she had to find help. The sixth prince, who was of humble status, was a good choice. Yishuo, realizing what his mother was thinking, Yishuo was speechless. Who would dare to want such assistance? Maybe instead of providing assistance, I'll just give up and let this guy reap the benefits. Concubine Rong didn't think too much about it, but subconsciously felt that the poor little thing would definitely not dare. They arrived at a lawn where someone had laid out several thick layers of bedding. Then the nanny slowly and carefully placed the little prince in her arms. When the sixth prince was pushed over, he was confused at first. After he came to his senses, he couldn't help but clench his palms. When the sixth prince guessed what concubine Rong meant, his first reaction was humiliation, but soon he thought of something and his eyes gradually became calm. When you lower your head and raise your head, you see 2 different faces. Yishuo, good job. In this case, he might as well borrow concubine Rong's power. At the very least, his situation will be better than it is now. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and the sixth prince understood the pros and cons as if he had learned it by himself. Soon, the sixth prince took the rattle handed to him by the nanny very naturally. When concubine Rong saw this, she couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Yishuo's face was full of black lines. It is a beautiful spring day today, and many concubines have come to the imperial garden. Each of them is dressed up carefully, as if they want to blend into the spring. Since concubine Rong can remember to take her children out to bask in the sun, others can naturally do so as well. The fourth prince and the fifth prince were the sons of concubine Xian and concubine Shu respectively. Because their mothers had a good relationship, the two often stayed together. As for the seventh prince, he was the child of Su Girong from concubine Shu's palace. Since they came from the same palace, the fifth prince would often play with the seventh prince, who was only 4 years old. It was said to be playing, but in fact it was just not playing with the seventh prince. The fifth prince often bullied the seventh prince because he was young and ignorant, and the fourth prince kept shaking his head when he saw this. The fourth prince, who was already 10 years old, reminded the fifth prince many times, but the fifth prince never changed his ways and turned a deaf ear to the warnings. The two were about to quarrel again. Seeing that his fourth brother was about to get angry again, the fifth prince quickly diverted his attention. "Fifth brother, look who's coming." The fourth prince frowned. "You are trying to play tricks on me again." "I really didn't lie this time. If you don't believe me, just look." The fifth prince wanted to turn his head away, but thinking of his brother's character, the fifth prince immediately gave up the idea. The fourth prince then turned around doubtfully. It turned out to be the newly born prince. The news of the little prince's birth has spread throughout the harem, and the excitement has lasted for a whole month. However, the fifth prince was somewhat disdainful. He is also the son of the emperor. How precious can he be? The fifth prince was spoiled by nature, so he was naturally dissatisfied when he heard such news. He rolled his eyes and looked at the little baby lying there. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Why don't we? Don't even think about it. The fourth prince rejected it without hesitation. I'm warning you, concubine Rong is not someone you can afford to offend. You'd better give up this idea. The fourth prince was already old enough to know affairs at the age of 10, and he had long since learned how to behave. But how could the fifth prince listen to him? "If you don't want to do it, I can do it by myself, right?" You seeing that he not only did not stop, but became more and more aggressive, the fourth prince threw his sleeves in anger and walked away. The fifth prince couldn't help but make a face at his back. But having said that, you really can't do this by yourself. When the fifth prince lowered his head, he happened to see the confused seventh prince. In an instant, the fifth prince came up with a plan. On the other side, Yishu was basking in the sun comfortably, thinking that it was great to be a child. If he were an adult, he would never be so carefree. As for the two sneaky figures on the rockery not far away, Yishu didn't take them seriously. He just thought that they were princes from a palace just like himself. The opponent's hiding skills are really not that good. Look, even the sixth prince beside him discovered it. After a few breaths, the other party seemed to throw something over. Seeing those parabolas, Yishu instinctively felt that something was wrong. Tsukyu also felt something and couldn't help but exclaim. The sixth prince was stunned at first, then he used his body to tightly block the swaddling clothes that were so close to him. Yishuo's eyes blurred, and then he saw the sixth prince's tense little face. Gulu, something fell on the lawn. It turned out to be a small stone. The sixth prince himself didn't know what he was thinking. By the time he reacted, he had already picked up one of the bullets. While no one was paying attention, he gritted his teeth and scratched his forehead with it. The next second, blood gushed out. Then came the angry scolding of concubine Wrong and the voice of the nanny shouting to arrest people. At first, the fifth prince didn't take it seriously. It was just a handful of stones. What could go wrong? He just doesn't like the kid and wants to teach him a lesson. So what? He and his fourth brother used to fight all the time when they were young. How come concubine Wrong's son is so precious that he can't be touched at all? It was not until the fifth prince saw the child standing in front of the cradle, looking back at him with blood on his face. The fifth prince's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over, something happened. He instinctively wanted to run, but it was too late now. He was caught red-handed by concubine Wrong. The entire imperial garden suddenly became chaotic. Looking at the sixth prince who was bleeding, then at the fifth prince who was calm and composed, and then at the seventh prince who was obviously tricked and now scared silly, Yishuo, who had watched the whole process, had his chest heaving and was stunned. After 2 breaths, he couldn't control himself and cursed fiercely in his heart. Grass, TL note, grass slang equal an informer, police informer one who betrays a group of criminals, etc. to the authorities. Each of them is a tough guy. He is just a few years old and he is already like this. What will happen when he grows up? Yishu felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. This scene made him even more determined to never participate in the fight for the throne. After hearing Tsukyu's exclamation, concubine Wrong appeared in front of Yishu almost immediately. Subconsciously, she hurriedly pushed away the obstacle in front of her, and then nervously checked Yishu's condition, fearing that he might be hurt. Seeing that the little baby only had a little dust on his face and was not injured, concubine Wrong breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't think too much about it at the time, so she didn't notice what the obstacle was that she pushed away. Caught off guard, the sixth prince felt himself being thrown away by a strong force. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen heavily to the ground. Seeing that everyone was surrounding the little prince nervously, without even giving him a glance, the sixth prince was extremely silent for a while. Then he brushed off the grass debris on his body and stood up. Yishu felt that he was being manipulated and was completely dizzy. After a long while, concubine Wrong finally remembered to look back, and then she saw the scratch on the sixth prince's forehead. Concubine Wrong was stunned at first, then became furious. If the sixth prince had not reacted in time, it would be her son who would have been injured. Concubine Wrong couldn't bear to think about how painful it would be if such a long cut appeared on her son's head. The more serious the sixth prince's injuries were, the angrier concubine Wrong became. Without giving it much thought, she spoke loudly, "Mammy Jing, Mammy you, the two of you. Bring someone to capture those 2 people on the rockery." Yes. The 2 maids received the order and rushed forward aggressively with a few young eunuchs. The 5th prince and the 7th prince were caught red-handed. When he was caught, the 5th prince remained very calm. After all, he was not the one who did it, so couldn't he just push the responsibility away? Unfortunately, the 5th prince was still too young and didn't know that once someone determined you were guilty, no matter how you defended yourself, it would be useless. Concubine Wrong was almost laughing at his words. How old is the 7th prince? Without your help, can he climb up the rockery? Concubine Wrong was a little impatient, but it didn't mean she was a fool. When the 5th prince heard this, he couldn't help but secretly say, "Bad news, I actually forgot about this." It was indeed he who pulled the 7th prince up there at that time. However, the 5th prince remained calm, as he already understood what his status as a prince meant. Even the queen mother would not punish them easily, let alone a mere concubine Wrong. "You slave dogs, let me go quickly. If you hurt me and my brother, can you bear the consequences?" As if he was saying this on purpose for concubine Wrong to hear, the 5th prince kicked the eunuch who was holding his arm. After hearing this, the palace maids around did not dare to move anymore. They turned around and looked at concubine Wrong with embarrassment. This is the emperor's offspring. If anything goes wrong with him, they really won't be able to explain. Seeing them retreat, the 5th prince became even more proud, and even looked up at concubine Wrong provocatively. "I had heard from my mother a long time ago that this woman was rampant and annoying, and when I saw her today, she was just like that. Just consider it as revenge for my mother." Concubine Wrong noticed his expression, and her face turned blue with anger. Seeing this, Yishuo, who was held tightly in concubine Rong's arms, couldn't help but sigh. This kid is still too young. If he didn't live in this palace, there would be plenty of ways to torture him. Yishuo, a newcomer, came up with a lot of ideas in just a few breaths, not to mention his mother, a veteran in the palace. By then, the fifth prince would probably want his mother's people to catch him and beat him up. It is true that concubine Rong may be short-sighted in some aspects, but she is really not stupid. The fifth prince really pissed her off this time. Since you want to see it, I will let you see it today. When it comes to arrogance and domineering, concubine Rong is #1 in the palace. Who is the fifth prince? Someone, please bring concubine Shu and Su Girong over to me. The fifth prince finally started to panic. What do you mean? What do you want to do by inviting my mother here? Silly child, my mother can't touch you, but can't she touch your mother? Although Shufei and Su Girong were indeed innocent, especially Su Girong, her son was the one who took the blame and she was also implicated, which was really miserable. But now Yishuo couldn't speak, so naturally he couldn't plead for them mother and son. He could only spend more time with his mother, hoping that she would calm down soon. When concubine Shu received the news, her head suddenly buzzed. Tell me, why would my own son provoke her for no reason? Didn't he see that even the queen couldn't do anything to her? He even attacked her son. What's the difference between this and pulling out a tiger's beard? Shufei is already a mother, and she has also lost a child, so she naturally understands what the newborn little prince means to Rong Gaifai. She had no choice but to secretly ask her personal maid to pass the message to the emperor, hoping that the emperor would save them for the sake of the second prince. About half an incense stick of time later, concubine Shu and Su Girong hurried to the imperial garden. When they saw the blood-stained cloth on the ground, their hearts skipped a beat at the same time and their faces turned pale. Then they took another look at the swaddling clothes in concubine Rong's arms. Fortunately, it wasn't this child. As for the sixth prince standing aside, he was subconsciously ignored by the two. Kneel down. Seeing the two of them, concubine Rong felt hatred in her heart and said in a cold voice, "You know, this imperial garden is paved with pebbles. How painful would it be if anyone actually knelt down?" The fifth prince immediately became anxious. Mother, don't do it. But how can she really refuse to do so just because he said no? A higher-ranking official can crush a commoner to death. If the imperial concubine punishes the Shufei, how could the Shufei not listen? Shufei sighed inwardly and knelt down together with Su Girong, supported by her personal maid. The seventh prince couldn't control himself and burst into tears. Su Girong was heartbroken seeing this, but there was nothing she could do. The fifth prince finally realized that he was wrong and understood why everyone in the palace was afraid of the imperial concubine. Unfortunately, it's too late. Punishing the mother for the son is a cruel move. Yishu felt that he and his mother were becoming more and more like villains at this moment. Although it was only half an hour, it was still quite unbearable. The fifth prince was still cursing. "Noble concubine Rong, how dare you treat my mother like this? Just wait, when my second brother comes back one day, I will definitely make you pay." Concubine Rong paused while caressing her son's face and said, "If you say one more word, I will make concubine Shu kneels for another cup of tea. You." The fifth prince completely collapsed. It is no exaggeration to say that this scene is the childhood shadow of the fifth prince. Now that he can meet her, he will probably become obedient for a long time. The other side, Emperor Jingwen soon learned the news from the harem, but he did not intend to care. After all, it was indeed the fifth prince who was at fault in this matter. Moreover, at such a young age, he actually pushed his young brother to take the blame for himself. He really deserves a lesson. Once these words were spoken, the outcome of the matter was basically determined. After waiting for the emperor for a long time, concubine Shu gradually realized what was going on. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to suppress it at this moment. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and finally she felt better. Concubine Rong put down the teacup in her hand and looked at the imperial physician beside her. "How is it? Will the sixth prince have a scar on his face in the future?" The doctor shook his head. "It shouldn't be. This wound looks long, but it's actually not deep. Children recover quickly, so it will heal soon." Unexpectedly, the sixth prince caught the imperial concubine's eye because of this incident. The imperial physician agreed without hesitation. Turning around again, concubine Rong looked at the maids brought by the sixth prince and said, "And you, if I see you neglecting the sixth prince again, you'll be in trouble. I dare not." Upon hearing this, the palace maid hurriedly knelt down to show her loyalty. "It's getting late. You're wearing thin clothes and you're injured. The servants can't serve you well. Why don't you move to my palace temporarily and leave after your head injury heals? If you give me a peach, I will repay you with a jade." Concubine Rong did not even consider whether the emperor would agree. Anyway, if the emperor does not agree or feels it is inappropriate, he will naturally send someone to notify us. Poor child. No one could have imagined that such a seemingly ordinary conflict might have been tampered with by someone. Even the fifth prince could not guess it, even if he was beaten to death. There is a saying that goes, "A mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." He thought he had found a scapegoat, but he didn't expect to make wedding clothes for others. In this round, the sixth prince may become the biggest winner. Yishuo's whole body was broken as he watched from the side. Silly mother, you actually got fooled by a 5-year-old child. Little did you know that bringing the sixth prince to Kiwu Palace was truly inviting a wolf into the house. Perhaps at the beginning the sixth prince simply wanted to change his current life, but after he gradually got used to the luxury of Kiwu Palace, there was no guarantee that he would not desire more. Yishu remembered that there was a phrase called the cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest, right? The turtle dove kills the magpie's child and can naturally take its place. Help, God bless, the sixth prince will evolve to this level later and later. He is referring to the concept where the real son was neglected due to adopted one same cliché story of real and fake. Of course, the sixth prince is only a 5-year-old child now. He might be a little cunning, but not to the extent that Yishuo was worried about. Yishuo also didn't want to be on guard for things that hadn't happened yet, otherwise living like that would be too tiring. As things are now, it is understandable that the sixth prince wants to break free from his current difficult environment, and who can blame the fifth prince for having bad intentions first? Since the fifth prince wants to use others, he must be prepared to be used by others in return. At the same time, Yishuo was more willing to believe that the sixth prince pounced on him because he was worried about his safety. Yishuo was an adult, and secretly he didn't want to think too badly of a 5-year-old child. Just like that, the sixth prince followed concubine Rong and her entourage back to Kiwu Palace as it was a natural thing. Emperor Jingwen soon learned about this matter, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Firstly, the two children are still young, and the future is still a long way off, so there is no need to worry too much for the time being. Secondly, it may not be a good thing for the imperial concubine to have one more child. As long as the child is not listed in the imperial concubine's name in the imperial edict, it will not have any impact. It was only at this time that Emperor Jingwen realized that his little-known son was not living well in the prince's residence. No matter what, he is his own child after all, and cannot be abused by an ordinary servant. With a frown on his face, after sentencing several people, Emperor Jingwen learned that the sixth prince had an injury on his forehead. He then asked the eunuchs around him to select some supplements that would help the wound heal and give them to the sixth prince. When the sixth prince saw the ointment on the tray, he was so flattered that he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. For the first time in his life, his father actually mentioned him. As expected, only by following the imperial concubine can I have the chance to be seen by my father. This move by Emperor Jingwen further strengthened the sixth prince's determination to stay. No matter what, he must find a way to stay here. Although the sixth prince did not know the specific method, he knew one thing, that is, the imperial concubine was particularly concerned about the newborn little brother. So as long as I try my best to be nice to my little brother, I still have a chance, right? After all, there are only a few children who are born bad. Even for the sixth prince, his first reaction is to please, not to kill. Seeing the child in front of him blush with excitement because of a small bottle of ointment, Yishuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that a child who lacks love can move himself if you treat him a little bit better. Yishuo decided that he would be nicer to this poor kid in the days to come and try to bully him as little as possible. Give him the warmth of spring breeze, so that such a good child will not go astray in the end. Concubine Rong still had some sense of propriety. She did not give the side palace that belonged to her son to the sixth prince to live in. Instead, she asked the palace servants to clean up a side room next to the main palace for him to live in. But even if it is a side room, it is not comparable to the sixth prince's previous residence. The sixth prince still lives in the place where his biological mother lived before her death. Sometimes the difference between being favored and being unfavored is so huge. This is Bao Kui. She will be responsible for serving you from now on. If you have any grievances, just tell me. Concubine Rong did not hesitate and casually pointed to the senior palace maid beside her. No need. What Concubine Rong was most impatient about was kneeling down. After saying that, Concubine Rong briefly checked the newly made bedding on the bed, and when she found that there was no problem, she left quickly. As soon as they went out, the nanny next to them couldn't help laughing. Mammy, why are you laughing for no reason? Concubine Rong was puzzled. But is there anything happy? Why don't you tell me about it? Not really. Nanny shook her head and said with a smile, I just feel that now that the queen has become a mother, she has become a little different. How could she have had such patience and attentiveness in the past? If the master and his wife saw it, I'm afraid they wouldn't recognize it. Being teased like this, Concubine Rong's cheeks turned slightly red. It's all because of this little thing. She had never been involved in anything before, so she had never thought about it in this regard. Yishu looked extremely innocent. He was just a little useless, a little clingy, and required some care. How did it have anything to do with him? The noise of playfulness gradually faded away. After telling Bayok to leave with a stern face, the sixth prince could not wait to look around. Reaching out his hand carefully and touching the brocade-embroidered bedding, the sixth prince remembered Concubine Rong's action of checking the thickness just now. Before this, no one had ever cared whether he slept warmly. Afterward, an incredible thought flashed through the sixth prince's mind. Am I going to have a family? The next day, Yishu keenly discovered that the sixth prince had changed. He became particularly nice to him and seemed to be very cautious, wanting to please him and his mother. After a moment's thought, Yishu understood why. While sighing in his heart, he also gave very active feedback. Then the sixth prince was surprised to find that his little brother, who was only over a month old, seemed to understand what he said. When he stretched out his hand, he actually took the initiative to ask for a hug. He was really smart. When concubine Rong, who was watching from the side, saw this, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's only been over a month since he could recognize people. What will happen if he grows up a little bit more? The nanny nearby also said that usually babies start to recognize people at 4 or 5 months old and know to be held at 5 or 6 months old. In other words, her son is at least 4 months smarter than other children. If you switch to reading and writing, wouldn't you be even better? Leading by 3 to 5 years won't be a problem. At this moment, concubine Rong seemed to see the scene when her son entered the study room to study and surpassed the other princes. As expected of my son, you are different from ordinary people. Yishuo was so scared that he quickly put his hand down. He just stretched out his hand. How could his mother think so much about it? After this lesson, Yishuo never dared to move again. He was afraid that one day his mother would really say, I think everyone else is ordinary, but my son is capable of great responsibilities. Then Yishuo would have no place to cry. Yishuo endured until he was 2 months old before he could lift his head, turned over at 4 months, could sit at 6 months, and could crawl at 8 months. When he was 1 year old, he could barely take 2 steps holding the edge of the bed. This perfectly fits the folk law of 2 lifts, 4 turns, 6 sits, 7 rolls, 8 crawls, and a week walks. Some children who develop well and learn quickly can run around at 8 or 9 months old. Yishuo's performance is not considered fast, but in the eyes of concubine Rong, her son was extremely smart and learned things very quickly, which made Yishuo wonder if his acting skills had declined. In his previous life, he had been pretending for more than 20 years, but his father did not suspect anything. Gradually, Yishuo realized that it was not the case at all, but that concubine Rong's filter was too thick, and she could no longer recognize the reality. It would have been fine if she was the only one who failed to recognize the reality, but she also led the sixth prince astray. After hearing this so many times, the young sixth prince also felt that his younger brother was smart. After all, the sixth prince was young and did not remember anything about his childhood, let alone that he could speak when he was 7 months old. But his younger brother still spoke indistinctly and could not even utter a complete sentence, mother. When he was 9 months old, he was already running around the yard. Compared with him, it would not be an exaggeration to call the little prince a mediocrity. The maid who had served the sixth prince since he was a child did not dare to say a word. She buried her head, fearing that concubine Rong and the maids beside her would notice her abnormality. The maid knew very well that if she dared to tell the truth at this time, she would definitely not see the sun tomorrow. In the beginning, the maids didn't actually think the little prince was smart. They thought he was just a normal child. But there was nothing to be done. The little prince was so handsome. His little face, which had already begun to show its outline, especially his slightly slanted phoenix eyes and his red lotus-like mouth, were simply his 2 most amazing weapons. From an 80-year-old old lady to an 8-year-old little girl, there are very few who don't like this one. Although the little prince is still young, it is precisely because of his young age that he has this face that makes him look good no matter what he does. The maids became increasingly obsessed with the results of the powerful alliance between the emperor and the imperial concubine and gradually gave up their principles. For some reason, Yishuo suddenly felt that the burden on him was very heavy. In fact, he had almost mastered pronunciation when he was 4 months old. After all, it was quite easy for him to speak again. The same is true for walking, but due to the child's soft bones, he dare not stand up too early. Yishuo was now just thankful that he had held it in, otherwise his reputation as a genius would have spread throughout the harem by now. Thinking of that scene, Yishuo couldn't help but shudder. What's wrong? Are you cold? Seeing this, the sixth prince asked in a low voice. Nearly 9 months had passed, and the sixth prince had now gotten used to life in Kiwu Palace, and caring for his younger brother had become a natural thing for him. Yishuo is still physically young, so there is no way he can explain this to him, so he can only put it aside for the time being. Seeing the child looking at him, regardless of whether he could understand or not, the sixth prince instructed, when you do the 1-year-old ceremony later, you don't have to be nervous. Just do it like you did a few days ago. All the concubines in the palace will come at that time, even the queen will be present. The sixth prince knows this. Ever since the incident when the fifth prince and the seventh prince threw stones at his younger brother, imperial concubine Rong has detained his younger brother in the yard and never asked him to go out again. The sixth prince was afraid that he would be nervous because he had never met so many people. But in fact, the sixth prince was just a 6-year-old child, not much older than Yishuo today. Yishuo blinked and was about to say that he was not nervous, but the next moment, he heard the eunuch's voice suddenly coming from outside. "The emperor has arrived. I pay my respects to his majesty. May his majesty be blessed with good health and good wealth." The concubines were startled at first, and then they all saluted. The queen sitting on the upper throne was stunned at first, and then she slowly saluted with the help of her maid. "Your majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your majesty be blessed with good health." Having missed the third-day bath and the full moon, Emperor Jingwen still had to come on the day of his first birthday. Yishuo then remembered, besides his mother, he also had a father. Just as Yishuo was stunned, a pair of dragon boots embroidered with gold thread appeared before his eyes. In recent months, Emperor Jingwen has been very busy with government affairs and has had almost no time to rest. It is said that he is busy dealing with the spring floods in the south. He has not set foot in the harem for half a year, let alone come to see the imperial concubine. Last spring, when the little prince was born, was an excellent year. The winter was not too cold, which led to officials from all over the country being lax in taking precautions. Unexpectedly, this year would turn out to be a cold winter with significantly more snowfall. At the beginning of spring this year, the ice and snow melted, the river water level rose sharply, and floods occurred in 2 places. The queen received news that during the morning court session this morning, the ministers blamed each other for the poor flood control, which angered Emperor Jingwen. The queen thought that Emperor Jingwen would not come today, but unexpectedly he came in the end. Not to mention the queen, even concubine Rong was a little surprised. During this year, the imperial concubine's daily schedule was fully scheduled as she had another child. In addition, the 6th prince was about to enter the study room, so the imperial concubine was busy looking for someone to teach him. He went to the study room to study, but how could the prince who went in really not know a single word? If the 6th prince were allowed to go like this, he would definitely be laughed at. So concubine Rong insisted on keeping the 6th prince by her side, and it dragged on for so long. At the same time, the 6th prince also worked hard and learned most of the commonly used characters in just 2 or 3 months. As for writing, once he entered the upper study, there would naturally be a tutor who would correct him bit by bit. Also, my son learned to lift his head today and learned to roll over tomorrow. After a few days, he learned to call mother vaguely. Under such circumstances, how could concubine Rong spare any extra time to miss the emperor? Just now when the young eunuch delivered the message, concubine Rong suddenly remembered that she had not seen Emperor Jingwen for nearly a year. She realized belatedly that the days without him were not as hard to bear as she had imagined. Yishuo was just about to look up, but before he could move, the head palace maid Suyue immediately picked him up and saluted to the emperor on his behalf. The little prince greets his majesty. May his majesty be blessed with good health and happiness. Since she rashly rushed to the prince to ask for help, Suyue was fortunately rescued by concubine Rong in the end, and she did not suffer any sequelae. Now, a year has passed, her injuries have long since healed, and she is still the smartest one among all the palace maids. Relying on his young age and the fact that he was not forbidden to look the emperor in the face, Yishu looked at his adoptive father carefully. To be fair, Emperor Jingwen is much more handsome than Mr. Gu, and most importantly, he has an aura that makes him worthy of being an emperor. Even though he doesn't say anything, just standing there makes people feel pressured. Mr. Gu, who was in his 30s, had become a greasy uncle with the style of a local boss. Especially with his increasingly thinning hair and big beer belly, Yishu at that time was very worried that his hairline would become like his in a few years. Emperor Jingwen, who was in his 30s, was well maintained, with a strong body, not a trace of fat on his belly, deep facial features, and a majestic aura without even anger. Looking like this, it's no wonder that my appearance has improved to a higher level in this life. However, Yishu still missed his fat, rich father more. Only that father would treat him well unconditionally. Now this father, who was absent during his infancy, made Yishu doubt whether he was reproduced asexually. Although my mother is no longer the same mother, she is still so familiar. Dad is no longer the same dad as before and has become extremely unfamiliar. Before this, he even fantasized that the family of 3 could renew their past relationship, but he forgot about fate. Being able to meet each other once was already a blessing from God. The inexplicable hope in his heart was shattered, and a trace of disappointment flashed across Yishua's eyes. While Yishua was looking at Emperor Jingwen was also looking at him. Although Emperor Jingwen seldom entered the harem, he had heard a lot of news about his youngest son, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. The baby's facial features have gradually become clear. Although he still has a face full of baby fat, he can already vaguely distinguish eyebrows that are similar to those of the imperial concubine and more handsome, a straight nose bridge, lips that are exactly the same as those of the imperial concubine and are naturally red, and good skin that is carved out of the same mold as the imperial concubinique. How come this child doesn't look like me at all? Emperor Jingwen hurriedly read it again. He discovered that the only thing about this child that didn't look like the imperial concubine was his eyes. The child also didn't look like him either. It was more like he had a pair of eyes like that. The emperor paused as he fiddled with the beads. As for children, their facial features haven't fully developed yet, so it's hard to see. Maybe it will get better when they grow up. Emperor Jingwen thought so, and under the gaze of the concubines, he calmly asked, "How far has the little prince's Zhouzhua ceremony progressed?" Zhouzhua ceremony is a Chinese ritual held at a child's first birthday party, when the child is 1 year, i.e. typically 12 months since birth. Regardless of her usual relationship with the imperial concubine, the queen still smiled and said, "Your Majesty, we are still waiting. It hasn't officially started yet." According to the old custom in the palace, when the prince and princess turn 1 year old, the other concubines have to symbolically present 1 or 2 items to the little prince and princess. There are also considerations for the gifts given. Anyway, no one would come to cause trouble on such a happy day, so what is placed in front of Yishu now are some relatively elegant things such as ink stones, ink sticks, ancient books, etc. At a glance, they all have very good meanings. As for those who are not up to par, they were all kept far away from Yishu, not giving him any chance to contact them at all. Isn't that what the Zhouzhua ceremony is all about? Everyone knows it and has long been accustomed to it. Yishu was as clear as a mirror, knowing that he was just going through the motions today. As early as a month ago, everyone in Kiwu Palace had made full preparations for his 1-year-old birthday banquet. Nanny Jing, Nanny Yu, Su Yue, and Su Zin help with the training almost every day to prevent the little prince from messing up. Today, they even smeared the imperial concubine's favorite ointment on things like the ink stone, which was as appropriate as it could be. Yishuo understood their painstaking efforts and naturally cooperated with them. The queen continued, "I wonder what good things the emperor has prepared for the little prince today." Even the concubines had sent gifts, so naturally Emperor Jingwen, as the father, could not be left out. Swear to God, this time the queen really just asked casually and had no other intention. Emperor Jingwen pondered for a long time. When he raised his eyes, he happened to meet Yishu's clear black and white eyes. His mind moved, and he didn't know what he thought of. He actually took off the jade seal hanging on his waist. In an instant, the entire main hall was filled with shock. The concubines who were originally chatting and laughing could not make a sound at this moment. Concubines who had children, such as concubine Shu, concubine Xian, and concubine De, exerted force with their hands, and the handkerchiefs in their hands were twisted into a ball. Even the queen couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Who in the world doesn't know what the emperor's private seal means? If Su Yue had not held her down in time, concubine Rong would have been so shocked that she almost stood up from the embroidered cushion on the spot. What is the emperor going to do? What does he mean by this? As luck would have it, Emperor Jingwen acted as if he didn't see it. After taking off the private seal, he casually placed it on the tray that eunuch Wang Ziquan found in time. "I came here in a hurry today and did not prepare anything in advance. I will give this to the little prince as a gift." He said it lightly, but the concubines were horrified when they heard it. Yishuo watched helplessly as Wang Ziquan carefully placed the small jade seal in front of him. "Yishuo, he is really something. My cheap dad is really awesome." It was at this moment that Yishuo suddenly remembered that he had not heard any news from his stepfather and grandfather for a long time. His mother did not seem to be very worried, so Yishuo deduced that his stepfather and grandfather must have reached a delicate balance. After all, the Duke of Zhen has been a soldier all his life, so it is unrealistic to eradicate him in one day. Let's cut the weeds at their roots. My stepfather probably won't be willing to do that, but the prosperity of the Zhen mansion does make him worried. Therefore, this is to test the attitude of the Duke of Zhen's mansion under the pretext of the 1-year-old ceremony. Let the Duke of Zhen mistakenly believe that the little prince has a hope of becoming the crown prince and see how the Duke of Zhen's mansion will react. Based on the reaction of the Duke of Zhen's mansion, the emperor can decide whether to kill him or keep him. Yishuo understood the truth, but it did not prevent him from feeling disgusted. Yishuo hates being used the most. This habit of his cheap dad is not good and needs to be corrected. Noticing that the little prince's eyes were blinking, for some reason, Emperor Jingwen's eyelids twitched suddenly, as if something bad was about to happen. Unaware of this, concubine Rong was both nervous and conflicted. To be fair, she wanted her son to get the jade seal, but her sixth sense reminded her that something seemed wrong. But soon, concubine Rong no longer had time to worry about whether the jade seal was there or not. Under the slightly tense gaze of the crowd, the little prince below moved. "I had wanted to be honest and cooperate quietly in attending the 1-year-old banquet, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary." When Yishu accurately avoided all the good things and went straight to the abacus on the outermost edge, Emperor Jingwen's movement of turning the beads in his hand sped up uncontrollably. Abacus represents merchants, among which scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans are the lowest, so the royal family naturally despises them. When Yishuo put the gold ingot next to the abacus into his pocket, Emperor Jingwen moved accordingly. He had already discovered that something seemed to be wrong. Oh, you can't take it anymore. There's more to come. Noticing the subtle noise not far away, Yishuo sneered in his heart. Finally, when his little hands touched the rouge and belly band, the beads on Emperor Jingwen's bracelet crackled and almost left an afterimage. There were Buddhist scriptures engraved on the bracelet, which was originally used for meditation, but now it made him more and more anxious the more he turned it. When Emperor Jingwen used the jade seal to test the Duke of Zhen's mansion, he obviously forgot one thing. The little prince is also his son. His son took all these messy things in front of so many people. How can he, as a father, have any face left? If the royal family knew about this, especially the princes, what would we do then? When Emperor Jingwen thought of that scene, his face turned slightly pale. This before the one-year-old ceremony. Didn't concubine Rong ask the palace maids to rehearse in advance? Before this, in the entire Zhou dynasty, no one had ever caught these things at the prince's first birthday banquet, not to mention princes and princesses, even members of the royal family, and even the common people rarely see it. The so-called one-year-old celebration is basically just a formality. What does a child who has just turned 1 year old know? It is just the result of careful arrangements by the parents. It's okay to do it behind closed doors at home, but if you want to do it for your friends and family, some families have even started preparing 1 or 2 months in advance. The probability of an accident happening is extremely small, but it just so happened that Emperor Jingwen encountered such a ridiculous scene. Look at what his youngest son was holding in his hands, an abacus the size of a palm and a golden ingot. These two things are fine, but as for his love of money, it is barely reasonable for him to work in the Ministry of Revenue in the future. But rouge and belly band are clearly things for women. The ancients were quite superstitious about activities like the Zhou Jua ceremony, and they believed that a child's personality was already formed during childhood. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying you can tell a child's future by looking at him at the age of 3, and his old age by looking at him at the age of 7. But if that's the case, then what does his youngest son say now? Not only is there a piece of rouge, but there is also a belly band. Could it be a sign that her son will become a sex maniac when he grows up? Even the aristocratic families value elegance and restraint, and the royal family is even more so. If the royal family wants to convince the gentry of the world, they should set an example. The word lustful is a very disgraceful thing even for the royal family. After seeing this scene, after being stunned for a while, some concubines below couldn't help but laugh softly. The little prince is so useless. Let's see how the imperial concubine can be so proud in the future. If they gave birth to such a son, wouldn't they be so ashamed that they would never be able to leave the palace again? My lady, please don't be upset. The little prince is of noble status, so it won't be a problem even if there are more women around him in the future. There was an air of teasing and mockery in these words, and the usual fear was completely gone. They are usually closer to the queen and have long disliked the imperial concubine. They have finally waited for such an opportunity and have been holding it back for so long, so they must indulge themselves, right? What's more, with the emperor around, how could the imperial concubine, who had just lost face, still be so rampant? After the words fell, the queen, who was sitting at the top, paused and thought to herself, "Idiot. At this time you dare to say such words." In the eyes of several concubines, after this incident, the little prince, who was already treated coldly, would inevitably be completely disliked by the emperor. Even if she was an imperial concubine, what could she do? But after they said this, the face of Emperor Jingwen at the table became darker and uglier. These ladies are probably in trouble, but this is none of her business. They just wanted to make fun of themselves. Before Yishu could show any sympathy, the next moment, he saw Emperor Jingwen glaring at them with a sullen face. "Lu Zhai Yang Jiyu. Wu Jiyu, your words and deeds are inappropriate, and you will be punished to reflect on your mistakes for 3 months. TL equal. Lady of bright deportment, Chinese letter Zhai. Lady of handsome fairness, Chinese letter Jiyu. Emperor. Several people were obviously panicked. They couldn't understand when the emperor should have disliked the little prince. He punished them instead. Seeing this, Yishu couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing he could do. Who told him to be so young? How narrow-minded did the emperor have to be to argue with a 1-year-old child? What's the difference between what these people just did and saying that your child is bad in front of the child's parents? Wouldn't my cheap dad be angry? Emperor Jingwen wanted to say something, but he held it back when his eyes met the baby's tender face. But Yishu seemed not to understand. He kept shaking his 2 little hands, and the abacus in his hands made a clattering sound. The noise gave Emperor Jingwen a headache. At that time, the red mandarin duck belly band swayed up and down with the little prince from time to time, and it made Emperor Jingwen's temples throb. It's simply outrageous. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the things from the little prince's hands. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Seeing the frantic movements of the maid and the palace servants, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, looked around, and said word by word, No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, understand? Upon hearing this, the queen took the lead in agreeing yes. Really unable to stay any longer, Emperor Jingwen came with a cold face and a tentative mind, but finally left in anger. A mischievous look flashed across Yishu's eyes. Not long after walking out of the gate of Qiwu Palace, eunuch Wang Ziquan trotted up to catch up. Emperor Jingwen then realized that the imperial concubine had actually rehearsed the performance in advance. Then why did this happen? Upon hearing this, Wang Ziquan opened his mouth but did not dare to answer. Everything was fine before, but everything changed after the emperor took out the jade seal. Children are ignorant to begin with, and once the routine is disrupted, it may trigger a chain reaction. Although Wang Ziquan did not say it, Emperor Jingwen soon thought of this, and his face turned even darker. So is this considered shooting oneself in the foot? He wanted to test the Duke of Zhen, but he forgot that child knew nothing and ended up making things worse. Emperor Jingwen learned his lesson immediately and secretly warned himself that he would never do that again next time, because children are really uncontrollable. Emperor Jingwen returned to the Qinzheng Hall not long after. When the crown prince saw him, he was shocked. Didn't they say that father went to attend the little prince's one-year-old celebration? How come he came back so soon? Referring to the servants. The most important thing is that his complexion has become so bad. The prince couldn't help but asked with concern, "Father, what happened in the middle?" In the past, if the prince had asked this question, Emperor Jingwen would have answered in a gentle tone, but this time he really couldn't say it, and even said with a hint of shame, "Do your job well, be careful with your words and actions, and don't ask about things that are not your business." The prince became nervous instantly after being scolded for no apparent reason. Did he say something wrong? The prince looked calm on the surface, but he was actually extremely panicked, so he really didn't dare to continue asking. When he returned to his palace and inquired, he found out that it was the little prince who was causing the trouble. His mind suddenly relaxed, and after understanding the whole cause and effect, the prince was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The other side. After the emperor left, other concubines also left one after another, and the happy one-year-old banquet suddenly turned into a mess. Zhao Chongrong looked at the little prince who was still sitting on the ground and looked pitiful with a little worry. These were all caused by adults, but they blamed a child. Ever since the day the imperial concubine gave birth in her palace, and the little prince took the initiative to ask for her daughter's silver bracelet, Zhao Chongrong had already been somewhat concerned about the little prince. When Zhao Chongrong found the pill, she became even more conflicted. Now that something like this has happened again, it is really heartbreaking. In particular, Zhao Chongrong discovered that the pair of silver bracelets were still on the little prince's wrists. At this time, Zhao Chongrong didn't know that the poor little thing in her eyes was actually the culprit of the whole incident. Yishu actually had a pretty good impression of this Zhao Chongrong. Noticing that she looked strange, he couldn't help but grin and waved at her. Zhao Chongrong felt even more uncomfortable now. Resisting the urge to look back, Zhao Chongrong tightly grasped the handkerchief and left silently. I just hope that the imperial concubine won't blame him too harshly. A stick of incense later, the moment the door of Qiwu Palace closed, concubine Rong took a deep breath and looked at her son with gritted teeth. This little thing, how could it fail at the critical moment? Concubine Rong, who was unaware of the inside story, must have been angry at the moment, especially because the little one had behaved so well in the previous month that even she was fooled. Finally, at the one-year-old banquet, such a thing suddenly happened to her. Concubine Rong was so angry that she was about to die. Especially when she thought of the emperor's expression, concubine Rong became even more anxious. What if he is really disliked by the emperor because of this incident? The sixth prince on the side looked at this one, then looked at that one and also felt at a loss. However, out of habit, he still helped to plead, "Concubine Rong, my brother is still young, please don't." "It's none of your business, just stay aside." Concubine Rong gritted her teeth and walked straight towards her son. The sixth prince was about to step in front when he was stopped by Nanny Jing. He was extremely anxious for a moment. Nanny Jing, however, was not worried at all. As a mother, how could she really bear to be angry with her child? The maids like Su Zin, Su Yue, Su Qiu, who were not married yet, had no idea. They bit their lower lips and knelt down with a plop. "My queen, the little prince is young and doesn't understand anything. It's our fault and our carelessness that caused this to happen. If you want to punish him, punish us." Concubines are also referred to as queen by their servants only to satisfy their vanity, you know, as the empress is the only legitimate wife of the emperor, as well as the mother of the nation. I didn't realize that he had bribed you too. Looking at the little thing that was surrounded, concubine Rong almost laughed out of anger. There is no way. The little prince is so lovable on weekdays, especially when he reaches out for a hug. It makes people's hearts melt and makes people want to defend on him unconsciously. Even concubine Rong is like this, let alone these maids. Yishu obviously knew that his mother was angry, so when she came over, he quickly offered her the rouge in his hand and took advantage of his young age to softly call out, "Mom." There was a thin mist in Rufing's slightly raised eyes, which made her look pitiful. Rufing's eyes are slender eyes, with pupils close to the corners of the eyes showing a little smile itself. Concubine Wrong couldn't bear it anymore. No one knew where the little thing learned this, but when there were no outsiders around, he never called herself mother. He always called her mother when she is angry, which was so annoying that Concubine Wrong couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. If just one word mom is not enough, then add a kiss. The ancients were reserved by nature, and Concubine Wrong had never seen such a scene before. She was soon embraced by the child, and then kissed on both cheeks, which made Concubine Wrong lose her temper immediately. You can't even speak clearly on weekdays. Why are you suddenly calling me mom now, huh? Faced with Concubine Wrong's questioning, Yishu chose to play dumb, leaning into his mother's arms, pretending not to understand what she said. Your Majesty, the little prince is also thinking about you. Look at this rouge. Nanny Jing spoke at the right time. Concubine Wrong looked down and saw that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. The crisis was resolved in an instant. Everybody is helping him. Yishuel grinned and winked at the sixth prince at an angle where his mother couldn't see. The sixth prince couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. The entire Kiwu palace quickly returned to its former ease. 2 days passed in a flash. After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable in this world. Although Emperor Jingwen had issued an order not to spread the news outside, the rumor could not be stopped from spreading, and people who wanted to watch the fun gradually emerged. That afternoon, when Emperor Jingwen woke up from his lunch break, before he could summon all the ministers to the Qinzheng Hall for an audience, he heard Wang Ziquan's message that Prince Jin had arrived, and with him was Prince Su, who was always low-key. Prince of Jin is the younger brother of Emperor Jingwen. Because of his elder brother, he has been somewhat lawless since childhood. As for Prince Su, he had been assisting Emperor Jingwen when he was still the crown prince, so he now has a very good relationship with Emperor Jingwen. What are these two people doing here? Emperor Jingwen was puzzled for a moment, but still told Wang Ziquan to summon them in. However, Emperor Jingwen soon regretted his decision. He shouldn't have believed that his brother came to him for any serious business. As expected, as soon as the Prince of Jin came in, he opened his mouth and said, "Royal brother, I heard that your son caught a belly band and rouge when he was 1 year old. Is this true?" Well, the shame was indeed brought to the royal family. With a swish, Emperor Jingwen's face turned dark in an instant. The King of Jin, however, seemed not to notice his sullen face and continued to speak. Is the rouge fragrant? Is the belly band beautiful? What kind of flowers are embroidered on it? After hearing the news, King Jin's first reaction was disbelief. But then the rumor became more and more intense, forcing King Jin to believe it. At the same time, he also developed a strong curiosity about this little nephew he had never met. That kind of curiosity, as if meeting someone of the same kind. Emperor Jingwen tried to hold back for a while, but he couldn't help it anymore and called the guards. "Come here, drag the Prince of Jin out. He's not allowed to approach the palace gate for half a month." "Royal brother, why has it come to this?" Prince Jin was shocked. "I knew that my brother was very concerned about his reputation, but I never thought that he would really be angry." Prince Jin wanted to resist, but was caught by the guards who arrived. "Your Highness, I'm sorry." The guards' words were much more polite than their actions. Prince Jin was thrown out by the guards. The palace maid at the door looked at her nose and pretended not to see it. After his feet landed on the ground, Prince Jin couldn't help but touch his nose, but he was not angry. "Hey, this is really interesting. If I get the chance in the future, I must meet this little nephew." Having seen enough of the excitement, Prince Jin didn't care about not being able to enter the palace for half a month. He hummed a little tune and left in a swagger. This action almost angered Emperor Jingwen in the palace to death. When the noise outside Changming Hall gradually died down, Emperor Jingwen, with his chest rising and falling violently, glanced at Prince Su, who was standing there without saying a word, and said, "What about you? Did you come here today to see me make a fool of myself too?" Well, that's what happened. But seeing that his brother was really angry at the moment, Prince Jin slipped away early again, leaving no one who could handle the situation. Prince Su certainly couldn't say this. "Why do you say that, brother?" Prince Su looked a little surprised. "I just saw that my brother has been worried about the spring flood recently, so I came to ask if my brother needs anything. I can send you anytime." He spoke so sincerely that if Emperor Jingwen had not accidentally caught a glimpse of interest in his eyes just now, he might have actually believed it. "In recent years, you have become more and more talkative. He is no longer the taciturn person he used to be. My younger brother has made an indelible contribution to all this. It would be fine if it was just the Prince of Jin, but if the Prince of Su also became like that, Emperor Jingwen would feel a headache just thinking about it, so he warned him, if you have nothing else to do in the future, don't hang out with old 16. When he was a prince, Prince Jin was the 16th child, so Emperor Jingwen habitually called him Old 16. Upon hearing this, Prince Su did not argue and responded yes very obediently. Emperor Jingwen felt relieved at this. However, since Prince Su has arrived, there is no reason for Emperor Jingwen to let him go just like that. since he took the initiative to bring up the issue of spring floods, which Emperor Jingwen was worried about, asked to do it. Emperor Jingwen had already had this idea, so he simply gave the task to Prince Su. The eldest prince is now in charge of the army, the second prince is weak, and as for the crown prince, he is still young and cannot take on such an important task for a while. Emperor Jingwen is not very confident in ordinary officials. After all considerations, Prince Su is the most suitable. Prince Su did not refuse and accepted the order and expressed his gratitude on the spot. I'll give you 2 days, go back and make good preparations. You can set off tomorrow. Time waits for no one. Emperor Jingwen was very decisive about the disaster. Only. Before leaving, Emperor Jingwen asked casually, "Are you two the only ones who know about the little prince's affairs, or has the whole clan spread the news? It turns out that my royal brother still cares about it." Prince Su cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't worry, my royal brother. Apart from the two of us, no one else dares to gossip about us. This is a euphemism, but even a deaf person can understand the meaning. So my royal brother, stop deceiving yourself. Get out of here right now too. Yes, I will take my leave." Because of the emperor's attitude, no one in the harem dared to mention this matter. Yishuo couldn't even leave Kiwu Palace, so those rumors naturally couldn't affect him. So far, Yishuo is still that carefree and happy little loser who only needs to worry about eating and sleeping every day. Days passed, and soon it was time for the sixth prince to start school. The sixth prince is a little over 6 years old this year. According to his age in lunar calendar, he is already 8 years old. TL equals Shangshufang means the prince's schooling. The master still had some concerns at first. As far as he knew, the sixth prince had been left unsupervised before he entered Kiwu Palace. It was difficult for him to even learn to read and write, let alone learn calligraphy. However, due to the imperial concubine's favor, the master had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the sixth prince a few questions. Then the master was pleasantly surprised to find that although the sixth prince's answers were a little halting, he basically answered them all, and was not much inferior to the other princes in the study. The master was relieved immediately. However, because the sixth prince learned to read too late, and his foundation was not solid, the young tutor wanted to teach him alone. However, he was rejected by the sixth prince as soon as he finished speaking. So he decided to work harder and try to catch up with other people's learning progress as soon as possible. The master was startled when he heard this, and then nodded with satisfaction. Concubine Wrong standing by felt that the sixth prince was doing well. Although the sixth prince was not her biological son, he was raised in her palace after all. If the sixth prince was much inferior to her, she would not be happy. Sometimes if a person doesn't speak, not only his adoptive parents, but even his biological parents don't know what he is thinking. Coincidentally, the sixth prince was the one who was unwilling to speak out easily. Concubine Wrong was not a very careful person and never paid attention to it, because he was afraid of the dark. The lights in the side hall where the sixth prince lived were almost never turned off at night, but unfortunately, he never wanted to keep anyone in his room. It was such a contradiction. 2 days later, when Yishu woke up in the morning and saw that the ink on the inkstone in the side hall had not yet dried, he knew what had happened recently. Yishu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The sixth prince is still young and doesn't know that only the body is the capital of revolution. Yishu died of illness in his previous life, so he was deeply touched by this sentence. No matter how much money or power you have, if you can't live that long, it will all be in vain. The sixth prince was already at the top of the pyramid when he was born. He didn't need to work hard to survive, but his living conditions might be relatively worse. But even so, there is no need to rush. But only Yishu can see these. The sixth prince, who is involved in the game, cannot see them. The sixth prince was born into a poor family, and working hard in the upper study was one of his few opportunities to turn things around. In this situation, he would not listen even if others advised him. The sixth prince was still feeling happy at this moment for having answered the master's question, and he secretly decided in his heart that he would work harder in the future. Seeing this, Yishu couldn't help but worry about his health. You should know that the princes of the Zhou dynasty had to report to the study at 500 a.m., plus the time of getting up, washing, eating breakfast, and the time spent on the road, which means he had to get up before 500 a.m. It's 3 or 4 in the morning. It would be fine if it was just puberty for teenagers, but how could a child of a few years old possibly bear this? School ends at 3 p.m., the whole learning process takes more than 10 hours. And you still have to do homework when he gets home in the evening. Just thinking about it makes him feel overwhelmed. No wonder the infant mortality rate was so high in ancient times. If you force the growth of something by forcing it like this, it would be strange if the seedlings could grow well. However, this kind of thing is ultimately poison to one person and honey to another. Just when Yishu was desperately thinking about how he could avoid this torture 3 years later, the sixth prince set out happily with his study partner early the next morning, just before the hour of yin. TL equal yin hour is time between 3 and 5 a.m. Yishu looked up and saw that it was still dark outside, but the stars and the moon were shining like searchlights. After a long silence, Yishuo turned over in the quilt without hesitation and continued to sleep. It's a nightmare. Yishuo slept until noon. When he woke up, it was already dawn. After getting enough sleep, he felt completely different. After breakfast and some time to digest, Yishuo started playing in the yard as usual. If you want to be healthy, it is not enough to just sleep. You also need to exercise. In ancient times, there were no specific medicines or inspection equipment, and a cold could take a person's life. Shouldn't he be careful? People who have died once will not really see through life and death, and may even be more afraid of death. His movement was so exhausting that all the palace maids and eunuchs in the yard collapsed. At first, it was concubine Wrong. She couldn't run after just 2 trips with him. No one knew where a 1-year-old child had so much energy. It seemed as if there was endless energy. Yishu also clearly felt that his physical strength seemed to be particularly abundant, not like a child at all. After a little thought, he suddenly realized, could it be that he inherited his physique from his grandfather? That would be great if that were true. As we all know, emperors generally have short lives. Before, Yishu was afraid that he had inherited the short-lived gene from his stepfather. Now it seems that the probability of inheriting the long-lived gene from his grandfather should be greater. After having lunch and taking a short nap, Yishu continued his activities. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just when he was sweating all over, the 6th prince finally returned from the study. Perhaps because of the high intensity of his study, there was obvious fatigue on his face. Seeing this, Yishu habitually called out, 6th brother. Ever since the Zhou event, seeing that everyone's attention had been diverted, Yishu's pronunciation naturally became much clearer. Seeing that it was him, the 6th prince couldn't help but smile. If it were usual, the 6th prince would definitely play with him for a while, but today. The 6th prince reached out and touched his little brother's head. 6th brother has something to do today. I will accompany you when 6th brother is done with it. Is that okay? The so-called serious business is nothing more than the book that the young master assigned to everyone to memorize today. No, Yeshua waved his hands, trying to rescue him. 6th brother, accompany. In order to let the child rest for a while, Yeshua shamelessly acted cute. As expected, the 6th prince did not take his words seriously at all. After giving his partner a look, he went back to his room, opened the book, and started to recite. The tutor stepped forward in time and said, "Little prince, may I play with you?" Yishuo, forget it, I'm afraid your small body can't handle it. Yishuo glanced at the other person and decided not to harm this less than 10-year-old study partner. Yishuo shook his head and went to the corner to play in the mud. Well, recently, he found that kneading mud is quite interesting. The sound of the 6th prince reading aloud could be heard. At first, Yishu thought it was quite pleasant to listen to, but later on, he gradually found it boring. It happened that concubine Wrong took a nap, and the kitchen delivered hot, steaming snacks in time. Smelling the aroma in the air, Yishuo did not hesitate, threw the small branch he picked up, and then stomped on the mud pit. When Nanny Jing came to call him, Yishuo stood up and followed her with mud all over his body. Nanny Jing vaguely saw that there seemed to be something in the mud pit, but she thought it was just something the little prince had drawn randomly and didn't take it seriously. If she had come earlier, she would have seen that the mud pit was filled with small words. These small characters were exactly what the 6th prince was reciting now. Just now Yishu felt bored and unconsciously followed along writing and drawing. Unfortunately, Nanny Jing arrived too late and didn't see it. Seeing the little prince in such a mess, Nanny Jing held his hand and helplessly blamed him. If the queen sees this later, she will be angry again. Yishu chuckled and was not worried. In the side hall, the sound of the 6th prince endorsing his lesson continued. Concubine Wrong had just woken up, and her head was still a little dizzy. She held the cup and savored the fragrance of the tea. After Yishua walked in, she couldn't help but cough and became more alert, especially when she saw the mud spots on her son's body and his dirty little hands. Concubine Wrong quickly dodged his pounce. "Don't come over here. Don't come over here. It's so dirty. Oh my God, did he just roll around in the mud? Mammy, stop him quickly." Concubine Wrong became anxious as she couldn't believe that her newly embroidered dress was covered in mud. As expected, Yishu immediately came up empty-handed. Being caught in midair by the nanny, Yishu struggled twice like a little turtle. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Yishu quickly gave up. After looking at him warily for a long while and making sure there was no danger, Concubine Wrong asked the nanny to put him down. Go, change his clothes and wash them." "How is this possible? Won't the snacks be cold when you come back after changing clothes? Cold snacks are not delicious." Yishu was also getting anxious, grabbing onto the table legs and refusing to leave. No. Mother. The nanny didn't dare to use too much force, fearing that she would hurt him, so she looked at her mistress and said, "Madam, look at this." Noticing that his eyes were fixed on the plate of snacks on the table, his face full of greed, Concubine Wrong couldn't help but feel a headache. "With your current state, do you still have the nerve to take it?" After the words fell, Yishu opened his mouth without hesitation. Although his hands are dirty, other people's hands are still clean. Concubine wrong. At this time, the little thing was very smart. The big eyes stared at the small one, and the smaller one looked at her eagerly. Concubine wrong had no choice but to say, "Just sit here and don't move or touch me. Do you hear me?" Yishu nodded repeatedly to show that he was very well behaved. The nanny suppressed her laughter and carried the little prince to the chair opposite Concubine wrong. She even put a cushion behind him to prevent him from falling. Yishu did what he said. He held the armrests beside him tightly with both hands, not behaving in a disrespectful manner at all, and sat there like an elementary school student. Concubine wrong's heart softened, and she crushed some cake with her clean hands and put it into his mouth. The extremely rich taste of honey instantly filled Yishu's mouth, along with the faint floral fragrance. It was worthy of being the work of the palace's royal chef, and it was much more delicious than some of the so-called traditional old brands he had eaten in modern times. You really know how to enjoy yourself. He even needs someone to feed him a snack. Concubine wrong took off her armor on purpose, and her fingers, which were warm and cool, stroked Yishu's cheek from time to time. TL equal armor here refers to the gloves of the royalty wears. Yishu didn't feel ashamed at all when he heard this. She's my own mother, there's nothing shameful about it. However, since Yishu is only 1 year old, he still cannot eat too many snacks, even though they are made with simple ingredients, because they contain high amounts of sugar. Yishu had just eaten one piece when he watched Suyue move the plate far away as his mother had instructed. Although Yishu felt that he could continue eating, it was obvious that Concubine wrong would not indulge him in this regard. Yishu had no chance to resist and was carried away by the nanny to take a bath. After he had washed himself and come out, the sixth prince finally arrived. Yishu took the opportunity to take a look at the sky outside. It was now completely dark, and it was almost time for dinner. The sixth prince really studied from day to night without stopping for a moment. If modern high school students saw this kind of enthusiasm, they would probably feel ashamed. Yishu, who had just finished taking a shower, still had a light mist on his body like a steamed bun just out of the pot. His little face was rosy, which made Concubine wrong very fond of him. So Concubine wrong took her son from the nanny. While waiting for dinner, Concubine wrong sat there, teasing the little one in her arms, and asked, "Today was your first day in the study. Are you used to it? Has anyone bullied you in there?" The sixth prince replied respectfully, "My brothers have been very polite to me." Upon hearing this, Yishu couldn't help but roll his eyes silently in his heart. The crown prince is taught individually by the grand tutor. The remaining 4, 5, and 7 princes are in a group, and only the sixth prince is alone. In addition, there was the incident in the imperial garden, where the fifth prince threw stones, so I'm afraid it's not just about being polite, but that he is isolated, right? Concubine wrong didn't think too much about it. When she heard him say that he was fine, she thought that he was really fine. Seeing the sixth prince shaking his head, Concubine wrong then asked about his homework. "How is it? Can you still understand what the master is saying?" "Your Majesty, it's all right." The sixth prince answered very modestly. "It's the chapter on King Hui of Liang that master asked us to learn today. I don't understand what this section means, so I want to memorize it first and study it slowly later." Although Concubine wrong had no idea what this Mencius Liang Hui King chapter was, it did not prevent her from nodding in a pretentious manner. "Yeah, not bad." She seemed to understand and said, "So how are you doing with your recitation now?" Speaking of this, the sixth prince frowned, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said frankly, "This article is a bit long. I only memorized the first half. To be honest, this article is really difficult to remember." After spending most of the day, he only memorized half of it. However, the sixth prince believed that if he was given another night, he would be able to memorize the entire section. Don't ask, the food will get cold soon." Seeing that Concubine wrong seemed to want to say something, Yishu hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. Only then did Concubine wrong notice that dinner had been served without her noticing when. Concubine wrong immediately paused and said, "Let's have our meal. We'll talk about the article tomorrow." Yes, the sixth prince had promised to play with him, so he couldn't go back on his word. Ignoring his tiredness after dinner, Yishu almost dragged him to the yard. There is no other way. You can't just sit there all day long. Your body will get sick sooner or later. Since he didn't want to exercise, Yishu had no choice but to drag him to exercise, although in the eyes of the sixth prince it was just pure fun. At first, the sixth prince was a little impatient, thinking that his younger brother was willful and was delaying his studies, but because of the imperial concubine, he couldn't get angry. It was not until he saw him grunting and carrying the hydrangea TL equal flower to him, his eyes full of anticipation, that the sixth prince was suddenly startled and then felt a little guilty. "To me, I only used him, but what did a kid know? He really regarded me as his brother." The sixth prince had not seen much of the world. In his opinion, since his younger brother was so clingy to him at such a young age, how could he not regard him as his closest relative? He had never imagined that there was a word in this world called fatherly love. In Yishuo's eyes, the sixth prince is just a child. The child has no sense of propriety, so of course he has to correct him. Yishuo kept playing until the sixth prince was sweating, and finally he showed mercy and let him go. After the sixth prince returned, he really didn't have the energy to read anymore. For the first time ever, he tidied up quickly and went to sleep. I really don't know why my brother has so much energy. Thinking of this, the sixth prince quickly fell asleep. He slept particularly soundly that night. Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. The number of times he went to the imperial concubine's place was very few, maybe only 3 or 4 times in total, which was only slightly better than never. Although my cheap dad comes less often, the situation has improved a lot compared to before. This can be seen from the fact that when Yishu opened his eyes in the morning, he found that he was no longer in the main hall. My stepfather didn't come often, but it didn't delay his work at all. It doesn't seem to be due to health reasons. For some reason, Emperor Jingwen always felt that his youngest son looked at him strangely, especially when he came out of the imperial concubine's room. The look in this kid's eyes made him inexplicably itchy, and he wanted to beat him up. It was really strange. Emperor Jingwen never beat his children, and he didn't know why such a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Emperor Jingwen always relied on preaching. In his opinion, taking action himself or asking others to do it was ultimately a bad idea, until he saw his youngest son rubbing his eyes, still looking sleepy as if he had just woken up, and then threw himself into the imperial concubine's arms. As he pounced, he kept muttering, "Shame, shame." The imperial concubine endured the pain in her waist and steadied the wobbly little thing, asking in confusion, "What are you ashamed of? What are you ashamed of?" Yishu stole a glance at his adopted father through the slit of his clothes, and suddenly felt naughty, so he looked up and said, "Father, father at such an old age, sleeping with mother, how shameful." What he meant was that Emperor Jingwen was so old, yet he still slept with his mother. How shameless of him. The moment when modern young parents feel socially frustrated is when their children tell them in public what happened in the room. Even modern people cannot bear such a strong sense of shame, let alone the emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen's expression began to become unnatural. He took a deep breath, and before he could speak, the little thing seemed to sense something and hid behind the imperial concubine. Emperor Jingwen, what else can Emperor Jingwen say? The point is that this matter cannot be explained at all. Emperor Jingwen originally thought that children have short memories, and the imperial concubine would definitely say something later, so there would definitely not be a second time. Who knew that when he came again, the little thing would run inside with a thump 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 sound, and come out holding his little pillow, with an expression that looked extremely aggrieved. "No, don't rush Shuo, go by himself." After he finished speaking, he tugged at the sixth prince's sleeve again. "Sixth brother, I will sleep with you tonight." The sixth prince was still young and didn't know anything. When he heard this, he asked casually, "Ah, why?" Emperor Jingwen on the side. Emperor Jingwen's face was like an overturned palette, colorful and extremely beautiful. Wang Ziquan and a group of palace servants resolutely lowered their heads. The sixth prince was still puzzled. "Why did you suddenly say you wanted to sleep with me?" It's not that the sixth prince is unwelcoming, he just feels it's inexplicable. Little did he know that the more he asked, the more interesting Emperor Jingwen's expression became. Emperor Jingwen rarely experienced such embarrassing moments in his life. Normally, he didn't think there was anything wrong when he favored his concubine, but if his children told about it, that would be a different matter. After all, an emperor is an emperor, and his psychological quality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. In a blink of an eye, Emperor Jingwen recovered as usual. How can this be possible? How could we let him go so easily? So Emperor Jingwen opened his mouth and was about to say something when he heard the child exclaim. Then Yishuo's voice became a little stumbling, and he clutched the corner of his mother's clothes tightly, as if he was frightened, afraid, and panicked, so scary. That's right, no matter how calm he was, one could still see with the naked eye that something was wrong with Emperor Jingwen's expression. Although the sixth prince didn't know what was going on, he immediately kept silent out of instinct. What happened? Why is father suddenly angry? No matter how smart the sixth prince was, he was a little confused at this moment. Looking at the two children shivering like quails, Emperor Jingwen couldn't breathe in or out, and the breath was stuck in his throat, making him feel very uncomfortable. He wanted to get angry, but he didn't even have a reason. Forget it, I can't provoke him again. Just stop when you're done, to avoid making his cheap dad angry and then having no fun anymore. Yishu decided to stop while he was ahead and soon yawned, looking very sleepy. Children always change so quickly, and in the end it was Nanny Yu who took him to the sixth prince's room. "Good night, mother, good night, father, I will take my leave." Good night does it mean to greet you. Because the child was at the age of learning to speak, new words always came out of his mouth, and Emperor Jingwen did not think much about it. Seeing his youngest son leave obediently, he even felt a sense of relief. It's just a child. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath. turned around and said to the imperial concubine, "Starting tomorrow, ask him to move out of the main hall." The emperor pondered for a while and felt that he could not swallow this humiliation, so he retaliated against Yishu secretly without caring how old Yishu was. If Yishu heard this, he would probably think that his cheap father was really petty. Are those who do dirty things behind people's backs really real men? Emperor Jingwen did not think he had done anything wrong. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, he continued, "He has never left you since he was born. This is against the rules. Now he is over 1 year old. It is time for him to leave." Concubine Rong, who was slightly blushing because of what had just happened, then remembered that more than half a year had passed since the agreed time. In the whole palace, who didn't move their children to the side hall as soon as their children were 1 month old. For them, this was already a serious violation of the rules. Although concubine Gu Rong was a little reluctant, she still agreed with the emperor. "Yes, I understand." Seeing that the imperial concubine did not cry or make a fuss, Emperor Jingwen felt much better. Afterward, he even thought about what kind of expression his youngest son would have when the imperial concubine told him about this matter tomorrow morning. Anyway, it must be very exciting. As an emperor, Emperor Jingwen always clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments. If the imperial concubine did something wrong, he would reprimand her. If the imperial concubine did something well, he would not hesitate to praise her. Over the past year or so, the sixth prince has been brought up very well by you. Emperor Jingwen was very pleased that he was so hardworking at such a young age. Just after dinner, Emperor Jingwen took the opportunity to test the sixth prince. Now it seems that he should be very satisfied with the result. After coming to the imperial concubine's place 3 or 4 times, he saw the sixth prince studying every time. Emperor Jingwen finally remembered this son in his heart. "No, your majesty, you are too kind. This matter has nothing to do with me. It is the sixth prince's own hard work." Concubine Rong could also say nice things, mainly because it was true, so she was not lying. "That's also because you taught him well." After chatting about the sixth prince for a while and finding that this son really made him worry-free, Emperor Jingwen realized that there was really nothing to talk about, so he unconsciously shifted the topic to his youngest son. "By the way, what about Shuor?" As he started learning calligraphy now, the royal family is worthy of being the king of involution. Children from ordinary wealthy families only start to learn at the age of 3 or 4, but in the royal family, the princes have to start learning characters as soon as they start to learn to speak. If you cannot understand the complicated ones for the time being, it is good to memorize 3-character classic or a 1,000-character classic. It's not that concubine Rong had never asked someone to teach her. Su Yue knew a few words, so she asked Su Yue to teach him, but the result was not very ideal. Since Shuor learned to walk, he has been more active than other children. He can't sit still, so he hasn't started learning yet. Nowadays, the little thing is either playing in the mud, watching ants moving, or running around the yard with a hydrangea in his arms. Su Yue really can't find a chance to watch it. There is no rush for this matter. It is normal for children to be active. Emperor Jingwen was even speaking up for Yishuo. It will be fine when he grows up a bit. Although it is a good thing for the prince to be smart, Emperor Jingwen secretly hopes that his youngest son can be more mediocre so as not to give rise to unnecessary ambitions in the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Therefore, he does not press him as hard as he does with other princes. Concubine Rong did not realize that the emperor was deliberately indulging her, and she now also felt that it was nothing for Yishuo to do so. At this time, neither of them took this matter to heart. After discussing the child, they fell asleep quickly. Since giving birth to the prince, concubine Rong has become a little different from before. There is a mixture of tenderness amidst the fierceness, contradictions, and harmony, which is simply irresistible. Emperor Jingwen was a man after all in his prime, and he also had some affection for the imperial concubine, so it was inevitable that he was a little indulgent. The other side. Yishuo was not sleepy originally, but he never expected that it was so late, and the sixth prince still had to recite lessons after returning. After listening for just a few seconds, he really started to feel sleepy. By the way, Zunzi's encouragement to study is too long. TL equal in Zunzi's philosophy, learning is not simply the accumulation of knowledge, but rather the process of coming to understand morality as a lifelong process of self-cultivation and self-improvement. Nearly 2,000 words, more than double the 800-word composition, seems too difficult for kids like the sixth prince. If it were in modern times, the sixth prince would just be old enough to be in the first grade of elementary school. Yishuo remembered that he was still learning walk 2 or 3 miles. There are 4 or 5 smoke-filled villages in the first grade. The difficulty comparison is amazing. Bored, he read the entire article over and over again and counted the words. When he reached 1963 words, Yishuo couldn't help but swear in his heart that he would never be involved with them, even if he was beaten to death. At first, the sixth prince was worried that he would disturb him, but when he was about to read it for the second time, he saw that Yishuo had fallen asleep. He He was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. It was not until midnight that the sixth prince put down the book and climbed onto the bed, looking a little tired. This was the first time that the sixth prince slept with someone else. The little prince felt warm all over, as if he was in a small stove. It was midsummer and the sixth prince was sweating in a short while, but the child just wouldn't let him go. Yeshua wanted to stay cool, so after falling asleep he kept rubbing against him. Normally, the sixth prince would have to cover himself with a thin quilt when he slept, but today he simply saved the trouble. The sixth prince couldn't tell what he was feeling. He just felt that his little brother was becoming more and more dependent on him. What should I do? The sixth prince frowned slightly, looking a little distressed. A night passed like this, and when Yeshua woke up the next day, there was no one around him. There is no doubt that the sixth prince must have gone to the study. When Emperor Jingwen saw him, he narrowed his eyes and said abruptly, "My dear concubine, please do not forget what you promised me yesterday." What did Mom promise to cheap Dad? Yeshua was a little confused at first, but he soon understood. It turned out that he was asked to move out of the main hall. Originally, the emperor would not take such a small matter to heart, and he even brought it up on purpose when he came. He must have said that to make fun of himself on purpose. Isn't it because of what he said last night that this is revenge? Tusk, childish. Even if Emperor Jingwen didn't mention it, Yeshua would have told it himself. After all, he is already 1.5 years old. Although he likes to stick to his mother, he is not a mama's boy after all. It will definitely become more and more inconvenient for him as he grows up. Especially now that his stepfather comes over occasionally, Yeshua was afraid that he might see something he shouldn't see. So after hearing what his cheap father said, Yeshua really didn't feel anything at all. Emperor Jingwen's entire night of anticipation was dashed as he failed to get the reaction he had imagined. The revenge failed, and instead Emperor Jingwen felt even more depressed. This shouldn't be the case. He is so close to the imperial concubine. Shouldn't he be crying and making a fuss? Yeshua pretended to be indifferent. After a while, Emperor Jingwen couldn't wait for what he wanted, so he left with a cold face and full of doubts. "Farewell, His Majesty." Imperial concubine Rong and the palace maids saluted. Looking at his back, Yeshua's heart was filled with joy. "Want to see him make a fool of himself, Tusk? My cheap dad is still a little naive." After finishing his breakfast in a good mood, Yeshua went out for a walk as usual. He is now 1.5 years old. His legs and feet are much more agile than when he first learned to walk, and gradually he is no longer satisfied with staying in Qiwu Palace. Ever since the sixth prince went to the study, Yeshua had almost no time to play with him. Without someone to play with, Yeshua was inevitably bored, and on a whim, he thought of going out to take a look. Yeshua decided to expand his range of activities by 50 meters. He was also afraid of encountering danger and did not dare to leave too far. Besides, he was accompanied by Nanny and Su Yue, so concubine Rong did not stop him. Qiwu Palace was relatively close to Emperor Jingwen's Qinzheng Hall and Chengming Hall, so Yeshua was lucky enough to meet the crown prince on his way to court. When the prince went to court in the morning, Yeshua was taking a walk. The prince came back hungry at noon. Yeshua had already finished his lunch and was now eating the mung bean ice cream that Su Yue brought from the kitchenette of Qiwu Palace. The prince finished his lunch in a hurry and was suddenly summoned by Emperor Jingwen when the sun was at its hottest in the afternoon. When he passed by, Yeshua was enjoying the cool air in a pavilion not far away. He was lying on a bamboo chair and a palace maid was fanning him. The cool breeze blew by and he felt very comfortable. In the evening, the prince finally came back from the government meeting and ran into Yeshua squatting facing the sunset, playing in the mud. From time to time, Su Yue would break off a small piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. The prince was out of control and stopped abruptly, referring to the crown prince. Noticing Su Yue's hand stretched out in front of him, Yeshua opened his mouth without thinking. Ah. Yeshua didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was normal for a 1-year-old child to be fed. The most important thing is that he was kneading the mud at the critical moment, and he couldn't free his hands at all. His little hands were so dirty that even if he wanted to eat it himself, Su Yue would not be happy. His eyes didn't even leave the clay figurine in his hand. He kept kneading it and eating the small piece of dessert in his mouth. After a while, Yeshua felt a little dry in his mouth, so he said, "Water, water." Su Yue hurriedly took the mung bean soup from the eunuch's tray. Mung bean soup is still warm, and drinking it in the summer is the best way to cool down. Although mung bean ice is delicious, it is icy. Concubine Rong was afraid that the child was weak, and his stomach could not handle it, so she did not dare to let him eat more. Half a bowl a day was already the limit. The little prince, who is already over 1 year old, has been carefully cared for by his nanny and wet nurse since he was 1 month old. The weakness caused by premature birth has gradually disappeared, and his body has become stronger and stronger. The little prince is very active and has a strong fire energy. He suffers the most from summer heat. A bowl of hot mung bean soup will probably make him even hotter. Su Yue was prepared for the little prince to lose his temper, but the little prince finished the whole bowl of mung bean soup. It was so hot that sweat broke out on his forehead, but he remained silent and focused on fiddling with the clay figure in his hand. Su Yue felt at that time that there was no other child in the world who was easier to take care of than the little prince. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he stays there and doesn't move or run around. Once he starts moving, ordinary people can't resist him. Su Yue is unmarried and has never experienced sex, so it stands to reason that she shouldn't be overly maternal in love. But who can resist an eyelash-lengthening green tea essence? When the little prince is well behaved, he is really well behaved. The most important thing is that he can understand what others say, and he almost never makes trouble. He will not beat or scold his servants for no reason. If he wants something, he will just stand there and look at you eagerly, and then say pitifully, "Su Yue want." Su Yue was no longer able to bear it at that time. If it weren't for the imperial concubine's order, Su Yue would have fed him the whole plate of snacks. Relying on his coquettish and naive nature, Yishu can do whatever he wants in Kiwu Palace. After he finished drinking the bowl of mung bean soup, Su Yue was even considerate enough to use a handkerchief to wipe the soup stains on the corners of his mouth, and then she changed the handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Here, here. Yishu raised his chin, and Su Yue cooperated with him and wiped his neck. The entire process was seen by the crown prince, who was not far away. Normally, the prince would not take such trivial matters to heart. This was the case almost every day, and he was often called by his father to participate in government affairs. The prince never felt bitter, even at this moment. After all, not everyone can have such a blessing, and he is the only one in the world. Didn't you see that the eldest prince and the second prince were sharpening their heads, but the emperor never even looked at them? Originally, the prince was happy from the bottom of his heart. The more his father was like this, the more it showed that he valued him. Even if it was a bit hard and tiring, the prince was willing to do it. But for some reason, he didn't feel as happy as usual today. Because of the scorching heat, he hadn't had any water for several hours, and his mouth was very dry. When the prince came to his senses, he wanted to leave, but was seen by the sharp-eyed servant first. "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Su Yue was startled for a moment, then quickly picked up the little prince and saluted. "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hey, 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 slow down, my clay figure." The fruits of an afternoon's labor were almost destroyed, and Yishu hurriedly reached out to grab them. The prince paused and had no choice but to stop. "Well, get up. This is the second time I have seen my little brother since he was born. The child has become even more handsome than when he was just born. He is worthy of being the son of the imperial concubine. His appearance is really impeccable." Just as the prince was looking at Yishu, Yishu was also looking at him. "I haven't seen him for more than a year. The boy who used to be a junior high school student has grown a lot taller and seems more reserved than before. Of course, his temperament has also improved. After all, the other party had saved his and his mother's lives. Also, when the fifth prince threw stones at him in the imperial garden, his mother severely punished concubine Shu. The fifth prince is still young, only 8 or 9 years old this year, and has not yet achieved much. But the concubine has an older son, the second prince, who is 17 years old this year and has already participated in court affairs 2 or 3 years ago. Although he is now the son of the imperial concubine and has a noble status, the other party has power and will not buy it at all. As for the possibility that the second prince might not hold a grudge, that is basically impossible. Firstly, there is a bond between mother and son, and secondly, in this palace, everyone prospers together and suffers together. How could the second prince not feel resentful? He couldn't count on his stepfather anymore. Yishu estimated that he was no match for the second prince for now after checking his own strength. He had to find a way to get close to him. Although it was still early for him to leave, it was better to be prepared. Prepare early to avoid being passive later. So Yishu didn't even think twice. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and said loudly, "Brother." The prince was shocked instantly. He has many younger brothers, but no one has ever called him that before. The prince moved his lips, feeling that it was unreasonable, and seemed to want to correct it. But then he thought that he was just a child after all. How could he take a child's words seriously? When he grew up, he naturally became distant from me. Others were like this before. But since Yishu had already spoken, the prince couldn't keep a straight face any longer, so he squatted down and asked, "What are you doing here, little prince?" Only then did Yishu suddenly remember his clay figure. Fortunately, it was not crushed and not broken. Yishuo felt that his craftsmanship was pretty good, so he generously presented his work to him. To be honest, Yishuo's level is indeed quite good, and he is not like a real child. The prince could clearly tell that this was the appearance of concubine wrong. Even the eyebrows and eyes were so lifelike, with a hint of charm in them. But mud is just mud after all. Even if you can mold flowers into it, it is still mud. The prince praised it casually, but he didn't really take it that seriously. In addition, it was getting late, and the prince was extremely hungry, so he wanted to leave. Everything was fine, but the problem was that out of politeness, before leaving, he asked the little prince in front of him 2 questions as he would ask others normally. "It's getting late. Has your royal brother already had dinner?" Seeing the child shaking his head, the prince asked again in this case, "Why don't you go with me to the East Palace to get some?" "Yeah, since you don't want to just wait for another day. In that case I will first," the prince replied halfway out of habit before he realized something was wrong. "Wait, what did he just say?" He agreed. He actually agreed. "Humph, it didn't go as you predicted. Are you dumbfounded?" Yishuo had an innocent look on his face, and before the prince could react, he grabbed his hand in time. "Brother, brother, let's go, let's go." As he said this, the child pulled him and was about to leave. The prince was a little confused. When he said this before, no one had ever really agreed. After all, who would take polite words seriously? The prince now received the same lesson as Emperor Jingwen. This trick doesn't work on children because they don't understand what adults say and will really nod their heads. Su Yue, who was standing by, was almost getting anxious seeing this. She couldn't just say he couldn't go, right? Suspecting the crown prince is a capital crime. Go back, tell mother, I won't be back at night. His cheap father asked him to move out today, but time was too tight and Yishu didn't know how to tell his mother about the problem with the palace wall. He didn't dare to live in a house with excessive heavy metal content, so Yishu simply decided to stay in his cheap brother's palace for a night first. Anyway, the prince hasn't married yet, so it won't have much impact. However, after understanding what he meant, Suyue almost screamed out. Little prince, he actually planned not to come back tonight. Not to mention Suyue, even the prince's forehead began to sweat. He had not expected that his royal brother would dare to climb up by following the pole. But there's nothing I can do. The words have already been said. I can't go back on my word, right? So in this situation, people who care about their reputation always suffer losses. Suyue watched the dazed crown prince and his attendants leave. After they disappeared completely, Suyue ran towards Kiwu Palace without a second thought. "My lady, something happened. The other side. Quick, quick." Hearing the child's urging from time to time, the prince couldn't help but wonder whether he should go back to his own palace or his palace. Why does it feel like everything is upside down? Kiwu Palace is neither long nor short from the East Palace. It is not diagonally located, but it separates the two sides. In short, it is not something a 1-year-old child can withstand. When he had walked almost halfway, Yishu suddenly stopped. The prince's heart also began to beat faster. After what happened just now, the prince has become extremely alert. Without making any noise, the prince spoke with a hint of expectation. "Sure, do you regret it? How about asking Moshu to send you back?" How should I put it? The crown prince is still too naive. He should have known the result when he took the initiative to invite me. It is too late to struggle now. Yeshua was simply tired from walking. He has never been a person who likes to swallow his grievances silently and pretend that nothing happened. Yeshua said what he wanted to say and took the initiative to open his arms to the prince. Hug. Crown Prince, the crown prince's face turned cold instantly. Then he watched the child in front of him as his eyes filled with tears in just a few breaths, as if they were about to burst at any moment, and his nose even began to deflate in advance. The crown prince's scalp tingled, and he immediately picked him up from the ground. Now the child stopped crying and sniffling, and he immediately became energetic. There was no trace of the tearful look just now. The prince suspected that he had been deceived. "No, I was definitely cheated." At the same time, the 6th prince also returned from the study. While walking on the road, he was still worrying about what to do since his little brother wanted to sleep with him tonight. Although the little prince's sleeping posture was not bad, the 6th prince still felt that he was delaying his studies. Just when he was worrying about what to do, as soon as he stepped into the gate of Kiwu Palace, the 6th prince heard such news. The little prince went to the East Palace for dinner today, and he doesn't plan to come back all night. Logically speaking, the 6th prince should be very happy to hear this news. Finally, no one came to disturb him, but the fact was not so. Instead, the 6th prince felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. Now that my younger brother has another prince brother, does that mean he no longer cares about me? That's right, people naturally love the crown prince more than him. The 6th prince curled his fingers. It just so happened that concubine Rong really didn't have the time to pay attention to him at this time, so the 6th prince said something to her and then left. Returning to the side hall and opening the book, the 6th prince couldn't calm down. Asshole, after all, the 6th prince was still young, and he couldn't hide things very well. He became emotional and couldn't help but pounded the table. The 6th prince thought that although he felt annoyed with him in his heart, he never showed it on his face. He had become accustomed to asking about his younger brother's well-being. In the end, the little prince still did the same thing and followed the man he was told to go. The point is, he had never met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince before. The 6th prince gritted his teeth and said, "You little heartless thing." At this time, in the main hall of Kiwu Palace, Ever since Suyue brought the news that her son was taken away by the prince and that the palace maids were not allowed to follow him, concubine Rong has been a little at a loss. Shuor doesn't have anyone around him. What should she do if the crown prince wants to harm him? The person involved was confused, but soon a word from the nanny beside her enlightened her. So many people saw the little prince follow the crown prince. If something really happens to the little prince, the crown prince will not be able to escape responsibility. So the crown prince would not hurt him but would protect him instead. Only then did concubine Rong suddenly wake up. Soon she fell into a new dilemma. Then can we really let Shuor sleep in the East Palace for a night? This is too shameful. The nanny thought for a moment and said, after dinner time, the queen should send someone to greet him. The little prince should still come back. How can a child of this age say that he doesn't miss his mother? When it would be completely dark, the child would start crying and make a fuss, asking for his mother. So concubine Rong really believed it. The other side. The prince looked at the child sitting opposite him, eating with relish, and thought that the child had a very big heart. Didn't the imperial concubine teach him not to eat food given by strangers? The same goes for the imperial concubine herself. She hasn't sent anyone from the palace to say hello for such a long time. Isn't she afraid that I will use this chance and find a way to harm him? You know, there are many poisons in this world that can kill people but are still undetectable. Holding the bowl and chopsticks, the crown prince seemed a little absent-minded. Yishuo didn't care about that and just ate the delicious food in front of him. Although he wasn't as messy as a real kid, Yishuo's speed was not slow at all. His small arms and legs made Mo Shu, who was standing beside him, very busy. Basically, before he put down his chopsticks, he would pick up new ones. Yishu used to think that the chefs in Kiwu Palace were very skilled, not inferior to the chefs in modern five-star hotels. It was not until today when he came to the Crown Prince's palace that he realized that there is always a mountain higher than the other. That's right. After all, the imperial concubine is just a favorite concubine, while the prince is the future emperor. It is obvious which one is more important. The most important thing is that as for the crown prince, he has never raised a child and will not restrict him at all. Yishuo can basically eat whatever he wants. Yishuo, who hadn't eaten greasy or meaty food for a long time, couldn't control himself anymore. So the prince watched helplessly as his little brother's belly swelled up little by little. So full. When he was about 80 full, Yishuo finally stopped. Looking at the prince opposite, he had only eaten a bowl of white porridge so far, and Yishuo hardly saw him move his chopsticks. Brother, is it not to your taste? This time Yishuo spoke more clearly. The prince was stunned for a moment, then replied, it's just because the weather is hot, I have no appetite. Upon hearing this, Yishuo couldn't help but take a look at the two huge ice basins placed in the hall. The amount of ice in these ice basins was even more considerable than that in his mother's palace. The crown prince is the future emperor, and his food, clothing, and other expenses are only slightly inferior to those of the emperor and empress. The East Palace is actually not hot at all, it's even a little cool. Yishuo understood. The child was not feeling hot at all, but was clearly under a lot of pressure, which was why he couldn't eat. 16 years old is still a child in modern times, and the law recognizes that. But now the 16-year-old prince has begun to participate in state affairs. How can he not be under pressure? After dinner, it was already dark. Yishuo was carried by Mo Shu to take a hot bath, and then he finally waited for Nanny Jing to arrive. Seeing the crown prince's stiff expression, Yishuo decisively rejected Nanny Jing's request to take him back to the palace. By the way, he also asked Nanny Jing to go back to Kiwu Palace to pack some clean clothes for him to wear tomorrow. Change of clothes, what does he mean? The ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. The crown prince watched helplessly as his younger brother used his hands and feet to climb onto his bed and even waved at him. Brother, come quickly. The prince's eyes went dark. The nanny standing by felt relieved when she saw that her young master was full of life and more energetic than when he was in Kiwu Palace. If the little prince could live in the crown prince's palace for a period of time, it would also be a good thing for the palace servants in Kiwu Palace. They could finally take a good rest and no longer have to run around following the little prince. When you think about it this way, this doesn't seem like a bad idea. So the nanny answered yes and turned around and left with her people. The crown prince was immediately dumbfounded. If he were given another chance, he would never say those two sentences. What the prince regretted most was that he shouldn't have stopped to look at them a little longer when he passed by, and was then discovered by the palace servants around his little brother. Seeing how lively the little prince is, I guess he can't sleep well either. The prince was now prepared to have a sleepless night. But when he actually lay down, the prince discovered that things were not as serious as he had imagined. After all, Yishuo came here to stay for free, so he knew some basic etiquette. Be quiet and peaceful, never make trouble, and never cause trouble to the owner. So there was just a little meatball next to the prince, and everything else was no different from usual. Anyway, the bed in the East Palace is big enough, so it doesn't matter if there is Yishuo again. Even when the little meatball got up at night, there was almost no noise. He knew to crawl down from his feet and tiptoe. If the crown prince had not been unable to sleep, no one would have even noticed him. When Yishu came back, he found that the prince had not slept at all. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning and Yishu had already taken a nap. Normally he sleeps very well. If his child's bladder did not allow it, he could sleep all night until dawn. The prince has started to suffer from insomnia at such a young age. I wonder if his hairline will be able to hold up in a few years. The prince noticed that the child seemed to look up at his head. Before he could say anything, he saw his little brother lying down next to him, stretching out his little hand and gently patting his chest. The prince's mind moved, and after a moment he asked, "What are you doing?" It turned out that he was trying to coax himself to sleep. Is this how concubine wrong usually coaxes you to sleep? Looking at the curtain above his head, the prince didn't know what he was thinking at the moment. The prince vaguely remembered that his mother had coaxed him in this way when he was sick as a child, but after he started to remember things, she never did that again. Yishu was silent after hearing this. That's not the case. He doesn't need anyone to comfort him when he goes to sleep. He falls asleep as soon as he touches the pillow. However, it would be too cruel to tell this to an insomniac like the prince, so Yishu decisively chose to keep his mouth shut. "Are you worried about me?" Noticing the change in the child's eyes, and the crown prince spoke tentatively. This time Yishu had no psychological burden at all and nodded heavily, worried brother. Nonsense. Whether he can continue to live such a pampered life and maintain such a standard of living all depends on his stepfather and his brother. How can he not worry about their health? Sure must rely on brother. The crown prince misunderstood. The crown prince was deeply moved. So by the time the crown prince realized that he had been moved too early, it was already too late. When the crown prince went to court in the morning, Yishu was still sleeping. When the crown prince came back at noon, Yishu had finished his lunch and was taking a nap on the chaise longue. When the crown prince left in the afternoon, Yishua was drinking the bird's nest brought from the East Palace's kitchen. The bird's nest needed to be soaked in advance, which took a long time, and it was not always possible to make it when the prince was free. The crown prince left in a hurry, so Yishu accepted the bird's nest with a smile. There is also the ice basin in the East Palace, which has a fixed quota every day. If the prince doesn't use the ice, it will melt, and it cannot be shared with other people in the palace. If the prince uses it one day and there is no ice left, it would be the dereliction of duty of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So even though the crown prince himself was not there, the ice in the East Palace was still replaced every 12 hours, not to mention the kitchen, which also provides food in fixed portions. Even if it is not used up at the end of the month, there is no such thing as returning it. Some ingredients will go bad or rot and will have to be thrown away. Yishuo felt that the crown prince especially needed someone to share the burden with him, otherwise it would be a waste. Yishuo never caused trouble for his adopted brother. He only picked out the food that he couldn't finish or didn't have time to eat. Anyway, Yishuo is thick-skinned and doesn't care about that much. But because of this, after a few days, the crown prince became depressed, because there was so much food that he didn't have time to eat, and it all ended up in Yishuo's stomach. Even Emperor Jingwen noticed something was wrong and couldn't help asking, "How has Shuor been these days?" The news that the little prince was taken to the Eastern Palace by the crown prince had almost spread throughout the entire court. The crown prince opened his mouth, but he really didn't know how to start. Finally, he said helplessly, "I don't know whether this is a good thing or not. Why doesn't your majesty come to my palace and take a look in person?" Emperor Jingwen initially thought that no matter how naughty a 1-year-old child could be, there was a limit to how naughty he could be. It was not until he stepped into the gate of the East Palace that he saw a recliner between 2 ice basins, and his youngest son was lying on the recliner. Next to him was a musician kept in the palace, who was playing the gyukin gently. The music was soft, melodious, and very pleasant to the ears. His little son opened his mouth from time to time, and every time he opened his mouth, a grape would fall into his mouth accurately. As for the others who were fanning, reading, massaging shoulders, and beating legs, there's no need to mention them. I don't know what his hobby is, but there is someone who specializes in pinching his ears. The always diligent Emperor Jingwen was immediately shocked by this scene. When the late emperor was alive, he indulged in pleasure, and therefore had a very bad reputation among the people. Although he could not be called a tyrant, the extent of his being a tyrant was very limited. But even so, the late emperor seldom allowed people to serve him like this. On the contrary, although his youngest son is only a little older this year, he has already surpassed his father, the late emperor. With just one glance, Emperor Jingwen's face turned pale, and then the following scene happened. The emperor has ordered that the little prince be confined to his house for 6 months from today onwards. After he recovers, he is not allowed to enter the East Palace for a year. In addition, imperial concubine Rong has failed to educate her son properly, so she will be punished to serve for 1 month. I decree this. Yishu knelt on the ground with his head lowered. When he heard that his adoptive father would not allow him to leave Kiwu Palace within half a year, he could not help but raise his middle finger in his heart. You can't enjoy it yourself, and you don't let him enjoy it either. Couldn't his cheap dad afford to have fun? When he was still in the Eastern Palace, Emperor Jingwen severely reprimanded him, saying that he was so arrogant and licentious at such a young age and was simply lawless. God knows how could he be so arrogant and extravagant, so ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Even if he wasn't there, the ice would have to be released. But with him around, the ice could be put to good use. And there is a team of musicians. They have been kept in the palace since the time of the previous emperor. Are you just keeping them and not using them, leaving them to collect empty salaries? When he asked people to invite the musicians, those musicians were so idle that they had nothing to do. Because Emperor Jingwen was diligent, the entire harem did not dare to indulge in entertainment. Those musicians were not doing their jobs all day long. Wasn't he just a disguised way of asking these people who were paid for nothing to tighten their strings? As for grapes and the like, there's no need to mention them. They were picked from the farms outside the capital and would soon rot before their turn to be eaten by his brother, the crown prince. Rare items like lychees were still lining up in front. A few bunches of grapes were nothing. How could they be called a luxury? There were also people fanning, reading, and massaging. These were even more normal in the palace. How did they combine to become an unforgivable crime in the eyes of my cheap father? I really don't understand. Also, what does it mean that he is not allowed to enter the Eastern Palace within a year? Why is he guarding against him like he is guarding against a thief? He was only a little over a year old. How could he have led the crown prince, who was already 16 years old and half an adult, astray? Is it possible? Is it possible? Yishu was quite angry. Yishu felt even more indignant when he thought that his wonderful life had been interrupted just 2 days ago. I finally caught such an easy to talk to prince, but the result, alas. While Yishu was gritting his teeth and sighing, he didn't know that concubine Rong and the maids beside him were almost terrified. After hearing the content of the oral instruction, concubine Rong's eyes went dark and she almost fainted. House arrest order for a little kid who is just over 1 year old. There seemed to have never been such a precedent in the great Zhou dynasty before, and her son was the only one. What must he have done to make the emperor so angry? Your Highness, please accept the order and express your gratitude. Eunuch Wang Ziquan had been watching the whole process from beginning to end, and his eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at the little prince. This time, he really broadened his horizons. For some reason, Eunuch Wang thought of his master, who had to get up before dawn every day to attend court. Not only did he have to deal with government affairs every day, but he also had to find time to appease the harem. Whenever something broke out outside, it was common for the emperor to not be able to sleep for 2 or 3 days. The same goes for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who also has to get busy. The two most powerful men in the world are not as free as a little kid. Realizing that he had seriously overstepped the boundaries, Eunuch Wang begged for forgiveness in his heart and quickly pulled his thoughts back. Concubine Rong thanked him in a daze, but when she learned that her son was reluctant to come back because he didn't like the room she had prepared for him, which led to such a disaster, she burst into tears. If you don't like it, then don't like it. Just tell your mother directly. At worst, you can ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to tear it down and rebuild it. Concubine Rong didn't think this was a big deal at all. Perhaps she was a little sad that the little thing didn't like the side hall she decorated with her own hands, but what made Concubine Rong most sad was that he was punished now. She can't care about anything else. Yishu never expected that he would end up losing himself just by using the luxury. I'm sorry, mother. Without noticing that her son could speak fluently all of a sudden, Concubine Rong took him into her arms, and the mother and son hugged each other and cried bitterly. It's just that Concubine Rong was crying about her son's future, while Yishu was crying about the house arrest order, and it would take him half a year to find a way to get back at his wits' end. The time span is too long, and he feels really unhappy. But no matter what, we can't just let this matter go. It's just half a year, he can wait. Then the oral order spread like wildfire throughout the palace. The little prince was under house arrest. As his biological mother, how could Concubine Rong be any better? The honor and favor that was finally restored is likely to be lost again. What sin did the imperial concubine commit in her previous life? Could this child be here to collect the debt? Moreover, once the word arrogant, extravagant, and debauched was uttered, the child was most likely doomed. If they were imperial concubines, they would have been considering whether to give birth to another prince while they were still young and strong. Instead of worrying about a child who is disliked by the emperor, it is better to raise a good one. The consorts, the concubines, and the ladies, including the queen, were all laughing behind her back. With a son like this, it will be difficult for the imperial concubine's lineage to achieve success. Gently brushing away the layer of foam on the teacup, several people thought so at the same time, but they are not imperial concubines after all. Concubine Rong did not feel burdened at all. Instead, she was worried about the child's sensitive mind. What if he could not accept the scolding from his father for a while? Haven't you seen many princes who became devastated, depressed, and even died because of this? However, concubine Rong soon realized that her worries were unnecessary. Yishuo hasn't had much reaction since he was confined to his room. He still eats and drinks as usual every day, and still runs and plays like before. Except for not being able to leave Kyuwu Palace, nothing else has changed. The crown prince shared the same concerns as concubine Rong, and since he was the one who led his father over, he felt even more guilty. The crown prince had not expected that his father would be so angry, so after the house arrest order, he hesitated for a while, but finally sent the letter. Then Moshu told him about the scene he saw of the little prince playing the ball-throwing game with the palace maids and eunuchs. The crown prince discovered that his younger brother seemed to be no ordinary person. The crown prince was silent for a moment, then asked, "Anything else?" The young prince asked me to ask if the crown prince could give him the lychees that were newly tribute this year if he really has no appetite. The young prince said that the basket of lychees will go bad if they are not eaten. Moshu gritted his teeth and repeated Yishu's words, then lowered his head, not daring to look at his master's expression. The crown prince, after a long while, the prince finally spoke again. "Since he has spoken, give it to him." "Yes." The sixth prince felt mixed emotions after hearing that his younger brother was forcibly brought back by his father's guards. "I didn't expect that my little brother could cause so much trouble just by going for a free meal. The most important thing is that he actually lived in the prince's palace for so many days." After the incident, the crown prince specially sent someone to deliver a basket of lychees. If the sixth prince remembered correctly, the south sent a total of 6 baskets of lychees as tribute this year. Emperor Jingwen kept 2 baskets for himself, gave 2 baskets to the empress, 2 baskets to the crown prince, and the rest did not even belong to the imperial concubine. Therefore, after concubine Shu received the reward, the 5th prince was very proud in class. He kept fiddling with the 5 lychees over and over again without getting tired of it. Finally, the 4th prince couldn't stand it anymore and said a few words to him, and the 5th prince finally restrained himself. And now he has lychees of his own. After the little prince got the lychees, he first gave most to the imperial concubine, and then it was his turn. A full basket weighs at least 10 pounds, and he will get at least 1 or 2 pounds. 1 or 2 pounds can contain 5 lychees. If he takes it to the upper study tomorrow, it will definitely embarrass the 5th prince. But in the end, the 6th prince did nothing. He didn't even eat the lychees. He waited until the lychees went bad without peeling even one. Half a year is neither long nor short. In Yishu's opinion, it goes by very fast. It just flies by as he eats, drinks, plays, and plays every day. In the blink of an eye, Yishu was already over 2 years old. It was early summer on the day the ban was lifted. Yishu changed into a thin shirt, and the moment the palace gate opened, he rushed out with a whoosh. It's been so long that he's really getting frustrated. No matter how big Kyuwu Palace is, it is only about 1.5 acres of land. Now, the clay figures made by Yishuo can almost fill up the entire decorative shelf. Su Yue and the others hurriedly followed behind him, fearing that something unexpected might happen. But this time Yishuo did not do as they wished. Instead, he asked them to stay away. Could it be that the little prince has begun to get tired of them? Su Yue couldn't help feeling a little sad. But in fact, Yishuo had other intentions when he asked them to stay away, which was that he just couldn't tell them for the time being. "Let's build a swing here." The 2-year-old child could already speak clearly, and Yishuo's articulation also became fluent. Although the young eunuchs were puzzled, since their master had already said so, they naturally had to do so. Although the little prince had never had such an intention before, children always change very quickly. Maybe he heard about or saw a swing somewhere and wanted one too. In this way, Yishuo wandered around for many days, and finally waited for the person he wanted to see most. Emperor Jingwen habitually wore casual clothes. While relaxing in the imperial garden, he accidentally saw someone swinging on a swing. He thought it was another trick thought up by one of the concubines in the harem, but when he got closer, he found out it was his own son. Emperor Jingwen vaguely recalled that half a year had passed. If he remembered correctly, his youngest son had just celebrated his 2nd birthday 2 months ago. After such a long time, Emperor Jingwen was no longer angry. It is inevitable for children to be greedy for enjoyment. I believe that after the 6-month confinement, he should have corrected his behavior and will not commit the same mistake again. But the child was sitting there alone, without even anyone to serve him, and this place was so secluded. Weren't they afraid of any accidents? Yes, naturally no one would care about a prince who is disliked by the emperor. The imperial concubine was probably taking her anger out on him because she was being ignored. Having seen the ups and downs of the palace, Emperor Jingwen naturally knew that such things happened frequently, and useless people would be discarded like abandoned chess pieces. But Emperor Jingwen could not have imagined that the imperial concubine would be like this. These dogs and slaves who presumptuously speculate on the emperor's will. When did he ever say in person that he wanted to give up his son? Looking at the child who was almost unable to be born smoothly because of his own mistakes, and who finally survived but became like this now, no longer as lively as before. Emperor Jingwen felt a sudden pain in his heart and a surge of guilt. He wondered if he had spoken too harshly when he asked him to be confined to his home, which led to misunderstanding by others. But there was not a single word about anything else in the oral instruction. The words arrogant, extravagant, and debauched were also said behind people's backs, and in the past 6 months he has never asked about it. Emperor Jingwen walked quickly through the peach forest, waved away the branches in front of him, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the child looking up. He was first startled by the sudden appearance of someone, and then his face was full of confusion. Who are you and why are you here? Who are you? Who is he who? After not seeing him for half a year, his youngest son, who is not even old enough to remember, can no longer recognize him. It was not until this moment that Emperor Jingwen suddenly realized that 6 months was such a long time for a child. Emperor Jingwen was shocked and then stood there in a daze. Tell me quickly, who are you? Otherwise, I will call for help. The child's timid and panic-stricken look hurt Emperor Jingwen's eyes even more. He still remembered how willful and lively his son was half a year ago, but now he was like a wounded little animal licking his wounds alone in a corner. Emperors are all suspicious and thoughtful people. Even the smallest details will be magnified infinitely in their eyes. For such a young child, it is normal to forget someone after not seeing him or her for just 1 or 2 months, let alone half a year. Emperor Jingwen fell silent, suddenly not knowing how to start. Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, didn't think too much about it, and subconsciously reminded him, Your Highness, this person is. Step back, however, before he could finish, Emperor Jingwen interrupted him. Wang Ziquan was stunned. Ignoring the reaction of his personal eunuch, Emperor Jingwen walked straight forward. Wang Ziquan quickly understood his master's intention and hurriedly retreated with the eunuchs and palace maids. The emperor probably wants to repair his relationship with the young prince. It seems that the emperor still cares about this son. Wang Ziquan thought about it for a moment, and then he had an idea. It seems that the little prince's blessings are far from over, and they are just speculating recklessly. Fortunately, he had not been disrespectful to Qiu Wugong before. After recalling the past, Wang Ziquan realized that he had been extremely polite to the imperial concubine no matter when she was in glory or in decline. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful in the future, think carefully before doing anything, and don't offend people you shouldn't offend. Do you hear me? Looking around, Wang Ziquan couldn't help but remind him. The other palace maids and eunuchs had now figured out what was going on and quickly agreed. The other side. Although Emperor Jingwen had many children, this was the first time he faced such a situation. A child used to be lively and willful, but now he is timid and submissive. Such a big contrast has brought a strong shock to the person involved. Didn't you see that even the emperor couldn't stand it? The emperor couldn't help but feel waves rising in his heart. If you don't speak anymore, this prince will leave. After saying this, the child quickly jumped off the swing. Seeing the little creature getting angry as he approached, Emperor Jingwen grabbed his arm without saying anything. Let go, let go. If you don't let go, I will call for help. As if he didn't expect the other party to be so bold, the 2-year-old child could no longer hold back, his eyes full of panic. Do you know who I am? I'm telling you my father is the emperor. Be careful or I'll tell him and have him punish you for disrespect. It seems that the little thing really doesn't remember himself. Also, his situation didn't seem to be very good. He could only speak empty words without any threat. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen finally responded, Oh, you said you are a prince. Do you have any evidence? Emperor Jingwen looked him up and down, and when his eyes fell on the untied cuffs of his sleeves, his brows suddenly furrowed and anger rose in his heart. Are these damned slaves really so flattering? A prince has torn clothes. Emperor Jingwen took a closer look and found that the style of the clothes was also from last year. And the imperial concubine, is it possible that the love between mother and son is not worth the so-called favor? Emperor Jingwen was angry and disappointed at the moment. His eyes were full of fire, but he still said, I have seen that all the other princes are dressed in brocade and gorgeous clothes, and when they travel, they are followed by groups of palace servants. How come you don't have a single servant around you? You still say you are a prince. Are you lying to me? Tusk, my cheap dad really acted with me. It turns out that all emperors like this. Then Yishu seemed to be insulted. His face flushed. You are talking nonsense. Emperor Jingwen continued also, Why have I never seen you by His Majesty's side? So you are lying. I didn't. Hearing this, Yishu seemed to finally be unable to bear it anymore, and finally told the truth. Your Highness just made a mistake, so my father refused to come to see me. Wait a while, my father will definitely come to see me again. After saying that, the child raised his little face and said viciously, So if you dare to tell me your name, I will make you pay. Noticing the flash of loneliness, deep regret, and confusion in his eyes when he talked about his mistakes, Emperor Jingwen felt as if his heart was pricked by a needle. For the first time, he began to wonder if he was being too harsh on the kid. After all, he was only a little over 1 year old at the time and still a child who knew nothing. How could he know what he should and should not do? As a result, he imposed such a severe punishment on impulse and caused the imperial concubine to lose face, so now she even ignores her own son. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a moment, then asked, "Since you made a mistake, do you know where you went wrong?" I don't know. Speaking of this, Yishuo decisively counted on his fingers and said, "The ice is used regardless of whether I am there or not. The musician is also kept in the palace. I saw that no one was using him, so I invited them to use. The crown prince doesn't eat grapes either, and there is." So where exactly did he go wrong? He was clearly making use of waste. After his calculation, Emperor Jingwen miraculously felt that there was nothing wrong with the child. Then the image of him lying on the recliner flashed through his mind, and Emperor Jingwen calmed down instantly. I was almost led into a ditch by him. It is still wrong. If the prince does this and the news spreads to the people and everyone rushes to imitate him, what should we do? Emperor Jingwen then said, "As a prince, you should put the overall situation first and not be so arrogant and carefree. But I'm not the one in charge. What does setting an example have to do with me? Please, my cheap father and cheap brother are the real masters of the family. He is just a scoundrel. As long as he doesn't do anything harmful or break the law, how can he have such a big impact? Who would care about a prince who has nothing but a fart listening to music and eating grapes?" Yishuo looked aggrieved. "Isn't it enough to have my father and brother as role models for the people of the world? Why drag him into this?" When Emperor Jingwen heard this, he choked up. He and the crown prince worked so hard, and when it was finally time to enjoy themselves, he had to do it right. In fact, Emperor Jingwen should be happy that the child of the imperial concubine and the grandson of the Duke of Zhen could have such thoughts. His words proved that he had no ambitions and that he acknowledged the crown prince's status as heir to the throne. If he could maintain this status, it would be perfectly in line with Emperor Jingwen's wishes. But for some reason, when Emperor Jingwen really heard these words, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt inexplicably suffocated. However, you can't take the words of a 2-year-old seriously. When he grows up, he will naturally understand how ridiculous his current thoughts are. When he thought of this, Emperor Jingwen felt a little gloomy, and he became more determined not to let the two sides meet, to prevent the Duke of Zhen from teaching his son some bad things. Soon after getting rid of these unfounded years, Emperor Jingwen pretended not to care and asked, "Hearing you say that, don't you hate the emperor very much?" To be honest, if it were him, he would probably be dissatisfied with being punished so severely when he felt he had done nothing wrong. How could it be? The next second, the child in front of him jumped up instantly as if his hair stood on end. "Listen, I won't let you say bad things about my father." Seeing that the child in front of him was full of grievances but still subconsciously defended himself, Emperor Jingwen felt mixed emotions and couldn't help but soften his tone. Yes, it's my fault." Although the emperor was apologizing to him, his gentle attitude still made Wang Ziquan's eyes pop out, and his gaze towards the little prince changed several times. The child was satisfied after hearing this. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time, and in the end, the younger one was the first to give in. "Forget it, I forgive you, but you are not allowed to say such things again in the future. By the way, you haven't told me who you are yet." In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Emperor Jingwen's mind, but in the end, he still asked calmly, "Your Highness, who do you think I should be?" "Tusk, it looks like my cheap dad doesn't intend to end it like this, so I'll just continue to act with him." Yishu thought about it, and then his eyes lit up. "Recently, I heard that the new top scholar will enter the palace to meet the emperor. You are this year's top scholar, right?" "Yes, that must be the case." "Mother said that the #1 scholar is very impressive, so there are so many people following you, right? This silly child is so out of date with the news after being under house arrest. The spring exam was held in March, and it is already May. 2 full months have passed. Moreover, the new #1 scholar went to the palace to meet the emperor through the main gate of the palace, Changshan Gate, and would not pass by the harem at all." However, seeing how much he was looking forward to it, Emperor Jingwen, for the first time in his life, did not spoil the boy's fun, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I am the top scholar this year. Your Highness is really smart." Now it was Yishuo's turn to choke. While my cheap dad is so shameless that he actually nodded and acknowledged this identity. The top scholar is not even 30 yet and is in the prime of his life. How old is he now? He will be 40 soon, right? Seeing that the child seemed to be silent, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Yishu shook his head and said, "No, I just feel that you are very familiar to me. It feels like my father." Perhaps because he was a little embarrassed, he seemed a little hesitant in the end. Could it be that the little guy is going to recognize me? Emperor Jingwen raised his eyebrows. Afterward, perhaps he had finally mustered up the courage. Emperor Jingwen heard him say, I don't know if you mind, my lord, letting me hug you." Emperor Jingwen was stunned, as if he didn't hear clearly. "What? Because I haven't seen my father for a long time, so." Facing the child's eager and anxious eyes, Emperor Jingwen's heart softened immediately. "Of course, your Highness can hold me as long as you want." Since he said so, Yishu certainly didn't hesitate and climbed up in his arms. The next moment, Emperor Jingwen was embraced by him. Having never been so close to any of his sons, Emperor Jingwen felt a little uncomfortable. After a long time, he casually put his hand on the child's head. Only then did he realize that his son had grown a lot taller after not seeing him for half a year. "Sir, do you have anything to do today? If not, could you stay a little longer?" The child's voice became hoarse and muffled, as if with tears in it. Emperor Jingwen was shocked and remained silent for a while before nodding. Seeing that his son was alone here, Emperor Jingwen finally rolled up his sleeves to help him push the swing, just because he said, "It's been a long time since anyone played with me." Emperor Jingwen misunderstood, so he put aside the political affairs at hand and stayed with his youngest son for a whole afternoon. Finally, Yishu got tired of playing and climbed onto the back of Emperor Jingwen. Bold, presumptuous, Emperor Jingwen was furious and frowned subconsciously. He wanted to refuse, but before he could do anything, Yishu's two small hands had already wrapped around his neck. "Even the smell on your body is similar, but father will never carry me like this." The childish words touched people's hearts the most. Facing this son whom he owed a lot, Emperor Jingwen held on for 2 breaths, but was overwhelmed by guilt when he turned his head. The hand that had been holding his wrist slowly let go. Just once, no big deal. As the sun sets, the afterglow of the setting sun on the blue stone road stretches the shadows of the father and son very long. The palace maids, eunuchs, and even concubines who passed by couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Emperor, Emperor. But before they could salute, Emperor Jingwen glanced over. Now he is so immersed in role-playing that he cannot extricate himself. How could he be willing to be exposed by others? Emperor Jingwen was still waiting to tell the child in person when he arrived at Kiwu Palace. By then, he would surely be very surprised. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but curl his lips, not knowing what he was thinking of. Eunuch Wang Ziquan standing by was moved by this heartwarming scene. He, an outsider, was moved by this, let alone the emperor. Along the way, Yishu chattered incessantly, spouting nice words as if they were free, acting out the image of a son who adores his father to the fullest. Emperor Jingwen was overjoyed when he heard this. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. After all, there is a difference between the admiration of one's own son and the hypocritical praise from outsiders. But the good times didn't last long. Yishu never expected that even though he had already explained everything in advance, Suyue still went to complain to his mother. Of course, Suyue also had good intentions. After all, a 2-year-old child had to be left alone, and she, as a servant, couldn't stop him, so she had to let someone who could take care of him do it. So when he saw his mother standing at the end of the road, Yishu instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Greetings to His Majesty. May His Majesty be blessed with good health and good health." "It's bad." The imperial concubine acted too quickly, and Emperor Jingwen didn't have time to discuss it with her. All the hiding along the way was destroyed in an instant. Emperor Jingwen felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw that his identity was exposed so quickly. If the child on his back found out that he had been deceived, he would surely be very disappointed. In a flash, Emperor Jingwen had already thought of words of comfort, but the subsequent development of events seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Yishu was even more nervous than his father and tried his best to wink at his mother. But how could concubine Rong know that her son was so bold that he even dared to deceive his father, the emperor, relying on the fact that he was the emperor's son? So after she stood up without thinking, concubine Rong immediately scolded him. "What's wrong with you recently? Why do you always like to run around in this ragged clothes? Why don't you ask Suyue and the others to follow you? Where did you get this dress? Didn't I ask Aunt Jing to throw it away? You want to piss off mother to death, don't you?" This time the imperial concubine was really furious. He was only 2 years old. If something happened to him, wouldn't it be the end of her life? No wonder concubine Rong was so angry. The emperor was worthy of being an emperor, and he quickly grasped the key points of the 2 sentences. Wait a minute, it's not that the imperial concubine doesn't want to change the old clothes, but that the child himself refuses to change them. Moreover, it wasn't that the palace servants didn't follow him, but he deliberately sent them away. The most important thing is that concubine Rong's eyes were red, and she didn't look like she was going to give up her son at all, so he did it on purpose. He deliberately pretended to be pitiful and was waiting for me there, and everything that happened today in fact is fake. With a loud boom, Emperor Jingwen's brain exploded instantly. He grabbed the child who was about to sneak out with his backhand and brought him in front of him without saying a word. Things have come to this point, and it is useless for Yishu to struggle unilaterally. He who knows how to adapt to the times is a wise man. If he behaves well, he might be able to have an easier time later. Facing his awkward yet polite smile, at this moment, Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he was shaking all over. Shock, shame, anger all surged into his heart. It has been so many years since Emperor Jingwen was so angry. Seeing the hand pointing at him trembling constantly, Yishuo, who had no way to escape, couldn't help but swallow. Oops, looks like this is too much. Father, please calm down. Please listen to your son's explanation. However, at this time, Emperor Jingwen had almost lost his mind. His mind kept recalling how he helped him push the swing, carried him back, and felt proud and self-satisfied when he heard his exaggerated praises. Facts have proved that when people are extremely embarrassed, they will really get angry and lose their minds, especially since the person in front of him is the emperor, an emperor for whom face is of paramount importance. As guilty as Emperor Jingwen felt before, he is as angry now. He was actually teased by his own son. Emperor Jingwen had never beaten his children before. If his children made mistakes, as long as he pointed them out, they would naturally correct themselves. Even their mothers would have taken the initiative to scold them, so it was never Emperor Jingwen's turn to take action. What's more, Emperor Jingwen has always looked down upon the use of force to solve problems. Using force is only for short-term gain and does not fundamentally solve the problem. Instead, it will make his children resentful. The children are just afraid, they haven't changed. But today, as if he had learned it all by himself, Emperor Jingwen instinctively looked around to see if there was anything that could help him. When he realized what was happening, he already had a feather duster in his hand. The maids and eunuchs in Kiwu Palace were cleaning the room, but unexpectedly the emperor rushed in and instantly grabbed the feather duster in the vase. "Get out of here." Before beating the children, the emperor did not forget to clear the area. The palace servants had never seen such a scene before and were terrified. Wang Ziquan, who was used to seeing big storms, couldn't help but be stunned. How could the scene of loving father and filial son change so suddenly? Although Yishu had never been beaten by his biological father, he was not unfamiliar with this process. After getting the weapon, the next step is to give him a good beating. Yishu suddenly shuddered, and before the emperor could make a move, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Mother, mother, help me. Dad is going to beat me to death. Bastard, he hasn't even started yet. If people don't know, they might think the emperor really wants to kill his son." With the volume of his voice, I'm afraid the people in the surrounding palaces could have heard it. "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about?" Emperor Jingwen was almost mad at him. Yishuo didn't care about that and shouted everything he could, "Brother, brother, come and save me." Then almost half of the people in the palace were alarmed, and soon the crown prince also heard the news. Emperor Jingwen suddenly came to his senses. If this matter were to get out, he would really lose both his face and dignity. Emperor Jingwen subconsciously covered his son's mouth, gritting his teeth as he did so. "Shut up. You still think it's not chaotic enough, right? It was obviously you who started it first." Yishuo's face flushed red as he made this accusation with his eyes. Emperor Jingwen guessed what he meant at once, so he lowered his voice and said, "You were the one who lied to me first." When he thought about the fact that he had played the game of number one scholar and prince with him for a long time, Emperor Jingwen's face turned pale. He thought he was the one playing the game, but he was played by his own son. Who knows how this little bastard is laughing at me in his heart? When Emperor Jingwen thought of this, his hands began to tremble again. "Calm down, calm down, calm down." Yishuo stared at the feather duster in his hand, not daring to breathe. "Things have come to this point. Unless I strangle this little bastard to death and kill Wang Ziquan and other palace servants and destroy the bodies, I can't pretend that this incident never happened." After a long time, Emperor Jingwen, who had realized the reality, suddenly calmed down and said, "Tell me, how can you not tell anyone about this?" Oh my god, the emperor is actually negotiating with a little kid. Seeing such emotions in the eyes of the little bastard in front of him, Emperor Jingwen's calmness, which had been so hard to calm down, was almost ruined again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yishu immediately restrained himself. "If you beat me, I won't tell you." Emperor Jingwen narrowed his eyes suddenly, and his mood became bad again. "You dare to threaten me? Do you know that you are committing the crime of deceiving the emperor?" If it were someone else, even the prince, hearing this, he would probably kneel on the ground with a pale face and unable to get up. There is no other reason. The crime is so serious that you may lose your head if you are not careful. Yishu was not afraid at all. He suddenly became serious and did not answer but asked instead. His eyes were clearly black and white and showed unprecedented seriousness. "Father, do you treat your son the same way you treat your subjects in the court? Do you also need to be careful about your words and actions?" The child's face was still childish, and he possessed an innocence that the older princes did not have. No wonder Emperor Jingwen thought he was naive. If it were someone else, who would have the guts to ask this question? Even if he was a few years older, he wouldn't dare to do so. No one had ever asked him this question before. The relationship between the ruler and his subjects, father and son, should first be between the ruler and his subjects, then father and son. This is how it should be for people in the royal family. Emperor Jingwen should have told him this, but for some reason he suddenly couldn't bring himself to say it. Although they are king and subject, they are also father and son. Caught off guard, Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yishu asked again, "Since we are father and son, how can we talk about deceiving the emperor?" His hands suddenly tightened, and Emperor Jingwen said reflexively, "How outrageous." But for some reason, he felt a little lacking in confidence. Although he had been a father for so many years, he had never encountered a child like this, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Yishu struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Father, look, if this happened between an ordinary father and son, it would be just a trivial matter. Why are you so angry? In an ordinary family, the father and son would probably still talk about it from time to time and make it a joke years later. Is it really like this? Seeing his cheap father's hesitation, Yishu's face became serious. He didn't feel guilty at all and nodded very affirmatively, really. No matter what, let's get through this hurdle first. Emperor Jingwen might really have little experience in this area, and he was really intimidated by him. After calming down, Emperor Jingwen heard the frantic knocking on the door outside. Oh, I forgot to mention that Emperor Jingwen felt ashamed, so when he drove the palace servants out, he locked the door of the main hall as well. His behavior made concubine Rong very anxious. Coupled with her son's screams just now, concubine Rong's heart was beating fast. Her hands turned red from clapping, and she was sweating all over. Your Majesty, if Shuor has made any mistakes, please forgive him for his young age. If you really want to punish me, please punish me. Before she could finish her words, she heard a creaky sound and the door in front of her suddenly opened. Concubine Rong was delighted, but before she could say anything, she saw Emperor Jingwen casually throwing something at her. Taking a closer look, this fiery red ball, who else could it be but her son? Concubine Rong hurriedly went to take him. When she turned around again, she could only see the emperor's back, and along with it, his deep voice. My dear Shuor is naughty and needs to be taught well in the future. At first, Emperor Jingwen wanted to punish him again, but then he changed his mind. This little bastard was only 2 years old after all. Moreover, he had just been released from prison more than 10 days ago, and he was going to be imprisoned again today. Emperor Jingwen felt that it was too frequent. The most important thing is that he dared to do such a thing after being locked up for half a year last time. God knows what tricks he can come up with next time. Emperor Jingwen decided to let him go this time and also let himself go. After his stepfather left, Yishu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I managed to fool him. He was not worried at all that his mother would be angered. Although his stepfather was a scumbag, he was not so shameless. Even Yeshua was not that worried about himself. As I said, when you are young you can do whatever you want. The most you will get is a beating or be put in solitary confinement for half a year. Nothing else will happen. Now I didn't get beat and I didn't get put in solitary confinement. It was a real win. Next time, let's do it this way again. Yeshua was thinking happily, but when he turned around, he met concubine Rong's fiery eyes. Oops, I just send one away and there is still one. Yeshua broke out in a cold sweat. Mom, please listen to my explanation. After a long time, the little prince's screams were heard again in Kiwu Palace. The other side, the impact of being teased by a 2-year-old child was greater than Emperor Jingwen had imagined. He even thought about it before going to bed at night. Scene after scene kept repeating itself again and again before Emperor Jingwen's eyes. The more one wants to forget, the harder it is to forget. Sensing the low pressure in the bedroom, Wang Ziquan didn't dare to breathe. After all, he was one of the parties involved, and he wished he could disappear from the emperor's sight as soon as possible, so that the emperor wouldn't see him and remember what happened that day. Wang Ziquan, who was used to many ups and downs, was even shocked at the courage of the little prince. For some unknown reason, Emperor Jingwen finally asked several ministers indirectly what they would do if this happened to them. The results were all the same without exception. How dare he break his legs? Emperor Jingwen then realized that he had been deceived again. Even if he was an ordinary person, he couldn't escape the beating. It was a pity that I believed his words at that time. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help himself and accidentally smashed the cup next to him. The little bastard was so skilled and calm, and he dug 2 big holes in a row, which made it hard to believe that he was a first-time offender. At the same time, scenes from the past flashed quickly through the emperor's mind. I still remember that when he was a little over 1 year old, he was greatly humiliated because of the imperial concubines sleeping with him. Emperor Jingwen now felt more and more that he did it on purpose. As for the matters of grasping the weak old and throwing the jade unicorn, there is no need to mention it. Emperor Jingwen was startled, and then a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that his son was born bad? No, it's not bad, it's just plain irritating. He is like this when he is just over 2 years old. What will happen when he grows up? Because the crown prince and other princes were so diligent, obedient, and conscientious, Emperor Jingwen had the illusion that he was particularly good at raising children. It was not until today that Emperor Jingwen realized that all his previous children were raised in vain. All of them combined were not as troublesome as this one. The other party would even stop him with words like emperor and subject, father and son. Listen to this, does this sound like something a 2-year-old child would say? But he couldn't really say anything like the emperor and his subjects were the first to rule over him. Everyone knew it, but they couldn't put it in the open, as it would ultimately hurt the relationship between father and son. Therefore, this question has no solution. For the first time in his life, Emperor Jingwen was not thinking about state affairs before going to bed, but was troubled by the upbringing of his youngest son. At the same time, the East Palace. Looking at this commotion, I'm afraid that my royal brother has done something to displease father again. He is worthy of being the crown prince. He has already gotten a glimpse of the truth after only meeting Yishu twice, and his guess is so accurate. Oh, from what I've seen from your highness' words and actions, the little prince seems to be a little naughty. The tutor beside him had never seen the true appearance of the little prince, but after hearing him say this, he became interested. The prince twitched his lips when he heard this. Grandmaster, you don't know that my brother is more than just naughty. The Teifu is the crown prince's teacher. When facing his teacher, the crown prince has nothing to hide, so he told everything he had seen. Then the tutor stopped talking. Just by lying on a recliner and eating grapes and having musicians and masseurs, the Teifu thought that it was fortunate that he was not the crown prince. Otherwise, he would have been a tyrant if he ascended the throne one day. Fortunately, the one he was assisting was the crown prince, so the more useless the other princes were, the better. Judging from the current situation, the little prince doesn't seem to be a cause for concern. The grand tutor had been worried about the Duke of Zhen for 2 years, and now he finally felt a little relieved. After all, we are all in education, so we naturally know each other. As the saying goes, people of the same profession look down on each other, and this is especially true for scholars. Even the Teifu is no exception. As luck would have it, the person in charge of the upper study now is his old rival, Lord Jinji. It's obvious that concubine Rong dotes on her child. The emperor has to worry about so many things every day, so it's basically impossible for him to discipline his child personally, so in the end, the responsibility falls on the prince's teacher. Thinking of his old rival's headache, the Teifu couldn't help but smile. When the time comes, I must watch the fun carefully. On the other hand, as Emperor Jingwen's mood changed, the hearts of everyone in the harem also fluctuated. It was thought that the 6-month-long house arrest had crushed the little prince to death. As a record breaker, in the eyes of the concubines, the little prince would never be able to turn over again. Who knows how long it would take before someone saw the emperor carrying him around the palace. Note, it is carried on the back. Not to mention other princes, even the crown prince does not have this honor. The emperor is a typical strict father. Apart from holding the prince when he is born, there is nothing more he does, let alone carrying him on his back. Even in the homes of lower-level ministers, it was rare for a father to carry his child on his back. What does father mean? It means unshakable authority and the most untransgressed existence in a family or even a clan. If you're too close to your children, won't they lose their sense of awe? After hearing the news, the concubine Shu and the others, who had been gloating at first, twisted their handkerchiefs to pieces and felt a sense of crisis. However, before they could come up with a solution, they heard that the emperor was furious and almost beat the little prince. What is this about? Emperor Jingwen changed his attitude so quickly this time that the queen and the others were really confused. Does the emperor love or is he angry with the little prince? Not to mention them, even concubine Rong, his own mother, is almost having a headache. Her son is only 2 years old and he is already like this. What will she do when he grows up? Looking at the child playing wildly in the palace as usual, concubine Rong decided to let him study in advance. It is said that books contain beauty and golden houses. Perhaps after he reads the books and understands the principles in them, he will naturally become sensible. For some reason, Yishuo, who was watering the plants and mixing the mud, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something bad was about to happen. Soon, when he saw Su Yue coming over with a pile of books, Yishuo realized that it was not an illusion, but something bad was really going to happen. So Yishuo ran away before concubine Rong could say anything. Mom, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. Bye-bye. He is just a 2-year-old kid. What the hell is there for him to do? The child's back gradually walked away, and concubine Rong's expression changed from pretending to be gentle at the beginning to completely losing her trick and turned into anger. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you bring him back to me? Today, even if he says something ridiculous, he must recite this 1,000-character classic to me. Yes. Although Yishu has small arms and legs, he is not slow at all when running, and because of his small body, he can hide better. However, Yishu also had his limits in mind. The palace was so huge, and with his small body, if he made a mistake, he might be swallowed up by someone with ulterior motives. Although on the surface he is quite safe as the son of the imperial concubine, it is always better to be safe than sorry. If anything happened, her mother, as a royal concubine, would definitely avenge him, but he would be dead by then, so revenge would be useless. So Yishu deliberately avoided accident-prone areas such as rockery, pools, wells, etc. Just as he was wandering alone in the imperial garden, thinking about what to do next, he suddenly thought of a good place. If it's there, it should be fine. With his 6th brother going to school and unable to enter the Eastern Palace, Yishu felt that it was time to find another good place to go. Yishu did what he said and walked towards the destination with his calves. Not long after Yishu left, Su Yue and the others arrived, panting. That's not right. I just saw the little prince here. How come he's gone in the blink of an eye? Su Yue couldn't understand why. The little prince had only been to the imperial garden a few times, and the swing he had set up before was not in this location. So how did he remember the route so clearly, and even knew where it was better to hide without being discovered? If Su Yue had not seen the abilities of these young eunuchs before, she would have really thought they were useless. But now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to find the little prince. Just as Su Yue was wandering around the imperial garden like a headless fly, Yishu had already appeared at the door of Shu Lanzhai. He remembered that concubine Zhao lived here. Looking at the tightly closed palace gate in front of him, Yishu stood on tiptoe and took great effort to barely reach the door knocker on it. Boom, 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 boom. At that time, Zhao Chongrong was taking medicine. Since the loss of her child, her health has not improved as before, and she has basically been taking herbal medicine every day. As a result, just as she picked up the bowl, she heard a knock on the door. With a creaky sound, the heavy door opened. The young eunuch looked out. No one was there. Could it be haunted? Then he heard a clear child's voice coming from below. "Excuse me, is Madame Zhao here?" The young eunuch lowered his head subconsciously. When he saw the red dress, he was stunned at first, and then startled. "Greetings, young prince." "Good luck to you, young prince." A look of surprise flashed across Zhao Chongrong's face. When she came to her senses, the little kid had already run towards her. Zhao Chongrong is not good at dealing with people, including children. Fortunately, Yishu is a chatterbox, so there is no need to worry about awkward silence. Why is concubine Zhao taking medicine? Is concubine Zhao sick recently? Facing the little kid's slightly worried eyes, Zhao Chongrong felt warm in his heart. "It's just to take care of my health." After saying that, she drank the medicine in front of her, then handed the medicine bowl to the maid beside her and asked her to deal with it. Wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, Zhao Chongrong asked, "Why is the young prince here?" "The most important thing is that he still remembers her. I don't know why, but I felt a sense of familiarity when I thought of concubine Zhao, so I came here." Yishuo didn't feel embarrassed at all when he lied. "If Madame Zhao finds me annoying, I will leave now." The little baby looked so pitiful when he looked depressed. Zhao Chongrong hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the trouble. "Wait a minute." Zhao Chongrong sighed. "If your highness doesn't mind, you can stay with me as long as you want." Yishu immediately perked up, no longer feeling aggrieved. "I don't mind, I don't mind." Seeing that he seemed curious about her palace, Zhao Chongrong thought that there was nothing in it that couldn't be seen by the light, so she took the initiative to hold his hand and show him around. When he reached one of the drawers, Yishu suddenly stopped. This thing should be ancient playing cards, right? Although he had recognized what was in the box, Yishu still asked with a curious expression, "Madame Zhao, what is this? You are talking about this thing is called Meidao." Before Zhao Chongrong got married, she often played with her sisters. Later, she married Emperor Jingwen, who was still the crown prince, and it has been 15 or 16 years until today. This sling was brought here as a souvenir, and now it is old. Yishuo is Meidao a toy. Zhao Chongrong hesitated and said, "This should be considered as such, right?" Yishuo was waiting for this. His eyes lit up, and he looked up and said, "Then let's play this." Zhao Chongrong refused without thinking. "This is not something that children can play with, as well as. Mahjong is fun only when 4 people play together, and there are only 2 of us. It's just a lack of people. That's easy to handle. Concubine Zhao, wait for me. I'll go call the queens from the 2 neighboring palaces." He had noticed when he came that this area was exceptionally quiet. It was not as lively as the Qiwu Palace at all. It was probably because there were concubines here whose situations were similar to Zhao Chongrong's. There was no time to stop him. Zhao Chongrong could only watch the little kid run away. Zhao Chongrong was stunned. When they heard the knock on the door, the other 2 ladies, like Zhao Chongrong, did not react for a long time. Why did the little prince suddenly come to them? Children in the palace sometimes mean trouble. The prince is of noble status, and they cannot afford to bear the consequences if something goes wrong. The 2 of them subconsciously wanted to decline, but who knew that the little prince would speak up next? "Madam, can you play mahjong? We are short one." It sounded as if there were already 3 people, and only herself was missing. It's just like playing games in modern times. There's only 1 person missing from a 5-person team, so you're asked if you'll come. Most people would get up and play a few rounds even if they were very sleepy and had taken off their clothes. In this situation, anyone with a slightly weak mind would be fooled away in just a few words. Normally, it would be too difficult to refuse, and the 2 ladies were no exception. When they arrived at Shu Lanzhai, they found out that they had been deceived. The little prince used the same excuse to the other party. In other words, he obviously had no one at the time, but he just relied on the phrase missing 1 player to get them together. However, it is too late to leave now. This clever little ghost. The 3 of them thought so in their hearts without any prior agreement. Zhao Chongrong and the other 2 looked at each other, and since they were all elders living in the palace and had no children, their ranks were similar, so they bowed to each other. As the host of Shilanjai, Zhao Chongrong hurriedly asked the palace maids and eunuchs to prepare hot tea and snacks. By the time the servants came into the courtyard with the snacks, Yishu had already come out with the mahjong cards. As for Meidao, it was very popular in the Zhou dynasty, and was considered one of the most popular gambling games at that time. The other two ladies were not unfamiliar with it either, as they often played with their sisters during their boudoir years. But now, so many years have passed, and their hands are numb. Looking at the slightly worn cards in front of them, the three people's eyes flashed with nostalgia at the same time, and the restraint and strangeness in their hearts also dissipated a lot. Su Changyi couldn't help but take a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I haven't seen this thing for a long time. The younger sisters should give in to me later." Favored assistant Chinese letter Changyi, or lady of complete deportment Chinese letter Changyi. Su Changyi was the oldest and was the first to serve Emperor Jingwen, who was still the crown prince, so there was nothing wrong with calling herself sister. Hearing this, Li Changyuan covered her mouth with her fan and smiled. "That's what I was thinking too. My two sisters, please go easy on me later." Zhao Chongrong pursed her lips and said nothing. At this moment, she was thinking whether to let them go later. Apart from anything else, Zhao Chongrong can definitely be considered the best when it comes to card skills. Among the boudoir, among that group of young ladies, Zhao Chongrong believed that no one could match her. But that was before they got married, so the sisters didn't need to care so much about it. When they arrived at the palace, it was a completely different scene. If she won too much, Zhao Chongrong was afraid that it would damage the harmony, so she decided to let go when the time came. It was just entertainment, so how could she take it seriously? The sooner we can get through today, the sooner our lives will return to their normal peace. Yishu looked at this, then looked at that, and always felt that something was strange. Everyone seemed to be extremely cautious and couldn't let go at all, but he wasn't worried about not having enough fun. After all, when the fun really started, he wouldn't be able to control himself even if he wanted to. So Yishuo took the lead and reached out to grab the cards first. Zhao Chongrong and three others followed closely behind. Good cards. Such thoughts arose in the minds of the three people almost at the same time. Only Yishuo had a bitter face as he looked at the handful of dregs in his hand. Does this card have eyes? It gives all the bad ones to his side. He had taken all the small cards, so the cards in the lady's hands must be good. 10,000 strings of cash. It was Su Changyi's turn, and she casually threw out a card. Yishu rolled his eyes. 30,000 strings of cash. Li Changyuan paused while holding the cards. Oh no, she could just bet on it and get rid of the few useless cards on the board. But if this is the case, it would be very difficult for me to lose. In the end, Li Changyuan couldn't resist the temptation and paid 40,000 strings of cash. After several rounds of confrontation, the two games were over quickly. Zhao Chongrong, who had originally wanted to conserve her strength, gradually discovered that the two opponents did not seem to be trying their best. It turns out that everyone has the same idea, which is to give in. The two people opposite were pretending to be novices and inexperienced really well. If my level was lower, I would have been fooled by them. Li Changyuan and Su Changyi, who also put themselves in a position to let others go, frowned. Wait, something is wrong. Things seem to be a little different from what I imagined. Yishu played two cards in a row, which were caught by three people in time and then was taken away by a set of tricks. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Question: if we randomly pick three people to play mahjong, what is the probability that all three of them are experts? Perhaps it was because their opponent aroused their desire to win, or perhaps it was because the dignity of a master could not be challenged. The three of them went from being reserved at the beginning to cautious probing, and finally to swordplay and back and forth, all in less than 5 games. Later on, Zhao Chongrong and the other two used various methods, including card splitting and card counting. If Yishu was really an ordinary 2-year-old child, he would have been beaten so badly that he couldn't even get up, although he is not much better now. Yishuo's card skills are not bad, and can even be called superb, but modern poker is different from this mahjong, and he still needs to adapt. Mahjong equal Meideo. The most important thing is that the three ladies agreed to explain the specific rules to him when they played cards, but when the game started, they forgot everything. Just like that, the three of them fought back and forth, and in the end only Yishu was injured. By the time Zhao Chongrong and the others reacted, Yishu's wallet was empty. All the New Year's money he had saved for 2 years was lost. Looking at the child's empty wallet and aggrieved face, Zhao Chongrong and others suddenly woke up. Oops, I forgot about the little prince. Looking at the pile of silver beans at hand, Zhao Chongrong and the others all showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Your Highness. For fear of making him cry, Zhao Chongrong was just about to draw something, but the next moment, the palace door of Shu Lanzhai was pushed open again. It turned out that concubine Rong had finally brought people here to look for her. Seeing the anger and anxiety on her face, Zhao Chongrong and the others were startled at first, and then they wanted to salute. Concubine Rong was the same. She was about to curse, but Yishu didn't even give her the chance. Concubine Rong watched her son rush towards her and then stuff something into her hand. Mother, save me. When Concubine Rong heard this, she didn't bother to scold him. She just thought that he was bullied when she was not around. When he looked down, he found that what he put into his hand was actually a mahjong deck of cards. Mother, your son has lost all his New Year's money. Please help him win it back, okay? Concubine Wrong's attention was indeed diverted. Nanny Yu, who was holding a copy of 1,000-character classic behind her, looked a little embarrassed at this moment. I'll settle the score with you later. Concubine Wrong glared at the little thing, but in Yi Shu's eyes it didn't have much deterrent power. Then Concubine Wrong approached and sneered, you three teamed up to bully a child. What kind of ability do you have? Zhao Chongrong opened her mouth, but for the first time she was speechless. After all, what the other party said makes sense. With a quick glance, she found her son's seat and sat down in front of everyone. How about I play a few games with you? Upon hearing this, Yi Shu spoke up immediately. Mother, you are amazing. Mother, you're great. But can she really succeed? Yi Shu had seen the card skills of Zhao Chongrong and the other two, which were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yi Shu smacked his lips, not holding out much hope. The three dared not disobey the imperial concubine's order, so they sat back at the card table. After Zhao Chongrong and the others calmed down, they originally wanted to give up their cards and wait until the imperial concubine was happy and the matter would be over. However, no matter how they planned, they could never have imagined that the imperial concubine's card skills were so bad. Fearing that she would be discovered if she did it too obviously, Su Chang'e played a card when the time was almost right, thinking of sending the imperial concubine away. As a result, imperial concubine refused to accept it. If she goes out again, the imperial concubine still won't want it. Su Chang'e was stunned. What she didn't know was that the imperial concubine was also in a difficult situation. At first, she wanted to let it go, but later on, she found that she suddenly couldn't get up anymore. Su Chang'e had no choice but to play her last card. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Come again, come again. The imperial concubine narrowed her eyes. She just didn't believe it. Yi Shu on the side blinked his eyes, pulled her sleeve and said, Mother, mother, stop playing. We should go back to study. Wait a moment, Nanny Yu. Please watch him first and let me do it again. Yi Shu looked innocent when he heard this. This is what his mother said herself. It has nothing to do with him. However, this wait took most of the day. From the bright sunshine in the afternoon to the dim sunset in the evening, although Concubine Wrong won a few times, she still lost more often. Even so, Zhao Chongrong and the others did not try their best. Finally, mother and son joined forces to gradually turn the situation around. Concubine Wrong suddenly found that mahjong was quite interesting. It would be nice to play it in her spare time when she was bored in the palace. Tomorrow afternoon, the three of you must remember to come to Kiwu Palace to find me. How could Yi Shu not see that his mother was addicted? It just so happened that there was something to catch his mother's attention, so she didn't have to force him to study all the time. Zhao Chongrong was not particularly averse to hearing this. After playing cards for an afternoon, the three of them found that although the imperial concubine looked unhappy when she lost, she did not vent her anger on them and was generous when paying. She was considered a good player. At first, Concubine Wrong didn't want her son to get involved. What would happen if he was so young and indulged in pleasure? However, she found that without the little thing beside her to guide her from time to time, she really couldn't win. So often, when Concubine Wrong was frustrated with losing, she would drag Yi Shu over and let him take the field, while she would sit aside and watch. After understanding the rules, with the training of 3 mahjong masters and the foundation he had learned before, Yi Shu's mahjong skills improved by leaps and bounds. At first, Zhao Chongrong and the others thought he was a child and gave in to him, but gradually, the three of them felt it was too much and could only play with him at their true level. Emperor Jingwen always remembered that he had been too cold to the imperial concubine and her son. Now that the Duke of Zhen had settled down temporarily, he slowly felt guilty and wanted to make amends. If it had been before, he would have asked the eunuchs around him to inquire and say hello. Why would he have made this trip in person? It had been a long time since they last met, and Emperor Jingwen thought that the imperial concubine and her son would be very happy to see him, so he blurted out, I don't know how that little bastard is doing lately. After receiving the order, Wang Ziquan, who was preparing the sedan chair, was startled when he heard this and could not help but secretly glance at the emperor. The little prince had just played a trick on the emperor. Logically, the emperor should be very disgusted with the little prince. Why did he ask about the little prince's recent situation so casually? However, the emperor still seems unaware of it, which is really strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Emperor Jingwen was worthy of being an emperor. He noticed it in an instant. Wang Ziquan was shocked, but fortunately he reacted in time, so he smiled and said, I was just thinking that the little prince will be happy to see the emperor later. Of course, 2 months later, Emperor Jingwen had already found a reason for his son in his mind. The reason why the little bastard behaved like that might be because he had been neglected for too long. Isn't it said that a child who is not paid attention by his father will try every possible means to attract his father's attention? Wang Ziquan was used to reading people's faces, and immediately followed the emperor's words and said, "Since the little prince has worked so hard in his studies, why doesn't your majesty consider giving him something as a reward? I'm sure the little prince will like whatever your majesty gives him." Emperor Jingwen thought about it and agreed. "It's rare that my youngest son is so motivated, so naturally I should give him a small reward. Go and ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to fetch 2 brushes. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Although the youngest son has not formally started to learn calligraphy yet, it is always a good idea to prepare it early. TL=who brushes are made with fine horsehairs, which is good for scholars as these brushes doesn't impair easily." Emperor Jingwen led his men and walked towards Qiwu Palace quite easily. Result. What is the result? As soon as he approached, Emperor Jingwen heard some unusual movements inside. It seemed that Qiwu Palace was very lively. At first, Emperor Jingwen felt a little relieved to hear the laughter of a woman who was different from the imperial concubine. It would be perfect if the harem could always maintain friendship and harmony. It was not until Emperor Jingwen quickened his pace and stepped into it quickly that he was caught off guard and saw the following scene. In the bright afternoon sunshine, my youngest son, who I hadn't seen for 2 months, was standing on a stone pier in the yard. From time to time, he was yelling something while his hands were waving in the air. His hands, which had never held a brush, were now struggling to hold a pile of paper. Judging from the complex patterns on the paper, it was mahjong tiles. The little kid, who can barely hold chopsticks for eating and have never touched a brush to write, is already playing mahjong cards with great skill. From the looks of it, he even seems very skilled. Looking at the people sitting opposite him, who else could it be but his 3 concubines? Emperor Jingwen remembered from afar that these 3 people were extremely low-key in their daily lives, and their clothes were extremely plain, so they were always quite inconspicuous when seen in the crowd. Now everyone has a rosy face and a smile on their face, but the long strip of paper on their face is really an eyesore. Emperor Jingwen finally came here, and he saw that his son had prepared such a big surprise for him. Emperor Jingwen only felt a loud bang, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his forehead. By the time he reacted, he had already shouted loudly, "What are you doing? This voice sounds familiar." Emperor Jingwen watched his son turn around and think for a while, which made Emperor Jingwen even more angry. "Oh no, I've been so obsessed with playing cards lately that I forgot I have a father." Yishu quickly threw away the mahjong cards in his hand, pretended nothing happened, and saluted, "Greetings to the emperor, may the emperor be well." Yishu spoke first, giving Zhao Chongrong and the others time to tidy up their appearances, and asked the palace maids around them to help take down the note. The 3 of them were nervous and knelt down hurriedly. "Greetings to the emperor, may the emperor be blessed with good health. It's over, I was caught red-handed. Although media is not a prohibited item, it should not be allowed to entertain people like this in the palace, right?" Emperor Jingwen looked at the 3 of them steadily, and then looked at Su Yue and the others who were nervous beside him. "Where is the imperial concubine? Where is she now? This is Qiwu Palace. Could it be that the imperial concubine has no control over this at all?" As soon as he finished speaking, concubine Rong came out of the hall in a hurry. Seeing that there were still traces of water on her face that had not been wiped clean, and small pieces of broken paper on her neck, Emperor Jingwen immediately understood what had happened. Emperor Jingwen's face began to turn pale. He could never have imagined that the imperial concubine had condoned this and was even involved in it. Presumptuous. You know that gambling is taboo in the palace. The furious emperor made everyone sweat profusely, and no one dared to refute him. Only Yishu was able to remain calm, so he quietly defended himself. "There was no gambling, we were just posting notes." The imperial concubine nearly fainted when she heard this, and she wanted to reach out and cover her son's mouth. "It's already this time, why don't you obey your father?" Sure enough, when he looked up, he found that the emperor was getting angrier. Zhao Chongrong, Su Changyi, Li Changyuan. As the emperor read out the names one by one, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned pale. Just when they thought that the emperor would at worst demote them this time, they heard the little prince speak. "Father." Without waiting for his cheap father to finish his words, Yishu hurriedly said, "This matter was caused by this son. It was the 3 ladies that this son found. It has nothing to do with the ladies. This is indeed true. If he hadn't come to their house, Zhao Chongrong and the others wouldn't have suffered this unexpected disaster. If you want to punish someone, please punish this son." "Okay." Emperor Jingwen narrowed his eyes. "Since you've said so, then you will bear all the guilt of the 4 people, including your mother. This time I will definitely punish you severely." The imperial concubine's face turned pale immediately. Hearing the emperor say this, I'm afraid he's going to take drastic measures. After Zhao Chongrong and the other 2 realized what was happening, they also started to get anxious. Having said that, even though it was the little prince who came to them on his own initiative, they did not refuse after all. If she didn't refuse, it would mean she agreed. How could we let a 2-year-old kid bear the consequences alone? Zhao Chongrong was the first person to kneel down and plead, "Your Majesty, this is my fault. I shouldn't have used mahjong cards to seduce the little prince." The little prince is still young and doesn't know anything. If your majesty wants to punish someone, please punish me. Anyway, she had nothing to lose by living like a zombie in this palace. Su Changyi and Li Changyuan broke out in cold sweats. Finally, they gritted their teeth and knelt down. For a while, the entire Qiwu palace was filled with the sounds of women crying and begging, which made Emperor Jingwen feel overwhelmed. It was clearly their fault, but Emperor Jingwen felt that he had become the bad guy. Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he laughed. Without saying a word, he looked at them for a long while. Even so, they showed no intention of retreating. After a while, Emperor Jingwen suddenly waved his hand and said, Su Changyi, Zhao Chongrong, and Li Changyuan, the three of you can go back to your respective palaces. Emperor. Shut up. If you dare to beg for mercy again, I will punish you too. Wang Ziquan stepped forward in time and advised, ladies, the emperor has spoken, ladies, please go back first. Someone send these ladies back to the palace. Zhao Chongrong and her companions were unable to resist, and the three concubines' ladies were helpless. When they left, their eyes were almost filled with worry. However, what Yishua was thinking at this moment was, He only asked the ladies to return to the palace without mentioning any punishment. It seems that his cheap father's anger has subsided. Emperor Jingwen still looked extremely furious, but he had no idea that his son had already noticed something. It's not anything else, it's mainly because the little bastard took the initiative to stand up, which made Emperor Jingwen realize that he still has some good qualities. The fact that he did not shirk responsibility was in line with Emperor Jingwen's wishes. However, Emperor Jingwen soon discovered that it was too early for him to be happy. It turns out that we shouldn't have any unreasonable expectations of this little bastard. Wang Ziquan is worthy of being the man who has stood beside Emperor Jingwen since the time of Emperor Kaindi and remains standing today. His work efficiency is astonishingly high. Taking advantage of the chaos in Qiwu Palace, he had already figured out the cause and effect of the matter. He had just noticed Wang Ziquan asking questions nearby, so when his cheap father asked him questions, Yishu didn't tell a single lie in order to prevent his cheap father's mood, which had just calmed down with great difficulty, from getting out of control again. Although the effect of telling the truth may be even stronger. Emperor Jingwen sat at the head of the table, speaking in a deep tone, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. Tell me, what have you done in the past 2 months? Yishu knelt there obediently, counting seriously, performing artistic creation, relaxing by having fun and getting up on time. I will only give you this one chance to confess. Emperor Jingwen tightened his grip on the beads in his hand, and his eyes became somewhat dangerous. Seeing this, Yishu immediately changed his words. Make mud, play cards, eat, play cards, sleep, play cards. Eunuch Wang Ziquan standing by nodded affirmatively. His Highness the Little Prince was right. Emperor Jingwen, didn't you say he should recite the 1,000-character classic? Emperor Jingwen gritted his teeth and looked at Concubine Rong beside him. Only then did Concubine Rong remember that this was what she had in mind when she went to look for him. Later on, I don't know how it became what it is now. Your Majesty, it is my fault. Concubine Rong's face was filled with shame. At this point, it is impossible for Emperor Jingwen not to know that it was this little bastard who was causing trouble. He was only 2.5 years old, but he could come up with so many clever ideas. Even Emperor Jingwen had to admire the boy's intelligence. But what's the use of his intelligence if it is not used in the right way? In fact, the more Yishu did this, the angrier Emperor Jingwen became. Emperor Jingwen then spoke, with rare patience and earnest teaching, you are not even 3 years old yet. As a prince, you don't do what you should do. You are so distracted by playing with things. How can you achieve anything by playing mahjong every day? This is really hard to say. Yishuo couldn't help but look at Eunuch Wang standing beside him. Wang Ziquan hesitated for a while, and finally had to lean over and whisper in Emperor Jingwen's ear, Your Majesty, the little prince's card skills are now better than those of the 3 ladies. Finally, under the threatening gaze of Emperor Jingwen, Wang Ziquan gradually fell silent. Looking at the little kid kneeling quietly below, Emperor Jingwen felt a headache and difficulty, not knowing where to start teaching him. Now that he can hold the chopsticks steadily, has he learned to play cards? Recalling how he was bossing around when he came here today, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. At the same time, Yishu also felt very wronged. It was just a game of cards, but his cheap father had to interfere. It was okay before, but even a little entertainment is not enough. Yishu felt that being a prince was really tiring, especially with his status and background. If he was too smart, his stepfather would be unhappy. If he was uneducated, his stepfather would also be unhappy. He had to be outstanding, worthy of his status as the son of a dragon and the grandson of a phoenix, and make his stepfather proud. But he couldn't be too outstanding, as being too outstanding would easily sow the seeds of disaster. As expected of an emperor, he is so difficult to serve. Just when Yishu was thinking about something, Emperor Jingwen also changed his words. Mahjong is, after all, a minor sport that cannot be put on the stage. Even if it reaches the pinnacle, it is still just that. Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, anything that cannot help build a beautiful great Joe is useless. Even if it can build a beautiful great Joe, it probably doesn't sound high-end and is useless in the eyes of my cheap dad. But living in modern times, Yishu feels that there are top talents in all 360 professions, and as long as a person has one specialty, it is enough to make a living. If you're good at playing mahjong, you can also have no worries about food and drink. Not to mention mahjong, making mud well is also a skill. Yishu originally wanted to continue to develop, but he was forced to stop his career just after it started. As a feudal emperor, Emperor Jingwen would never consult his son's opinions on future development. Whatever he said was the truth. Soon, Emperor Jingwen made a decision, Wu Yi. Emperor Jingwen had realized that ordinary people could not do anything to him at all and might even be led astray by him. This kind of matter should be handed over to more reliable people. At first, when Yishu saw his cheap father shouting at the air, he was a little confused, thinking that his cheap father might have been so angry that he lost his mind. There was no one there. Result. Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed out, then quickly stopped and knelt on one knee. Master. This scene really stunned Yishu, a modern man, and shattered his three views. This guy he can fly. This unscientific. Mother, mother, mother. Subconsciously, Yishu rolled and crawled to grab concubine Rong's clothes, but when he turned around, he saw that his mother seemed to be used to it, as if she was already quite familiar with such scenes. Concubine Rong was naturally familiar with it. After all, she had seen her father and brothers too many times when she was at home. Therefore, concubine Rong was a little puzzled. What's wrong, Shuor? Yishu. Yishu finally reacted at this moment. It turns out that kung fu exists in this world. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen saw his youngest son frightened like this. Emperor Jingwen thought that he was afraid of Wu Yi, and he was even more satisfied and more determined to let Wu Yi help look after him. Wu Yi, from now on you will take my place and keep a good eye on the little prince at all times. Don't allow him to do anything unnecessary. As for what unnecessary things are, it goes without saying that they refer to things like playing mahjong. Emperor Jingwen took great pains to help him quit his gambling addiction. Yishuo was stunned at first, and then his heart was filled with joy. Yes, Yishuo did not feel that he had lost his freedom because of being monitored. Instead, he was quite excited. Let me ask you, which modern person is not curious about martial arts? Yishuo remembered that when he was young in his previous life, he also had a deep yearning for martial arts. Later, when he grew up, he found that these were all fictional, so he gradually gave up the idea. This has nothing to do with how high your IQ is. It's purely a yearning for something you can't do. But Yishuo was afraid that his stepfather would see it. It would be troublesome if his stepfather changed his mind, so he quickly lowered his head before his stepfather looked over. However, this scene was not what Emperor Jingwen saw. The little kid's shoulders trembled as if he was extremely scared, which made Emperor Jingwen breathe a sigh of relief. It's enough to know to be afraid, so that he won't continue to be lawless in the future. The emperor has given an order, and Wu Yi, as a secret guard, dared not disobey. After being stunned for a moment, Wu Yi responded without hesitation, "Yes, your majesty, I will definitely take good care of the little prince on your behalf." Emperor Jingwen glanced at the little kid. Since he was a secret guard hired by the emperor, he would naturally only listen to the emperor. Even if the little guy said something fancy this time, it would be useless. The 2 brushes that I had specially asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send to me were wasted. After sitting for a while, Emperor Jingwen did not stay here overnight. When it was time for dinner, he saw the 6th prince coming back from the upper study, and he finally felt much more relieved. Fortunately, there is still someone in Kiwu Palace who is doing real work. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but praise the 6th prince lavishly, which made the 6th prince very excited. Finally, Emperor Jingwen left in a good mood. After Emperor Jingwen's figure completely disappeared, Yishuo couldn't help but laughed out loud. Hey, hey. Wu Yi was stunned and looked over subconsciously. However, the laughter disappeared almost the moment he looked over, so quickly that Wu Yi almost thought it was an illusion. It seemed that it was no secret that the emperor kept secret guards. Only their deployment, rotation, training, skills, affiliation, directions of responsibility, and number of teams were considered confidential. Yishuo had never asked before, so no one mentioned it. Even the 6th prince knew about it for the first time. Looking at the man standing like a wooden stake not far away, the 6th prince felt a bit complicated. Although it is a good thing to get the attention of the emperor, and it is indeed enviable, but if it is in this way, the 6th prince thought about it and decided to forget it. No one would consider surveillance as an honor. Only my little brother could do that. Seeing his little brother acting as if nothing had happened, the 6th prince couldn't help but curl his lips. I've told you a long time ago not to touch those things, or our father will be unhappy. Living in Kiwu Palace for the same 2 months, how could the 6th prince not know what the imperial concubine and his younger brother were doing? The 6th prince naturally tried to persuade them, but no one listened to him. After trying again and again, the 6th prince finally gave up helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yishu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the roof. He doesn't care whether his cheap dad is happy or not. As long as he is happy, isn't that enough? There are so many things that my cheap father doesn't like, and it's impossible to avoid every one of them accurately. That would be exhausting. So it's better to just let it go, as long as it doesn't touch the principles. I believe that my cheap father, who can become the emperor naturally, has his own strengths, and he will accept it sooner or later. Yishu couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoming, you worry about too many things. Be careful not to age prematurely. Call me sixth brother. The sixth prince couldn't help himself and reached out to knock on his brother's head. Then the sixth prince felt disappointed. He also wanted to be as carefree and free as his little brother, doing whatever he wanted, but reality constantly reminded him that he couldn't. He did not have the noble status that the younger brother was born with, so he needed to work 100 times harder to gain a firm foothold among his brothers. And now, his efforts have finally been noticed by his father. Thinking back to his father's praise of him during dinner, the sixth prince felt that it was all worth it. Yishuo covered his head and collapsed completely on the sixth prince's bed with his clothes clearly stained with mud. Coming back to his senses, the sixth prince could no longer bear it. Get up. I won't. It was midsummer and the stars were like dust falling on the sky. The moonlight was gentle, passing through the window lattice and scattering on the bedside. The cicadas outside the door chirped, adding to the tranquility of the summer night and matching the leisure and freedom of the two children at the moment. Just after the hour of guarding, we had to speak up. Your Highness, it's time to rest. This guy, does he even have to take care of my own eating and sleeping? Ignoring the sixth prince's obviously amused look, Yishuo's face became serious. He patted his butt and sat up without saying a word. The sixth prince's smile suddenly stopped. Something is wrong. Why is my little brother so obedient today? However, before the sixth prince could figure it out, the two of them had disappeared. Back to the side hall, 2 months have passed, and the side hall has been redecorated. Yishuo has specifically instructed that cinnabar is not allowed to be used. Although they didn't quite believe what the little prince said about cinnabar being harmful and asking them not to use it again, since the little prince had spoken, the Ministry of Internal Affairs just did what he said. The new side hall was extremely simple, with almost no paint used, so Yishuo had already moved in. He even asked his mother to add some money to get a slightly bigger bed, so that it wouldn't matter even if Yishuo rolled around on it. It took about a quarter of an hour to wash and get clean. Yishuo climbed onto the bed and covered himself with the quilt without Wuyi's reminder. When Wuyi saw this, he thought, the little prince doesn't seem to be as naughty as the master said. Isn't he quite well behaved? After the little man in front of him lay down, Wuyi was about to jump onto the beam to rest, but suddenly he heard him say, wait a minute. Wuyi turned around and looked at him with a bit of confusion. What do you want, young prince? So, Wuyi waited quietly for what was to come, and was on guard to prevent the little prince from suddenly starting to act up. So, can you tell me a few stories? So that's it. Wuyi breathed a sigh of relief, then refused. I'm sorry, little prince, I'm not good at this. If you really want to listen, I can call the nanny for you. Anything is fine. Yishuo blinked his eyes, looking like his highness was very considerate and easy to talk to. Since you are not good at telling stories, then choose something you are good at. Anything will do. The only things he was good at were spying, lurking, assassination, etc., but the key was that all of this was confidential and nothing could be told to the little prince. Wuyi was troubled. Just when he decided to ignore him and was about to disappear, Yishuo spoke again. How about you tell me about martial arts? These shouldn't be relevant, right? If we only talk about martial arts, then yes, there isn't. Wuyi thought about it and didn't find anything taboo, so he sat at the head of Yishuo's bed at his invitation. If you want to learn martial arts, you must first understand its principles and operating mechanisms. It is similar to writing a program. You must first understand the basic structure of the thing itself. After knowing the algorithm, you can proceed step by step and play, modify, and fill in the algorithm one by one. Thinking of this, Yishuo asked a lot of questions. For example, Wuyi, what exactly is this internal force? How is it formed? Wuyi, is there a fixed route for the inner force to run? Does it rely on personal performance, or is there something else? Are there any taboos that must not be touched? Can everyone cultivate this inner strength, or does it require certain conditions to be met? Does learning martial arts require the assistance of a technique? What is the difference between one technique and another? And so on, because the little prince asked some very simple questions. Basically, you can find the answers by flipping through the book. Besides, Wuyi had never heard that someone could accomplish anything just by asking questions. If he wanted to get started, he needed someone to watch over him carefully and teach him patiently. Among all the secret guards, Wuyi was a talented person picked out of 100, otherwise he would not have been able to serve the emperor. But despite this, when Wuyi first started practicing, it took him a full half-month to slowly feel the chi with the guidance of his leader. This is even more difficult for ordinary people who have no foundation and no one to teach them. Therefore, Wuyi just thought that Yishuo was just curious as a child and answered his question casually. Afterward, Yishuo quickly understood that the so-called internal force was actually just a kind of energy. As for the reason for its formation, no one knew it, but it had always existed from ancient times to the present. Yishuo guessed that this was probably what made this world different from his previous life. Since anyone with the right physique can practice it, regardless of occasion, time, or place, the difference is probably that it exists in the air that everyone can access. It is colorless and odorless, so it exists like oxygen, but is invisible to the naked eye. Yishuo quickly accepted this matter. As for the differences between the exercises, there are actually differences. Just like mathematics, there are some fixed formulas, but the solutions are very different. The same problem can be solved in many ways. Some are more convenient and quicker, and some are more complicated. But overall, they all lead to the same goal, which is to make the chi in the body more solid and powerful. You mean the location of Danshin is here, right? Yishuo opened his eyes, covered his stomach, and insisted that it was Danshin. Wu was caught off guard and subconsciously wanted to correct, "No, my lord, it's here." As he said that, he pointed to the place where the Yinjiao, Kihai, Shimen, and Guanyuan acupoints intersected below Yishuo's navel, TL equal various. Acupoints. Then Yishuo pretended to understand and moved his hand down a little bit. "Is it here? Although it is a little lower, it is still far away from the Danshin." He obviously didn't understand. "It's still not right." After several attempts, Wu considered for a moment and said, "My lord, I'm sorry." As he spoke, under Yishuo's expectant gaze, Wu gently pressed his palm towards Yishuo's Danshin. In just a moment, Wu withdrew his hand. In an instant, Yishuo felt a heat in his Danshin, and something seemed to have appeared in his body out of thin air. He immediately understood that this should be Wu's internal force. However, this heat was not Yishuo's own after all. His untrained body was like a funnel. The heat was stored for less than 2 breaths before it quickly dissipated. Wu just wanted to answer his question in the simplest and quickest way, so naturally he wouldn't put in much effort. Although he looked at Wu with surprise on his face, Yishuo secretly noted down the trajectory of the movement of this internal force. From bottom to top, they are Guanyuan, Mingmen, Zhangshu, Jiang, Lingtai, Juk until Shenting, Beihui, and Fengchai. From top to bottom, they are Qihai, Fuxi, Hu Yin Jai Men, Yinggu, Sanian Jiao, and Yangquan. From left to right and from right to left, there are 7 acupoints respectively. In total, this heat passes through 64 acupoints. TL equal. If someone really wants the vast knowledge, then click here. These acupoints are arranged in a certain order. As long as Yishuo works his way back in order, he doesn't even need any written records to know how Wu Yi's internal force works. As a subordinate of his cheap father, Wu Yi is always around to protect his cheap father. Even if he is not the strongest, he is one of the strongest, and the word Wu is very telling. Wu Yi, it's hard for Yishuo not to have associations. Your technique is great, but now it's mine. Yishuo silently recited this sentence in his heart, but his face behaved very well. Soon, he asked the last question. "I heard that my grandfather was a brave warrior who rarely lost a battle in his life. So how good is his kung fu?" "The Duke of Zhen's kung fu is naturally excellent." Wu said this without much hesitation. Yishuo saw that although there was admiration in his eyes, there was no longing or fear. Yishuo immediately knew what was going on. As expected, since the royal family is the ruler of this country, their foundation is naturally the strongest. Yishuo felt relieved and also gave up the plan of looking for his mother. Wu would never have thought that just with a small, unintentional action, his biggest secret was known to others. During the whole process, he was unaware of anything and even felt that the little prince was easy to take care of and manage, not at all as troublesome as his master had worried about. "Wu Yi, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep." Yishuo rubbed his eyes, then slowly covered himself with the quilt. "Good night, Wu Yi, see you tomorrow." Wu Yi vaguely understood that this good night should be a greeting to him. Wu Yi was about to say that this was not in accordance with the rules, but he saw that the little prince had wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and turned away. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, then he bowed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he was thinking that if the young prince could be as well-behaved and quiet as he was tonight, he would not mind telling him more insignificant stories like this one. Wu Yi didn't know that the moment he turned around, Yishuo, who was originally curled up in the quilt, suddenly changed his expression, raised the corners of his lips, and smiled silently. Done. Ever since Wu Yi mentioned inadvertently that people who practiced martial arts would have better physiques than ordinary people, Yishuo became determined to learn this thing. In ancient times, when medical conditions were so backward, a cold could kill a person, so Yishuo would not miss anything that was said to be good for health. As a person who had suffered from a serious illness, Yishuo would cherish his healthy body too much now. As for the fact that practicing martial arts requires a strong physique, Yishuo thinks this is not a problem at all. Although there is no conclusive evidence to prove that he inherited genes from his grandfather, but judging from various signs, it is basically certain. The principle has been figured out, the hardware conditions have been met, and the way the internal force works has also been figured out. Now everything is ready, only the Dongfeng is missing. TL equal. Dongfeng means easterly wind refers to the doctor, but here for master. It's just the order of the 64 acupoints, which is not a problem for Yishuo. There are 52 single acupoints, 309 double acupoints, and 50 extra meridian acupoints, totaling 720 acupoints in the whole body. When he was researching his family medical history in his previous life, he studied Chinese medicine for a period of time, and now he still remembers them all. Wu Yi is usually a very cautious person, but he lost here. After all, it is basically impossible to find someone who can remember hundreds of acupoints, but he was unlucky enough to meet one. After a while, Yishu checked again. After confirming that Wu Yi was not there, he lifted the quilt and sat up. Then he reversed the heat trend chart bit by bit in his mind. Soon, Yishu began to try to find the sense of qi. About an hour later, he finally found some feeling. At the beginning, it was just a wisp of smoke like airflow, like a firefly or candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. Yishuo controlled it carefully so that the airflow flowed through the 64 acupuncture points in sequence. Like a star map waiting to be lit up, the airflow was swaying, and it was difficult to move forward. Yishuo was not in a hurry and seemed very patient, pushing forward little by little. Time passed minutes by minutes, and in the blink of an eye it was about to dawn. Fortunately, Yishuo, like the sixth prince, did not have the habit of having anyone keep watch in the room at night. Besides, the maids and wet nurses all knew that the little prince would be angry if their sleep was disturbed, so there had been no unusual movements in the room. At some point, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Yishuo's forehead, and it was obvious that the most critical moment had arrived. After struggling forward for so long, that trace of energy finally approached the dantian. After circling for a long time, the airflow finally felt an inexplicable suction force and was completely sucked into the dantian. With a boom, Yishuo was shocked. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes became exceptionally bright and energetic. He didn't look like a man who had been up all night at all. The same warmth also appeared in his dantian at this moment. Although it was just a tiny trace that seemed to be about to go out at any time, and was even weaker than Wu Yi's casual slap, Yishuo was already very satisfied. At least it proves that his conjecture is correct, and all he needs to do from now on is accumulate experience. As for how to release and apply it, Yishuo thought of the techniques of modern martial arts. Modern martial arts do not have such a thing as internal force. What matters is practicing how to exert force. To give an example, when you punch, you can't just punch. No matter how strong the arm muscles are, they are ultimately limited. You have to start from the feet, push the ground with the soles of the feet, exert force with the ankles, go through the knee joints, and then to the thighs and waist and hips. The waist and hips drive the shoulders. What matters is that each part is transmitted and condensed into one. I think the same principle applies to internal strength. If you want high attack power, you need high burst power. Yishuo's breath sank, and the gossamer-like internal force in his body instantly spread to the 64 acupuncture points. Feeling a force from inside out eager to rush out, Yishuo imitated what he saw in TV dramas, put two fingers together, and swung them out quickly. The next moment, the red candle 3 meters away went out. While it seems to be okay, seeing this, Yishuo was satisfied. After calming down and feeling it for a while, Yishuo found that he did not feel any discomfort in his body. He immediately realized that he should be considered successful. Although the usage is a bit crude, it is better than nothing. If Wu Yi were here, his eyes would pop out of his head when he saw this scene. He released the internal energy outwardly. He actually completed the release of the internal energy just by his own exploration. Unfortunately, Wu Yi seemed to know that Yishuo didn't like to keep people around when he was sleeping, so he slept on a tree branch outside all night and missed everything perfectly. Yishuo was still young and full of energy, so when he went out, no one noticed that he had not slept all night. When they reached the main hall, it was just time for breakfast. Yishuo sat down on the stool as usual, and Nanny Jing beside him naturally came over with the bowl to feed him. Well, who isn't a pampered little darling? Seeing the kindness inadvertently in Nanny Jing's eyes, Yishuo obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the porridge with duck egg yolk and sea cucumber particles in the spoon in one gulp. When Nanny Jing saw him like this, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, eat slowly. No one will snatch the food from you." As she spoke, she picked up a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth. Nanny Jing is not yet 50 this year, which is still very young in modern times, but here she has reached the age where she can enjoy her grandchildren and live out her days in peace. Yishuo was also happy to enjoy himself, calling Mammy, Mammy every day, which made Mammy Jing's heart melt. It was rare to see such a well-behaved and obedient child. How could Mammy Jing not like him? Looking at the imperial concubine beside her, she was obviously used to this scene and didn't notice anything wrong. She ate the mushroom shredded chicken in front of her slowly and said, "This morning, the kitchen has developed a dessert with ham filling. I think it tastes good. Mammy, you can also pick one for him to try." Okay, taking in the whole scene, Wu Yi couldn't help but frown secretly. In his opinion, the little prince's speech and behavior were totally unlike those of a 2-year-old child. He was obviously able to do many things by himself, let alone eating. Why did he need to be fed now? No wonder the little prince caused his master such a headache. The imperial concubine had a lot to thank for this. If you keep pampering and spoiling him, when will the little prince be able to stand on his own feet? Wu secretly observed from the side, preparing to summarize everything he saw and tell it all to the emperor when he asked. As a secret guard, one must not only be proficient in martial arts, but also think about what the master thinks and worry about what the master worries about. After finally waiting for Yishu to finish his breakfast, Wu Yi followed him all the time. He discovered that not only the imperial concubine, but even the eunuchs and palace maids in Kiwu Palace followed him subconsciously. Especially the senior palace maids such as Su Yue and Su Xin, whose attitudes were exactly the same as that of Nanny Jing. This is far from the end. Soon, Zhao Chongrong and 3 others also arrived. Of course, this time they are not playing mahjong. How could they have the courage to commit such a crime against the law? But after one night, the 3 of them could no longer bear the worry in their hearts, so they got up early in the morning and came to Kiwu Palace. When the 3 of them saw each other at the door, they realized that each other's thoughts were the same as theirs. Zhao Chongrong and others were just being low-key, not because they were heartless. On the contrary, it was because they had not been in contact with outsiders for a long time that if someone suddenly broke through the defense line, that person would appear to be extremely good and different from others. It has been really quiet around them for too long. After 2 months of getting along, it was impossible for the 3 of them to remain indifferent. Let concubine Zhao take a look to see if you are injured anywhere. She never dared to say these words for fear of being blamed by Emperor Jingwen. But after what happened yesterday, Zhao Chongrong seemed to have changed a little. Yishu did not resist upon hearing this and allowed the 3 ladies to examine him. Seeing that he didn't seem to be seriously injured, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that the emperor didn't know what was wrong recently and suddenly started beating his son. Zhao Chongrong felt uneasy when she thought of this. Fortunately, the emperor was not so tactless as to hit a child who was only 2 years old. Your Highness must have been frightened yesterday. Look, what did concubine Zhao bring you today? As she spoke, Zhao Chongrong took over from her personal maid a 9-ring chain. Playing mahjong is a waste of time, but 9 rings is an educational toy. The emperor can't say anything about it, right? Wu Yi, who was watching from the side, was wondering what was wrong with concubine Zhao. The young prince looked so energetic and didn't look like he was frightened at all. As a result, before Wu Yi could finish his thought, he saw the little prince in front of him frowning and pouting, and a feeling of grievance suddenly came up. Concubine Zhao, you don't know. Father was so fierce yesterday. I was so scared. Wu Yi frowned as he watched, but what he didn't expect was that the 3 concubines fell for it. They comforted and coaxed him, and soon the little prince's hands were filled with all kinds of toys. When they were leaving, the 3 ladies were reluctant to leave, thinking that their children had really suffered a great injustice this time. Su Changyi thought to herself that if this kind of thing happened again in the future, she would think of a way to see if she could ask the Empress Dowager for help and let her take care of it. Although the emperor is not the Empress Dowager's biological son, but a beautiful empress that the late emperor insisted on establishing despite opposition from his ministers due to his dissolute behavior, there is no affection between the Empress Dowager and the emperor, and the two have almost no interactions. But if the Empress Dowager really asks for it, the emperor will have to give her some face no matter what. And Su Changyi was from the Empress Dowager's family. Judging from the fact that Su Changyi was still just a Changyi to Emperor Jingwen for so many years, Emperor Jingwen actually did not really trust his stepmother, and was even a little indifferent and ignored her. But isn't this the only solution? If there is really no other way, this is the only way. Wu Yi, who had been trained as a leader since he was a child and often walked on the brink of death, couldn't understand. As soon as Yishu saw his expression, he knew that this was not something that a secret guard like him could understand. This person may never know that in order to please the elders, one does not have to be well-behaved and obedient. Appropriate behavior of acting coquettish can better promote the relationship with the elders. It's the same principle as it's easier to build relationships with others if you ask for help appropriately. If everyone has a cold face, what's the fun? Alas, he can't even figure out such a simple thing. He is hopeless. Although Wu Yi didn't understand, it didn't stop him from drawing conclusions. He felt that the main reason why the little prince was so obsessed with pleasure was that too many people doted on him. What the little prince needs now is someone who can control him. So Wu Yi took out a copy of 1,000 characters from somewhere and said in a slightly stiff tone, "Young prince, it's time for you to study." Yeshua was not panicked at all and quickly kicked the ball back, "But you have to teach me first so that I know what is written on it." He has forgotten that he is illiterate, so he has to learn this. "You have to read it to me first." Wu Yi felt that what the little prince said made sense, so he picked up the 1,000-character classic and started reading it. Yeshua took the opportunity to secretly practice internal skills under his nose. Don't ask, asking is stimulating. After about 2 hours, Wu discovered that the little prince seemed a little stupid. After such a long time and with so many words, he could only recognize a few here and there, and those were the simplest ones. I know. This is heaven and this is earth, right? Seeing the little prince pointing at the words heaven and earth in the book with a serious look on his face, as if asking for praise, Wu could not say a word of disdain. Then the little prince asked again, "What are these?" Wu then noticed that he had picked up a travel book at some point and was comparing the words in the travel book with the 1,000-character classic one by one, appearing to be very studious. Wu thought about it and read the travel notes to him. 1 travelogue, 2 travelogues, 3 travelogues finally. In addition to heaven and earth, the little prince learned 3 other new characters. Although it was more tiring than his usual shifts, Wu felt that it was all worth it. "Wu, you teach really well." As the sun set, Yishu looked up and praised sincerely. After half a day, he was tired of listening to free travel notes, so he planned to try a storybook tomorrow. I have to say that Wu Yi's voice is still okay, and it would be more touching if he read the script. "Your Highness, I am ashamed to accept your praise." A few days passed like this, and Emperor Jingwen was still thinking about this matter. He came to inspect the results soon. However, as soon as his secret guard opened his mouth, Emperor Jingwen immediately found something wrong. What's wrong with your throat?" Emperor Jingwen became alert. Did Shuor cause trouble again? As a result, Wu Yi's answer was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Your Majesty, the little prince has been very quiet recently and very studious. He has already learned a lot of new words. Out of habit, Wu Yi never mentioned a word about his own contributions." Although Wu Yi's background as a secret guard meant he could be absolutely trustworthy, Emperor Jingwen's first reaction when he heard this was still doubt. Was the son Wu Yi was talking about really his own? How can that little bastard ever be so calm? "Are you sure?" Wu Yi was very sure. "I am willing to guarantee it with my life." So my son suddenly changed his nature. Sure enough, the decision to let the secret guards watch him was the right one. Only someone like Wu Yi could cure him. Emperor Jingwen was skeptical, but when he saw that Wu Yi's expression did not seem fake, he gradually believed what he said. "Well done." Emperor Jingwen relaxed his brows, praised him, and decided to use this trick to deal with him if this situation happened again in the future. Wu Yi was very excited. Afterward, Wu Yi talked about several ladies. Sure enough, Emperor Jingwen frowned subconsciously. He did not expect that his youngest son would be so good at pleasing other concubine. You know, a loving mother often spoils her son. Having a royal concubine was already a headache for Emperor Jingwen. If there were 3 more concubines like Zhao Chongrong, Emperor Jingwen would know without a doubt that his son would be ruined in the future. Neither being too eye-catching nor being too incompetent was the result that Emperor Jingwen wanted, but he couldn't issue an order to separate them from the little prince. In this case, he could only let the most trustworthy people around him keep a close watch on them. As for the executor, you don't have to think about who it is. Emperor Jingwen could not help but said in a deep voice, "Wu Yi, now that things have come to this, I can only count on you. I believe that you will not let me down." Wu Yi's face became solemn upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and said in a loud voice, "I will definitely live up to my master's orders." Wu Yi was very serious and was very excited. After being entrusted with an important task, Wu Yi carried out Emperor Jingwen's orders even more meticulously. Then his voice became even more hoarse. Although the training as a secret guard meant that Yishu could not see too many emotional fluctuations on his face, but from his increasing seriousness and the increasingly tight schedule of courses, it can be seen that his stepfather must have told him something. Needless to say, they basically asked him to keep a close eye on himself. Wu Yi is a very obedient man, and also a very honest person. He will do whatever his stepfather asks him to do. But what Wu Yi didn't know was that the biggest flaw in this matter had already been himself. As for the fact that Yishu needed to learn several new words every day, it really became a trivial matter. Using something that you are familiar with by heart to exchange for his labor is really like bullying an honest man. Perhaps it was the secret guard's behavior that finally aroused Yishu's few feelings of guilt. Even for a man like Yishu, his conscience began to ache. It was really embarrassing to bully him anymore. This guy was quite pitiful. Yishu thought about it, then reluctantly reduced the number of times he listened to the story. Wu Yi's voice gradually got better. This is probably the real situation, but it is not the case in the eyes of others. The first one is the imperial concubine. At first, she was very happy to see her son studying. She hopes her son will become successful. Every mother has this idea, and no one is immune to it. But gradually, she found that her son was becoming less and less happy thinking about practicing martial arts, and he seldom smiled recently. He learned internal skills, but did not have the corresponding moves, and was thinking about whether to transfer some from Wu Yi, but was afraid that the moves learned by the secret guard would be too obvious to be discovered. The most important thing was that, except for sleeping, Wu Yi had to follow him all the time, even when he was eating. If it were her, she would have been unable to bear it a long time ago. How could such a young child bear it? Just thinking about it made the imperial concubine feel extremely painful. Mammy, do you think I am too harsh on Shure? Isn't this bad? If she didn't want her son to sit in that position, he wouldn't have to do so. Relying on his status and family background, even if the little thing can't read a single word in the end, he can still ensure that he will have no worries in his life. The child who used to be happy no matter what he did now doesn't even smile. The more familiar people are with him, the easier it is for them to notice the difference. This day, concubine Rong could no longer hold it in. She sat in front of the dressing table and couldn't help showing a look of panic. The nanny's hand holding the comb paused. How could the nanny not feel distressed when the little prince was treated like this? But this is the fate of royal children. Your Majesty Emperor Jingwen was a man of great strategy and wisdom, so how could he tolerate his own children being mediocre and incompetent? Even so, concubine Rong still felt distressed, but Mammy Shure hasn't smiled recently. Concubine Rong counted them one by one. No more quarrels about playing mahjong. I don't make clay figures anymore. You know, these two are his favorite things. Concubine Rong couldn't help but look at the clay figurines placed on one side of the dressing table. Although concubine Rong always disliked mud because it was black and dirty, when Yishu gave her his work, concubine Rong actually didn't refuse. While scolding him, the imperial concubine held her handkerchief and placed the clay figurine on her dressing table. The more she looked at it, the more the imperial concubine felt that the clay figurine seemed quite good. Although it was the work of a child, if you look closely, it is still very delicate. 3 points of charm plus the fact that his son made it himself, the final product becomes 9 points. The imperial concubine couldn't help but raise her hand and gently touch the clay figure's face. The nanny beside her couldn't help but feel uncomfortable after hearing this. However, what happened next made the two of them even more worried. Yishu started to lose weight. At first, Yishu himself didn't understand what was going on. He just felt that the clothes that fit him perfectly started to become loose. The baby fat on his face also shrunk a lot, and the lines of his jawline gradually became clearer. And he hasn't done anything recently, and his appetite hasn't decreased. Considering that all this happened after he gained internal strength, Yishu vaguely understood what was going on. Combined with Wu Yi also has a great figure. In his previous life, he would have been a standard hunk, which made Yishu yearn for him for a while. Although he had a good figure in his previous life, it was after all the result of training in the gym. It was only for show but had no real use. Wu Yi's inverted triangle figure is real gold and silver. Yishu had never thought that practicing martial arts could have such an effect. It seemed that he wouldn't have to worry about such things when he grew up. Yishu also felt that he was too cute in the past. He ate well and used food well. His figure was a little rounder than that of other children, and now that he has lost weight, it is just right. Yishu was quite satisfied with this. However, concubine Rong, who was watching on the side, felt heartbroken. After all, she is a mother, so of course she thinks her child is healthier if he is chubby. Although he looks better now that he has lost weight, good looks cannot be eaten. Look at this little face, it's so skinny, and the bones are starting to hurt. Mom, I'm fine, really. Feeling a little frightened by his mother's pitying and annoyed gaze, Yishu moved the embroidery cushion next to him as if to prove that his health had not deteriorated but was much stronger than before. The embroidered cushion was not much shorter than him, and Yishu could not have moved it before, but now he could easily lift it off the ground. Look, Mom, I am very powerful now. But it was useless. Concubine Rong had already determined that it was Wu Yi's problem. She cannot resist the emperor's orders, but don't expect her to accept them willingly. Now in her eyes, Wu Yi is the culprit who abused her son. While holding her son in her arms, concubine Rong looked at Wu Yi with resentment in her eyes. Wu Yi stood still like a mountain, not thinking that he had done anything wrong. He was just following the orders given by the emperor. Yishu, Mom, it's really not what you imagined, Mom. Later, Zhao Chongrong and others also discovered this matter. Look at how thin his face is. How could a 2-year-old child bear so much? The emperor was being too harsh. Zhao Chongrong's expression looked as if he was about to rush up and punch Wu Yi once or twice. I'm fine, concubine Zhao. Look, I'm fine. Yishu finally told the truth, but no one believed him at all. Zhao Chongrong and the other two looked at him with more and more distressed eyes. We all know. No one knew what they knew. Seeing this, Yishu's heart tightened. Oops, I seem to have overpretended in the past. I wonder if it's too late to make amends now. Facing the accusing gazes of the three people, Wu Yi was silent for a moment this time, still unmoved. The next was the Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince heard that Emperor Jingwen had sent out the secret guards, he was a little concerned. But then he found out that Emperor Jingwen nominally asked him to follow, but in fact he was monitoring him. The Crown Prince felt a little sympathetic to his younger brother. Although the prince had never seen the true appearance of the secret guards, he knew that they were known for their harshness. Okay guys, my keyboard is not working, so I can't edit and translate much. So let's hope for my keyboard to be repaired soon. After finally pacifying the ladies, Yishu was just about to go for a stroll in the imperial garden. Because Wu Yi was with him, Yishu was very brave this time. He walked around the ponds, wells, and rockery. He also memorized the route map of the entire palace to avoid being at a loss when he needed it later. As luck would have it, he ran into the prince who had just returned from the Kinjang palace. Yeshua was about to say hello, but he remembered that his stepfather's one-year ban from approaching the Eastern Palace and the Crown Prince had not yet ended, and he suddenly became listless. Looking at Wu Yi, who was following closely behind his younger brother, the prince always felt that his younger brother was like a puppet at the moment. He just smiled, but then he thought of something and his face was full of disappointment. The prince frowned subconsciously. How come such a good child has become like this? After all, the prince felt a little different about this child whom he had held in his arms. So the prince stopped and said, "Sure, it happens that I got a little toy recently. Do you want to go with me to take a look?" What were he looking at? He couldn't enter the East Palace. Thinking back to the musician and the maid who had rubbed his ears before, Yishuo couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. As expected of someone from the prince's palace, he is so professional, not much worse than a professional ear cleaner. But now, all of this has become a thing of the past. Yishuo suddenly became somewhat uninterested and waved his hands feebly. No need, no need. The prince couldn't help but frown even deeper. Since his little brother was unwilling to go, the prince would not force him. Just when Wu Yi passed by, he said indifferently, "Although it is the order of the emperor, you must know the ultimate goal. Don't put the cart before the horse." Yishuo looked up suddenly. "Wait, what does this have to do with Wu Yi?" The prince will not. However, before Yishuo could speak, the prince left. This time, Wu Yi finally couldn't control himself and his eyes changed slightly. He could ignore what others said, but the prince was the heir to the throne and was a little different from others. But in the end, after a slight fluctuation, Wu Yi remained the same. Seeing this, Yishuo breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as long as he doesn't take it to heart. Finally, it was the sixth prince. Even though he was oblivious to what was happening outside, he couldn't help but speak up a few days later. "You've lost weight." As long as he was away from the nanny and the imperial concubine, Yishuo's self-care ability would soar. He peeled an orange and put it in his mouth, saying, "It has become more beautiful." The sixth prince frowned and disagreed. Being too thin is not good for your health. The sixth prince had a deep understanding of this. He was like this when he was a child. He had no memory of being abused by his wet nurse at that time, so as long as he could remember, the sixth prince often drank medicine, and all his memories were of bitter medicinal soups. Later, when he could speak and remember things got better, so in his eyes, being thin was associated with poor health. Hearing this, Yishuo couldn't help but touch his face. It doesn't seem to have got much smaller, just the jawbone is a little more obvious. Why does it become so serious in their eyes? Yishuo looked at the wrist of the child opposite him, then looked at his own wrist and could not help but remain silent. How dare the sixth prince talk about him when his wrist, a child less than 3 years old, is almost thicker than his. His own arms were white and plump like lotus roots, while the sixth prince was almost skin and bones. It was obvious which one had the real problem. Yishuo originally wanted to prove himself so that they wouldn't treat him as a glass doll. As a result, a few days later, Yishuo, who was listening to a book, suddenly felt something was wrong. His cheeks felt hot and the temperature was a little high. However, because he had always been in good health, he didn't take it seriously during the day and even ate one more goose leg for dinner than usual. At night, around 3 o'clock in the morning, Yishuo woke up for the first time and found that his throat was very dry, thirsty, and a little hoarse. This symptom seems familiar. Belatedly, he reached out and touched his head. "Well, it's a little hot. It looks like he has a fever. It's over. This time, Wu Yi can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the Yellow River. I just said that I was in good health, but it turned out like this." Yishuo sat on the edge of the bed for a long time with a wooden face. During this time, he tried to circulate his internal energy, but internal energy is not a miracle drug after all, and it cannot cure children's colds and fevers. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that he has only been practicing for a short time. The internal strength he has, like a firefly, is really not of much use. The trace of internal energy in Danshin dissipated. Yishuo felt a little bit of heat at first, but in a moment the internal energy was exhausted, and the heat that had risen with great difficulty went out with a puff like blowing out a lamp. Yishuo couldn't help but sigh deeply. He didn't want to do this, but he felt really sorry for Wu Yi. It is better to ask others for help than to ask yourself. Seeing that things could not be done, Yishuo did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and shouted with a hoarse voice, come here quickly." After all, he was a patient, so Yishuo's voice was much quieter and more vague than usual. In addition, since he could speak, he hardly called anyone at night, so the eunuch sleeping in the outer room didn't hear it at all. However, outside the window, Wu Yi, who was lying on the tree branch, moved his ears. There seems to be some movement. Then he heard the little prince shout twice again. After confirming, Wu Yi jumped down without hesitation. He quietly pushed open the window and saw the little prince with a red face and coughing non-stop. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed slightly. The little prince is sick. After receiving the news, the whole Kyowu palace was shaken, especially the young eunuch in the outer room, who woke up instantly and almost shouted for help. The candles in the main hall soon lit up. The sixth prince was half asleep in the side hall when he heard some noise. He also heard people outside saying that the youngest prince had a fever in the middle of the night. The sixth prince, who originally felt sleepy and weak, shuddered and sat up subconsciously. Concubine Rong had no time to wash and dress or even change her clothes. She just casually put on shocks and rushed out in her slippers. The nanny behind her kept shouting, "My queen, be careful not to catch a cold." But how could Concubine Rong care about so many things? Her hair was disheveled, and the short distance of less than 20 meters had become a torture. Perhaps because she was too anxious, Concubine Rong soon broke out in a sweat. She pushed open the door of the room suddenly and looked at the little thing with red cheeks, closed eyes, and almost whole body sunk into the quilt. Concubine Rong's breathing stopped, her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Nanny Yu was anxious. No matter what, the queen must not fall down first. Definitely not. Concubine Rong clenched her teeth, dispelled the dark intent in front of her eyes, and staggered towards the wooden bed. After hearing the noise, Yishuo, who was originally full of ashamed and trying to escape from reality, quickly opened his eyes. After seeing her mother's current state of embarrassment, Yishuo was immediately shocked. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Seeing his full-throated voice, Concubine Rong was startled, and then finally couldn't control herself and broke down crying. I thought you." God knows how terrified she was when she saw her son lying there with his chest motionless. She was afraid that her son would be gone. Now Yishuo knew that she had misunderstood, and immediately explained, "I'm fine." Apart from a little tonsillitis and fever, Yishuo did not feel any other discomfort. If necessary, he could even lift the quilt, stand up, and run a few laps. In Yishuo's opinion, children have poor resistance, so it is very common for them to catch colds and fevers. However, Concubine Rong did not think so. Hadn't she seen how many children in the palace died because of sudden fever in the middle of the night? Anyway, she wouldn't believe anything Yishuo said now. Imperial Concubine Rong turned around, her expression uncontrollably fierce. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and call the Imperial Physician, and get the Imperial Physician on duty to come to me." The Chief Physician was the highest official position in the entire Imperial Medical Bureau, equivalent to the director of a modern hospital. Su Yue did not dare to delay upon hearing this. She bent her knees slightly, not caring about anything else, and ran out quickly with her back to the Imperial concubine. "There's no need to mobilize so many troops." Yishuo hesitated and was about to say something, but when he saw his mother's eyes suddenly become murderous, he tactfully shut his mouth. Soon, the sixth prince followed closely behind. Looking at his brother's flushed face, the sixth prince pursed his lips tightly, and his chest rose and fell faster. "Go and get some cold water." Yes, the sixth prince had some experience with having a fever in the middle of the night. After all, he had experienced it several times at night when he was younger. This is the constitution of children. They get sick for no apparent reason. When the cold water came, the sixth prince took a handkerchief from the shelf, soaked it in water, wrung it dry, and then placed it on the forehead of his little brother. The sixth prince, who was not even 8 years old, acted as calmly as if he was meeting an adult for the first time. Being taken care of by a little kid. Then a cool feeling came over his forehead, and Yishuo felt extremely comfortable. The sixth prince was helping him change his handkerchief, while Imperial Concubine Rong was holding his hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear, making it difficult for even a thick-skinned person like Yishuo to bear it. "Mom, Xiaoming, I think I'm actually okay now. Call me sixth brother." Even at this time, the sixth prince still corrected him instinctively. As for what he said about feeling okay, the two of them simply ignored it. How can we take the patient's words seriously? But on the surface, the two of them comforted him. Yes, mother, brother, believe in Shure. Shure will be well soon. Yishuo, this kid's body, alas. The commotion in Kyowu Palace was so severe that soon most of the palace knew about it. No one knew what the three virtuous concubines were thinking at the moment, but Zhao Chongrong and the other two couldn't sleep. As for the queen, she felt half happy, but she herself didn't know what the other half was. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Wang Ziquan at the door was still hesitating, wondering whether he should wake up the emperor and report to him when such a thing suddenly happened in the palace. As a result, Emperor Jingwen woke up by himself. Perhaps because he went to bed late, Emperor Jingwen felt a little uncomfortable in his head. Now he was leaning against the head of the bed, supporting himself with one hand, rubbing his temple from time to time, with a worried look on his face. That's right, anyone who is woken up in the middle of the night would probably be in a bad mood, and Emperor Jingwen was very restrained by not getting angry on the spot. Wang Ziquan took this opportunity to quickly tell the story again. "Your Majesty, it was from Kyowu Palace. It was the little prince." After hesitating for a while, Wang Ziquan gritted his teeth and finally finished speaking. The little prince seems to be in trouble. He said that he suddenly had a high fever in the middle of the night. Emperor Jingwen stopped pressing his temple and said, What happened? Why did you suddenly have a fever? I don't know either. Just when Wang Ziquan was unsure whether the emperor would go or not, the emperor in the room suddenly raised his voice. Someone, change my clothes. It looks like the emperor plans to go and take a look in person. Wang Ziquan first waved to the eunuchs and palace maids nearby, and while they were filing in, he gave orders to prepare to drive the sedan chair immediately. Emperor Jingwen's thoughts were a little confused as he opened the curtain in front of him. He saw the little bastard was fine some time ago. How come he suddenly? Perhaps because of his relationship with the Duke of Zhen, his youngest son was almost the healthiest prince he had ever seen. From the time he was born to now, which was more than 2 years, he had only consulted an imperial physician once, but the result was still a mistake. Emperor Jingwen had never imagined what his youngest son would look like if he were sick. The little bastard is so good at making people angry, nothing will go wrong. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable irritation in his heart. Then he lowered his head and felt that the eunuchs and palace maids' hands and feet seemed to have become particularly clumsy today. Get out of the way, I'll do it myself. Unable to wait any longer, Emperor Jingwen kicked the man in front of him, ignored the man's kneeling begging for mercy, and started fighting himself. Perhaps because he couldn't calm down, Emperor Jingwen buttoned a wrong. Emperor Jingwen realized it only after he sat in the sedan chair and then adjusted himself in time. Then his heart calmed down. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but think a lot along the way. He felt that it was time to clean up the harem. After one stick of incense, the imperial carriage arrived at the gate of Qiwu Palace. The emperor has arrived. Following the eunuch's shouts at the door, Emperor Jingwen stepped over the threshold and walked straight towards the side hall where Yishuo lived. What happened? Why did he suddenly get sick? Hearing such a voice behind her, the imperial concubine was startled at first and subconsciously wanted to salute, but was interrupted by Emperor Jingwen. No need to be polite, let me see how Shuor is first. Then he saw his little son with red cheeks under the quilt. After not seeing my youngest son for a few days, the baby fat on his face has disappeared. Emperor Jingwen was startled and also frightened by Yishuo's current appearance. Why did you suddenly become so thin? Yishuo, please stop saying he has lost weight. It's not that he is too thin now, but that he was too fat before. My figure now is just right, isn't it? While the sixth prince was changing his handkerchief, Emperor Jingwen reached out and touched his youngest son's forehead, which was very hot. Emperor Jingwen frowned tightly, and he was immediately filled with anger. What on earth is going on? This is all your fault, your majesty. She didn't want to say it, but after hearing this, concubine Rong couldn't hold it in any longer and tears fell down her cheeks. You arranged for Wu Yi to watch Shuor for 12 hours a day without stopping for a moment, not allowing him to do this or that, and only allowing him to study. Shuor is only 2 years old now. How can his body bear it? Was it because he pushed too hard? Emperor Jingwen tightened his grip around the beads. Wu Yi, who was standing in the dark, couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that I really did something wrong? But he clearly didn't push him too hard. In the gap of silence between the two, concubine Rong was still crying, and every word she said was sobbing. I have been in the palace for so many years, and I only have one child, Shuor. If Shuor gets into trouble this time, what will I do? At this moment, the imperial concubine wanted nothing anymore. The crown prince and the throne were not as important as her son being alive. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you blaming me? Emperor Jingwen didn't believe that his son, the grandson of the Duke of Zhen, would be so easily swept away by a high temperature. His son is the son of a dragon, blessed by the gods and Buddhas. How could it be possible that? Seeing his mother crying so hard, Yishu felt bad too. He tried to persuade her, but it was of no use at all. After tossing and turning for so long, the noises around him gave Yishu a headache. He was also sick now, so he couldn't help feeling a little sleepy. But thinking back to what happened just now, he was afraid that he would scare his mother again after closing his eyes. After thinking for a while, Yishu asked cautiously, Father, Mother, I am very sleepy. Can I take a nap for a while? The child's red cheeks, weak and hoarse voice, and eyelids that seemed to be about to close in the next second. Emperor Jingwen had seen such a scene many years ago, but after the child closed his eyes, he never woke up again. All of a sudden, Emperor Jingwen's heart sank and he took a deep breath. Seeing that the child closed his eyes after he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen and the imperial concubine immediately panicked. No sleeping. I order you not to sleep. Do you hear me? Shuor, don't sleep. Open your eyes and look at your mother, okay? Wu Yi, who was standing next to him, was struck by lightning when he saw this scene. I seem to have virally killed the little prince. Wu Yi lowered his head and looked at his hands. His mind went blank. Emperor Jingwen was stunned at first, as if he couldn't react to the scene before him. He gasped uncontrollably twice and then became furious. Where's the imperial physician? Why hasn't the imperial physician arrived yet? the gray-haired imperial physician was caught by Su Yue and rushed over breathlessly. Coincidentally, he just happened to hear crying and shouting coming from the side hall. He was caught off guard and his heart skipped a beat. It's over, judging from the noise. Could the little prince be dead? It has only been less than 2 incense sticks since the people from Kiwu Palace came to invite us. Even if it is a high fever, it can't be so fast, right? Could it be poisoning or something else? At this moment, the imperial physician thought a lot and even began to wonder if he had been accidentally involved in the struggle in the harem. In an instant, he even thought about how to escape and save his life. What should I do? Crying out in pain in his heart, under the pressure of the emperor and the imperial concubine's eyes, the imperial physician nervously felt the little prince's pulse. After a moment, the imperial physician was stunned. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. The little prince's pulse was strong, proving that he was in good health. But seeing how nervous the emperor and the imperial concubine were, and the imperial concubine's eyes were now swollen from crying, the imperial physician felt that things were not that simple. No, look at it again. To be on the safe side, the imperial physician examined the patient several times. But what he didn't know was that, because his expression was too serious, he suspected that it was a harem struggle, and his brows were furrowed. He really couldn't tell anything else and had some doubts about his true level. Even Emperor Jingwen couldn't hold it back. His brows were tightened, and he looked shocked and angry. Finally, under the almost desperate gaze of the imperial concubine, the imperial physician gave his own judgment very cautiously. Your Majesty, Her Highness, the little prince has caught a cold, and his high fever hadn't gone away. Then what? Just gone. After waiting for a long time, there was still no follow-up. Finally, the emperor was the first to react. If that's the case, then why is Shuer still unconscious? The imperial physician cupped his hands, hesitated for a while, and then answered, he is not unconscious. The little prince must be too tired, so he went to bed early. The little prince is young and has a weak resistance. He falls asleep much faster than adults due to his physical condition. As for children, they may even be talking one moment and fall asleep the next moment when they turn around. This is perfectly normal. Emperor Jingwen, imperial concubine, the 6th prince, it turns out that when he said sleepy, he really meant sleepy in the literal sense. Wu Yi on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Even though his youngest son was still sick, for some reason, Emperor Jingwen still wanted to pull him out of bed and give him a good beating. Can't you just say it clearly? Turning his head out of sight, out of mind, Emperor Jingwen asked again, the weather has been fine in recent days. How come the little prince got caught in the wind? Wu Yi seemed to have remembered something and spoke with some difficulty. Your Majesty, there seems to be a wind vent behind the rockery where the little prince and I stayed this afternoon. It's not too far from Kiwu Palace, and it's a good place Yishu recently discovered. Anyway, with Wu Yi following him, he can go anywhere in the palace. The rockery was designed with a hole, and the breeze blew through it, making it very cool. Midsummer had just passed, and the autumn heat was prevalent. Yeshua was so afraid of heat that he didn't think too much about it at the time. Even Wu Yi didn't take it seriously. After all, in his opinion, such a small breeze was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. What's more, if it hadn't blown his hair up, Wu Yi wouldn't even feel that there was any wind there. Unexpectedly, such a small negligence caused the little prince to suddenly have a fever at night. Wu Yi suddenly had a better understanding of the fragility of children. Wu Yi, who had fought in the midst of swords and sabers and treated injuries as a common occurrence, and had been seriously injured and on the verge of death several times, realized belatedly that a little bit of wind could take the life of a child. It's indeed him. After hearing this, the imperial concubine couldn't help but glared at Wu Yi fiercely like a knife. Upon seeing this, Wu Yi lowered his head in silence, but in fact it had nothing to do with the wind. After all, it was not the first day that Yishu stayed there. It was just inexplicable and a coincidence. If you look for excuses after something happens, you will always find them. The imperial physician did not delve into the matter further. He stroked his beard and directly concluded, that's it. Children are fragile and cannot withstand the wind. Thinking of the rumors in the palace, the imperial physician said, my lord, don't push too hard on everything. The little prince is still young and is in the period of growth. He must not be overworked. Reading and writing are important, but if you continue like this for a long time, it may damage his foundation. It is now widely rumored that the emperor assigned the secret guard to the little prince, and that the secret guard stared at the little prince almost non-stop for 12 hours. Then the imperial physician, who had never seen the little prince in person, actually believed this nonsense. So in the final analysis, it is still my own problem. Perhaps he was really too harsh on his youngest son. Emperor Jingwen remained silent and played with the beads faster. Wu Yi vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he really couldn't find it, so gradually he agreed with what the imperial physician said. Although the little prince's pulse is strong, as the imperial physician never likes to make promises. Everyone in the palace is extremely cautious. Therefore, the imperial physician said, Although the little prince is not seriously ill at the moment, if the high fever does not subside in the second half of the night, he will still be in great danger. Even though the little prince is in good condition now and the possibility of the temperature rising further in the second half of the night is not great, I still have to make it clear in advance, right? Well, I understand. Go get the medicine. Emperor Jingwen waved his hand absent-mindedly at the imperial physician and said nothing more. Now that he had finished looking at the scene and there was nothing else to do, Wang Ziquan thought that the emperor was probably about to leave, and he was about to give orders to have the carriage prepared. Who would have thought that Emperor Jingwen would simply stay in Qiwu Palace? Wang Ziquan was shocked. You know, except for the crown prince, other princes have never had such an honor. But in fact, this is not a special honor. The main reason is that the previous children's illnesses had basically nothing to do with Emperor Jingwen. Yi Shu is the first prince who fell ill because of Emperor Jingwen's decision, so naturally it is different. If he hadn't given such an order, the child wouldn't have behaved like this. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help feeling guilty. The imperial concubine was guarding the side hall, and since the morning court would begin in an hour or two, Emperor Jingwen had to at least have a rest. It was natural for them to enter the main hall of Qiwu Palace. After Wang Ziquan had directed the palace servants to tidy up everything, he suddenly heard these words, "Wang Ziquan, tell me, is this really my fault?" Wang Ziquan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How should he answer this question? Fortunately, Emperor Jingwen did not seem to want an answer from him, and after this sentence, he did not mention it again. But just this one sentence was enough to scare Wang Ziquan. Even if the emperor really made mistakes, they were all other people's faults. Since the emperor said so, it shows how deeply shocked he was at the moment. Others didn't know. How could Emperor Jingwen not know? The youngest son almost couldn't be born because of him, and he almost died after he was born because of him. Now he is seriously ill because of him. After a long time, Emperor Jingwen slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Yishua was still asleep when Emperor Jingwen went to court. When he left the court, he naturally headed towards Qiwu Palace. The second prince frowned subconsciously when he saw this. He always felt that his father seemed to care too much about his younger brother. He suddenly wanted to see who his little younger brother was and why he could make his father so worried. In the past 1 or 2 years, the palace has been filled with rumors about this little prince, which are even bigger than the one caused by the imperial concubine before. But thinking that he was not familiar with this little prince, who was ill and might get into trouble if something happened, the second prince gave up after thinking about it. Let's leave it for now and talk about this matter later. Emperor Jingwen naturally would not refuse. At this time, Yishu's temperature had dropped. The imperial concubine could not bear it any longer and went to sleep in the main hall after the nanny's repeated urging. Reaching out to touch his youngest son's forehead, he found that it was not so hot anymore, and Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel relieved. Only at this moment did he have time to look at Wu Yi, who had also been guarding all night. Wu Yi's heart tightened, but he had no intention of resisting, and immediately knelt down obediently. "I am guilty. Please punish me, your majesty." He was indeed guilty. After all, Emperor Jingwen had only asked him to watch over the little prince and not let him go astray, but he had not asked him to keep an eye on him for 12 hours. It was because he pushed too hard and used too much force that his youngest son fell ill. Wu Yi, in that case, you can do it yourself. Yishuo vaguely heard the quarrel around him again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Yi kneeling there, ready to be punished. He was immediately shocked and sat up to plead for him without thinking. "Father, wait a moment." Regardless of his dry and hoarse throat, Yishuo hurriedly said, "This matter has nothing to do with Wu Yi. This son accidentally caught a cold, so." Halfway through his words, Yishu couldn't bear it anymore and started coughing violently. Seeing this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but stepped forward to help him, and habitually patted his back with his other hand. Slow down, lie down quickly. The fever has finally subsided. What if you catch a cold again?" Noticing that his stepfather's tone was exceptionally gentle, Yishu felt as if he had seen a ghost, his heart filled with fear. Is this really his father? Has he really not been replaced by someone else? Later, Yishuo discovered that something even more terrifying was yet to come. Wu looked up subconsciously, then froze. He thought that the little prince would hate him after suffering such a great crime, but in the end, he was not angry at all. Wu couldn't help but feel even more guilty. "Your Highness, this is my fault alone. Your Highness, you don't have to beg for mercy. I am willing to accept the punishment." Even though he treated the little prince like this, he was willing to forgive him. Wu turned his eyes away, not daring to look at him again. Then Wu couldn't help but kowtow to Emperor Jingwen again. Seeing Wu Yi's guilty expression, which looked like he wanted to commit suicide to apologize, Yishuo couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss. "Help, my conscience hurts." Wu Yi lowered his eyes and said, "It is my fault that I did not stop the young prince in time. Yishuo, you talk as if you can really make the decision for me, and I don't even think about when have I ever listened to you." Covering his aching chest, Yishuo choked, then continued to guide him. "You also said that I am the master and you are the servant. If I insist on doing it my own way, you will have no way to stop me. Can you really force me to make a choice that I don't like? Naturally. Unexpectedly, Wu Yi did not think it was wrong after hearing it, but nodded very affirmatively. I only listen to your majesty and obey your majesty's orders. Your majesty has instructed me before, so when I sense danger, I can take the little prince away from there regardless of his objection. However, he did not. He failed to realize in time that the wind from the rockery would hurt the little prince's body. This was a dereliction of duty. The more he talked, the guilt in Wu Yi's heart not only did not subside, but became heavier. Yishu stared at the scene in amazement, his whole body trembling violently. Did Wu Yi really not think carefully about the question, apart from reading stories to himself, working part-time as a storyteller, and accompanying himself on adventures? Had he really done anything else from beginning to end? He studied for an entire afternoon, and his voice became hoarse. If I were adventurous, he would almost accompany me around the entire palace. When I was tired, I would have to ask him to carry me back. Moreover, if I could read a few more new words, I would have to find ways to get some reward from him. The first reward was shooting darts, the second reward was shooting flying needles, the third was shooting flying knives, the fourth, the fifth. Soon Yishu would have learned all his hidden weapon skills, and even now Wu Yi still felt like he was coaxing a child. Even so, Wu Yi still felt that the little prince was very easy to satisfy. Just sticking 2 needles into a tree could make him excited for a long time. He was so easy to deal with. Therefore, there will definitely be no problem with such a sensible little prince. The only one with a problem is himself. Yishu, stop talking, stop talking. Yishuo was almost overwhelmed by guilt. Even someone as thick-skinned and black-hearted as Yishuo couldn't stand it, which shows how innocent Wu Yi is. Seeing that he really couldn't convince himself, Yishuo closed his eyes, made up his mind, and decided to use the skill that made children famous: crying. Yishuo was unreasonable and uncooperative, crying and making a fuss, and he refused to let his stepfather punish him. There is no other way. I have said everything that needs to be said. This is the only trick left. Although it's a bit embarrassing, the effect is great. You know what, this trick really works. Seeing that his youngest son was so determined and his high fever had just subsided, Emperor Jingwen was afraid that he would make a fuss and start having a fever again. He really thought about it seriously. Finally, considering his youngest son's illness, he decided to reluctantly agree to his request this time. Get up, Wu Yi, Emperor Jingwen said indifferently. Since the little prince pleads for you, I will forgive you this time. Yishuo silently covered his chest, and when he felt better, he lay down again. Wu Yi quickly left. Just as he was about to close the door, the prince, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but ask a question he really wanted to know. I see that you seem to treat Wu Yi very differently. Why? If it were him, if someone was watching him like this every day, the prince would think he was lucky enough not to be crazy and would not be nice to that person. Emperor Jingwen was also somewhat curious about this question, and as the prince finished speaking, he could not help but turn his head. Yishu thought for a moment and said sincerely, because I think Wu Yi is a good person. Isn't it true? He gave away martial arts and hidden weapons, and the part-time storyteller and bodyguard didn't complain at all. Such kind-hearted people are rare in this world. Yishuo wished that the other party would follow him like this forever. Getting a master for free plus someone who can answer all kinds of difficulties in learning martial arts at any time is really a huge profit. With Wu Yi, it doesn't matter if I walk sideways in this palace, there will be no danger. Yishuo didn't hesitate and directly sent a good guy card. Emotions surged up all at once, and then Yishuo's expression became serious, and he spoke word by word. In my heart, I regard Wu Yi as my teacher. When the prince heard this, he was shocked. Emperor Jingwen, who was standing by, was also looking at his son in shock. Facing the child's serious and somewhat solemn expression, the two of them suddenly had the same thought in their minds. Oh no, could this child have a fever that damaged his brain? At the same time, Wu Yi outside the door also widened his eyes, and his heart trembled unconsciously. Because of his training, he already had excellent hearing and vision, so even if he was standing outside, he could hear everything going on in the room clearly. When Su Yue came over with the cold water, what she saw was Wu Yi standing there like a wooden stake. This lord. He suddenly woke up unexpectedly, and before the palace maid in front of him could see his expression clearly, Wu Yi kicked his feet in panic, and the whole person instantly jumped 2 meters, jumped onto the tree next to him, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yue. As if frightened by the expression of his younger brother, that did not seem fake, Emperor Jingwen and the Crown Prince were silent for a long time. After looking at each other, the Crown Prince decided that he must ask the imperial physician later whether there was something wrong with the prescription he prescribed, or whether his younger brother really had a brain burnt out to say such a thing. In order to dispel his idea, Emperor Jingwen explained to his youngest son, Shuor, you must know that Wu Yi is a secret guard. I will never let him be your master. What are the secret guards? The secret guards are a group of people who are directly under the leadership of the emperor, who only obey the command of the emperor and are only responsible to the emperor. The secret guards are the private property of the emperor and are the knife in the hands of the emperor. The most taboo thing is to be contaminated by the princes. Once the secret guards are involved with the prince, it means being drawn into the vortex of the struggle for imperial power, which will pose a threat to the emperor's life. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen could never tolerate this. Can you understand what I'm saying? Yishuo nodded. Son understands. This son originally thought that he would learn martial arts from Wu Yi. The identity of a secret guard is very sensitive in itself, and the skills of a secret guard are even more sensitive. If the prince learns it, how can the secret guards prevent it? If the prince has the intention to kill, won't the emperor be in danger all the time? But since they are just children, the idea of martial arts is understandable. As the son of an emperor, it is not enough to just be literate. The minimum requirement is to be proficient in both civil and martial arts. The rest include riding, archery, driving, etc., not to mention the 6 arts of a gentleman. Yishuo couldn't help but smack his lips. As expected, the involution among the royal family members was so serious. When Yishuo came into contact with the 6th prince, he did not see any internal strength in him, so he guessed that he had not formally started learning yet. As for the crown prince, Yishuo didn't know martial arts when he approached him before, and now that he knows martial arts, he still hasn't found a chance to get close to him. After experimenting with Wu Yi countless times, Yishuo discovered that internal force was not so easy to detect. He needed to directly touch the opponent's dantian with his hands. The prince's belly was not so easy to touch. Yishuo was even afraid that the servants around him would catch him and chop off his claws. However, judging from the prince's behavior, Yishuo estimated that his kung fu was not very good. He is so busy every day that he wishes he could be split in half. It would be strange if he could be good at kung fu. It seems that the quality of the martial arts master that my cheap dad mentioned is worrying. Thinking of this, Yishuo asked straightforwardly, how does master in the upper study compare to Wu Yi? How can this be compared? Wu Yi is the best martial artist among the dark guards. He was carefully selected from the dark guards. Although there are also powerful martial artists among the martial arts masters, how can the masters selected from the people have the deep foundation of the royal family? In fact, it was not because Emperor Jingwen was stingy and unwilling to give it, nor was it because the emperor was on guard against his son everywhere. It was mainly because martial arts were too difficult to practice. A person's energy was always limited. There were so many people practicing martial arts in the world, and the total number was much larger than that of the royal family. How could we expect such a few people in the royal family to become the first? The probability was too low, and even if you become the first, so what? You can't rule the world by martial arts. Emperor Jingwen did not give a direct answer, but said, the martial arts is only a minor path after all. You and your brothers are not on this path. Yishuo understood it instantly, so the meaning was quite different. It turned out that I was right to keep a trick in advance. Yishuo also noticed that his adoptive father seemed to be particularly averse to the prince learning martial arts, especially the martial arts of the secret guards, so he secretly decided in his heart that he would never let him know that he had secretly learned Wu Yi's martial arts. Facing his youngest son's disappointed expression, Emperor Jingwen changed from touching to patting and patted his head. The imperial concubine in the main hall couldn't sleep well because she was always thinking about her son. She woke up in less than half an hour. Seeing that the little guy finally woke up and the fever subsided, the imperial concubine couldn't help but hugged him in her arms. There can't be a next time. You really scared me to death. Mother, it's Shuor's fault. Shuor will never dare to do it again. Yishuo felt heartbroken when he noticed the faint blue color under his mother's eyes. When she thought about him standing in the limelight, the imperial concubine was so angry that she wanted to beat him up, but in the end she couldn't do it. She just said with red eyes, it's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Yishuo felt inexplicably sad. It was really nice to be loved by his own mother. Apart from being held down and not allowed to get out of bed, he had no other problems. Even his mother fed him personally. Your Highness has really suffered a great crime this time. Yishuo would help Wu Yi explain almost everything to anyone who came. For example, the first thing Zhao Chongrong and the other two did when they entered the room was to glare at Wu Yi, who was standing next to them, and they did so while comforting Yishuo. Yishuo had no choice but to repeat what he said before. It's really not him. It's me who insisted on standing in the wind. However, the more he explained, the lower Wu Yi buried his head. However, this was not the most unbearable thing for Yishuo. What was most unbearable for Yishuo was that Wu Yi seemed to be particularly nice to him in recent days. Although Wu Yi still looked cold and silent on the surface, Yishuo couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the peeled fruit Wu Yi handed over to him. Even though he said that it was prepared by Su Yue and the others, Yishuo had seen his knife skills, and the skin was peeled so thinly, it was definitely Wu Yi's work. After a long time, when Yishuo was able to get out of bed and move around freely, he couldn't help but cautiously asked, "Can I not practice calligraphy today?" I haven't made clay figures for a long time. I thought Wu Yi would refuse, but... Okay, Wu Yi nodded after a moment's silence. That's right, I know a good place in the palace. He agreed. Yi Shuo felt a chill in his heart. It's over, Wu Yi finally broke down. This is a cold-blooded and ruthless secret guard, but now it's really not cold or cool at all. When I think of how unkind he was at the beginning, I really miss him. Yi Shuo whimpered and collapsed into the quilt. Wu Yi, who was standing by, couldn't help but get a little nervous when he saw this. Are you okay, little prince? It seemed that he was frightened by the fact that just 2 gusts of wind could make the little prince seriously ill, so now whenever there was any sign of trouble, Wu Yi would ask carefully. This is how people who have never raised a child are. Wu Yi has not yet evolved to the point where he has to check whether Yi Shuo's breathing is normal when he is sleeping. Ever since the high fever incident, concubine Rong forced even the young eunuch sleeping in the outer room to move in, for fear that such a situation would happen again. This time, Wu Yi had sharp ears and discovered it in time. What about next time? If no one responded when he called out, he would have burned to death inside after a night. So no, absolutely not, he must not be allowed to sleep alone. Yi Shuo had no way to resist and could only agree reluctantly. After the little eunuch came, it seriously affected Yi Shuo's practice at night. He had no choice but to ask Su Zin to help them make a blackout curtain. When he went to bed at night, he would draw the blackout curtain so that no one could see what the person inside was doing. Although his mother teased him about this, saying that he was young but still shy and couldn't stand others even looking at him, Yi Shuo was so thick-skinned that he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He said openly in front of everyone, "No one can see my body except my future wife." At that time, concubine Rong burst out laughing. "How old are you? You're already thinking about getting married." Yi Shuo snorted, "Age is not important. It's always right to prepare early. What if his wife cares about this? If you love her, you should naturally give her the best and not let her have any regrets." But when he thought about it, he had never found a partner who loved him in his previous life, and he was still a bachelor until his death. This life would probably be tough too, and Yi Shuo immediately became depressed. Alas, in life, why is it so difficult to find someone you love and who loves you back? No matter what the other person's identity is, it can be a noble lady or a commoner, a chivalrous woman or an ordinary palace maid. Yi Shuo doesn't care. The most important thing is that both parties love each other. As a modern man, equality and freedom have long been engraved in Yi Shuo's bones and have never changed even now. It's just that he couldn't change the situation alone, so he just went with the flow. As for the fact that his status as a prince destined him to have no freedom in marriage in this life, and that he could only be manipulated like a puppet, Yi Shuo said that this was not true. No matter what, his wife had to be the one he deeply loved. When the time comes, his stepfather will be furious, the ministers will pressure him, and the royal family will be shocked, but Yi Shuo won't care. After all, he was not born to please and obey these people, and his marriage will never be a bargaining chip. He didn't want to fight for that position anyway. As the saying goes, a man without desires is strong. His cheap father couldn't threaten him. If those people turned their spearheads against his beloved woman, Yi Shuo thought to himself that he was not so incapable of doing this. Of course, he is not even 3 years old yet, so it is too early to talk about these things. Yi Shuo dare not say them out loud now. After all, they are too unorthodox and can really make his stepfather mad to death. Better to wait a little longer and let my cheap dad live a few more years in peace. Yi Shuo had already made plans in his mind in advance. Now everything was ready, except for a wife. But thinking about his experiences in his previous life, Yi Shuo instantly felt hopeless. Let's take a look at Wu Yi, who is so close to us. Meeting Wu Yi's slightly nervous gaze, Yi Shuo collapsed on the bed and replied weakly, "I'm fine." Wu Yi opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "The clay figurine." If it wasn't for the crime going against the wind, it would feel too boring. Since Wu Yi is already broken, it would be better to let him break more thoroughly. My conscience aches, it can't be in vain, right? It's going to hurt anyway, so why not just call it pain in a more literal sense, so it doesn't seem so unfair? So Yi Shuo not only did not stop, but intensified it. He took advantage of the time when Wu Yi was surrounded by guilt and took out almost everything he could from Wu Yi's body. Yi Shuo learned all of Wu Yi's skills, including the technique of launching hidden weapons, the skill of concealing breath, the skill of lightness, etc. Yi Shuo estimated that ordinary secret guards now knew less than he did. Just like now, Yi Shuo didn't need to go out of his way to investigate. As long as he was close, he could basically find out in time whether there were people on the surrounding trees and beams, and how many people there were. As for the mud on the soles of Wu Yi's boots, you have to know that the soil in the palace is not like this. The answer to where the scattered mud on Wu Yi's boots came from is self-evident. When Wu Yi habitually ran back and forth among the trees, and grass, flower petals, and grass debris were accidentally stuck in his hair and clothes. Yi Shuo once picked up half of a petal that fell from his body when he was not paying attention. Maybe it was because the petals were very small, or maybe it was because the petals were very ordinary, so Wu Yi saw them but didn't care at all. Wu Yi ignored the fact that it was precisely because the petals were ordinary that he needed to be more careful. Wu Yi never thought that there was actually someone who could remember so many flowers and plants in his mind. But Yishu on the side understood it very well. When doing official work, in addition to guards and assassins like Wu Yi, there might be a special team in the secret guard team to help with the aftermath and create the scene. Otherwise, if there was no special team to deal with such things, the secret guards would have gone through countless setbacks over the years. Just when Yishu was about to get in touch with the core secrets of the secret guards, he thought about it and stopped at the door of the gate. In the end, he chose not to go in. At least he left Wu Yi with a pair of pants and did not let him run completely naked. Fortunately, not long after, Wu Yi received a secret order from Emperor Jingwen, and then he packed up and prepared to leave. If he didn't leave, Yishu estimated that he might not be able to resist touching those things. Wu Yi had no idea that it was this sudden order that saved him from danger and enabled him to successfully save the last bit of his dignity. Emperor Jingwen's secret order came very urgently, and it was estimated that there was something important for Wu Yi to do. Of course, he certainly couldn't say that to the little Prince Wu Yi. He certainly couldn't say that the emperor asked him to do something, so he left. Emperor Jingwen asked him to make up a reason, so Wu Yi really made up a reason. Looking at the secret guard who was talking nonsense in a serious manner and was about to be unable to justify himself, Yishu could not help but fall into deep thought. As expected, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can only choose one between intelligence and loyalty. If you choose one, it will be difficult to take into account the other. It is difficult to guarantee the loyalty of smart people who know how to judge the situation, and the reason why loyal people are loyal is often because they are not smart enough. Not smart enough, but in line with the superior's wishes. After Wu Yi finished speaking, Yishu spoke for a long time before he spoke with difficulty. You mean, your fellow villager's father came to Beijing for medical treatment recently, and because he has no relatives, he came to you for help, and then you can't stay here recently, right? Please, the secret guards are directly responsible for the emperor's safety and cannot be involved with any forces. They are most likely orphans, so how could they have any relatives, fellow townsmen, or friends? Does Wu Yi think he is a 3-year-old child? Wait a minute, I seem to be just a 3-year-old child. Wu Yi, on the other hand, was still unaware of this and even nodded affirmatively. Your Highness, yes. The corners of Yishu's mouth twitched involuntarily. He really dares to admit it. It was hard to express in words what was in his mind, and then Yishu asked out of the blue, how old is your fellow countryman's father this year? Your Highness, he is 25 years old. Yishu asked again, how old are you this year? Wu Yi was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he froze his expression and whispered also, it's also 25. Wow, what a coincidence. Yishu had a wooden face. It turned out that his fellow villager was Wu Yi himself. For someone like Wu Yi who has to find materials from his surroundings and himself when making up stories, Yishu sincerely advises him to stop lying from now on. Just when Wu Yi was sweating profusely and wondering if he had been discovered, he saw the little prince flipping something out from the head of the bed and throwing it towards him. Wu Yi subconsciously reached out to catch it, and after he caught it, he discovered that it was an amulet. Your Highness, this is. After I fell ill, my mother asked my aunt outside the palace to pray at the temple. There was no other way. He had taken too many advantages of Wu Yi, and it would be bad for him to leave empty-handed when the other party left, right? I can only ask my mother for another one later. Yeshua waved his hand weakly. This amulet is for you, no. It's for your fellow villager's father. I hope that Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva can protect him and keep him safe and sound in the end. Yeshua deliberately emphasized a few words in the middle, but in fact, the story about the father from the same hometown was all made up by him. This amulet can be given to no one except himself. Wu Yi's departure seemed to be an episode that could not be any smaller. His departure had no impact on Qiwu Palace at all, and even concubine Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wu Yi has been a little more lenient with his son in recent days due to the emperor's order, with someone always there, concubine Rong still worries that her son won't be able to bear it. Fortunately, Wu Yi is finally gone now. Concubine Rong thought about it and finally did not force her son to study anymore. Yishu was also happy and at ease and had a great time for several months. It wasn't until the beginning of the following spring that new troubles came. Because of this matter, concubine Rong was so worried that she couldn't sleep well for several days. Although the official age stipulated by the imperial study room was 6 years old for school entry, almost no princes could actually wait until they were 6 years old. It was better in the past few years. When Emperor Jingwen was still the crown prince, everyone still followed the rules and did not push their son so hard. Later, when Emperor Jingwen ascended the throne and became emperor, as the number of children in the harem gradually increased, the age at which the princes went to school became younger and younger. Some even waited until the child could speak, walk steadily, and understand what others were saying, and they sent him in directly regardless of his age. For example, the eighth prince born to concubine De is 3 years older than Yishuo. He has been studying in the upper study room for almost 3 years. In other words, he was sent in when he was just over 3 years old. Children of the royal family were born precocious, as if they were born to remember things earlier than children of ordinary families. They rarely made trouble, and Emperor Jingwen was happy to see his children become successful, so he never cared about them. Under such vicious competition, everyone will naturally become more and more competitive. And once you start, it's hard to stop. That was why the imperial concubine was worried. She also didn't want her son to lose at the starting line. When she thought of concubine De, concubine Xian, concubine Shu, and the fourth prince, the fifth prince, the seventh prince, and the eighth prince, imperial concubine Rong felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and very anxious. If they weren't there, the imperial concubine wouldn't be so anxious. If Yishu were here, he would definitely be able to empathize with this feeling. It's just like taking an exam. She had just finished writing the multiple choice questions and fill-in-the-blank questions, while the students around her had already finished the last 2 big questions. No one would be able to hold back if they were in her shoes. However, her son's health is also an important factor that the imperial concubine has to take into consideration. After the previous high fever, the imperial concubine was really scared. If it was before, she would definitely do the same as the virtuous concubine and the others and just send it over without thinking too much about it. But now the imperial concubine couldn't help but start thinking in her heart, Shuer is only 3 years old now. Isn't it too early to send him to the upper study room now? Although he is 5 years old in terms of age, he is only 3 years old in actual age. If it happened again like before, the imperial concubine couldn't guarantee that her son would be so lucky. Perhaps it was because concubine Rong's anxiety was too obvious. Yishu noticed it the next day. He asked casually, and after finding out what happened, he was completely stunned. If it was a kindergarten, Yishu could still understand it. A bunch of kids playing and fighting together would make a day pass by, which was equivalent to reducing the burden on busy working parents. But the upper study room here is obviously not that. Thinking of the encouragement to study that the sixth prince had recited before, Yishuo couldn't help but be amazed. This is totally not something a 3-year-old should learn, so Yishuo decisively pushed away the bowl in the nanny's hand and didn't even bother to eat. He jumped off the chair, ran over, grabbed his mother's sleeve, and looked at her eagerly. Mom. The imperial concubine immediately softened her heart. She thought to herself that Shuer was still young, so it wouldn't matter if she delayed it for another year, so she said softly, "Okay, Shuer, don't worry, we won't go this year." Yishuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Mom, you are so good to Shuer. You are the best mother in the world." Yishuo did not say this intentionally to flatter his mother, but he sincerely felt this way. In such a feudal society, where imperial power was supreme, women in the harem gave birth to children mostly to consolidate their own status. For them, children were just a means to climb up or consolidate their favor. It's not that they don't love them, but this love, as long as it doesn't involve life, should take precedence over rights. In simple terms, as long as you can't die, fight to the death. But there are very few people like his mother who voluntarily give up the competition simply because of his health. His mother may not know that as long as he is careful, things like last time will basically not happen, but she dare not take the risk because of such a tiny probability, which shows how deeply his mother loves him. "Mom, I want to be your son in my next life, in the next life." Meeting the child's serious and determined gaze, for some reason, concubine Rong's eyes suddenly turned red. After she realized what was happening, she quickly slapped her son on the back of his hand. Pa, what are you talking about? What's the next life, the next life? It's so unlucky, just spit it out. Then the imperial concubine couldn't help but tap his nose and said, "You are just a nice person. You always say nice things to fool your mother. If you really think your mother is good, you will make her less angry with you in the future. Your mother will be thankful. That wouldn't work." What his mother hoped for, such as competing for the throne, was something he could never do. In addition to the fact that he has no ambitions here, there is also the fact that if he really shows signs of this, he and his mother should be fine, but his grandfather's family will definitely be doomed. So forget it. Yishuo came to his senses instantly, and his expression suddenly became embarrassed. "Well, I don't know if it's too late to take back what I just said. No one knows a son better than his mother." Seeing him like this, the imperial concubine immediately understood what had happened. The feeling of being touched in her heart disappeared in an instant, and she was immediately filled with anger. "Well, you little bastard, you really lied to me." "Mom, I suddenly remembered that the prince still wants to talk to me about something. I'll leave first. Bye, come back to me." Looking at the two people playing and fighting early in the morning, the nanny next to them put the bowl in her hand back on the table and couldn't help laughing. But in fact, Yishuo was not lying. The prince did have an appointment with him, but it was not the prince who made an appointment with him, but he who made an appointment with the prince. Although the prince didn't know why his younger brother had such a good impression of him, he didn't reject it. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Yishuo had picked a random time to go there without thinking too much about it, but he didn't expect that he would run into an unexpected person by coincidence. Judging from the patterns on the other person's red official robe, this person should be his brother's teacher. Prince's tutor, greetings to his majesty. Just as Yishuo was stunned, the person opposite him spoke and slowly bowed to him. Although there was nothing wrong with the other party's behavior, Yishuo didn't know why, but he always felt that something was strange. Soon he understood. His brother's teacher seemed particularly distant and cold towards him. Isn't it? Since the other party is the prince's teacher, he is naturally the one who upholds orthodoxy. To a prince like himself who is of unorthodox origin, he would naturally be rude. By the way, this was the first time in Yishuo's life that he was disliked by a teacher. In his previous life, he was the teacher's sweetheart wherever he went. Such an experience is quite novel. Yishuo was thinking at this time, and the tutor opposite him was also thinking. He had not expected that he would run into the imperial concubine's son so suddenly. He still remembered that the birth of the little prince almost made the prince's situation even more difficult. Therefore, the grand tutor naturally disliked this prince. Today, the grand tutor saw that he was behaving so recklessly and was even more disgusted. He didn't look like a prince at all. How could a prince run around and jump so disrespectfully? How could he be so disrespectful? Of course, this was not what the Teifu was most concerned about. What was most concerning to the Teifu was the child in front of him, who almost led astray the student he had taught for so long. When the child was just over 1 year old, he was already eating grapes and listening to music. What would happen if the prince also developed these bad habits? The grand tutor has always been a man of integrity. He would never show intimacy to people he doesn't like. It is already his limit if he can resist showing disgust. So after Yishuo asked him to get up, the tutor left without wasting a moment. The prince did not expect that his teacher would be so hostile to his younger brother, and even unwilling to stay in the East Palace for long. Then he thought about how the teacher hated lazy and extravagant young men the most, and he felt that the teacher's behavior was very normal. But he has to comfort my little brother. After a brief thought, the prince ordered people to fetch the new tribute fruits from the south, on the other side in the Qinzheng Hall. Emperor Jingwen soon learned the news that his youngest son would not be attending school this year. Hearing this, he just frowned slightly and did not take it to heart. In his opinion, it is a good thing for his younger son to start school later. It took him 2 full years to finally reach a delicate balance with the Duke of Zhen. Under the circumstances, Emperor Jingwen himself did not want this balance to be destroyed. Also, my youngest son had already shown extraordinary intelligence when he was over 2 years old. Once he starts school, his development will surely be extremely rapid. Emperor Jingwen was very conflicted. He hoped that his youngest son would be successful, but at the same time he was worried that he would be too successful. In his opinion, it was inevitable that his youngest son was extremely gifted. Once he entered the upper study room, he would definitely learn everything. He never considered the second possibility at all, so Emperor Jingwen decided to take the cold approach. He wanted to see how the Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine would react. Anyway, the Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine will always take action. He could also take this opportunity to test how patient the Duke of Zhen was and whether he would really behave himself this time. If the Duke of Zhen is particularly anxious, then. And so, Emperor Jingwen waited and waited. When Yishuo was 3 years old, Emperor Jingwen was sitting firmly on the Daioyutai. TL, sitting firmly on the Daioyutai equals sitting at ease in a fishing boat despite Storm's idiom to stay calm during tense situation, a cool head in a crisis. When Yishuo was 4 years old, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but sigh that the Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine were really patient. When Yishuo was 5 years old, Emperor Jingwen began to frown. When Yishuo was 6 years old, and it was time for school to start in the spring, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but walk around the Qinzheng Hall twice. When Yishuo was 7 years old, Emperor Jingwen would look outside from time to time while reviewing memorials. Even the young eunuch beside him could clearly feel the emperor's anxiety, not to mention Wang Ziquan, who had followed Emperor Jingwen for so many years. Wang Ziquan served carefully and prayed desperately in his heart, hoping that God would bless him and that it would succeed this year. Soon, a figure walked in quickly. The moment he saw that person, Emperor Jingwen put down the imperial pen in his hand. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, please." "All right, stop wasting time. Just tell me the result. Just tell me, has the 9th prince enrolled this year?" Caught off guard, the young eunuch who came hurriedly had a frozen expression on his face, and then he reported the result of his investigation in a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, no, no." After saying that, he didn't even dare to look up. The moment he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen lost control and almost broke the armrest of the chair. "The 9th prince is already 9 years old this year. What on earth do they want to do?" The emperor thought about it over and over again and felt that this would not work. The emperor had originally planned very well to see how the Duke of Zhen would react and then make a choice, but now. Even someone as thoughtful as Emperor Jingwen could no longer sit still. He realized that if he didn't stop her, the imperial concubine would really keep dragging her feet and not allow the ninth prince to enroll in school. But if he just moves like this, he would always feel like he is inexplicably inferior to the Duke of Zhen. Emperor Jingwen sat on the dragon throne with an uncertain expression. Wang Ziquan on the side was thinking, even though the little prince has grown up, the situation has not improved but has become more serious. At the beginning, the little prince was just simply naughty, but now His Majesty must be worried to death. In the end, Emperor Jingwen still felt that compared to losing to the Duke of Zhen, it was more intolerable for the royal family, especially his own son, to have an illiterate person who could not read a single word. Former only made him feel uncomfortable, but the latter was a real harm. Emperors are generally pragmatic, so Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and became extremely annoyed, almost yelling out word by word, "Come, prepare the carriage to the Kiwu Palace. No matter what, the ninth prince must enroll in school this year." At the same time, over in the East Palace, Yishu seemed to sense something and couldn't help sneezing. Achoo! The noise startled the child next to Yishu. After realizing what was happening, the child looked over at him worriedly. "Ninth uncle, are you okay?" "It's okay, it's okay. The ninth uncle is in good health." Yishu waved his hands, not caring at all. Now that he has already mastered the internal strength, ordinary minor illnesses like colds and fevers can no longer affect him. Seeing the child in front of him so cute, Yishu couldn't help but rub his head, which naturally resulted in the child's protest. "Ninth uncle." Looking at the child who couldn't help but jump, Yishu smiled and dodged, while his thoughts gradually drifted away. From 3 to 7 years old, there are still many changes in 4 years. For example, he has successfully been listed in the Imperial Edict and officially obtained his own ranking. As he grew older, the sixth prince felt a growing sense of urgency, especially since he would gradually begin to get involved in government affairs in 2 years. He was studying very hard, and except for the New Year holidays, he hardly had any time to stop. Even though Yishu lived with him in Kiwu Palace, he often didn't see him, and on the prince's side, Yishu had just celebrated his 3rd birthday. In the same year, the prince, who had just turned 18, got married. The woman he married was none other than the daughter of his teacher, the Grand Tutor. Zhen is very different from her old-fashioned father. Zhen is very well behaved and has a gentle and generous personality. Even when facing a naughty boy like Yishuo, she can be very patient and almost never loses her temper. Yishuo often comes to the East Palace and makes trouble there, but she never gets angry. Yishuo observed carefully and confirmed that she was really not angry, and she was not saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. According to the Crown Princess, she had never seen such a lively child before, and just watching him playing around made her feel more relaxed. This is true. Yishuo is the most comfortable person in the whole palace. Perhaps because she was too harshly disciplined since childhood, the Crown Princess was particularly envious of free children. Due to the rules, she could not run, jump, or laugh, so she particularly liked to watch others run, jump, and laugh, which almost pissed off the Grand Tutor. At first, Yishuo was still thinking that he must not act the same way as before after the Crown Prince got married. After all, disturbing the young couple would be struck by lightning. But seeing the Crown Princess's behavior, Yishuo no longer had any scruples. Not long after the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess got married, the Crown Princess became pregnant and gave birth to a child the following year. Now 4 years have passed, and the child is 3 years old. Look, that's the kid next to Yishuo. The little kid in front of him is the legitimate son of the Crown Prince. There is no one more legitimate than him. Perhaps it was for the sake of the Grand Tutor, or perhaps it was because the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess knew each other when they were young and had a very close friendship, so there was almost no one else in the Crown Prince's room before he married the Crown Princess, and no one was brought in for 2 years after he married her. Last year he took in 2 new concubines. Although Yishu himself could not understand it, the world was in such a state today that the prince could not be blamed. Yishu was an outsider, so naturally he had no right to interfere in the prince's family affairs, so he stopped paying attention to it. Yishu just has a good relationship with the little kid. Because her husband was the Crown Prince, her son was destined from birth to never be able to do whatever he wanted in his life like ordinary children. The Crown Princess knew this clearly, so she wanted him to be happier when he was young. In this palace, is there anyone who is more comfortable than the little prince back then, and now the 9th prince? Of course not. So after her son was over 1 year old and could walk steadily, the Crown Princess began to allow the two to interact. This method seemed to be very useful. Her son had already begun to show signs of maturity when he was 1 year old. He probably learned it from his father. A good child would eat and sleep according to the rules. This reminded the Crown Princess of her own childhood. But after the Crown Princess handed her son over to the 9th prince, things gradually became different. At first, the little prince was a little reserved and at a loss, but as he came into contact with more new things with his uncle, he gradually relaxed. the little grandson of the emperor, Yizun, never knew before that mud could be so much fun. There are also kites that can fly into the sky, peaches in spring, crickets in summer, even growing garlic is so interesting. Yishuo gave almost all the fruits of his labor in the past few years to his adopted nephew, without any reservation. He felt that it was pitiful for the child who was so excited even to see the hydroponic garlic sprouting. Speaking of which, he seemed quite pitiful. How old was he now? He was only 7 years old, and he was forced to help his brother take care of his children. During this year or so, the little grandson of the emperor almost went crazy playing with him. Whenever the grand tutor heard about these things, he became so angry that he almost vomited blood. If it weren't for his status as a prince, Yishuo always felt that the grand tutor would definitely kill him personally for leading his grandson astray. Look, in the main hall, the grand tutor and the crown princess started arguing again, and the content of the argument was nothing more than the same few sentences. That is, what the grand tutor thought the little emperor's grandson looked like, and the crown princess, having seen a child like Yishuo, also wanted to make her son's life easier when he was young. Yishuo still clearly remembered the look of disbelief on the grand tutor's face when the crown princess argued with her father for the first time in her life. At first, the crown princess was a little nervous and afraid. After all, talking back to her father was considered a heinous crime, but after doing it many times, she gradually got used to it. Anyway, no matter what, the period before her son arrives at the study is the crown princess' bottom line. Nonsense, absolutely nonsense. I think you have lost your mind. The grand tutor really couldn't understand what kind of magic potion the ninth prince had fed his daughter. It had only been a short time, and the once gentle and quiet daughter dared to argue with her father. Also, why hasn't that damn ninth prince gone to school yet? The grand tutor has been looking forward to this for 4 years, and has been disappointed every year. Now he has become numb. The key point is that because of his daughter, the Teifu can often see the ninth prince in the East Palace. He can't avoid him even if he wants to. Every time he sees him, the Teifu can't help but feel hurt internally. How can there be such a kid in the world? Anyone who becomes this child's teacher will be in dire straits for the rest of his life. The crown princess, can you please sober up a little? The Teifu tried hard to suppress his rage and spoke earnestly. The crown princess didn't buy it and just said calmly, "Father, don't worry. I know what to do." Bullshit sense of propriety. If she really had some sense, would she let his grandson hang out with the ninth prince? The Teifu was so angry that his head hurt. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he left in anger countless times. As a result, as soon as he went out, he ran into the ninth prince who was bringing his grandson. There were traces of mud on the little prince's body, and his hands were not clean either. It was easy to guess what the two had just done. The grand tutor was already extremely angry, and his eyes went dark when he saw this scene. Yishuo touched his nose, pretending nothing happened, and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, master." "Ninth prince, you must not do this. I am unworthy of this honor." The grand tutor was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger, and his tone was so depressed. Yishuo was not angry, for fear of upsetting his cheap brother's teacher, so he hurriedly pulled his cheap nephew away. "Teifu, you are busy. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Goodbye." The little grandson was still waiting to show his mother the fruits of his work this afternoon. Besides, he was always afraid of his grandfather, so he hurriedly left after saying, "Hello, Grandpa. I'm going to see my mother first," and ran away quickly. The figure of the Teifu was left behind, so desolate and miserable. Yizun thought that the ninth uncle was really interesting, and he couldn't bear to part with him. "Don't be sentimental yet. We don't know how things will turn out. Maybe the ninth uncle will have to accompany you to the study this year." Yishuo had a clear mind. He had been in this business for so many years. No matter what happened this year, he would not be able to get away with it. "Ah, really?" Yizun was stunned. Yishuo was distracted, 9 out of 10. "It is not difficult to guess what my cheap dad is thinking. It is probably something like, 'I bet you will make a move, and when you make a move, I will be able to catch you.'" He has remained silent in the past few years, probably waiting for news from his grandfather. It was because of this that Yishuo was able to waste 4 whole years. After all, if his stepfather didn't interfere, his mother's side would be easy to deal with. Every time he went to school, Yishuo would be extremely anxious and unable to sleep all night long. He would lose a lot of weight in just a few days, and soon his mother would not be able to bear it anymore. In this way, Yishuo relied on this method to drag it on year after year. And now, 4 years have passed, and the stepfather must have figured out what's going on. As an emperor who values his reputation so much, how could he allow his son to be uneducated? School would start in a few days. By then, his cheap father might already be waiting for him in Kiwu Palace. But so what? As long as no one was sent to urge him, he would pretend not to know. Thinking of this, Yishuo felt relieved. With the idea of being happy every day, Yishuo couldn't help but pat his nephew on the head and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see something good this afternoon." When Yizun heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. On the other hand, upon learning that his son had gone to the Eastern Palace to play again today, Emperor Jingwen just said him lightly and had no other expression. It doesn't matter, he has nothing to do today, just sit here and wait. He wanted to see how crazy that little bastard could get and when he would come back. Thus, the whole afternoon passed like this, and then it was dark, and finally Emperor Jingwen had finished his dinner and had almost digested it. This wait lasted nearly 4 hours. Emperor Jingwen. When Emperor Jingwen came, he was already holding back a lot of anger. The reason why he didn't send anyone to call the ninth prince over was to wait for him to come back and then give him a scare. Emperor Jingwen had even imagined the scene of his son being terrified when he saw him. As a result, never came back. Then Emperor Jingwen became even angrier, but it was his dark face that frightened the sixth prince who had just returned from the upper study. Think about it, the sixth prince had been tired from studying all day, and he finally came back to relax for a while. However, when he looked up after entering the room, he was caught off guard by the majestic face of Emperor Jingwen, and all his sleepiness and fatigue were scared away. Greetings to the Emperor, may your majesty be well. The sixth prince knelt down hurriedly. After seeing this scene, Emperor Jingwen felt relieved. In his opinion, this was normal. This is exactly the effect that Emperor Jingwen wanted. Except for the wrong object, everything else was perfect. So Emperor Jingwen's expression finally improved. Get up, pack up, and prepare for dinner. Yes, the sixth prince looked at the imperial concubine next to him. Judging from the imperial concubine's expression and various signs, his father must have come to look for his ninth prince. Although such scenes do not happen often, they do happen from time to time. What the sixth prince didn't understand was why his father would always be so angry at his little brother's unintentional actions, and why he never got tired of it. In this way, the silent atmosphere continued until the end of dinner. It was already dark outside, but the ninth prince still hadn't returned. Noticing his father's increasingly ugly expression, the sixth prince complained inwardly. Damn it, father looks very angry. Just as the sixth prince began to pray for his brother, Emperor Jingwen finally couldn't hold it anymore, and with a sullen face he said to Wang Ziquan beside him, "Please go and bring the ninth prince back to me." In the end, Emperor Jingwen compromised. He finally realized that his son might not be able to come back today. If he didn't see him, then his trip today would be in vain. Hiss. The emperor even used the word please. It seems that he is really angry. Wang Ziquan did not dare to delay and hurriedly took the order to capture the ninth prince from the East Palace. You know what, Yishu really thought so. He really didn't plan to go back today. He planned to stay with his little nephew for a few nights and make the most of the time before school starts. Although he thought in his heart that it was unlikely that his cheap father would not react by this year. But what if? What if it works? Wouldn't that mean another year of happiness? Yishu didn't feel ashamed at all to fight for the bed with his own nephew. After all, he had slept in the prince's bed in the past, so why would he care about the prince's son? Ninth uncle, it was the first time that the little grandson of the emperor slept on the same bed with someone else, and he seemed a little shy. However, the next second, Yishu pushed him back. You're just a kid, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. When saying this, Yishu completely forgot that when he was 3 years old, he had specially installed a blackout curtain to prevent the palace servants from peeking. Ninth uncle. Having said that, Yishu immediately closed his eyes. I don't know why, but when the little grandson of the emperor broke free from his shame and anger, he always felt that the reaction of the ninth prince in front of him was a little strange, as if he was avoiding something. Then not long after, Yizun probably knew who he was hiding from. When Wang Ziquan arrived, he heard the news that the ninth prince and the little grandson had already gone to bed. Wang Ziquan immediately gasped. It was over. The emperor was still waiting. After thinking it over and weighing it for a long time, Wang Ziquan finally decided to go and wake up the ninth prince himself. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that they have gone to bed, but you still have to wake yourself up. Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Yishu had no choice but to get up from the bed. Of course, Yishu thought about it. The scary thing about going to the study room is not the studying, but the fact that you can't graduate at all. No matter how much knowledge you have learned there, you will not be allowed to skip grades or graduate early. No matter who you are, you must stay there until you are old enough to enter the court. They will let you go, and the connection should not be too tight. After you have memorized this book, there is still the next book. The worst that can happen is that the difficulty will be increased. Some people even hope that you can read as many books as possible. Unless you have memorized all the books in the world, there will always be new knowledge for you to learn. In modern times, you can skip grades or even enter university directly if you have accumulated enough knowledge, but there is no such rule in the study room. Thinking about having to memorize all the books in the world, even Yishu felt a wave of despair. In addition, there was no such thing as Saturdays and Sundays as rest days in ancient times. Yishu had learned about it in advance, and there were no winter and summer vacations. There were 365 days in a year, and people could only have one day off on New Year's Day, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, the Emperor's birthday, Tiancheng Festival, and one's own birthday, etc., and the total number of days was less than 10. 10 days. You know, nowadays there are 7 days off for National Day. So once you get in there, it's basically like being in prison. No wonder Yishu was scared. This was something he would have resisted from the bottom of his heart, even without his grandfather's family. But I can't say this to my little nephew. The child is still young, and I can't tell him about the dangers of the world so quickly. Yishu couldn't help but touch the child's head lovingly. Without waiting for the other party to resist, Yishu jumped off the bed and followed Eunuch Wang. Your Highness, it's okay. On the way back to Kiwu Palace, Wang Ziquan was about to persuade him not to be nervous, but when he turned around, he saw the ninth prince yawning, and the rest of Wang Ziquan's words were stuck in his throat. Ah, what did you say? Yishuo looked confused, as if he didn't hear clearly. Wang Ziquan choked, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Nothing. If you ask him, the ninth prince is really a strange man. You say he is naughty, but he never makes fun of the palace maids. You say he is sensible and obedient, but he finds different ways to make trouble every day and then makes the emperor very angry. It is really hard to understand. Just when Wang Ziquan was thinking about something in his mind, Kiwu Palace was already within reach. Inside the main hall, Emperor Jingwen first saw a corner of fabric flash by. He paused holding the tea, his eyes narrowed instantly, and he was about to get angry. But before he could open his mouth, he saw his son take 2 or 3 steps forward, then kneel down with a plop, shouting, "Your son knows he was wrong, please forgive me, father." The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times, and it was as skillful as possible. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling person. Yishuo admitted his mistake too quickly, and the words of rebuke from Emperor Jingwen were immediately stuck in his throat. After a long while, Emperor Jingwen felt that this was not enough to relieve his anger, so he sat there and asked with a half-smile, "Oh, then tell me, where did you go wrong? I don't know, but if I make you angry, then that's my fault." Emperor Jingwen was completely unable to curse anymore. The tense atmosphere in the main hall suddenly dissipated. Emperor Jingwen seemed to want to try harder, but the atmosphere was just not right. After a long time, he could only hold his forehead with his hand and tell him to get up. Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, was stunned. Concubine Rong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this. Yishu did not hide anything and said bluntly, "The school starts too early. We have to get up at 100 a.m. It's not even daylight yet. We finish school after 100 p.m. and have dinner right away. We only have 1 or 2 hours in between to do some activities. We don't even have time to take a break." And Stop. Seeing that he was counting more and more, Emperor Jingwen interrupted him immediately. "Didn't others, like your brother, including me, come here in the same way? Why is he the only one who can't accept it? Okay, you don't have to say anything. No matter what, you must report to me in the upper study in 3 days. Yes, father." If you dare to say "Nom." Caught off guard, Emperor Jingwen was stunned when he heard the affirmative answer. Why did this little bastard react so strongly just now and point out so many faults? Emperor Jingwen was even ready to yell at him, but in the end he actually agreed. Yishu didn't really want to do this, but there was no other way. His stepfather coming here today meant that the matter was a foregone conclusion and resistance was impossible. It was better to be honest and avoid suffering. Emperor Jingwen felt as if he had been punched into cotton, unable to go up or down. It was extremely painful. He always felt that the little bastard would not compromise so easily, but he didn't know what method he would use this time. It has to be said that after such a long time, Emperor Jingwen has already summed up some experience in struggle. You are no longer a 2-year-old child. If you dare to lie to me again, I will punish you for deceiving the emperor. Emperor Jingwen was so worried about his son going to school obediently. Hearing this, Yishu nodded with certainty. "Don't worry, father. This time I will strictly abide by the rules of the study room and will not act against the rules." Emperor Jingwen always felt that something was strange, but he really couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, failing to find any flaws, Emperor Jingwen left in doubt. Until Emperor Jingwen disappeared completely, the 6th prince seemed to catch a glimpse of cunning in his younger brother's eyes, but it disappeared before he could take a closer look, as if it was just an illusion. After all this trouble, Yishu had basically digested the meal he had for dinner. He couldn't help but reach out to grab 2 desserts. Then Yishu suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Mom, time is so tight. Is there still time to find a study partner for me?" Without a study partner, he was alone and felt even more exhausted. Speaking of this, concubine Rong suddenly remembered it. Actually, when you were 2 years old, your mother had already arranged for you to be a study companion. When he was 2 years old now, he is 7 years old, which means that the official's family has been waiting for this event for 5 years. If the other person was a few years older than him, given the ancient custom of early marriage and early pregnancy, that person might already be a father. Yishu couldn't help but almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Mother. The imperial concubine loved her son so much that she naturally arranged everything in advance. In the end, she even forgot about the reading companionship until just now. Although part of the problem is my own, it doesn't mean that my son has no problems. Then, why are you shouting so loudly? If you hadn't made excuses time and again, would your mother have forgot? When concubine Wrong thought of how this little bastard had deceived her for so many years, she couldn't help but get angry. He pretended to be so miserable at first, but when his father came, everything was fine, right? He no longer suffers from insomnia and has not lost weight rapidly. Concubine Wrong thinks he is doing well. If I had known, I would have asked your father to punish you. Yishuo suddenly didn't dare to say a word. He hurriedly left this place of trouble. On the way, Yishuo was thinking about his study partner. To put it nicely, he is called a nanny because he would have the responsibility of accompanying and taking care of the prince. Since he has to take care of him, he must be slightly older than the prince. For example, if his mother originally planned to send him to school at the age of 3, it was normal to find a study partner who was 4 or 5 years older than him, because children aged 7 or 8 gradually begin to understand the limits and know how to take care of others. If he was 5 or 6 years old, then it would be fine. After 5 years, he would be at most 12 or 13 years old. Even with the current trend of early marriage and early pregnancy, it shouldn't be considered as a biological child. So far, so good. Yishu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Yucheng, the son of the Minister of Works, knew from the age of 7 that he would be a companion to the second most noble prince of the Zhou dynasty. Xing Yucheng still remembered that when the palace delivered the news that year, his mother was ecstatic, and his father seemed a little worried, but still very happy. After all, being a companion to the prince was an honor that no one else could ask for. The most important thing is that given the little prince's background, it is almost certain that he will become a prince in the future. Even if the Duke of Zhen arouses the suspicion of the emperor, it is only the Duke of Zhen's family, and will not implicate the imperial concubine and the little prince. Think about it, he is the prince's companion. What a great grace and honor, and most importantly, it is very beneficial to his future. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and this is also the most important reason why the prince's companions are vying for the position. Xing Yucheng didn't quite understand at that time, but seeing that his father and mother were so happy, he obediently prepared for this matter according to his parents' requirements. Fearing that his knowledge was too shallow and that the little prince might ask him something he didn't know, Xing Yucheng consciously doubled the amount of study he did on weekdays. Afraid that he would be too popular and displease the little prince, Xing Yucheng gradually learned how to keep a low profile and not draw attention to himself. Xing Yucheng accumulated himself day by day, quietly waiting for the call from the palace. Then he waited for 5 years. During the first 2 years, although his parents were shocked, they did not say anything. After all, the little prince was still young. In the 3rd year, my parents gradually began to worry. By the 4th year, my mother began to sigh repeatedly, and my father became silent. God knows, because the news was too surprising at the time, and the servants were not careful with their mouths. It was spread out in no time. Now that's good, everyone knows that he is going to be the prince's companion. As a result, after such a long time, the little prince still had not entered school. Year after year, more and more people came to watch him make a fool of himself. The Minister of Works was also helpless when he heard this. It would have been fine if the imperial concubine had suddenly changed her mind, but the other party's attitude was quite firm and honest. After deciding on their family, they never changed their mind. The only problem was that they were delaying too much. It's already the 5th year now, and I don't know when this kind of days will end. Why doesn't your majesty care about it? Just when the Minister of Works and his family were sighing, news finally came from the palace. Perhaps because they had been disappointed too many times before, the family of the Minister of Works did not hold out much hope this time. They thought that, as in the past, they could just give some silver to the eunuch who delivered the message and send him away. Nowadays, they would not find it strange even if the 9th prince waited until he was 15 years old before going to the study room. Who knows? I want to convey the imperial concubine's words. Please ask the 3rd young master to make preparations immediately and report to the palace in 3 days. Reporting means the 9th prince is finally going to school. The Minister of Works and his wife were almost crying with joy, and hurriedly gave the eunuch who delivered the message a double red envelope. Oh my God, this day has finally arrived. Thank God, thank God. The Shangshu's wife clasped her hands together and bowed in all directions. Shangshu equal Minister of Works documents. Xing Yucheng next to him fell into a dream, am infinitely going to enter the palace as a study partner. 5 years of hard work were finally coming in handy. 3 days passed in a flash. Xing Yucheng was so excited about meeting the 9th prince the next day that he suffered from insomnia. He slept for less than 2 hours. Just after the hour of yin in the morning, without waiting for the servants to urge him, Xing Yucheng sat up from the bed. Fearing that he would be delayed, he quickly washed up and took the family carriage to the imperial palace. The other side. The 6th prince woke up at this time as usual, and after the palace servants helped him wash and dress, at the same time, the 6th prince, along with his study partner and attendants, went to the upper study. As usual, the sixth prince was about to step out of Kiwu Palace when he suddenly thought of something and subconsciously turned back. The sixth prince's companion Lu Jiang was puzzled. "Sixth prince, what are you doing?" Lu Jiang was shocked when he heard this. "What? The ninth prince is going to enter school this year." Ignoring his dazed companion, the sixth prince walked straight towards the side hall. As expected, the side hall was still dark at this time. Yeah, I understand. You go first." Sixth prince usually arrived half an hour early, but his younger brother certainly couldn't do that, so the sixth prince did not force him to go with him. The most important thing is that his father has issued an ultimatum, and no matter what, his little brother cannot be so inappropriate, so after waking him up, the sixth prince left with peace of mind. At this time inside the room, Xiao Luzi looked at the sleepy ninth prince and said carefully, "Ninth prince, it's past the hour of yin. How about I call someone to help you change your clothes? What's the point of changing clothes? It's not even dawn yet." After being rejected by the ninth prince, Xiao Luzi did not think too much about it. After all, it was still early and half an hour later would not matter. But Xiao Luzi never expected that he would have to wait so long. When Xing Yucheng hurriedly arrived at Kiwu Palace, it was only a quarter of an hour before the hour of Mao. It's over, it's too late, too late. Xing Yucheng couldn't help but feel sad when he thought that he had been looking forward to it for 5 whole years, but ended up being late on the first day of taking office. He never expected that because he was too nervous yesterday. He did not sleep well at night and ended up falling asleep in the carriage. When he opened his eyes again, it was already too late. In addition, due to the palace rules, one is only allowed to walk and not run, so by the time he arrived, the place had become what it is now. Xing Yucheng felt a chill in his heart when he saw the silence in the side hall of Kiwu Palace. It's over. At this time, the ninth prince was probably gone long ago. These 5 years of preparation have been in vain. Just when Xing Yucheng turned around to see if he could stop the ninth prince on the way to the study, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Xiao Luzi, who was also in a mess. Then he saw the ninth prince, who was still sleeping soundly. Xing Yucheng was shocked at that time. Ninth prince. Hearing the noise around him again, Yishu reluctantly opened his right eye a crack, trying to suppress his sleepiness. He looked the other person up and down, and after quickly confirming his identity, he pointed to the bed next to him and said, "Study companion right. Look, did you see it? It was specially prepared for me." What do you mean?" Xing Yucheng was a little puzzled until Yishu said, "Let's sleep together," which made Xing Yucheng explode instantly. "Your Highness the ninth prince, you can't sleep anymore, you're going to be late." Xing Yucheng's facial features were twisted into a ball, and his heart was trembling. Yishu yawned, not taking it seriously, and didn't even open his eyes. He said vaguely, "Late, so late." If he really got up at 3 in the morning every day, he was afraid he would not live to adulthood. No wonder the infant mortality rate in the palace is so high. How could it not be high if this is the case? 7 years old is still the age for first or second grade in primary school, but modern primary school students start classes at 8 or 9 o'clock, which is a difference of several hours. For the sake of his own life, Yishuo must ensure that he gets enough sleep no matter what. At most, I'll just get a few slaps on the wrist. After all, the prince is a delicate and precious person, and he can't be beaten too hard or too harshly. Yishuo had studied it and found out that the Shangshufang had a clear rule that if a prince was late for school, he would be given 3 slaps on the wrist. Just 3 prototypes, no big deal. Now that Yishuo has practiced martial arts, let alone practicing martial arts, even if he hasn't practiced, 3 slaps would not be a problem for him. A beating in exchange for a good night's sleep is really a great deal. You guys feel free to do whatever you wants. In front of the two of them, Yishuo buried his head, wrapped himself in the quilt, turned over and continued to sleep. Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi were left dumbfounded. After 5 years, Xing Yucheng finally saw the true appearance of the ninth prince, but how to put it, it seemed a little different from what he had imagined. In Xing Yucheng's imagination, the prince should be noble and elegant, but now. Xing Yucheng looked at the ninth prince, who had wrapped himself like a cocoon, and he felt as if something was broken. As subordinates and servants, they really have no way to do anything about what the master decides. Xiao Luzi didn't even dare to report to the imperial concubine. Although the imperial concubine and the ninth prince are mother and son, since he is the ninth prince's servant, he can only listen to the ninth prince. Not being able to distinguish between the primary and the secondary is a big taboo for a servant. Although Xiao Luzi is still young, he obviously knows this truth in his heart. Therefore, even if he was anxiously scratching the wall, he could only watch. Xing Yucheng had felt a little sleepy before, but now he didn't feel sleepy at all, and he felt very energetic. As for the chaise longue, he did not have the courage of the ninth prince, so he did not dare to go up there. Time passed minute by minute, and after the morning hour, the two were finally in complete despair. It's over. It's totally too late. Gradually, the moon sank and the sky became bright. When the imperial concubine woke up, the first thing she looked at was the side hall. It was quiet. It was already past noon, and her son must have already gone to the study. the imperial concubine felt a little distressed and even lost her concentration while dressing herself up. She thought silently in her heart that she must ask the kitchen to make more delicious food to reward him today. The imperial concubine never thought that her son would dare not go under such circumstances. On the other side, in the upper study room. Upon learning that the ninth prince would be attending school this year, Lord Sen, who was in charge of the study, became very anxious. Although he had never seen this prince before, he had heard many rumors about him. Out of a teacher's professional instinct, Mr. Sen felt that it was not good at the time. After all, the little prince, now the ninth prince, had a reputation for being ferocious. When he was 1 year old, he grabbed an abacus, gold ingots, and a belly band. When he was just over 1 year old, he was locked up in the palace by the emperor for a full 6 months. Just imagining it made Lord Sen feel overwhelmed. Perhaps it was because His Majesty was good at giving birth. Lord Sen had never met such a student before. Even the crown prince, the only legitimate son, was polite to him. Therefore, the appearance of the ninth prince made him feel very difficult. Fortunately, the ninth prince started school late, and he is 9 years old now, which makes Lord Sen feel relieved. However, new problems arise. The ninth prince can live such an indulgent life, and it must be the imperial concubine who has contributed to this. This makes the ninth prince even more difficult to discipline. But then I thought again, teaching the prince is my duty. The imperial concubine is too doting, and the emperor is busy with government affairs, so ain't I the only one to worry about. In addition to the difficult feeling, Lord Sen also inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility and mission in his heart, especially since the emperor had specially asked eunuch Wang to come and give him some instructions on the eve of the little prince's enrollment. Lord Sen was even more nervous. The Majesty has entrusted him with the important task of educating the prince, which shows the Majesty's trust in him. He must not let the Majesty down. He was just a 9-year-old child, but Lord Sen still didn't believe that after decades of teaching, he couldn't teach a child. Lord Sen secretly decided that from the moment the ninth prince stepped into the upper study, he would discipline him strictly and make sure he got rid of his bad habits. So early this morning, Lord Sen's expression was particularly serious, and his clothes were quite solemn. He changed out of his usual comfortable robes and wore his official uniform to teach the princes. He wanted the ninth prince to be shocked by him the first time he saw him. I have to say that this trick was quite useful. At least it scared the little grandson who was also enrolled in the school. Looking at the young tutor with a sullen face on the stage and the majestic red official robe on him, he, who had originally looked relaxed but had been hanging out with the ninth uncle for years and was somewhat restless, suddenly shuddered and subconsciously straightened his back. So scary. Just like Grandpa. Lord Sen was pleased when he saw this. It's good to know that you are afraid. If you have fear in your heart, you won't dare to slack off when studying. Except for Lord Sen, the other princes were also very much looking forward to the arrival of their younger brother. After all, he is the son of the imperial concubine, so they want to see what makes this younger brother so noble. Especially the fifth prince, who still remembers how the imperial concubine humiliated his mother. He couldn't touch the imperial concubine, so how could he touch his younger brother? If this younger brother loses to me in academic studies, even the imperial concubine will not be able to say anything. When the sixth brother first entered school, he was bullied by him. Later, he relied on his own diligence and hard work to finally impress the young master and won the young master's favor. The fifth prince did not believe that his ninth brother could do it as well. Not to mention him, even the eighth prince was a little curious. Of course, unlike the fifth prince, he was simply curious about his younger brother who was the smallest age difference from him. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts, but their attention was basically focused on Yishuo. As a result, they waited for 2 hours. The ninth prince didn't come at all. As soon as the morning hour arrived, Lord Sen could no longer sit still. The fifth prince was also a little confused. What happened? Didn't he say he would report today? Could it be that he remembered the wrong time? Because the fifth prince had never seen his younger brother, he didn't know Yishuo at all. He just thought that he had remembered the time wrong, so he began to gloat over his misfortune. It looks like the ninth prince won't be able to escape being beaten today. It is unheard of to get a beating on the first day of studying in the study room. The sixth prince standing by knew his younger brother, so his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I don't know what trouble he will cause next. After realizing what was happening, the sixth prince couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Oh my God. Among all the people, only the young grandson of the emperor was relatively innocent. At the moment, he was worried about whether the ninth uncle would be sick. Woo, Uncle Nine, please don't be in any trouble. On the other side, in Kyowu Palace, Yishuo woke up almost at the same biological clock as usual. Perhaps it was because he was depressed about going to school, but he even slept for 15 minutes longer than usual. After all, it was earned through 3 trials. Wouldn't it be a loss if I don't get enough sleep? Yishuo stretched and finally climbed out of bed slowly. Then Zhao Luzi finally understood why the little prince asked people to save water last night. Since water had already been prepared in the room, Yishu didn't even disturb anyone when he washed up. Ancient clothes were more complicated. Zhao Luzi helped him put on his clothes. Yishu reached out and patted his study partner who was squatting in the corner and kept mumbling. He looked upset and said, "Hey, wake up. It's time to go." Xing Yucheng looked at him with despair. However, the neatly dressed ninth prince really looked like the real deal, with an air of nobility that couldn't be concealed, especially his pair of phoenix eyes. He was completely different from the one who had just been wrapped in a quilt and sleeping. This is probably the only consolation. Just when Xing Yucheng and Zhao Luzi were convinced that they would be discovered before they could even leave Qiwu Palace, they didn't expect that the ninth prince would take them with him, turn around in several directions, and then they walked out so openly without even alerting anyone. It was simply unbelievable. This made Zhao Luzi suspicious that his master might have secretly prepared the plan in advance. In order to skip school, the master really tried his best. But in fact, it is not really the case. After all, after he has connected the internal energy, both his hearing and vision are much better than before. Yishuo can know in advance whether someone is coming from a long distance. Also, he had observed Wuya's lurking skills and probably knew what to do to be less likely to be noticed. I wonder if Wuya would be so angry that he would cry if he knew that his skills were used in such a place. Come on, I'll take you to find something to eat. I believe everyone knows the importance of breakfast, so how can we skip breakfast? When Zhao Chongrong and Su Changyi saw Yishu appear in Shilunjai, they couldn't help but cover their mouths with handkerchiefs. "Oh my god, why are you here, little prince?" Zhao Chongrong glanced at the small sundial outside and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. "Your Highness, aren't you going to report to the study today?" In reply to Madame Zhao, "I am late." He casually mentioned the fact that he was late, which made Xing Yucheng's eyes pop out of his head. Then Yishu said shamelessly, "Madame Zhao, I'm so hungry." When Zhao Chongrong heard the child say he was hungry, she came to her senses and quickly asked the kitchen to prepare something. It only takes about an incense stick of time to prepare 4 simple dishes and a soup. Xing Yucheng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, glancing at the ninth prince from time to time. How could he eat anything now? Yishu was not in a hurry at all. He said while holding a piece of snack in his mouth, "Why are you in a hurry?" Being late for a cup of tea is still late, and being late for a few hours is still late. We don't mind this little bit. Come, drink this bowl of porridge. If he wasn't afraid of going too far and angering his tutor, Yishu would have been prepared to get a beating at the end of school every day before leaving. Zhao Chongrong and Su Changyi thought about it and felt that he was right. Since they were already late, they might as well eat breakfast. Zhao Chongrong even nodded and said, "Yes, the imperial physician told me to eat on time, otherwise it would hurt the body." But Xing Yucheng couldn't accept this. In his opinion, he had to go early even if he was late. He never thought there would be such a way. He almost cried. Zhao Luzi accepted it well. Well, he recovered faster after being beaten with a stick after eating a full meal. As if he had seen the tragic and heroic spirit behind Zhao Luzi's reckless eating, Yishu stopped helplessly. "Don't worry, I have read the rules of the study room in advance and you won't be implicated. Some were to punish the princes, some were to punish their companions, and some were to punish them all together. Wouldn't it be enough to just single out the princes for punishment? It's just 3 blows, just eat your food. If anything goes wrong, I will take care of it." If Lord Sen were here and heard that he had come up with this after studying the rules of the upper study, he would probably vomit blood. Although the timing was wrong, Xing Yucheng was inexplicably moved when he heard these words. After all, his father had told him when he was at home that although being a companion to the prince was an excellent job, it was not so easy to do. The prince was too proud to be punished, so basically his companion would be punished instead. Xing Yucheng had already made preparations, and considering his future, it was nothing. But when he heard this suddenly, he was stunned. "I thought he didn't care about me and that little eunuch at all." Zhao next to him also put down his bowl and chopsticks at some point. Thinking that the ninth prince was only 7 years old and he was already 12, he would definitely be able to resist better than him, so he blurted out, "It's okay, ninth prince, just let the master beat me when the time comes." "Well, why are you being so polite to me? At most, we can each take a day. Even if the beating is severe, it will help you recover." Xing Yucheng's newly felt emotion disappeared in an instant. "Your Highness, are you planning to be late again in the future? What else?" Yishu didn't even look at him, only focusing on the roasted bamboo fungus in front of him. "Don't you think that 3 boards in exchange for a good night's sleep is really a good deal? Can it still be like this?" Xing Yucheng was in a state of complete confusion. On the other side, after Wang Ziquan shouted "dismiss the court" in a resounding voice, Emperor Jingwen finally left the court. Thinking that today was the day his son was going to the upper study, the first thing Emperor Jingwen did after leaving court was to call his attendant over and ask, "Where is the ninth prince? Has he arrived at the upper study now?" Young eunuch, he had been squatting at the door of the study for a long time, but he didn't see anyone at all. Your Majesty, no, no. The young eunuch and Wang Ziquan thought that the emperor would be furious when he heard this, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't seem to be angry. It's just his expression. Although His Majesty has tried his best to remain calm, one can still detect the subtle pain and helplessness in his expression. Emperor Jingwen also thought that he would be angry, but he did not expect that after hearing the news, he was not angry at all. Instead, he had a feeling of as expected. At this moment his heart was very calm, really, very calm, and he even felt like laughing a little, so he really laughed. Then the young eunuch and Wang Ziquan next to them went crazy. It's over, His Majesty has finally been driven mad by the ninth prince. Just when Wang Ziquan and the eunuch beside him were panicking and didn't know how to persuade them, the prince seemed to have noticed something unusual and walked forward. The prince's tutor thought about it and followed closely. Soon, the prince stood still and asked in a low voice, Eunuch Wang, what happened? Oh my God, the savior is here. Wang Ziquan told him everything that had happened without reservation, and he was a little flustered. Your Highness, what do you think I should do in this situation? Eunuch Wang has never seen the emperor so angry in all these years. He was so angry that he couldn't help laughing. Even when it was the Duke of Zhen, the emperor was just furious and upset and accidentally dropped a teacup. To some extent, the ninth prince is more powerful than the Duke of Zhen. You can't just say that the ninth prince should be deposed because of this, right? The last time the ninth prince was confined for half a year, when he was 1.5 years old, was already unbelievable enough. If the emperor really deposed the ninth prince because of this, it would not just be gossip in the harem and court, but would definitely leave a mark in the history books. When he thought that the prince would be recorded by the historians, because of this incident Wang Ziquan suddenly felt that being a eunuch was not bad. Without offspring, there will never be such troubles. If anyone else gave birth to a son like the ninth prince, he would probably never have a peaceful life. After hearing this, the prince subconsciously turned his head, and was indeed shocked to see that behind Emperor Jingwen's seemingly relaxed and happy smile there was a hint of distortion. The prince's tutor at the side listened to the whole process and suddenly felt sympathy for his old rival. He suddenly felt that although his old rival was hateful, he did not commit such a crime. But in fact, the crown prince, like Emperor Jingwen, did not seem to be too surprised when he heard about this. He just felt a little helpless. His little brother was really brave. Quickly calming down, the prince said, "Don't worry, eunuch. I will go and bring my ninth brother back right away." In the past 2 years, Yi Shu has been hanging out in the East Palace all year round and is inseparable from his little son. Because the age difference between Yi Shu and his son is not much, and the prince held Yi Shu in his arms when he was born, the prince has subtly regarded him as his half-son. The prince decided to have a good talk with his brother. If time could go back 7 years, the prince would never have thought that he would see this day. However, just as the prince turned around, the voice of Emperor Jingwen came. "You are not allowed to go. This time no one is allowed to pay attention to him." Emperor Jingwen suspected that it was because of his indulgence that he became more and more self-indulgent and lawless. Let him go. I want to see what tricks he can come up with on his own. Emperor Jingwen had never seen such a person among his sons, and even when he was the crown prince, he had never seen such a person among his brothers. The royal family has lasted for so many years, and no matter how ridiculous the people in it were, no one has ever said that they really don't care about face. Emperor Jingwen doesn't believe that his son really doesn't care at all. Once he loses face, he will naturally learn to restrain himself. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen planned to handle the situation coldly this time, and he must cure this problem. Emperor Jingwen had already understood in advance that the more parents try to control their children's crying, the worse it will be. If the children think this trick works and they feel confident, there will be no end to it. You have to give him the cold shoulder and let him know that he is not that important. Isn't he just relying on the fact that he is my son? He doesn't even think about the fact that I have so many sons, and I don't need him anymore. Emperor Jingwen was really furious this time. How could he not be angry when a dignified emperor was controlled by a little kid? The words were so decisive that the prince noticed the cruel look in his father's eyes and was immediately shocked. "Father, okay, Chengzuo, you don't need to say more. This matter has nothing to do with you and you don't have to care about it anymore." After saying that, Emperor Jingwen left with a cold face. The prince was left feeling anxious but helpless. It's over, ninth brother, I can't help you this time." On the other hand, Yi Shu had no idea that he had really pissed off Emperor this time, and he even said that he wanted to give up on him. However, even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. It sounds as if his cheap dad has any influence on whether he is good to him or not. If he treats him well, will he be able to resist suppressing his grandfather's family? If one side gains, the other side loses, and the suppression may become even more severe. Being mean to him, can you really ruin him because of this? His father is so hardworking now, going to court every day to review memorials. If he says that he has no desire to leave his name in history, Yi Shu will never believe it. When he reached the position of chief dad, he had already reached the pinnacle of wealth and power, and all he wanted was a good reputation during his lifetime and after his death. Since his father wanted to leave a good reputation in history, he would naturally not leave any stain because of his son. Think about it, when the history book introduces Cheap Father, it suddenly says because the ninth son didn't like to study, the emperor was furious and demoted him to a commoner. Is this reasonable? It seems like a joke. He is a serious man and would not allow such indecent remarks to appear in his life history. In fact, when it comes down to it, it's because Yishu is no longer at the age where he longs for fatherly love. Yishu does not seek fame, love, or profit. He does not ask for anything in his life except for the health of himself and his mother. Naturally, he does not care about the attitude of his cheap father. As for fatherly love, Yishu had seen the best in his previous life, so anything else would naturally not catch his eye. The chubby face of Mr. Gu flashed through his mind again. Yishu's hands tightened for a moment. He was silent for a long time, then strode towards the study room. Xing Yucheng vaguely saw that the ninth prince's eyes were a little red, and thought that he was finally starting to worry, so he couldn't help but comfort him. It's okay, Your Highness, when the time comes, as long as we admit our mistakes, the master will definitely forgive us. I don't know whether these words are meant to comfort Yishu or to comfort myself. How can you think that I would think that I am wrong? Yishu looked at him strangely. Please, this kind of perverted rule is wrong. Xing Yucheng was almost moved to tears by his self-righteous behavior. Your Highness, please, don't do this. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? Xing Yucheng, just as the two were arguing and quarreling, the study room was finally within reach. Xing Yucheng stopped subconsciously. Yishuo didn't hesitate at all and stepped in casually. Then Yishu saw Master Sen with an angry look on his face, the fifth prince who was gloating and obviously enjoying the show, the sixth prince who looked disapproving and frowned, the seventh and eighth princes who were curious, and the little grandson who almost had the word worry written on his face. Before Master Sen could get angry, Yishu decisively stretched out his hand. I'm sorry, Master, I'm late. Please punish me. Although Yishu didn't like the abnormal rules of the study room, he still respected the teacher very much. After all, the teacher was right, so he apologized sincerely. Master Sen did not have the experience of modern people, so he did not know that Yishu's quick admission of his mistake meant don't waste time, fight quickly, I have things to do after the fight. If he had paid attention to the look in the eyes of the ninth prince in front of him, or even communicated with Emperor Jingwen more, he would not have been fooled. Unfortunately, Master Sen did not have it. Master Sen's anger subsided a little, but he still said coldly, since your highness is willing to accept the punishment, I will punish you with 3 slaps on the hand. Someone get my ruler. For matters like this, the fifth prince would naturally be the one to take charge. Without waiting for the eunuch to make a move, the fifth prince personally took down the ruler hanging on the wall for warning. He bowed respectfully to hide the amusement in his eyes. Master, please. Seeing Master Sen raise his arm, Yishu did not dodge, but Xing Yucheng and Zhao Luzi on the side felt their hearts tighten suddenly. Snap, snap, snap. After 3 crisp sounds, Master Sen finally let go of the anger in his heart. He then pointed to the last table and said, You came the latest, so sit there. By the way, the punishment in the study room was indeed more form than substance, and its purpose was to beat the shame of the princes, rather than corporal punishment. In fact, Yishu didn't feel anything at all after being hit 3 times. It was completely different from the modern head teacher he met in the 3rd grade of junior high school, who broke several set squares in a year. I feel like if this is the case, I can definitely subscribe for the whole year. Also, has the Shangshufang never considered what to do if there is a shameless prince in the royal family? Shangshufang equals study room. Sure enough, as long as people put aside their face, they will find that the world suddenly becomes much brighter. This truth has been applicable from ancient times to the present. As soon as Yishu sat down, Master Sen announced the end of the get out of class. Oh, I forgot to mention that the study rooms in the Great Zhou dynasty also had divided classes, but not as frequent as in modern times. There was only a break once every 1 or 2 hours, and each break was only for a quarter of an hour. There was no need to worry about suffocating the growing children. After the tutor left, the 5th prince passed by here with his companion and glanced over here as if inadvertently. Amusement, contempt, ridicule kinds of emotions. If it were someone with a strong sense of self-esteem, such as the 6th prince, his eyes would probably turn red on the spot, and he would not be able to sleep for several days in a row. All he would think about in his midnight dreams was that he was despised. This is probably the effect that the study room wants. Once you're punished, you will not be able to raise your head in front of your brothers, but it didn't hurt Yishu at all when it fell on him. He even felt that the ancients were too reserved. What's the big deal? It won't cost him a piece of flesh. However, Xing Yucheng, who was standing by, could hardly hold back. When the 5th prince's companion looked at him like this, his face immediately turned red with shame. Well, Yishuo sighed, and for the sake of his study partner's physical and mental health, he thought about it and said, "By the way, let me tell you a story." Xing Yucheng was in no mood to listen to any stories. But Yishu didn't care about that, so he just started to tell his own story. The story goes that if a man accidentally offends a wealthy businessman, the businessman wants to humiliate him, so he asks him to kowtow to him, and he gives the man 100 taels of silver for each kowtow. When this person kowtowed for the first time, everyone around him was waiting to laugh at him. When he kowtowed for the 10th time, gradually, everyone stopped laughing. When he kowtowed for 100, 1,000, and 10,000 times, everyone began to envy him and wished they could replace him. Yishu propped his chin with one hand, playing with the pen in his hand with boredom. "Your Highness is that person. I have only kowtowed for the first time. It is normal for everyone to mock me. Wait until I kowtow 100 times, 1,000 times, and then you will see." Xing Yucheng, what nonsense is His Highness the Ninth Prince talking about? Xing Yucheng didn't believe it, and after a long pause he said, This is impossible, right? Yishu shrugged. "Whether it can be done or not, just wait and see." "Really, ninth uncle?" The little grandson came to offer condolences as soon as the young master left. As soon as he got closer, he heard these words, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Yishu nodded affirmatively, of course. The sixth prince in front couldn't stand it any longer and turned his head. "Sure, don't teach the child bad things." The fifth prince, who had also heard this story, couldn't help but sneer. He said he would be jealous, so jealous that he wanted to replace him. Ha, ridiculous. The fifth prince couldn't help but speak. "Isn't the ninth prince hysterical? Why is he talking nonsense in broad daylight? Ever since the fourth prince began to participate in politics 2 years ago, the fifth prince has been the oldest in the entire Shangshufang, and all the other princes basically follow him as their leader, so the fifth prince's words still carry considerable weight. At least the seventh prince and the eighth prince could only watch from the sidelines and dared not say a word." Yeshua was not afraid of him. After all, the other party could not really rush over and beat him up. Even if a fight really broke out, he would not be the one who suffered. So Yishu said, "Is this nonsense? How about making a bet with me, fifth brother?" The fifth prince was confident that the situation he described would not happen. How could anyone envy such a shameful thing as being slapped on the palm? So he said, "Ninth prince, you are young, but you have a big mouth. Let's gamble, but you must not regret it when the time comes." The fifth prince didn't feel embarrassed at all for his 14-year-old self to compete with a 7-year-old kid. He raised his chin and said, "Tell me, what's the bet? As for this person, it would be fine if you didn't know him before, but once there is a comparison, your mentality will easily become unbalanced." Therefore, Yishu was quite confident about this bet. He ignored the disapproving look of the sixth prince beside him, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's bet on 3 things. If I win, you promise to do 3 things for me. Of course, I promise that you can do them all and vice versa. How about it? Do you want to bet?" This agreement is not so easy to accept, especially the 3 words "can do it," which cover such a broad range. But now that so many people were watching, the fifth prince certainly couldn't go back on his word. Most importantly, he didn't believe he would lose, so he nodded immediately. "Okay, let's do it." He wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. Because the fifth prince was waiting to laugh at him later, he did not continue to embarrass him at this time. Seeing that Yishu refused to listen, the sixth prince was so angry that he turned his head away and ignored him. Only the little grandson of the emperor looked with a worried look on his face, "Ninth uncle." Don't worry, the poor child didn't know that he was about to face his fifth uncle's indiscriminate attack. I hope he can still laugh by then. Thinking of this, Yishu looked at Yizun with a little pity. Why do I feel something is strange? The look in the ninth prince's eyes seems so familiar, as if I have seen him before. The little prince was full of confusion and was tricked by Yishu into returning to his seat. Soon, another young tutor who taught the prince's poetry and songs came into the study. In addition to the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry and songs were also studied by the princes, which made Yishu sigh that the royal family had very high requirements for their offspring. While the 5th prince and the others were studying, Yishu calmed down and began to observe from the side. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Although Yishu has no intention of winning the throne, he must always prepare for everything in advance. He does not attack others, but it does not mean that others will not attack him. Taking precautions early will avoid being implicated and falling into a passive position later. Today was Yishu's first time to come into close contact with several princes. He would naturally not let go of such a rare opportunity. After 1 or 2 classes, Yishu actually discovered some remarkable things. For example, from the 5th prince to the 8th prince, none of them was mediocre. No wonder my cheap dad found it so hard to accept him when he saw him. After all, as the only stain, I am really an eyesore. Yishuo couldn't help but touch his chin. The 6th prince was the first among them. Sure enough, the 6th prince's efforts were not in vain. Considering the time he spent on reading every day, it would be unfair for him not to take the first place. Then there is the fifth prince. Although he doesn't look like a good person, he is very knowledgeable. In terms of talent, he is even slightly better than the sixth prince. For the same poem, the sixth prince needed less than half an incense stick of time to memorize it, and 2 incense sticks of time to fully comprehend it and apply it in practice. However, the fifth prince only needed 2/3 of the time of the sixth prince to memorize it, and it would take even less time if he could apply it flexibly. The eighth prince is even more abnormal than these two. His comprehension is the highest among them. Although his memory is a bit poor, and it takes him a longer time to memorize something, his ability to draw inferences about other situations is not too strong. For the same subject, he can quickly express it on his own after reading it. The key is that what he wrote seems to be quite good. Although it is far inferior to the original work, it has begun to show its charm. Only the seventh prince seemed ordinary among all the others, and his existence seemed to serve as a foil to the 3 above him. Etc. If he remembered correctly, the seventh prince's mother was from concubine Shu's palace, right? Yeshua watched for a while and saw that when the young master asked them to create independently, the seventh prince first picked up the pen and wrote 2 sentences, then quickly erased them with the brush, changed to a new piece of paper, and started writing again. Yeshua had excellent eyesight, and although he could not see what the fifth prince in the front had written on the paper, he clearly saw the new revision of the seventh prince who was relatively closer to him, which was far inferior to the first 2 sentences. He immediately understood what had happened. It seems that sometimes a person looks like a supporting role, but is not necessarily a real supporting role. Instead, he or she is forced to be a supporting role. Yeshua still remembers that the fifth prince threw stones and let the seventh prince take the blame. It seems that this kind of situation still happens from time to time in recent years. There are 3 talented ones, plus one who is obviously talented but pretends to be untalented. These 4 people are in this situation, not to mention the eldest prince and the second prince whom he has never met, especially the eldest prince, who took charge of the army at the age of 17. Now 7 years have passed, and he has gradually begun to replace his grandfather's position in the army. The decline of the Duke of Zhen's mansion is already a foregone conclusion. It is only a matter of time. It seems that none of his 8 royal brothers are easy to deal with. If such 8 sons were placed in an ordinary family, it would be a blessing that even a wealthy family would wish for. With time, when the 8 people have grown up, their family will inevitably achieve a class leap, and the prosperity of the family is just around the corner. But unfortunately, this is the royal family, and there is no bigger family business for them to work hard for. Without a goal to strive for, internal friction is likely to happen. It's not so bad now that we have the crown prince at the top and no one can resist. But once the crown prince loses power, it will be hard to say. Although the cheap father dotes on the crown prince, he cannot afford to abandon all his other sons for the crown prince. Moreover, there were many princes in the great Zhou dynasty who ascended the throne without being the eldest son or the legitimate son. For a legitimate son like Emperor Jingwen to ascend the throne is a special case. From this point of view, the situation is not. A glimpse of the whole picture reveals the whole thing. Yeshua's heart sank again and again as he watched the scene in front of him quietly. He couldn't predict the outcome in detail, and Yeshua now just hoped that he would not be affected. Just when Yeshua was thinking about something, Xing Yucheng next to him couldn't help but pushed his arm. Yeshua turned his head to look over, and he looked a little lazy. What's wrong? Your Highness, are you really not going to consider writing a few sentences the other princes were about to hand in their papers? It's true that it's not the emperor who is anxious, but the eunuchs are. Xing Yucheng was almost dying of anxiety watching from the side. The 9th prince is so free and in the mood to enjoy the scenery over there. Why can't he put pen to paper? Yeshua's eyes suddenly became a little strange when he heard this. It seems that you didn't know about this prince beforehand. What? Xing Yucheng was stunned. Then he heard the 9th prince in front of him speak. Your Highness is a well-known illiterate person in the palace. You didn't even ask me about it. I haven't even memorized the 1,000-character classic yet. You asked me to write a poem. Isn't this embarrassing for me? What? The 9th prince is already 9 years old, but he still hasn't memorized the 1,000-character classic. Seeing the petrified look of the boy in front of him, Yeshu couldn't help but laugh. By the way, my mother chose you because you must have something extraordinary. Tell me, what is it? Xing Yucheng answered subconsciously. My father, the Minister of Works, was the top scholar in the 23rd year of Heshu. Sure enough, that's right. He was wondering why his mother chose him to be his study partner when he had no relation to him. It turned out that he was the son of the former top scholar. So I guess you're pretty good at studying, right? It's okay. After saying these 2 words carefully, Xing Yucheng suddenly felt that something was wrong, but at this time it was too late. The next moment he heard the 9th prince in front of him say, that's perfect. From now on you will be responsible for my homework. Your Highness, this won't do. 5 taels of silver for 1 assignment, and I'll take the blame for anything that happens. Do you want to do it? Yishuo had learned before that the monthly salary of the 6 ministers was 60 taels of silver, and 5 taels of silver was equivalent to 1/12 of the salary of a minister of the Ministry of Works. Since my stepfather ascended the throne, he has been vigorously cleaning up the historical problems left over by the previous emperor, especially the area of corruption. Because the national treasury was almost completely squandered by the previous emperor's pleasure-seeking in the later period, my stepfather is in urgent need of recovery. After a few years, the court was purged and everyone lived cautiously, fearing that their property would be confiscated and used to fill the national treasury. His grandfather contributed the most among them. After all, his grandfather had soldiers under his command, and anyone who dared to resist would be killed. It's not that his grandfather was so honest, but that he had captured countless gold, silver, and treasures from the enemy during years of fighting, so he had no shortage of them and had no reason to be greedy, so he was able to stay out of it. Perhaps it is for this reason that my stepfather still has some affection for my grandfather. Of course, these were all told to him by his mother. Although Yishu didn't know how rich his grandfather's family was, judging from the extravagant lifestyle of his mother, the amount was probably huge. He also spent hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver every month casually. 5 taels each time, 10 times that's 50 taels. You can save 50 or 60 taels in a month, right? 50 or 60 taels equivalent to his father's monthly salary. You should know that their family's current expenses are only around 30 taels per month. Thinking of how his mother would be particularly worried when counting the accounts every month, Xing Yucheng couldn't help swallowing and couldn't say no. He admitted that he was shamefully moved. But if this is the case, it will be discovered sooner or later. Although Xing Yucheng was tempted, he was not stupid. Yishuo raised his eyebrows and shook his finger. No, if you started writing for me halfway, it would definitely be discovered soon. But if you started writing for me from the beginning, then it doesn't matter. Of course, your right handwriting cannot be used. After all, many people know what your right handwriting looks like. How about this? I will spend another 30 taels to buy your left handwriting. From today on, you start practicing left handwriting. How about that? Yishuo was a businessman in his previous life, and he understood the principle of exploiting cheap labor. But at least he still had a bottom line, which was to give his companion some money to buy his left-handed handwriting, rather than asking his companion to spend money to buy the qualification to write homework for him. Xing Yucheng was silent for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and nodded with difficulty. Soon, when the purse containing 30 taels of silver fell into his hands, Xing Yucheng completely lost his mind. Xiao Luzi, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a little envious when he saw this. As if seeing what Xiao Luzi was thinking, Yishu couldn't help but encourage him. See, having knowledge can make money so quickly. If you want to do the same, why not take this opportunity and start learning? Yes, why didn't I think of such a good opportunity that I could learn secretly? Is it really possible? Your Highness. Xiao Luzi was still a little nervous. After all, if he was found learning calligraphy as a little eunuch, he would lose his head. Yishu didn't care about this. He hoped that his subordinates could be successful, so he nodded affirmatively. Yes, Your Highness approves. Xiao Luzi was ecstatic. When he came out of the study in the afternoon and took the carriage home, Xing Yucheng gradually realized that he had done nothing all day except breaking the law with the 9th prince. Also, for the sake of these 30 taels of silver, I boarded the 9th prince's pirate ship and could never get off again. Xing Yucheng initially thought that although he accepted the 30 taels of silver from the 9th prince, since it was an equal exchange, it would not have any impact at all. But gradually, Xing Yucheng found something wrong. The principle of a man who has received favors will be soft-hearted, and a man who has received favors will be obliged to return favors applies everywhere. Xing Yucheng suddenly found that he could not open his mouth. When he heard his parents asking him about the 9th prince, Xing Yucheng subconsciously spoke well of the 9th prince, even though the 9th prince was not a good person. Moreover, he didn't know how to explain the matter of the silver to his mother. He thought of countless reasons, but they were all overturned in the end. After getting this money, I feel that I am not as happy as I imagined. During dinner, Xing Yucheng was feeling conflicted and sad about lying to his parents, and he looked a little depressed. The Minister of Works and his wife thought he was just tired from his first day in the study and did not think too much about it. As the family was eating, they somehow ended up talking about the issue of corruption. Xing Yucheng's eldest brother has passed the age of coming of age. He just passed the imperial examination this year and is now working as a minor official in the capital. He encountered a problem right after taking office, so he came out of his yard today to ask his father for advice. Father, today a wealthy businessman asked your son to do something for him, and he also wants to give him a sum of money. But in fact, the person in charge has already made a decision, and the winner is the wealthy businessman. Father, do you think your son can take the money? In the eyes of Xing Yucheng's eldest brother, since the verdict has been made, it would be fine for him to do a favor. It would not be against the law, and he could still get the money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now that the young daughter has just been born and is in need of money, and he also has to prepare a dowry in the future, it is inevitable that Xing Yucheng's eldest brother will be tempted. But he had no experience, so out of caution, he wanted to ask his father, who had been an official for many years, whether there were any particular requirements. However, the Minister of Industry rejected it without a second thought. Absolutely not. Seeing that his eldest son was puzzled, the Minister of Industry put down his bowl and chopsticks and slowly said, "This matter seems to be beneficial, but in fact it is full of hidden dangers." The Minister of Industry tilted his head and said, "Tell me, can you guarantee that the rich businessman can keep the secret? Businessmen value profit, so most of them won't. When someone comes to you the second time, will you do it? If you don't want to do it, then what about the first time? If you want to do it, will you still refuse the third or fourth time? By then, the snowball will only get bigger and bigger, and you will get deeper and deeper into trouble with no possibility of turning back. With the current trend in the court and the strength of the secret guard's execution, even if he is not caught today, he will be caught sooner or later tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There are some things that you think your father cannot do. No, it's just that your father cannot do them." Although the Ministry of Works is a notoriously poor government office among the 6 ministries, he is a minister after all. How is it possible that he cannot get any benefits at all? It's just that this benefit is too hot to handle and I don't want to take it. This matter will happen again. Once this loophole is opened, the interests will be increasingly intertwined. By then, there will be no turning back, Yuaner. Even if you're careful, how are you going to explain the extra money out of thin air? With a click, Xing Yucheng was awakened by his eldest brother's voice. He was not paying attention and the chopsticks in his hand fell accidentally. Yes, the Shangshu nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around, he saw that his third son's face looked even uglier than his eldest brother's. "What's wrong with you, Yucheng?" "No, nothing. This child is so strange today." But since it was his first day in the study, it was inevitable that he had some concerns. Thinking this way, the minister and his wife did not notice the slightest despair in their son's eyes. Although his elder brother was not greedy, he himself was greedy. If there is one, there will be another snowball getting deeper and deeper. How to deal with the extra money out of thin air. Returning to his room, Xing Yucheng became more and more anxious the more he thought about it. He did not dare to give the bag of silver given by the 9th prince to his mother. He subconsciously began to look for a place to hide it. Put it under the bed. No, that won't work. A maid will come to clean every 2 days and it will definitely be discovered by then. Put it in the closet. But his mother often helps them sort out seasonal clothes, so it's impossible to hide it. How about putting it on top of the bed? After finally climbing up, Xing Yucheng still couldn't reach and always felt that he would be discovered. After tossing and turning until late at night, Xing Yucheng had no other choice but to sleep all night holding the bag of silver that looked like a bomb. He silently decided to return it the next day and would not take this job no matter what, the other end. Even though he made a bet with the 5th prince, Yishuo did not plan to do anything unnecessary. After all, as long as he performed normally, he would basically have the upper hand. There was one thing that Yishuo hadn't expected. He didn't expect that his father didn't send anyone to stop him after school. This was a bit strange. He felt that something big had happened. Along the way, he noticed that people looked at him strangely, and after sending Xiao Luzi to ask around, Yishuo easily found out what his father had said in front of the Xuanzheng Hall. "Isn't he just relying on the fact that he is my son? He doesn't even think about the fact that I have so many sons, and I don't need him as one." Of course not. Yishuo had accepted the fact that he was not an only child in this life 800 years ago, and there was no need for cheap dad to repeat it again. The love that an only child could receive was something that Emperor Jingwen could never imagine in his entire life. In his opinion, he had already doted on his son quite a bit, but in Yishuo's eyes, well, it was just so-so. In modern times, he would have dared to say to his father directly, "Your things, including the company and the house, will be mine from now on." But now Yishuo would not be so bold. Not to mention him, even if the prince dared to say this, he would be killed by cheap dad, so it doesn't matter whether you lose it or not. However, Xiao Luzi next to him was extremely nervous, fearing that his master would be hurt, and was secretly shocked that what the emperor said was too harsh. "Your Highness, don't be sad. His Majesty may not mean that." Yishuo was silent for a moment and asked curiously, "Which eye of yours saw that I was sad?" At first, Xiao Luzi thought that his master was forcing a smile, and he felt a little sad. But after observing for a while, he felt that it really wasn't the case. Xiao Luzi was speechless for a moment. Yishuo wasn't really worried about anything else. He was just worried that his mother wouldn't be able to accept it. Needless to say, his mother would be particularly angry this time. On the way back to Qiwu Palace, Yishuo had already thought of how to explain, but as soon as he entered the door, Yishuo found that it was not the case at all. His mother was indeed angry, but it seemed that the person she was angry at was not him. "What exactly do you mean? What do you mean by Shuor is not missing?" In the eyes of concubine Wrong, her son is unique and cannot be replaced by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. In the eyes of concubine Wrong, she only lacks this one, and she doesn't care about any other one no matter how good it is. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen's words, which seemed to be insignificant to his son, really touched concubine Wrong's lungs. Perhaps she was too angry and spoke without thinking. Yishu quickly checked the surroundings and found no trace of the secret guards, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At least her mother still had some sense, and only left Nanny, Su Yue, and the others in the room, so it wasn't a big deal. Mom, don't be angry. Before Yishuo could finish his words, concubine Wrong rushed over to him, hugged him tightly, and then burst into tears. Wow, my poor Shuor. Yishuo, so what's so pitiful about him? Oh yes, losing father's love is indeed pitiful in the eyes of others, but with Mr. Gu in front of him, he really couldn't cry. Even if Cheap Dad looked a bit like his father, Yishuo might not be able to stay so calm. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingwen and Mr. Gu have completely different styles, so Yishuo opened his mouth, mother. The imperial concubine was completely unaware. You were just being naughty and having fun. What's the big deal? Every child has gone through this. Why did the emperor say such harsh words? To be honest, the imperial concubine is quite hypocritical and dotes on her children. It's as if her children are the only children in the world and other people are not even as good as her children. If she were to be seen outside, she would definitely be an extremely annoying person. But now as the one being double standardized, Yishu could only feel deeply moved. Okay, mother, look, I'm fine, right? Concubine Wrong took the time to glance at it through her tearful eyes and found that it was true, but she didn't think so. She even became more sad. Poor my son, he has to force a smile when he is so young. Concubine Wrong couldn't help it, and she gritted her teeth and scolded Emperor Jingwen in a low voice. Yishuo, forget it. It seems there is no way to explain it. On the other hand, Emperor Jingwen also received the news that his son had been beaten with 3 slaps. He really doesn't feel ashamed at all. After receiving a positive reply, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, "Go and inform the upper study room to increase the number of late 3 handboards to 6. The emperor opened his mouth and immediately doubled the amount of punishment. Since he doesn't mind the pain and shame, there's no need for me to spoil him. My goodness, His Majesty is really going to fight with the 9th prince this time. Wang Ziquan inexplicably felt that the Emperor Jingwen, who was facing off against his son, was inexplicably, well, how should I put it, a little different from usual. No longer so high and mighty, it turns out that even an emperor, when faced with disobedient children, is as helpless as ordinary people. He had no idea what Wang Ziquan beside him was thinking. After giving the order, Emperor Jingwen had a blank expression on his face and lowered his head to look at the memorial on the table again. Only 3 breaths passed before he started writing again. The next morning, the 6th prince came to call Yishu on time and asked him to go with him today. The result was as expected. It was impossible to call him. Zio Ming, no, 6th brother, please let me go. For the first time in his life, Yishu showed deep pleading to the 6th prince whom he had watched grow up. Really, not everyone in this world can be as curry as him. I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really don't have any big ambitions. I really don't have such great ambitions. I'm so sleepy, let me sleep, let me sleep. You, looking at his little brother who refused to open his eyes, the 6th prince broke his composure and showed his anger. You are not ambitious and only care about the momentary pleasure you are on your own. I will not care about you anymore. As soon as the 6th prince left, Yishu fell down again. Xing Yucheng also came to Qiwu Palace early. When he heard him say that he wanted to pay back the money, Yishuo, who was woken up again, leaned against the bed and said while yawning, "The deal is done. No changes will be accepted. Which business contract can be revoked after being signed? It's not a good idea to act impulsively. It's your fault for not knowing the good things beforehand." Yishuo said lazily, "Give up on this idea. I will definitely not take the money. Not only will I not take it, but I will give you money frequently in the future. Your money will only increase, increase, and increase." With every additional word Yishuo said, Xing Yucheng's face turned paler until he almost lost all color. It turned out that what his father said was true. Once this hole is opened, it can never be closed again. He had spent a whole night hiding the 30 tails alone. What would he do with the hundreds or thousands of tails in the future? What Yishuo said afterward made Xing Yucheng completely despair. Now that you have accepted my money, you will only be tied to me more and more in the future. I guess you will never be able to break free from me in this life. Not only you, but also your father and your family. Your Highness the 9th Prince, please spare my life. Xing Yucheng really cried. Looking at his study companion who was kneeling there and trembling with despair, Yishuo touched his chin and thought to himself, this kid is so easy to fool. But when you think about it, he is indeed well educated, worthy of being the son of the #1 scholar. Now he is only 12 years old and is not much worse than the 5th prince. His father is the Minister of Works, and there is a high probability that he will embark on a career in officialdom in the future. Since he was going to be an official, no matter whether he was a high-ranking official or a low-ranking official, being honest was always a good thing for the people. So Yeshua was less burdened and whispered to the devil beside him, "Remember the feeling of this moment. There are still many days to come. It's over, I'm only 12 years old, and I've already sacrificed my parents and entire family." Looking at his study partner, who was crying loudly, Yeshu reflected for a second whether he had gone too far, but it was only a second, and soon he wrapped himself in the quilt and continued to sleep. As usual, Yeshu waited until dawn before getting up, and he was much more arrogant than yesterday. Xing Yucheng watched him walk into the main hall of Qiwu Palace. Xing Yucheng thought that if the imperial concubine saw this scene, she would definitely scold the ninth prince. He said that he could take the opportunity to tell him about the ghostwriting incident, and then he could get out of it naturally. As a result, instead of scolding the ninth prince, the imperial concubine showed concern for him and asked him if he had had a good rest last night. Xing Yucheng's face was in a state of confusion, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart suddenly died beyond all possibility of death. Half an hour later, Yeshu put the bowl on the table and said, "Mom, I'm going to class first. When I come back in the evening, remember to ask the kitchen to stew pigeon soup for me." Good, watching her son's figure gradually disappearing into the distance, with a smile, concubine Rong felt that such a day seemed not bad. It was also a special feeling to personally send her son to school. Xing Yucheng vaguely heard this and lost control of himself, nearly falling when crossing the threshold. I've seen people spoiling their children, but I've never seen one spoiling their children like this. If it were his mother, she would have broken his legs long ago. By the time Yeshu arrived leisurely, as expected, the class was about to end. Lord Sen's face turned livid. Looking at the ninth prince who very consciously stretched out his hand, he suddenly realized that the other party had already made such a plan, and what happened yesterday was not an accident at all. "Master Sen, I'm really sorry. I got up late again today. Look, is this human language? Lord Sen would not be fooled by him again today." He took a deep breath and repeated to him the imperial edict that the emperor had conveyed last night. Sure enough, the child in front of him couldn't hold it anymore. "What?" When hearing the number 6, even Yeshuo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lord Sen breathed a sigh of relief, but it seemed that he was still afraid. But in fact, what Yeshua was afraid of was not the 6 boards themselves. Not to mention 6, even if there were 6 more, it would not have much impact. What he was afraid of was this terrifying growth rate. Adding 6 boards today and 6 boards tomorrow, the number will accumulate to a pretty scary number in a few days. Didn't you say you don't care? Didn't you say you don't need a son like him? How can cheap dad go back on his word? Lord Sen watched helplessly as the ninth prince's face became uglier and uglier. In the end, he said something that he, as well as the other princes and grandchildren, would never forget in their lifetime. "Master Sen, can you give me enough beatings for a year? No, a month. After thinking about it, I feel that it is not really possible for me to make 2,000 yuan a year for making prototypes, but if I can only make a little over 100 yuan, it should be barely enough. Can you give me a month first? If it doesn't work, think of other solutions after a month." The moment the words fell, the entire study room was silent, and even the 6th prince couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. "He really dares to say it." The 6th prince originally thought that he knew his younger brother well enough, but he never expected that he could always easily fall below his bottom line. Not to mention the 6th prince, even the 5th prince next to him was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time, and he didn't even have time to reveal his signature gloating expression. The little prince covered his mouth tightly, fearing that he would scream out. The 9th uncle is so brave. Looking at Lord Sen standing by, his hands were shaking so much that they were about to leave afterimages, and he was so angry that he couldn't even breathe. Ridiculous. Absurd. It looks like it won't work. Fortunately, Yishu didn't hold out too much hope, fearing that he would upset the young master in front of him, so he quickly apologized. "Master Sen, I'm sorry. Please don't be upset. I just said something wrong." In fact, Yishu's attitude was quite sincere when he admitted his mistake, and it was obvious that he was sincere. But when Lord Sen thought about the fact that he admitted his mistake but did not change, he felt that his face was even more hateful. "Put your hand over here." Perhaps because he was so angry, Lord Sen was particularly ruthless today, making Yishuo finally feel what pain was. But it still can't be compared with the previous life. It's really pitiful to be a teacher to them. You can't touch him, hit him, or scold him. If you meet someone who is thick-skinned, there is nothing you can do. Without any awareness of being a nuisance, Yishu sat down, spread out his book, and glanced over today's study content. It took him no more than a cup of tea before he lost his patience and began to look at the scenery outside the window. The voice of Master Sen, who was lecturing the princes, changed significantly. Soon, in less than an hour, Yishu's wise words spread throughout the palace, and even the Duke of Zhen had heard of it. Facing the ridicule and sarcasm from the civil officials next door, the Duke of Zhen was thinking in his heart, how come the 9th prince inherited this problem from their family? As everyone knows, no one in their family, even their daughter, likes to read. They get annoyed and have a headache when they see a book. Therefore, Duke Zhen not only did not vent his anger on her, but felt a little guilty instead. Obviously, even the Duke of Zhen knew what it meant for a prince to be unable to read. As for the harem, the concubines were naturally happy to watch the joke again, especially those who had sons. They were so happy that they could die. After the crown prince's tutor heard what he said, he felt more sympathetic towards his old rival, and even stopped laughing at him behind his back recently, because he really felt that it was immoral and embarrassing. Emperor Jingwen was the first to know the news. Although he already knew his son's nature, he still couldn't control himself when he first heard it, and his eyes went dark. It's the kind of situation where one can still get angry even though one has said that one's heart is calm. More. Keep adding more, he just doesn't believe it. Let's see who can cure whom. At the emperor's command, the punishment for being late in the Shangshufang was doubled sixfold, from 3 boards at the beginning to 18 boards now. Yishuo, by his own efforts, made the already strict rules of the Shangshufang even more terrible in just 2 days. The key point is that other people were unlucky, but Yishuo himself was not hurt at all. As luck would have it, the 5th prince and the 7th prince lived the farthest from the upper study. They were not as active as the 6th prince in going to school, so although they would not be late, they still gave themselves at most 2 cups of tea. With this rule, the 2 of them had to get up a quarter of an hour earlier, otherwise they would be in trouble if they encountered any unexpected situation one day. A quarter of an hour. When the 5th prince heard about this, he immediately cursed Yishuo in his heart. What about Yishuo? I don't know if he anticipated that his cheap father would have to change his words, or if he felt that the 3 extra beatings he received the day before were not worth it and wanted to earn them back, so he delayed his arrival for another 2 hours. Okay, just finish your lunch and come right after the afternoon class. Why can he do this? Although the 18 blows hit his hands hard, it didn't seem to hurt at all, and there was no effect at all. This thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and when he came to his senses, the 5th prince realized what he was thinking. Oh, you're jealous already. Turning his head, he met Yishuo's teasing gaze. The 5th prince's mind suddenly buzzed, and he immediately exploded. I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous of you, an unlearned person. I didn't expect him to get angry so easily. Yishuo found it very interesting. It's okay as long as you're not jealous. After all, if you admit it, you have 3 requirements. The 5th prince suddenly calmed down. Oh, I tell you, you will never have this opportunity in your life. It's only been 2 days. Yishuo smiled and said nothing. On the 3rd day, the number of boards had accumulated to 36, and Yishuo even waited until the end of the night before coming, truly fulfilling what he had said unintentionally at the beginning. Every day he just waits to get the board and leave. This action shocked Lord Sen and the 6th prince as much as what he said 3 days ago. Now they have finally broadened their horizons. Crash. When Wang Ziquan walked from outside to the Qinzheng Hall, he heard the sound of cups breaking inside. He probably understood that the emperor's plan still did not work today. Add another 100. Facts have proven that when people become too popular, they will really lose their rationality, and Emperor Jingwen, who was known for his rationality, was no exception. Wang Ziquan's heart tightened, and he said with a bitter face, "No, your majesty, this will really cripple the 9th prince." Emperor Jingwen said nothing, but just said he asked for it. As soon as Emperor Jingwen said this, Wang Ziquan was shocked beyond words. But what Wang Ziquan didn't know was that Emperor Jingwen regretted his decision the moment he turned around. It is not easy for even an emperor to bear the thought of crippling his own son's hand. But the emperor's words were golden and could not be changed once they were spoken, so Emperor Jingwen successfully suffered from insomnia and could not sleep the whole night. After reviewing memorials at night and not sleeping all night, Emperor Jingwen had a layer of dark circles under his eyes and was not in a good mood. Before Emperor Jingwen could give any more orders, Wang Ziquan hurried in and said, your Majesty, the 9th prince. Have you finished beating 136 boards? Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt that he couldn't breathe, but the next second he heard Wang Ziquan say, Your Majesty, the 9th prince has now arrived at the upper study. Looking up at the sky, it was indeed the Mao hour. I'm afraid the sun will rise from the west today. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but laugh. I knew he would not be able to hold on sooner or later. Because of Yishu's schooling, everyone in the palace was in turmoil. Seeing him sitting in his seat on time, Lord Sen's eyes almost popped out. He was originally wondering how to punish him today. It would certainly not work if he really beat him, because by then the prince would be crippled, the emperor would regret it, and he, as his teacher, would be the one who would suffer. But he couldn't be beaten too lightly, because if he was beaten lightly, he wouldn't remember it. As a result, everything is fine now, and he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Lord Sen felt the urge to cry for the first time in a long time. Not to mention him, even the 5th prince had an expression as if he had seen a ghost when he saw his younger brother. However, just when everyone thought he had no choice but to give in, unexpectedly, after the first get out of class, he disappeared again. What, gone? After listening to the little eunuch's words, Lord Sen suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. But how could it be possible? After the first class, the 9th prince really walked out of the study room in a swagger. After all, Yishu had studied it and found out that there was no such thing as leaving early in the study room, which meant that as long as he showed up and then left, he would not be considered late. Your Majesty, God knows how scared Wang Ziquan was when he told Emperor Jingwen the news. Sure enough, the next moment, Emperor Jingwen exerted force with his hand and broke the brush he had been using for many years. Wang Ziquan lowered his head deeply, unable to bear to look any longer. Of course, Yishu certainly couldn't do the same as before, taking advantage of every opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, the punishment would increase dramatically within 3 days. So in the days that followed, he played around with skipping classes, leaving early, and asking for leave, making sure that his cheap father couldn't figure out the pattern. Anyway, as long as his stepfather doesn't show up in person, Yishu won't be afraid at all. As for why his cheap father hadn't shown up until now, Yishu could probably guess a little bit. He probably just wanted to deal with it coldly. He didn't think this would work, didn't he? Then from time to time, this scene would be played out in the study room. If the temperature suddenly dropped or the sky suddenly darkened, Yishu would definitely just walk away. In his words, he didn't have enough clothes to wear and the eunuchs who accompanied him didn't bring any. What if he caught a cold or got sick? There is also the rain. Although I have an umbrella and a raincoat, I will still be splashed by water vapor. What if I get a fever from the rain? Is there any special medicine? Seeing how he took care of himself, the princes were speechless. Especially the little grandson of the emperor. The envy in his eyes was almost overflowing. He also wanted to be as cool and carefree as the 9th prince. But when he thought that even his own mother would not agree, the little prince became completely discouraged. Pretending. Seeing him like this, the 5th prince couldn't help but sneer in his heart. But for some reason, his handwriting was a little messier than usual when he wrote. Also, the weather cannot be too bad, nor can it be too good. After all, in Yishu's opinion, such good weather is for playing well, and one should not waste the good time on reading which can be done at any time. So whenever the weather was good, Yishu would basically ask his mother to go with him, and they would have a picnic in the imperial garden, fly kites, etc. In the beginning, concubine Rong scolded him, but gradually she let him go. After all, Yishu said that he would grill the meat for her. It was the meat grilled by his own son. How could concubine Rong resist such temptation? Compared to other situations where they have stayed in the inner house for too long, and their sons despise them for being ignorant and annoyed if they say one more word to them, concubine Rong naturally prefers this. After all, kites can fly quite high and far. Yishu swore that he didn't do it on purpose, but it just happened that the 5th prince saw it. The swallow-shaped kite was so conspicuous, and the colors were so bright, flying in the sky made people feel uncomfortable. The 5th prince felt that Yishu was provoking him, and he tore off a corner of the textbook at hand. Asshole, the princes had been sitting for an hour and were already feeling extremely tired. Then they saw this scene, and they felt mixed emotions. They couldn't help but think of the story of the rich businessman that Yishu had told them before. Actually, that story sounds reasonable. Even the 6th prince couldn't help but adjusted his position. I don't know if it was because he was angry or upset, or because the weather has been a bit unpredictable recently, but the 5th prince accidentally caught a cold. In fact, the situation was not particularly serious. It was just a few mild symptoms, such as nasal congestion and dizziness. In the past, the 5th prince would not have taken it seriously at all. He would have taken 2 doses of medicine and endured it. After all, studying is the most important thing, and ordinary illnesses should not interfere with studying. But today, maybe it was because sick people were particularly fragile, or maybe he had a severe cold and dizziness, but the 5th prince suddenly had a flashback of Yishu coming and going as he pleased, and the imperial concubine never stopped him, always putting his health first. Is studying really that important? A sudden feeling of grievance surged in his heart, and the 5th prince's tone was filled with unprecedented resentment. Noble concubine Rong would never call the 9th prince like this, and you, my own mother, would only tell your son to study, study, study. The moment the words fell, the entire hall fell silent. On the other side, Kiwu Palace. There were still 2/4 of an hour left before the Mao hour, when a man in a black robe appeared at the entrance of Kiwu Palace. The owner of the robe stood at the entrance for almost a cup of tea before he stepped inside. No one expected that such an unexpected person would appear here at this time. The palace guards were shocked and then thought about paying their respects. However, the next moment, he was stopped by that man. No need, don't alarm anyone. Under the horrified gazes of the palace servants, the man in the black robe walked towards the side hall and then entered the 9th prince's room. Looking at Yishu, who was still sleeping soundly even though it was almost time and had no intention of waking up, the owner of the black robe held the beads in his hand and took a deep breath. Looking next to them, the son of the Minister of Works and the young eunuch on night watch were not much behind. The only difference was that one was on the chaise longue and the other was at Yishu's feet. Oh, I forgot to mention that after such a long time, Xing Yucheng has completely fallen and completely forgotten his original persistence. He sleeps no worse than the prince he serves. The veins on the forehead of the owner of the black robe twitched twice. Seeing this, the attendants nearby could not help but remain silent. Just watch and see when he. Forget it, just wake him up. As if he had thought of something, he quickly changed his words halfway through speaking. Soon Yishuo felt someone pulling his quilt. Let go, let go. Non-sensates still asleep for 5 more minutes. Yishuo was startled and sat up suddenly from the bed. At this time, Emperor Jingwen's face was the same color as the sky outside. He might have been half asleep. Yishuo blurted out, "Dad, why are you here?" Emperor Jingwen was about to curse, but after hearing these words, he was subconsciously stunned. "What did you call me just now?" "Well, he is an emperor, but he is willing to come and bring only the eunuch Wang with him. The meaning is very clear." Yishuo is not so ungrateful, so he yawns and starts to shout repeatedly, "Father! Father! Father!" Emperor Jingwen suddenly fell silent. Yishuo held his breath, waiting for his next words. After about a dozen breaths, Emperor Jingwen spoke as if he had accepted his fate. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishuo's sleepiness was instantly scared away. "Oh my God, is this person really my cheap dad? Is this something my cheap dad would say? Could he have been switched by someone?" As if he saw the undisguised shock in his son's eyes, Emperor Jingwen became angry and humiliated. Emperor Jingwen actually didn't want this to happen, but there was no other way. He had tried basically all the tricks, beating, scolding, and ignoring him, but none of them worked. He couldn't really say that his status as a prince was abolished because of this incident. If he was to be beaten, his son wouldn't care at all. This kid had been tough since he was young, and those blows had no effect at all on him. As for whipping his sense of shame, forget it. If he had any sense of shame, he wouldn't be late and leave early every day. Haven't you seen what the concubines and ladies in the entire harem are talking about? They almost said it in front of the little bastard, but they just don't take it to heart. What can you do? Emperor Jingwen thought that he had spoken so seriously. If it were any other prince or princess, they would have turned pale and trembled, but he looked like nothing had happened. Emperor Jingwen didn't know whether to say that he was too confident or too heartless. All of the above made Emperor Jingwen realize that his son was totally different from ordinary children, and the methods used to deal with ordinary children were completely inapplicable to him. Emperor Jingwen was completely at his wits' end. For other people, it was the father who had the power of life and death over their children. Even when Emperor Jingwen was a prince, he was no exception. He was always careful, fearing that he would offend his father. But when it came to his son's turn, it was as if he owed him something in his previous life, and his status was suddenly reversed. Emperor Jingwen had realized that he could not count on the imperial concubine to teach his son. Imperial concubine was not good enough as a mother, and imperial concubine wrong was useless. Emperor Jingwen is angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he, the father, had to take over. What else? You can't just watch your child become useless, right? No matter what, they are my own flesh and blood. When it comes to giving up, an emperor like Emperor Jingwen, who is used to being diligent, will definitely not be able to beat Yishuo. He cannot allow his son to really degenerate. It's like who does the housework between a couple. In the end, the one with lower tolerance will definitely do more. Emperor Jingwen lost because he had a low self-esteem and was too concerned about his reputation. He could not compare to someone as shameless as Yishuo. Yishuo then understood that what his stepfather said was just words spoken in anger. Suddenly I remembered that my father in my previous life also said things like, "If you don't listen to me, I will let someone else inherit the company and donate all my property after I die, so that you won't get a penny." He also often threatened him with having another child to force him to make progress. I didn't expect my cheap dad would know this trick, mainly because his cheap father didn't look like that kind of person on weekdays. Yishuo really took his words seriously. He guessed that this must have been a very unpleasant feeling. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen negotiated with his son. He felt something was strange, so his tone unconsciously became heavier, and he adopted the same attitude he had towards his ministers during court sessions. Xia Luzi and Xing Yucheng, who were nearby, were awakened immediately. A black robe, with a golden dragon embroidered with gold thread hovering faintly on the robe, with stern eyes, looking down from the shoulder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 claws in total. In the entire Zhou dynasty, there is only one person who can wear this robe, His Majesty. Xing Yucheng fell directly off the chaise longue, shaking like a chicken. "It's over, it's over, it's over. My life is over after being caught sleeping in by His Majesty." He estimated that he would not be able to see the rising sun. Xing Yucheng, who was only 12 years old, had a blank mind and began to beg for mercy desperately along with Xia Luzi. "Shut up." Emperor Jingwen glanced over, and Xing Yucheng and Xia Luzi suddenly felt as if their necks were strangled. Their kowtow movements froze, and they dared not move at all. Wang Ziquan on the side couldn't help but take a breath. After all, he He had never seen someone who wanted to change the rules of the study room as soon as he opened his mouth in his life. Emperor Jingwen also took a long time to suppress his anger. How do you want to change it? As if he didn't notice that his cheap dad was on the verge of exploding, Yishu counted on his fingers, starting at Chenshi. Classes start at Sishi. Take a break for a cup of tea every 3/4 of an hour, and finish school on time at noon. Afternoon classes start at 2/4 of an hour, and finish school on time at Shenshi. In other words, he had the same schedule as the elementary school student in his previous life. Classes start at 9 in the morning. Each class is 45 minutes, with a 10-minute break every 45 minutes, and finish school at 12 noon. Classes start at 1:30 in the afternoon and then finish school at 4 o'clock. The daily routine of an elementary school student is already Yishu's bottom line. Before he could finish his words, Emperor Jingwen rejected his proposal without even a second thought. It's impossible. There has never been such a precedent since the Zhou dynasty. Wouldn't it be absurd to change it so easily? Also, classes start at 900 p.m. and we have to take a break to drink a cup of tea every 35 minutes. What can we really learn? Emperor Jingwen's face began to turn dark again. However, Yishu hasn't even mentioned that we have to rest for 2 days every 5 days. There is also a 2-month summer vacation and a 1-month winter vacation. If he said this, wouldn't my cheap dad explode on the spot? Is it really impossible? Yishuo did not give up and asked again. Xing Yucheng and Xia Luzi next to him felt their hearts in their throats. Emperor Jingwen flatly refused no. Yishu's face was full of disappointment, and he suddenly became uninterested. At the same time, he also knew that his stepfather's appearance here meant that he had no choice. Although his cheap father cannot destroy him because of this, don't forget that he can send guards to escort him to school every day. The fact that his cheap father was willing to come and negotiate terms with him was already a gesture of courtesy before force, and was very respectful to him. Yishu decided to quit while he was ahead, so he waved his hand and said casually, if it really doesn't work, then change it, change it, change it. After thinking for a moment, Yishu suddenly remembered something and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's your turn to carry me to school every day. Since pain is inevitable, you can't suffer alone, you have to let your cheap father feel it too. The moment he finished speaking, not to mention Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi, even Wang Ziquan almost knelt down in front of him. My dear, please stop making trouble. How is this possible? As expected, Emperor Jingwen was easily provoked to anger. How outrageous. Please, Ninth Prince, kindly stop talking nonsense. Xing Yucheng was about to cry. But after finally coming here this time, Emperor Jingwen finally managed to suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth, stiffened his face, and said, I can send guards or eunuchs to carry you. Sending people was already the limit of Emperor Jingwen. The 3 people on the side were all shocked by the emperor's concession, but Yishu was very dissatisfied. In his previous life, when he was a child, he rode on his father's neck every day. Although his father had given him a big discount in this life, it didn't mean that he couldn't even carry him on his back, right? What's the point of sending people here? You are my father, not them. I am your son, not theirs. Dad, how about we make a pact? If you carry me to school, I will behave myself for the whole day. How about that? On the other hand, if the cheap dad loses patience and gives up after carrying it for 2 days, I also have a reason to run away. Who told him to break the appointment first? If my stepfather persists, then I won't lose out. Being carried to school by the emperor himself, even if it is still painful, at least I will feel a little comforted. Yishuo's mind was clattering with calculations. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Emperor Jingwen was completely confused by the series of dad-s from his son. Seeing this, Yishu said quickly, since you are silent, I will take it as your consent. Xiao Luzi, come on, help me change my clothes. Xing Yucheng couldn't control the expression on his face anymore, and it all collapsed. Without giving his cheap father a chance to regret, Yishu changed his clothes at the fastest speed in his life, without even having time to button his clothes. Seeing that his cheap father seemed to want to say something, he quickly jumped onto his back. By the time he reacted, the group was already in the corridor in front of Qiwu Palace. Wang Ziquan looked dazed, and finally lost the general manager's usual calmness. Not to mention Jingwen, who felt the weight behind him and wanted to throw the little bastard down countless times. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Yishu hurriedly said, Hey dad, be happier, it's not like you haven't carried me before. There is still a long time to live in the future, how can he be so repulsive? Besides, isn't it natural for a father to carry his son on his back? After all, you are my father. Shut up. Which father carries his son to school every day? This isn't giving birth to a son, this is giving birth to a father, right? As well as... Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes and said, When was the last time I carried you on my back? Why will I carry you on my back this time? Yishu recalled and said in surprise, but I don't think there is much difference. His cheap father has taken good care of himself, and it seems that there is no change from 5 years ago. Although my cheap dad was full of complaints, his steps were extremely steady, as if he had practiced hard. Along the way, this scene stunned countless palace maids and caused many of them to drop the buckets and basins they were holding. Emperor Jingwen didn't even look at them, thinking that since things had come to this, he might as well persuade his son more. Emperor Jingwen was rarely sincere in his words. Sure, when you get to the upper study, you must study hard. You are not allowed to play around like before. If you don't study, how can you compare with others? Ministers and common people, as a prince, everyone in the world is watching you. Yishu, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my father is stronger than all their fathers combined. Just based on this point, they can't say anything. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen heard someone speak so confidently, but for some reason he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. But it was only for a moment, and then Emperor Jingwen's face tightened again. What about father? Don't you want to surpass father? No matter what the future holds, at least for now Emperor Jingwen hopes that his children will be more successful than himself, generation after generation, so that the great Zhou can prosper forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ziquan, who was standing next to him, felt his heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help but secretly glance at the emperor's expression. Seeing that the emperor was just asking ordinary questions between father and son and had no other intentions, Wang Ziquan gradually relaxed. But I've surpassed it. As if he was unaware of the sensitive topic, he noticed Emperor Jingwen's furrowed brows and puzzled and suspicious look, as if saying, how dare you say you are better than me? In what way are you better than me? And this kid is talking nonsense again. Yishu raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, my father is better than your father. With a whoosh, it was a critical hit. Emperor Jingwen, you bastard, stop talking nonsense. At the same time, the time for the morning court session was approaching, and the prince walked towards this side from another direction. You bastard, who allowed you to talk nonsense about the late emperor? This is simply treason. After hearing this, Yishu silently rolled his eyes in his heart. That's it, come on. Although he had never seen the former emperor, he occasionally heard a few words about him. From the rumors, he knew that although he was not a complete tyrant, he was not much better. He was not good at governing the country and was also lustful. It was only because his father couldn't save face and didn't allow people to discuss it publicly. Otherwise, who knows what the historians would write. But protection is one thing, and whether it is because of affection for the late emperor or because of one's own face is two completely different matters. Just based on the fact that when my stepfather was the crown prince, the late emperor almost deposed him several times and made the son of his favorite beautiful concubine the crown prince, Yishu didn't believe that his stepfather could have much affection for the late emperor. The late emperor was really too absurd. His grandfather, the Duke of Zhen, was also raised by the late emperor. When the previous emperor was in power, he was lazy about state affairs and never exercised control. Plus, his grandfather probably didn't have a brain and took whatever was given to him. He relied on his military merits to rise to the position of Duke of Zhen. In the end, he had no more titles to offer, but he didn't have much intention of rebelling, so things became what they are today. Because my grandfather had deep roots in the military, especially when my stepfather ascended the throne, his power reached its peak. More than 70 of the military officers were from my grandfather's line. It had reached the point where my stepfather would take action against him regardless of whether he was truly loyal or not. But the mess that the late emperor left for my cheap father was more than just this. There were so many other things. It would be a miracle if my cheap father could still have no grudges under such circumstances. But even though he knew it in his heart, Yishu couldn't say that in public. After all, no matter what, he still had to call him grandfather. His son spoke out of turn, please don't blame me. Anyway, he had already said it, and his stepfather must have felt happy about it, so Yishu decided to stop while he was ahead. Sure enough, his apology was so perfunctory, and Emperor Jingwen didn't say anything. Yishu knew that he guessed right. Wow, my cheap dad is really awesome and good at pretending. Well, this won't happen again. After clearing his throat and giving a mild reprimand, Emperor Jingwen continued, calling us father or dad is against the rules and is disrespectful. You should always remember to call me father. As in respect like imperial or royal father. Yishu, oh, you feel it's against the rules now. What were you doing before? He has been shouting for so long, and now he says no. It seems that my cheap dad is enjoying his life deep down. It's just that he has been the emperor for so long that he is no longer honest, and his life is really awkward. Yishu is best at dealing with parents who say one thing and mean another. Yishu thought about it, then leaned close to his cheap father's ear and whispered, then I will only call when no one is around, and I guarantee that no one will notice me, is that okay? Emperor Jingwen said nothing. Yishu understood immediately. Alas. He silently rolled his eyes in his heart, feeling extremely disgusted. On the surface, Yishu lowered his voice again and kept shouting dad, 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 daddy, 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 daddy. In a short while, Emperor Jingwen's ears were numb from the shouting, and he was almost numb too. Wang Ziquan always felt that the reason he was able to climb to this position, in addition to being lucky and being assigned to the side of Emperor Jingwen, who was still the crown prince at the beginning, was another particularly important reason. He was very good at reading people's faces and knew when to say what. But today he felt that he had lost to the ninth prince who was only 7 years old. Sure enough, true feelings are the most touching. Perhaps it was because Yishu's acting was too natural, or perhaps it was because he didn't expect a child of such age to be so cunning, and even Wang Ziquan was fooled. Wang Ziquan looked at the ninth prince with new eyes. No matter how lawless or absurd he was, it was his ability that made the emperor keep him in mind all the time. As for Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi standing by, they were also stunned, especially Xing Yucheng. He was also a son, but he discovered today that there were differences between sons. For example, if in today's situation it was his father, and he didn't study but slept in bed, he would probably kneel down when his father came in. Look at the ninth prince, he acted as if nothing had happened in the face of the furious emperor. That's his majesty. Because of his relationship with the Minister of Works, Xing Yucheng had heard a lot about what happened in the court, so he naturally had some understanding and roughly knew what Emperor Jingwen was like on a daily basis. Xing Yucheng was frightened when he heard about the harsh methods he used to deal with corrupt officials. When he first saw him today, he almost couldn't stand up. So how did the ninth prince stay so calm? In just a short time, not only did the emperor calm down, but he also agreed to his ridiculous request to carry him to school every day. Xing Yucheng, who had been a good boy for so many years, was shocked and subconsciously remembered the ninth prince's behavior in his heart. Maybe next time, if he encounters such a thing, he can also. You are so smooth talking. I will be angry if you continue like this. Emperor Jingwen could no longer hold on under the continuous attacks. Yishu was still there, saying, but it's only natural for a son to call his father Dad. How can you be so stingy, Dad? How come he is so stingy? The prince would pass by Qiwu Palace when he went to court every day. When he first heard the sound in the corridor, he didn't pay much attention to it until he turned a corner and saw a dark figure. Greetings to the emperor, may the emperor be well. No, it's almost time for the court session. Why is the emperor here? And why does his expression look so complicated, half distressed, half helpless, and half happy? When Emperor Jingwen saw the crown prince, he subconsciously put away the smile on his face and returned to his usual serious and solemn look. Well, get up. The prince stood up and stood still after hearing this, and Yishuo followed his action and popped his head out from behind. Because it was still dark and visibility was not very good, the crown prince did not notice the arm around Emperor Jingwen's neck at first. When he suddenly saw his ninth brother's face, he was startled. This, what on earth happened? Yishu chuckled and said, hello, third brother. The prince's thoughts became increasingly confused. Goodbye, third brother. See you later. Yishu wanted to wave to the prince, but his adoptive father held him down without any explanation. Don't move or I'll throw you down. Looking at the backs of the two people, the prince couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. From what Emperor Jingwen said just now, the crown prince already knew what the two were going to do. He didn't expect that his father would actually send ninth brother to school personally and carry him on his back. For a moment, the prince felt mixed emotions. That feeling was so terrible that he can't even describe it. Because of his mother's relationship, he was born as the legitimate son and was taught to be cautious and polite. Although his father loved him very much, he also had high hopes for him, so the two of them were rarely truly close. It is unprecedented for the ninth prince to lie on his father's back and act like a spoiled child like this. The crown prince is already in his 20s, and his second child is about to be born. He has been unable to recover for a long time, not to mention his younger brothers in the study. The prince suddenly didn't dare to think about what consequences would be caused by his father and Xiao Ju appearing in the upper study. Ju equal 9. I hope the royal brothers can control themselves by then the other side. The fifth prince was in a very bad mood. He was filled with remorse when he thought about how he would actually say such words to his mother. Obviously, his mother was also very worried about his condition. She was so restless last night that she didn't fall asleep until late at night. She even got up before dawn this morning. She even asked the kitchen to make ginger soup to drive away the cold. She had done a great job. How could he? It's all the ninth prince's fault. It's all Yishuo's fault. If he hadn't provoked me every day, would I have been able to blurt out such a sentence? But thinking about it carefully, even after he said that, his mother still insisted on letting him come to the study and told him not to compare himself with people like the ninth prince and to work harder so that he could stand out in the future. The fifth prince felt complicated again. Although the ninth prince is indeed absurd, it is also true that concubine Rong dotes on him unconditionally. Because of a few arguments with concubine Shu, the fifth prince arrived a little late today. After hurrying and hurrying, he finally arrived at the upper study before the hour of Mao. When he sat down with his study companion, it was exactly time. Looking at the last table, there was indeed no one there. Looks like he won't be able to escape those 136 handboards today. Thinking of this, the fifth prince suddenly felt relaxed all over. The symptoms of nasal congestion and dizziness were alleviated a lot. He couldn't even concentrate on reading. He just waited for Yishuo to come and watch him get beaten. 136 hand slaps, just take your time. As for Lord Sen, who was supervising the prince's morning reading, he couldn't help but sigh. Oh, after about 100 slaps on the hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to lift my arms after that. Not long after, Emperor Jingwen and Yishu appeared at the door of the upper study. Qiwu Palace is located neither far nor near to Shangshufang. In any case, it is definitely closer than the fifth prince and the seventh prince, but it is still quite difficult for Emperor Jingwen. Although he exercised on weekdays, he was not an expert in it after all. Besides, the 7-year-old Yishu was as strong as a calf, and he would inevitably feel tired after carrying it for a long time. When he arrived at the door of the study, Emperor Jingwen was already slightly out of breath. It's a good thing that his son is in good health, but the scoring situation, for example, Emperor Jingwen is not very happy now. Emperor Jingwen subconsciously wanted to let him go, but Yishuo refused to let him go. Emperor Jingwen immediately became furious, thinking that this little bastard was going to break the agreement again, so he opened his mouth and was ready to curse. Before he could finish his curse, he heard his son say anxiously, "Hurry up, Dad, help me." Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment. "What help? Just come closer and you'll know. It's just a small favor. It won't take you too long." Emperor Jingwen narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure you are not lying to me this time?" A man of his words. Since he said so, then okay. Anyway, they had walked such a long distance, so this little bit didn't matter. So Emperor Jingwen walked closer to a distance of about 10 feet. When he got close to the window, Yishuo, without thinking, made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted towards the window, almost deafening the ears of Emperor Jingwen, who was so close. It can be seen that the child is in good health. "Fifth brother, are you there? Come and see." When the fifth prince heard the noise, he looked over subconsciously. Looking at Yishuo, who was sitting on his father's back with a malicious look on his face, the fifth prince lost control and tore the page of the book, which was already missing a corner. Emperor Jingwen finally understood what his son meant by a small favor. Looking at his son, who was causing trouble everywhere, Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt a headache, a very painful one. Why would the emperor suddenly appear here at this time? Shocked by the scene before them, everyone stood up after they realized what was happening. "Your Majesty, long live the emperor." Then came the princes. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, father. May your Majesty be well and at peace." While everyone was kneeling, Yishuo couldn't help but whisper, "Dad, the morning court is about to start. Are you sure you don't want to leave?" This immediately dispelled Emperor Jingwen's intention to scold him. If he really teaches his son a lesson, he doesn't know how long it will take, and the ministers are still waiting. This little bastard is really good at timing. It feels like he did it on purpose. "Wait, I will come back to deal with you later." Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, asked everyone to stand up, praised them briefly, told them to keep up the good work, and soon left with Wang Ziquan. Yishuo patted the non-existent wrinkles on his body and swaggered into the study room under the watchful eyes of everyone. Since Emperor Jingwen personally carried him to school, he was naturally exempted from the more than 100 beatings. Lord Sen and the others watched Yishuo almost the entire way he walked. Lord Sen was completely shocked. What kind of rules are these? The sixth prince guessed the truth very quickly. Could it be that his father had finally lost his temper because of Shuor? As a permanent resident of Qiwu Palace, the sixth prince often saw Yishuo's annoying nature. Every day, the royal concubine was fooled by his mouth and expression, and she kept backing down and had no bottom line at all. Could Shuor use this trick on his father? The most unbelievable thing is that my father actually bought into this. The sixth prince took a look at the textbook in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. Obviously, the fifth prince was not the only one who was shocked by the scene just now. If the sixth prince was like this, let alone the young seventh and eighth princes, especially the eighth prince, who was too young to hide things, and looked at Yishuo with jealousy and envy in his eyes. The little prince was completely stunned, and then his eyes couldn't help but burst into deep admiration. The ninth uncle was really amazing, as he could get the usually serious emperor to carry him to school on his back. No, after the class is over, he must learn something from the ninth uncle. He also wanted his father to carry him to school. Yishuo seemed not to realize how hateful his action just now was. After all, in modern times, it was quite normal for parents to pick up and drop off their children from school. What was the big deal? Although my stepfather is the emperor who made me his son, Yishuo acted so calm, as if the scene just now was just a commonplace. This was even more exciting than having Emperor Jingwen himself carry him to school. Itchy. My hands started to itch. The veins on the sixth prince's forehead bulged and jumped several times. He kept breathing in and out. It took him a long time to suppress the urge to beat him up when the prince came over. Completely unaware that he had inadvertently escaped a disaster, Yishuo passed by the fifth prince's seat and saw the torn page of paper, and immediately understood something. I knew he couldn't help it. You lose. Seeing the other party making such a mouth shape towards him clearly, the fifth prince's head suddenly exploded with a buzz. He never knew that a 7-year-old child could be so irritating. The fifth prince's fingers were trembling, and he could feel his heart beating nonstop. His breathing gradually became rapid, and then his eyes suddenly went dark, and he fell backwards uncontrollably. Yeshua was stunned. What happened? The fifth prince wouldn't just faint from anger at himself, right? In the last moment when Yeshua lost consciousness, the fifth prince, who had fainted from anger, finally said his last words, "Yeshua, wait for me." Is this person a little too fragile? Yeshua didn't expect the fifth prince to be so frivolous, and he was also frightened. Or maybe he had a heart attack or cerebral hemorrhage or something, and I just happened to be unlucky and ran into it. It's over. This time I'm really in trouble. Yeshua had driven countless times in his life, but this was the first time he overturned his car. Fortunately, he noticed the abnormal complexion of the fifth prince from behind and reached out to check it. It was a little hot, so he realized that the fifth prince was sick today, and because he was so angry with him, he probably couldn't breathe and then fainted. Oh, young people nowadays are so hot-tempered. If you had told me earlier that you were sick, I wouldn't have come to bother him today. Yeshua felt a rare sense of guilt, so he quickly asked someone to send him back to Concubine Shu's palace. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go get the imperial physician? Although Yeshua was young, he is very organized when giving orders to people. After a while, he arranged the people and borrowed a sedan chair from the nearby queen. He sent the fifth prince back to Concubine Shu's palace as quickly as possible and asked Zio Luzi to invite the imperial physician. He estimated that when the fifth prince arrived, the imperial physician would also arrive. Yeshua originally wanted to be obedient and study hard, but this is a special case. I believe his stepfather can understand. Yeshua believed that this incident was caused by him, so he should naturally take the responsibility, so he supervised the whole process and had no intention of escaping. Looking at the unconscious fifth prince in the sedan chair, the seventh prince, who was in the same camp as the fifth prince, should have helped to denounce the ninth prince, but instead of doing so, he felt secretly relieved in his heart. Oh, you've hit a wall. It should have been like this a long time ago. Someone should have dealt with him a long time ago. The curtain was quickly pulled down, and the seventh prince turned his head again, his expression instantly changing to one of indignation and worry. Your Highness, how about let's get out of the way? Xing Yucheng couldn't help but remind him of this while jogging after the sedan chair and sweating profusely. When he arrived at Concubine Shu's palace, she saw what her son had become. After asking around, she realized that it would be strange if the ninth prince had a good life. Xing Yucheng originally thought that the ninth prince had forgotten about this matter in a hurry, but after he finished speaking, he just said saying that he knew, and then there was no further news. In Yeshua's opinion, he had to listen to what the imperial physician said and make sure there was no major problem before leaving. Xing Yucheng frowned and wanted to persuade him again, but he saw Yeshua pointing to the palace gate not far away. Keep your voice down. King Yi Palace is coming soon. Concubine Shu had already received the news in advance and was now standing at the palace gate, looking around anxiously. Xing Yucheng shut his mouth instantly. Greetings to Her Majesty the Concubine Shu. Good luck to Her Majesty the Concubine Shu. Perhaps because she was too flustered to hear, or because she was deliberately ignoring him, Yeshua's gesture of bowing and paying respects was simply ignored. Seeing this, Yeshua was not embarrassed. He waited for a while and then stood up by himself. Concubine Shu subconsciously stepped forward to lift the curtain of the sedan chair. When she saw the fifth prince with his eyes closed and teeth clenched inside, her face suddenly turned pale. After realizing what was happening, Concubine Shu hurriedly called out to the maids and eunuchs beside her, "Quick, help the fifth prince to the side hall." The palace servants received the order and started to act in a panic. During the whole process, no one paid any attention to Yeshua, who was standing next to him. Even Xing Yucheng couldn't help but feel embarrassed for the ninth prince. Well, the imperial physician hasn't arrived yet, and hasn't even examined the fifth prince's pulse. How can Concubine Shu unilaterally determine that it was really because of the ninth prince that the fifth prince fainted from anger? It's not easy for a good person to be upset so easily, Your Highness. Xing Yucheng had just made a sound and started to speak when he saw Yeshua next to him shaking his head slightly at him, signaling him to be quiet. Xing Yucheng had no choice but to do as he was told. Yeshua also tried to reduce his presence and followed behind the crowd, trying not to get in the way of Concubine Shu's eyes. After a period of chaos, the fifth prince was placed steadily on the bed in his room. Concubine Shu suddenly realized what was happening and was about to ask someone to call the imperial physician when she saw the imperial physician hurriedly walking in with a medicine box. "Don't panic, madam. Let me check the fifth prince's pulse first." This imperial physician was not the one she was used to, but was invited by someone close to Yeshua. Naturally, he was the one who had closer relations with the Qiwu Palace. When the pulse was first taken, Concubine Shu did not say anything. But when she saw that the other party spread out the acupuncture bag and was about to give acupuncture, concubine Shu had to speak up and said, "Imperial physician Su will be here soon. Let's talk after he arrives." Her defensive attitude was obvious. The old doctor was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at the ninth prince behind him. When the ninth prince asked the eunuchs around him to invite him, he specifically instructed him to take away the medicinal materials that the imperial concubine had previously stored in the imperial hospital. Although they are all symptomatic medicines, the ones that are older are relatively more effective. But seeing that the ninth prince shook his head slightly at him, the old doctor said nothing and left with the medicine box. Originally, before leaving, he wanted to tell concubine Shu about his diagnosis, that the fifth prince was not seriously ill, in order to comfort concubine Shu, but after thinking about it, he thought that she might not believe him, so he gave up. Concubine Shu quickly sent for Dr. Su. While they were waiting, perhaps because she felt Yeshua was an eyesore or because the sight of the fifth prince lying there was too painful, concubine Shu suddenly spoke. "Ninth prince, there are too many people in King Yi Palace right now. It would be bad if you were hurt. I'm sorry that I can't entertain you for the time being. Please go back, ninth prince." Upon hearing this, Xing Yucheng subconsciously looked at the ninth prince. Yishuo didn't think there was anything wrong with concubine Shu's attitude. It was very normal. "My lady Shufei, I want to wait for my fifth brother to wake up and make sure he is okay before leaving." This was a perfectly normal sentence, but it sounded so harsh to concubine Shu's ears. She tightened her grip on the handkerchief, and her expression became even colder. She suppressed her disgust and said stiffly, "No need." Unable to hold back, concubine Shu said sarcastically, "Hunger cannot bear such kindness from you, the ninth prince." Concubine Shu deliberately emphasized the last two words. This has happened so many times that Xing Yucheng thought that given the ninth prince's temperament, he would definitely turn the King Yi Palace upside down. After all, this is a fierce man who even dares to touch the emperor when he is angry. The ninth prince is so lawless, acts arrogantly, and has no scruples. How can he tolerate concubine Shu? Just when Xing Yucheng thought that a conflict was inevitable, he saw Yishuo slowly step forward, and then bowed to concubine Shu in a proper manner. "My lady concubine Shu, I'm sorry. This is indeed my fault." Xing Yucheng's eyes almost popped out. Is this really the ninth prince? Staring blankly at the scene in front of him, Xing Yucheng suddenly felt that the ninth prince was not completely without merit. Concubine Shu also thought that with the ninth prince's character, he would definitely not tolerate it, and she had already prepared herself for this in her heart. Even if he was the imperial concubine's son, so what? Even if the imperial concubine was there, she was in the right anyway, so Shu Fei was not afraid. She just didn't expect that the ninth prince would have such a good attitude this time. Concubine Shu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Dr. Su arrived soon and also took the pulse first. After a while, under the anxious gaze of concubine Shu, Dr. Su said, "Your Majesty, the fifth prince is fine. He just didn't get enough rest recently and caught a cold. He fainted in a hurry. The key is still cold, sleep, and fatigue. Although the fifth prince is still young, in my humble opinion, your Majesty should not push the fifth prince too hard recently. The fifth prince needs to take a good rest recently. It is better to put the study aside for the time being." Seeing this, Yishu couldn't help but interrupt. "Isn't it because he is angry that he's like this?" Dr. Su subconsciously glanced at concubine Shu and then thought of the old doctor who had just returned and had also examined his pulse. He knew that this matter could not be lied to, so he said, "Your Highness, there is a relationship, but not much." Yishuo finally felt relieved. Fortunately, the fifth prince did not fall ill from anger, otherwise it would have been a lot of trouble. Concubine Shu seemed very embarrassed when she heard this, but she couldn't just throw dirty water on Yishuo and slander him for the sake of her face, so there was really no way to deal with this matter. After she heard the servant's description of what happened in the study, she subconsciously formed a preconceived notion. Concubine Shu thought that Yishuo would fight back after hearing this answer, but he heaved a sigh of relief after hearing it. Then he bowed to her and said, "In that case, concubine Shu, I will take my leave first." "Huh, you didn't hold on to it." Not only was concubine Shu surprised, even Xing Yucheng was shocked. After leaving King Yi Palace, Xing Yucheng couldn't hold it in any longer and asked. Yishuo was speechless after hearing this. "Do you think that your Highness is so vindictive and aggressive?" He admitted that although he was a little playful and mischievous, he was not so petty, right? It's normal for concubine Shu to be cold to him because she cares about his. Yishuo wouldn't be so intolerant of even this, right? As for the fifth prince, he was sick, so you can't blame him for fainting at the wrong time. The fifth prince was so miserable. He insisted on studying even when he was sick, which made Yishuo naturally feel a little sympathy for him, and he didn't bother to care about it. As for the time when the fifth prince threw stones at him when he was a child, his mother punished him in the end, and the fact that concubine Shu knelt on the cobblestone path for so long should have offset that. After all, as long as it doesn't involve Yishu's bottom line, everything can be discussed. After listening to this, Xing Yucheng seemed to realize for the first time that the ninth prince was not actually a harsh person. Especially when he was punished by slapping the hand for skipping classes, he never asked himself and Xia Luzi to take the punishment. But what about that silver? Just when Xing Yucheng was in great confusion, seeing that it was still early, Yi Shuo returned to the study. The moment he saw him, Lord Sen was stunned. I thought he was going to take this opportunity to skip school again. People who usually find excuses to run away even without any excuses now have a legitimate excuse and come back obediently. Lord Sen doesn't understand. I can't help it. I promised my father. You have to keep your promise, right? Yi Shuo explained helplessly. Lord Sen suddenly had the same feeling as Xing Yucheng. It seems that the ninth prince is not beyond redemption, especially just now. Most adults would find it difficult to control themselves from shirking the responsibility, let alone a child of a few years old. However, the ninth prince did not seem to try to escape from the beginning to the end, and even arranged everything in an orderly manner. This shocked Lord Sen. This is just like how a bad guy will be remembered as long as he does one good thing. Considering his previous bad deeds, Yi Shuo's few good deeds seem so precious. Lord Sen's expression eased a little. After discovering that Yi Shuo was not a bad person, he was no longer as harsh to Yi Shuo as before. Yi Shuo touched his chin. He never thought things would turn out like this. So much so that even when Yi Shuo fell asleep on the table, Lord Sen was not as angry as before. What happened in Qingyi Palace soon reached the ears of other concubines. The concubines thought that the one in Qingyi Palace would definitely face off against the one in Qiwu Palace. Also, the fifth prince was so angry that he fainted because of the ninth prince's closeness to the emperor. He was too angry. As time went by, the concubines discovered that it was not the case. It was concubine Shu who pushed her son too hard and made him sick. He fainted in the study room when he went to school, and the ninth prince was unlucky enough to run into him. Isn't this a clear case of fraud? She is too impatient. Even if she is anxious, she shouldn't do it this way. Even concubine Xian, who always had a good relationship with concubine Shu, couldn't help but say this. Now the matter has become a big deal. Everyone knows that concubine Shu treated the fifth prince extremely harshly. It was really not worth it. On the other hand, Emperor Jingwen also heard about this matter after finishing his government affairs and could not help but frowning. Although Emperor Jingwen hoped that his son would have a bright future, he also wanted to ensure that his health would not be affected. Concubine Shu was really going too far. Pass the decree down. Concubine Shu failed to take good care of the prince. She will be punished with a month's service as a warning to others. Wang Ziquan on the side quickly responded yes. Emperor Jingwen then continued to ask, where is the ninth prince? Is Xiao Ju okay? Given his temper, he might even demolish the Qingyi Palace. Emperor Jingwen was ready. Result. Your Majesty, no. The ninth prince left after he learned that the fifth prince was fine. The young eunuch's words made Emperor Jingwen feel surprised. What happened after that? He definitely didn't go back to the upper study, right? However, it is still not. After that little bastard came back from Qingyi Palace, he went back to the study. After all, he is only a 7-year-old child. Maybe he was sad. He was frightened first and then wrongly accused. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to bear. After thinking about it, Emperor Jingwen decided to wait until the afternoon when he finished school in the study to comfort him. It's been a long time since he's been so obedient. As for sleeping in class, those are just small matters. After school at 3 p.m., Yi Shuo was stunned when he saw his stepfather outside the study. After he realized it, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. So what kind of image do I have in the eyes of these people? On the way, Yi Shuo had to explain again that the reason he did not cause a commotion in Qingyi Palace was because the fifth prince was still ill and things had not yet reached that point, and that he came back later to fulfill his promise. Then Yi Shuo successfully discovered that after the explanation, his cheap father's expression became even stranger. Was he too successful in his previous performance, to the point where even a little bit of positive development astonished his cheap father and the others? I just feel that I was wrong and I just admit my mistake. Is it that exaggerated? Emperor Jingwen reached out and touched his son's head and said, it's a pity that you have no estrangement with your fifth brother. At this time, Emperor Jingwen finally remembered that the fifth prince had thrown stones at this little thing when he was just 1 month old. Dad, you said it yourself. He is my fifth brother and also my elder brother. He is not an enemy. Brothers shouldn't care about such a small matter, right? Yi Shuo swore that he had just said this casually, and he really thought so. Although we are half-brothers, if I need money in the future, I can ask the fifth prince to borrow it. The fifth prince can't just refuse to give me money, right? Having one more brother means one more way out, one more way to fleece the sheep, no, one more umbrella of protection, what a good thing. After he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen's expression changed slightly. Yi Shuo was stunned for a moment after seeing this, and quickly wrote down the word brother in his little notebook. It seemed that this was also the key word that triggered a certain point in his cheap father's mind. Yes, you are right. I also hope that you brothers can always be united and friendly." Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, "Okay, we have arrived at Qiwu Palace. Wang Ziquan, give the order. I will have dinner here today. Yishuo, please, he really has no intention of winning favor for his mother." Perhaps it was the fact that Yishuo fulfilled his promise that made Emperor Jingwen see the effectiveness of his education, and made Emperor Jingwen mistakenly believe that this trick might really be useful, so he prepared to make further efforts. Considering that he would have to carry him to school tomorrow anyway, and then go from the upper study to the Xuan Zheng Hall to attend court, Emperor Jingwen was too lazy to go back and forth, and simply stayed in the Qiwu Palace tonight. Emperor Jingwen's action made the concubines in the harem also start to worry. His Majesty didn't like so many obedient princes and didn't even look at them. But the ninth prince's behavior and the way he made people restless made His Majesty concerned. Suddenly, a bold idea came to everyone's mind. Maybe His Majesty likes noisy and bold children. It's not that there weren't princes born in the palace after Yishuo. It's just that they were too young and haven't been ranked yet. These princes are younger and more naive than the ninth prince, and are more likely to attract the emperor's favor. Since the ninth prince can do it, why can't their children do it at first? The little prince was fine when he was just born and within 2 years after his birth. In recent years, he has been basically like this. The imperial concubine really uses good tactics. I just wonder, after their children learn this trick, will the imperial concubine still be as proud as she is today? You know, if you count all the things the ninth prince has done, one by one, which one of them cannot be convicted of the crime of disrespect, but His Majesty is able to tolerate it every time. Doesn't this mean that the seemingly serious His Majesty actually has a high tolerance for children? In that case, that would be great. There was a high probability that they would not be able to do what the ninth prince was like, but it would be no problem if they made a discount. It can not only reduce risks, but also win the emperor's favor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Among them, Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi are the most prominent. One of their children is 3.5 years old this year, and the other is 3 years old this year. After Yishuo, only these 2 princes were born in the palace in the 7 years. From the perspective of an emperor, Emperor Jingwen was quite restrained. Perhaps he had learned the lesson of his predecessor, and he did not seem to care much about women. However, there were still more than a dozen people in his harem, so occasionally a prince or princess would be born. Perhaps having too many sons was not a big deal. Even if they gave birth to a prince, the status of Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi would not rise much. Therefore, they were anxious and resorted to this bad idea. Of course, in just one night, Yishuo would definitely not know the undercurrents in the concubines' palaces. After all, when the concubines were making plans overnight to teach their sons, Yishuo was still sleeping soundly. The 6th prince believed that he was not so lucky and could not please his father like the 9th prince, so he could only continue to use the previous method and study hard. When Emperor Jingwen got up, the 6th prince had been gone for a long time. When Emperor Jingwen heard this, he looked at the sky again and couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, he is a good child. But now the most important thing is to get that little bastard out of bed. Emperor Jingwen had never seen a child stay in bed. When his biological mother passed away, the crown prince was already 10 years old. The prince was taught very well by his biological mother and would wake up on his own without his mother urging him. This was so worry-free that Emperor Jingwen thought that all children in the world were like this. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen saw a child lying in bed. The little bastard in front of me just agreed with him verbally, but as soon as I turned my head, he turned over and fell asleep again. Wait a moment, I swear, this is the last time. Bullshit, this is the third and last time. After this happened several times, Emperor Jingwen realized that he had been deceived and his face began to turn pale. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jingwen reached out and pulled back the quilt in front of him. I command you to get up now, immediately, right now. He was the emperor himself, and he was personally called to get up, yet he dared to be so negligent. It was simply disrespectful. However, in Yishu's opinion, staying in bed is the most normal thing. When he was in primary school in his previous life, his father often urged him to do so. If his father could do it in his previous life, why can't his cheap dad do it in this life? So Emperor Jingwen watched helplessly as the child in front of him squirmed like a caterpillar after losing his quilt, then curled up into a ball and stopped moving. Seeing his son shivering from the cold and unwilling to open his eyes, Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he almost laughed. You go and help your master change his clothes. Emperor Jingwen pointed to the servant next to him. Zhao Luzi hurried forward. Result. Perhaps he was too sleepy. Yishuo couldn't tell what was in front of him at all, and he instinctively put whatever Zhao Luzi took on his head. When Yishuo dove into his pants, Emperor Jingwen could no longer hold it in and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Forget it, Wang Ziquan, go help him. After hearing this, Eunuch Wang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously responded with a yes. It must be said that Wang Ziquan is worthy of being someone close to the emperor. He is so nimble and efficient, and he is far superior to newcomers like Xiao Luzi. But Yishu had to be woken up by the torture. Eunuch Wang looking at the eunuch in front of him dimly, Yishu's facial features were wrinkled and distorted. This made it easy for Wang Ziquan to understand his pain. Wang Ziquan couldn't help laughing. Ninth Prince, the Emperor has ordered me to do this. I dare not disobey. Please bear with me. Yishu's eyes became more resentful. After finally changing his clothes and washing up, Yishu slowly climbed onto his cheap father's back like a snail. Dad, you are so cold and heartless. When Emperor Jingwen heard this at first, he couldn't help but get angry. Even in this state, you dare say I'm still cold and heartless. Why doesn't he think about whether he is being unreasonable? As a result, when I turned around, I found that my son's eyes had closed again without knowing when, and he was talking nonsense at this time. Perhaps because he was annoyed by his nagging, Emperor Jingwen changed from being extremely angry at the beginning to saying yes, 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 deal with it. About an incense stick later, when Emperor Jingwen arrived at the upper study, Yishu was still sleeping soundly on his back. After hesitating for a while, Emperor Jingwen finally called him up. Looking at the child's staggering figure and the occasional shouts from his companion in attendance, Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment and could not help laughing. I always feel that this scene looks quite fresh. However, Emperor Jingwen soon could not laugh anymore. As time passed and the wind blew, he felt a coolness on his neck. He reached out and touched it, and it was wet. Emperor Jingwen was stunned. The little bastard drooled on his clothes while he was sleeping. Emperor Jingwen was trembling all over. Wang Ziquan knew how much the emperor loved cleanliness, and he took a deep breath and asked hurriedly, I will have someone prepare a new dragon robe for you right. No need, it was almost time for the morning court session. There was no way he would make it in time. Emperor Jingwen touched the back of his neck and rushed towards the Xuanzheng Hall in a rage. Arriving at the upper study room, not long after he sat down, Yishu knew the latest developments in the harem, and also knew the plans of those ladies. This was reminded by the seventh prince. It was called a reminder, but in fact it was a small note that flew over from the front, with this written on it. Although the seventh prince was already quite cautious, not only did he use his left hand, he also specially used the ink and paper distributed by the upper study, but he didn't think that he could hide the fact that he dropped the note, didn't he? Yishuo was really just in a daze, not blind. Yishuo vaguely understood why he was so cautious, so he didn't plan to expose him. After unfolding the note and reading its contents clearly, Yishuo's phoenix eyes immediately widened. While there really are brave women who dare to learn his tricks, the reason why Yishuo dared to do that was mainly because he was an adult at heart and was able to gauge what could be done and what could not be done. These were things that one had to go through life in society to understand, as well as the rich experience of struggling with his father for nearly 30 years in his previous life. There were very few children born with such high emotional intelligence. If a real child was allowed to do this, wouldn't it simply teach the child bad things? I dare not imagine that scene. In the dim light of the moment, the seventh prince saw the ninth prince destroying the note and then began to rest his chin on his hand, lost in thought as if nothing had happened. The seventh prince could not help but frown. Why isn't he worried at all? In the eyes of the seventh prince, the reason why his ninth brother was so favored was because he was special. If other little brothers became like this, wouldn't he not be special? Isn't he worried at all? If Yishuo knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely nod and worry. How could he not worry? He felt that his brothers might be in trouble the other side. After the morning court session, Emperor Jingwen changed into clean clothes immediately. Although the nape on the back of his neck had been dry for a long time, Emperor Jingwen still felt uncomfortable, so he simply went back to his bedroom and changed for a new one, and he felt much more comfortable immediately. Afterward, Emperor Jingwen decided to take a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Summer is about to begin, the spring floods are almost over, and there is nothing else to worry about, so Emperor Jingwen can relax for a few days. Just when Emperor Jingwen was feeling a little confused, the sound of children playing could be heard faintly from not far away. What's the situation over there? Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but ask. I will go and ask right away. Seeing this, Wang Ziquan took 2 steps forward and shouted, who is making a fuss here? Unexpectedly, the emperor came on the first day. Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liandi were delighted when they heard the news. They felt that this was destined and that God was helping them. So they said, Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. May you be blessed with good health. Emperor Jingwen looked at the 2 children not far away, and it took him a long time to realize that these should be his 10th and 11th sons. Children over 3 years old should be the most innocent and adorable, but looking at the 2 children not far away who were covered in dirt and looked like they had rolled in the mud, Emperor Jingwen's eyelids twitched violently. Seeing that His Majesty seemed to be interested, Wang Liangyuan couldn't help but smile and said, Your Majesty, the concubines saw that the weather was good today, so they thought of taking the little prince out to play. The little princes don't like anything else but this dirty mud. I have no choice but to obey them. They also said that they want to make a sculpture of you. The 9th prince loved playing in the mud when he was young. The little princes also loved playing in the mud. Is that a problem? No problem. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen looked over and saw the lumps of yellow mud stuck together on the ground. He didn't dare to guess which one was himself. When Zioju was young, he played with mud in a very serious manner, as if he was doing something important. The clay figurine he gave to the imperial concubine also looked quite realistic, with all the facial features intact. Now look at these lumps of mud in front of you. Ahem, the little princes are in good health. I am very relieved. Emperor Jingwen suppressed the discomfort in his heart, cleared his throat, and reluctantly said a few words of encouragement. In addition, the chattering of children gave him a headache, and it was difficult for him to take a break. Emperor Jingwen just wanted to find a quiet place to walk and sit for a while. Just at this moment, there was a whoosh sound. It turned out that two little kids were throwing mud at each other and accidentally threw it over here. Your Majesty, be careful. Emperor Jingwen took 2 steps back and waved to Wang Ziquan, signaling him not to be nervous about the child's play. But at the same time, Emperor Jingwen became more determined to leave. You two princes have fun together. I'm leaving first. After the words fell, Wang Lianyuan and Wu Liandi were stunned. How could this be? Shouldn't your Majesty stay and enjoy this hard-earned family happiness? While Wang Lianyuan was in a daze, the little prince, who was half a year older, suddenly remembered what his mother had told him when he was in the palace. No matter what, he had to find a way to keep his father. Thinking of this, the 10th prince took a step forward, pointed at Emperor Jingwen and said, "You are not allowed to leave. I want you to play with me." What was he saying just now? Seeing the child's index finger pointing at his nose, Emperor Jingwen was stunned and couldn't react at all. Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, couldn't help but took a deep breath. Are they crazy? Wang Lianyuan and Wu Liandi are absolutely crazy. Wang Ziquan looked confused, and then he couldn't help but yelled, "How dare you?" Wang Lianyuan and Wu Liandi just ignored them. In their opinion, the emperor hadn't said anything yet, so there was no room for a servant like them to make a comment. See, this trick really works. However, Emperor Jingwen was not so moved by the scene of loving father and filial son that he was speechless. He was clearly so angry that he was speechless. Emperor Jingwen lived a long life, and no matter how incompetent the previous emperor was, he never pointed at his nose and scolded him. But now he was pointed at in the nose by his own son. In an instant, an endless storm brewed in Emperor Jingwen's eyes. When people are extremely angry, they tend to become unusually calm. The child's keen sense made the 10th prince flinch for a moment, but then, thinking of his mother's instructions last night, the 10th prince quickly regained his arrogance. "Why are you watching me do this? Don't you want to play with me?" Then the 10th prince puffed out his chest again. "If you play with me, I can consider calling you father." Since when did it become something to consider for the prince to call himself father? Emperor Jingwen smiled as he fiddled with the beads in his hand. His Majesty smiled. This scene had different meanings to the people present. For example, what Wang Ziquan saw was the emperor's wrath, while what Wang Lianyuan and Wu Liandi saw was excitement and joy. They both thought their plan worked. Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes, then looked at the younger one. "What about you? Do you also want me to play with you before you call me father?" Maybe it was because he was born timid, or maybe it was because his sixth sense was sharper. The younger one failed at the critical moment. "Father, father." The younger one with a big clown face met his father's eyes. He didn't know why he suddenly became extremely scared and forgot everything his mother had told him. Wu Liandi immediately became anxious when she saw this. She had taught her son the whole night, but it was all in vain. This is a useless thing. Is it true that a half-year age difference is such a big difference? Or is it that my son is born stupid? When she thought about how she was trembling with fear and walking on thin ice when she was pregnant with him, and how she finally gave birth to him, she thought she could have a happy mother and a son relation. But it turned out that the emperor did not have this son in his heart at all. In 3 whole years, the emperor came to see her and the child less than twice. Another thing is that her son seems to be born with a very small courage, not generous at all, and is always hesitant in doing everything. The more Wu Liandi expected before, the more disappointed she is now. Thinking of the past and looking at her son again, Wu Liandi couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment in her eyes. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath. Wang Lianyun next to her was somewhat proud. Although it was something they had discussed together, the other person's son was so disappointing that it made her own son seem smarter all of a sudden, which was not a bad thing. Wang Lianyuan had already prepared to receive the reward, but the next moment, she heard the emperor's chilling voice, which made Wang Lianyuan feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. "Come here, demote Wang Lianyuan to the position of a dresser, drag her out, and banish her to the cold palace. As for the mother of my younger son." Emperor Jingwen turned his head, his eyes becoming more and more stern. "Wu Liandi, you harbor hatred towards the prince, and you are sentenced to death." Wu Liandi hadn't recovered from the aftermath of what had just happened yet, and when she heard the tragic news, she felt like she was struck by lightning. After they realized what was happening, the two began to desperately beg for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Please spare my life, Your Majesty." However, how could the eunuchs and guards around allow them to get close? Just as the two of them were about to move, they were firmly controlled. Not to mention the timid 11th prince, even the usually brave 10th prince was now frightened to death. He dared not utter the slightest sound, and his eyes were full of fear, which looked particularly funny against the mud marks on their faces. Although 3 years old or older is not the normal age for children to remember things, there are special cases, such as when the impression is particularly deep and can be remembered for a lifetime. It would take the two children many years to recover from the shock of seeing each other again. Completely unaware and not thinking she had done anything wrong, Wu Liangdai could no longer control herself after struggling and thinking that she would soon die. She said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. How can you be so partial? Why can the 9th prince do the same thing but my son and I can't? Could it be that he is the imperial concubine's son? Your Majesty, I refuse to accept this. I will not rest in peace until I die." Hearing this, Wang Ziquan couldn't help but smack his lips. Oh my god, no wonder, it turns out he was imitating the 9th prince. But you can imitate just fine, but what about reality? Don't you pay any attention to it at all? Just like the 9th prince, you are just like him. Don't you have any sense of propriety at all? But strictly speaking, it is not the fault of the two little princes. After all, they heard that they just needed to be spoiled, but what is spoiled? The two mothers did not teach them, because they did not know the correct way for children to get along with their father. In such an environment, people only know awe and respect, but not intimacy. The two princes were still young and could not tell the difference between pampering and tsundere, so they subconsciously used the words and attitude they usually used to treat servants. In their opinion, this should be pampering, but in reality, it became domineering and bossy, which are completely different things. No wonder Emperor Jingwen felt humiliated and then became furious. Seeing that the two were still arguing from a distance, Wang Ziquan quickly asked the guards to shut them up. Soon the imperial garden finally became quiet. Emperor Jingwen recovered and barely suppressed his anger, squatting down to comfort the two princes. But because the princes were already scared when they saw him reaching out his hand, the two princes not only did not dare to reach out to take it, but were frightened and stepped back, looking at him not as if they were looking at their father, but as if they were looking at a man-eating monster. Emperor Jingwen froze for a moment, but finally stood up again. He then told the palace maids and the wet nurse to take good care of the two princes and left. Wang Ziquan couldn't help but sigh and shake his head in his heart. Because of Emperor Jingwen's rage, everyone in the palace got the news soon and was shocked. It turns out that it wasn't that the emperor had a special taste. This trick wouldn't work if it were someone else. The concubines who had originally had some thoughts about this, when they saw the two concubines' tragic end, suddenly felt sympathetic and dared not act recklessly anymore. The other side. After school, Yishu was dragged by the little grandson of the emperor and walked towards the East Palace. It was almost time for dinner, and he was almost starving. Yishu found that practicing internal skills consumed a lot of food. His appetite was almost 3 or 4 times that of his peers, and it was also increasing. In this situation, Yishu just wanted to eat something to fill his stomach, but Yizun didn't give him this opportunity at all. "Ninth uncle, just come with me." Relying on his young age, the little grandson began to pester the old man. Yishu said weakly, "Haven't I already taught you everything I should have taught you? You can't judge a boy by his appearance." Yishu had no idea that he had such lofty ambitions. He saw his stepfather carrying him to school and was very jealous. He also wanted his father to carry him. Tusk, the prince is probably in trouble. Children nowadays have almost mastered this skill by themselves. They can buy whatever they want by just asking. It's nothing like here, where you have to be hesitant and cautious when picking up and dropping off students. The little grandson understood the reason, but he had no idea how to proceed. But I don't know how to pester my father." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yishu reached out and knocked on his head. "What do you think you are doing now? Why don't you just torment him the same way you tormented me? The energy you used to pester me, go and pester your father. If you had chosen the right person from the beginning, you would have gotten it by now." The little grandson was stunned for a moment. Then he realized belatedly that this was called pestering. Yishu he. "That sounds nice, but don't let yourself become mute when you see your father's face." The little grandson of the emperor patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, I definitely won't do that, Uncle Nine." "I hope so," Yishu sighed in his heart. On the other side, the Kinjang Hall. The father and son were not far apart. Because the prince's eldest son had already entered the study and the second son was about to be born, Emperor Jingwen ordered someone to add another table at the bottom. Seeing that Emperor Jingwen came back with a bad look on his face, the prince asked an extra question, but seeing that Emperor Jingwen's face became even uglier, the prince tactfully did not ask another question. Now that all the miscellaneous matters had been dealt with, Emperor Jingwen's mood had calmed down, so he suddenly opened his mouth and narrated exactly what had happened in the imperial garden. The prince didn't know that there were actually people in the harem who dared to imitate Zioju. What Zioju did was not something that others could easily imitate. Not being beheaded was considered a light punishment. Otherwise, are the princes who serve at the study room stupid? Even the crown prince found it miraculous, and he didn't understand how Yishuo did it, but he just could do it. But since this was brought up, the prince hesitated for a while, then tentatively asked, "Father, is it that you carried Zioju to school a little inappropriate?" The prince originally thought that yesterday's incident was just a game between the two of them, but when Emperor Jingwen appeared at the door of the upper study for the second time this morning, the prince had to believe that it was true. You don't really take this seriously. It's not that the crown prince is jealous. Well, a little bit, but not much, and it is completely controllable. It's just that he is concerned about his other brothers and is afraid that they won't be able to accept it. I am worried about the fifth prince and his men. What do they have to worry about? Before the prince could finish, Emperor Jingwen blurted out, "How can you compare Xiao and other princes with Zioju? No, completely different. They are two completely different situations. What does father mean by this?" The prince was stunned. 1. Jiu equal ninth, Wu equal fifth. References 1 Jiu equal ninth, Wu equal fifth. The prince was extremely conflicted. He wanted to ask, but he felt too sensitive to ask. Fortunately, just before the prince repeated the words in his mind for the umpteenth time and almost fell into a trance, Emperor Jingwen finally gave him an answer. "Your brothers are the future backbone of the Great Zhou and the cornerstone of the Great Zhou. As for you, you are the one chosen by the emperor to establish the family in the future." But Zioju. Emperor Jingwen felt a headache when mentioning his son. After all, he had beaten and scolded him, but it was of no use. Emperor Jingwen did not doubt that it was the instigation of the Duke of Zhen or the imperial concubine. The two parties worked together to deliberately create this effect. After all, this effect is really not something that ordinary people can create. If you are not careful, the child will really be disabled. Wang Lianyuan and Wu Liandi are a lesson for the past. Who would use this method to compete for favor? The Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine really don't have such a brain. So after thinking about it, it can only be a problem with the child himself. The emperor was in a lot of trouble and felt helpless. "Zioju, I just hope he can behave himself in the future and stop causing troubles. I will be thankful. To put it bluntly, it means that your ninth brother is useless, so why are you competing with him?" The prince felt relieved when he heard this, but he was also speechless. "It seems that my father has indeed been tortured by my ninth brother a lot, so much so that he has been asked to surrender again and again, and now it has become that he just wants to avoid trouble. It is said that a child's future can be predicted at the age of 3, and his character can be predicted at the age of 7. In this case, my father will probably not assign any important tasks to little 9 in the future, let alone give him any substantial power. After all, my father has already branded him as unreliable. In this case, how could my father dare to give him the position? Unless Zioju suddenly gets it one day. But thinking about what his younger brother had done, even the prince felt that it was indeed unlikely. This child had been particularly greedy for enjoyment since he was young and ignorant. If the ninth brother knew what he had missed out on because of his mischief, he would probably regret it. But this world has always been like this. There is never anything perfect, and you must pay for what you get. Poor ninth brother was so young that he had no idea that he had lost the watermelon and picked up sesame seeds. Thinking of this, the prince couldn't help but show more pity in his eyes. Although Zioju was a bit naughty, Emperor Jingwen miraculously found that he liked him much better. The most important thing is that both mother and son have simple minds. There is no need to beat around the bush when talking to them. They hardly ever ask for anything from you. You don't have to worry about ruining the fun while chatting. Except for a little noise, everything else is comfortable, especially suitable for relaxation. After hearing what Emperor Jingwen said, the crown prince was ready to leave. It just so happens that this son's crown princess is also waiting for me. In this way, the father and son walked out of the Qinzheng Palace together, and then one went to Qiwu Palace and the other returned to the East Palace. The result was that Emperor Jingwen did not find his son when he went to Qiwu Palace, and the crown prince saw his younger brother at first sight when he returned to the East Palace. The imperial concubine next to him couldn't help but interrupt. "Your Majesty, you forgot that Shuor and the little grandson have always had a good relationship. The ninth uncle and his nephew hang out together all day long. This combination is really amazing. Doesn't he, as an uncle, feel ashamed at all? Alas, I forgot that my son has always been shameless." Emperor Jingwen finally set his sights on the sixth prince who was sitting on the other side of the table. "By the way, Master Sen told me that you have made progress in your studies recently. Tell me, what have you learned recently?" The sixth prince's heart tightened, and he quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, exhaled and inhaled secretly, then he slowly spoke. The other side, seeing the prince taking time out from his meal to test his son's homework, Yishuo couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was worthy of being the heir chosen by his cheap father. He was simply of the same bloodline as his cheap father. He couldn't even let his son have a meal in peace. "Didn't you see that your little son was so nervous that he almost vomited out what he had eaten? He is just a child less than 4 years old." However, when educating children, the most annoying thing is other people's interference, so Yishuo, as an uncle, can only watch from the side and really can't do anything to help. Hey, by the way, has the East Palace changed its chef recently? The food here is getting more and more delicious. While stumbling and trying hard to recall what he had learned, the little grandson of the emperor almost cried when he heard the sound of the eunuch picking up food next to him. Oh my god, the ninth prince is so heartless. It would be fine if he didn't give any hints, but he was actually eating so happily by himself. Looking at the crown princess who was nervous and worried, and then at his son who couldn't remember and wanted to cry but couldn't, and then at his ninth prince who seemed like an outsider and was eating deliciously, the crown prince endured it for a while, and finally held his forehead helplessly. Little nine, don't you think your behavior is particularly inappropriate? When he was young, the crown prince knew that his younger brother was different from others. After a few years, he became more and more certain of his original guess. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yishuo couldn't help but be stunned. Wait, third brother, what are you looking at me for? In the dull eyes of the child, Yishuo pointed his finger at him mercilessly and said, Go ahead and ask my lovely nephew. It's him who can't answer, not me. In an instant, the little grandson of the emperor almost vomited blood. Ninth prince, how could he do this? The little grandson of the emperor couldn't help but jump up and down. The prince looked at his brother, then at his son, and was silent for a moment. He felt that his brother's problem was more serious, so he immediately changed his target. I have already asked all the questions from Zunner. Since you are here, I will ask you questions as well. The crown prince was personally taught by the world-famous crown prince's tutor, so his knowledge would naturally not be bad. Moreover, as an elder brother, he was fully qualified. Humph, it would have been fine if the ninth prince didn't help just now, but he also made trouble. Now it's his turn. Yizun felt relieved and soon regained his former energy. However, the crown princess glanced at her brother-in-law and her heart moved slightly. Seeing the prince's insistence, Yishuo sighed and had no choice but to put down his bowl and chopsticks. Okay, go ahead and ask, but I have to tell you in advance that my knowledge is not that good. In that case, I'll just ask something simpler. The prince was not trying to make things difficult for him. He just kept his word. Soon, the prince discovered that his brother seemed to be too modest. His academic performance was not only mediocre, but extremely poor. If it happened to his own son, the prince didn't even dare to think about it, and suddenly felt that Zunner was smart enough. But Yishuo was too shameless. When he couldn't answer a question, he just said so directly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, which stunned the little grandson of the emperor next to him. The young grandson didn't understand how his ninth uncle could be so self-righteous. Didn't he have any shame at all? Yizun recalled that whenever he was asked questions, he would feel sad for a long time if he failed to answer any question. If Yishuo knew what he was thinking, he would think, isn't it just that he didn't answer the question? What's the big deal? There are many things in the world that he doesn't know. No one can guarantee to be omniscient, so what is there to be ashamed of? The prince soon lost his temper. How can you not even answer such a simple question? Yishuo also looked innocent, because what you asked is beyond the ability of me to answer at my age. The questions asked by the prince were beyond the scope. Why don't you say that I answered the first two questions? The prince frowned. A 3-year-old child can answer that kind of question. Yishuo fart. Only a 3-year-old child in the royal family could answer this question, so he put it outside and tried again. Yishuo is not stupid, so does he have no idea whether he can answer it? Third brother, your requirements are too strict. The prince thought for a moment and said, it's obvious that you are too indulgent on yourself. Then the prince sighed, Zioju, you can't go on like this. You will really regret it if you continue like this. The prince really couldn't help but revealed Emperor Jingwen's intention in a particularly tactful way. Perhaps people are so contradictory. When the other person poses a threat to them, they hope that he is not good. But when the other person becomes particularly bad, they can't help but want him to become better. The prince hoped that the child in front of him could understand the deeper meaning behind his father's words. Yishuo understood, but he did not behave as the prince expected. His first reaction was, is there such a good thing? Even when I grow up, I don't have to work. I can only get some leisurely jobs or even no jobs at all. Isn't this getting closer to my goal? It turns out that I am on the right track. I must keep up the good work in the future. Noticing the visible light suddenly flashing from his brother's eyes, the prince's heart skipped a beat and he immediately had a bad premonition. Prince, did he really understand, or was he just pretending to understand? The prince always felt that the other party's understanding was completely different from what he thought. Third brother, I'm done eating. I'm leaving first. Finally, this day has come. The future is bright. Yishuo just feels relaxed all over, and even his mood has improved a bit. Before leaving, Yishuo suddenly thought of something and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Yizun is so envious of me that he wants you to carry him to school. You see, the child is still so young and so pitiful, so just let him do it. Yishuo had discovered that his nephew was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw his father. His father asked him several questions which made him very nervous. He thought he could not count on him, so Yishu chose to speak up for him directly. The prince was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then looked at his son. Caught off guard, the little grandson of the emperor opened his eyes wide with horror on his face. Woo 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 woo, Uncle Nine is harming me. Yishu soon disappeared, leaving the father and son staring at each other. Finally, the prince spoke first. Is what your ninth uncle said true? No, no, really not. Yizun waved his hands without even thinking. After a long silence, the prince said softly, you are my first child and also my legitimate son, but if he really wants, then it's not a bad idea. But Yizun misunderstood and felt disappointed. He then raised his head and said quickly, son, remember this and won't act like this again. The prince opened his mouth. That was not what he meant. In the end, neither the father nor the son said anything else. For some reason, the atmosphere during the following dinner was much quieter than before. Returning to Kiwu Palace, Yishu noticed that Cheap Dad seemed to be particularly kind today, as if he had been stimulated by something. I guess something happened that I didn't know about. Shrugging his shoulders, Yishu shouted at the top of his voice, Father, Mother, I'm back. He looked no different from a child coming home from playing outside. Let me see what delicious food you two are eating without my knowledge tonight. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about again? Emperor Jingwen felt that he was happy too early. Before he had relaxed for long, he was angered by his own son again. However, Yishu was basically immune to it. After seeing that there were just ordinary cakes on the table, Yishu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but wonder, didn't you eat in the East Palace? The prince wouldn't treat him harshly in this regard, right? Without waiting for the maid to make a move, Yishu poured himself a cup of tea, but the East Palace is a long way from here. After all, there is still a certain distance between the East Palace and the harem. It would take more than half an hour to walk there if you walk slowly, and at least 10 minutes if you walk fast. In addition, Yishu usually only eats until he is 70 to 80 full, so he would habitually eat 1 or 2 snacks when he comes back. Of course, it is also possible that his internal strength has entered a period of rapid growth recently. After 5 years of accumulation, Yishu's internal strength may have reached a certain level of quantitative change, so the growth rate is much faster than before. Father, Mother, please take a quick look at me. Have I grown taller recently? Emperor Jingwen was just about to ask how it was possible that he could digest everything after walking such a short distance, but then he heard this. Emperor Jingwen spoke almost at the same time as concubine Rong. It still looks the same to me. Yes, he has grown a little taller. Yishu tusk. Yishu silently looked at Emperor Jingwen with a condemning look. What kind of father is this? He doesn't even know whether his son has grown taller or not. Being annoyed by Yishu's gaze, Emperor Jingwen was a little embarrassed. What's that look in your eyes? Are you blaming me? After being an emperor for a long time, he would not allow others to have even the slightest dissatisfaction. In his eyes, the slightest dissatisfaction would become an offense, even if the object was his own children or wife. In the eyes of the emperor, there are no children or wives, they are all subjects and servants. Don't you feel cold standing so high? Yishu sighed helplessly. It's not that I'm surprised, I just think, Dad, you should at least pay more attention to your son. Isn't it enough for me? Before Emperor Jingwen finished speaking, he saw his son standing in front of a wall of pepper. This wall was specially cleared out by concubine Rong to measure her son's height. I saw that the mark on Yishu's head was almost 2 inches away from the last mark, about 6 or 7 centimeters. Such a big difference was quite obvious in his childhood. Emperor Jingwen was speechless for a moment. Emperor Jingwen began to wonder if he really didn't care enough about his son. Wang Ziquan on the side was hesitant to speak. In fact, Wang Ziquan felt that the emperor cared enough about the 9th prince. To some extent, he was even more concerned about the crown prince. But this was the emperor's family affair after all, and it was not appropriate for him, a servant, to interrupt, right? Concubine Rong next to him was completely unaware and seemed quite happy. Yes, you have grown taller. Tomorrow I will ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make you 2 new sets of clothes. I see that the one you are wearing is old. It is really old, not because concubine Rong is extravagant and feels old. After all, Yishu is now 7 or 8 years old, which is the age when clothes and shoes are worn out. He is lively and active, so naturally his clothes and shoes will be worn out faster. Yishu smiled happily. Okay, mother, remember to pick some good ones for me. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but said, you are a prince, not a princess. Why do you care so much about beauty? Why do you have to choose patterns when making clothes? Yishu thought that this was just a love of beauty. In his previous life, he had to specially match his clothes when he went out. Isn't this normal? Yishu's mind moved, as if he discovered something, and he said, Dad, I suddenly noticed that there is another fine line behind your eye. What's the matter? A real man never cares about these external things. Come on, then every time you choose the 3rd place, you have to choose the best-looking one. Yishu took his mother's bronze mirror and immediately saw the difference after looking through it. Among them, concubine Rong has the best skin. She is 28 years old now and still very young, with skin like that of a young girl. The second is Yishu. As a child, his skin is good before he reaches puberty. Only Emperor Jingwen is left, and whether in terms of skin color or the smoothness of his facial skin, he is definitely not as good as Yishu and his mother. Emperor Jingwen frowned subconsciously. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed that his son was laughing in the bronze mirror. Emperor Jingwen immediately reacted asshole. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yishu immediately ran away. So dad, appearance is still important for a man. It's getting late, this son will take his leave first. Looking at the little bastard's anxious back, Emperor Jingwen's slightly dark face finally brightened up. The other side, Yishu returned to the side hall, and from Zio Luzi's words, he quickly found out what had happened in the Imperial Garden that afternoon. Zio Luzi originally thought that this matter had nothing to do with their master. It was Wu Liangdi and Wang Liangyuan who acted on their own initiative and used the prince as a tool to win favor, which would naturally arouse the emperor's wrath. As a result, when he looked up, Zio Luzi saw that his master seemed to be silent. He was puzzled for a long while. Just when Zio Luzi was about to say something, he heard his master suddenly say, "It's better to marry only one wife. If you have only one wife, you don't need to compete for her favor, because all your love and attention belong to her alone." Zio Luzi was stunned. He didn't understand why His Highness suddenly expressed such emotion. But except for the poor common people who cannot get concubines, they only have one wife. As for the rest of the men who have a bit of ability, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, you don't understand. Yishu waved his hands. Just because other people do this doesn't mean he has to do the same. Before going to sleep, Yishu was still thinking about what Zio Luzi said. It was hard to describe how he felt, and in the end he could only sigh softly. The next morning, when carrying Yishu to school, Emperor Jingwen soon found out that his son had used his grandson to harass his other son. Emperor Jingwen's face immediately turned dark. What kind of nonsense are you teaching your little nephew? Well, son, isn't this also about nurturing their father-son relationship? They soon arrived at the upper study. Not seeing the prince along the way, Yishu immediately understood that the boy seemed to have failed. This can fail. Yishu was stunned. When Emperor Jingwen heard this, the veins on his forehead jumped violently, and then he warned solemnly, "The crown prince and the emperor's grandson are different from you. If you teach him recklessly again, I will definitely have someone break your legs. Do you hear me?" "Yes, son understands," Yishu replied weakly. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jingwen left with satisfaction. Yishu walked into the study room. Meeting his gaze that seemed to be looking at a loser, the little prince couldn't help but lower his head even lower. He really didn't mean it. "But my father said that I am the legitimate son and cannot." "If he says no, then no. Tell me, did he yell at you at that time?" "No, right. No means we can still discuss it. If we can't discuss it, he will just get angry and won't argue with you for so long. The more he talks, the greater the chance. Oh, you are so stupid." Yishu was at a loss. How could a kid like Yizun, who didn't dare to say it again after being rejected once, succeed? "Wait, that's not right. Why are you so clingy when you're with me?" Upon hearing this, Yizun couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Because the 9th prince really makes people feel close to him. He's the most easygoing person I have ever met. The other princes are also his uncles, but they don't have the feeling that they can say whatever they want." Just being close to him made Yizun feel very relaxed. The 9th prince never seems to get angry, and he never has a stern face. He smiles all day long. This is probably one of the reasons why I feel relaxed. Yishuo accepted the other party's compliment with an expressionless face. "If you could be half as eloquent to your father as you are to me, it would be fine." Yizun froze for a moment, then burst into tears. While the two were chatting, the 6th prince seemed to be hesitant to speak. Obviously, everyone now knew that it was because his father's expectations for his 9th prince were different from others, which was why he was particularly good to him. Poor 9th prince, he still thought he had got such a great bargain. He is young and doesn't know what power means. Sooner or later, he will pay the price for indulging himself like this. The 6th prince wanted to remind him, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. After all, only when the 9th prince was indulgent and unruly would he, who was also in Kiwu Palace, be remembered and valued by his father. The 6th prince had no way to resist this temptation. Therefore, he had no choice but to step on him and climb up. Therefore, the 6th prince finally said, "Don't worry, 6th brother will definitely treat you well in the future and will not ignore you." If he really won the favor of his father and officially entered the center of power, the 6th prince swore that he would not be left out. Although I don't know why he suddenly said this, but Yishuo touched his chin and laughed nonchalantly. "In that case, this younger brother's future will depend entirely on you, my brother. What a humiliation it is for the son of a noble concubine to be inferior to others for a long time, neither high nor low." The 6th prince remained silent and nodded okay. Another 3 days passed in a flash, and the 5th prince, who had been sick in bed, finally recovered. When he was sick, the 5th prince became furious when he thought about how so many people thought he fainted because of that bastard Yishuo. It's shameful, really shameful. Rather than being embarrassed, the 5th prince was more worried about him asking him for those 3 conditions. When he came today, the fifth prince had already thought of how to shirk those conditions. There is no way, promises are too important, and the fifth prince really doesn't want to make them so easily. Result. Just when the fifth prince was gathering all his energy and preparing to confront that bastard Yishuo, he saw that the bastard Yishuo just glanced at him and had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. He even deliberately took a detour when passing by him. This guy is quite fragile and fainted at the drop of a hat. Yishuo doesn't dare to get close to him again. What if he gets blamed again? As for those three conditions, well, if they're gone, then they're gone. It's not a big deal. At first, the fifth prince thought it was his illusion, until during the break, the other party was playing with the little grandson of the emperor, and when they saw him coming, they suddenly stopped and resumed playing after he left. Vaguely realizing something, the fifth prince's face turned red with anger. He really couldn't help it, so he took the initiative to look for her after school in the afternoon. With a bang, the fifth prince punched Yishuo's desk, gritted his teeth, and stared at him intently. What on earth do you mean? Hearing this noise, Yishuo instinctively wanted to hide. However, even such a small action caused great harm to the fifth prince. The fifth prince looked at him and immediately began to retreat after seeing him. His face turned green. What do I mean? Fifth brother, what are you talking about? Yishuo was still pretending to be stupid. The fifth prince was immediately furious. Yishuo, do you think I'm blind? Yishuo was surprised. How could it be? Fifth brother, how could you think like that? Fifth brother, you are really wronging me. By the way, fifth brother, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first. My mother is calling me back for dinner. See you later. Seeing the poor acting skills of old Nine, the fifth prince suddenly felt unsteady. Seeing that he was trying to slip away, the fifth prince didn't even think twice and immediately winked at his attendants and companions. The attendants and companions understood and responded immediately. Looking at the two people blocking the door, Yishuo was helpless. Fifth brother, what do you want to do? Just tell me. I see you don't look very well. How about you sit down and talk slowly? I'm sure your brother is listening. Yishuo was really afraid that he would not pay attention and lie back on the bed, and then he would be unable to explain himself. The child's cautious attitude finally hurt the boy's sensitive heart. After all, as a prince, no one wants to be mistaken for a porcelain doll by his brother, right? What's more, he is a younger brother who is so much younger than me. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm doing this for your own good. The fifth prince felt that the other party didn't say anything, but it was more humiliating than if he had said something or even ridiculed him. In order to clear his name, the fifth prince gritted his teeth and said, "Let me ask you, why did you suddenly stop mentioning those three agreements?" Yishuo was puzzled when he heard this. Why did he become unhappy when he didn't mention it? Wouldn't it be a good thing not to mention it? How come there are still people like this? The three agreements and the like were just a joke. We are brothers, why should we care so much about them? Yishuo's magnanimity made the fifth prince's previous intention to default on his debt seem shameful. You try your best to avoid something, but others don't even take it seriously. This feeling is a completely different level of humiliation. The fifth prince's face flushed red, and he could not help but yell, "Your Highness does not need to give me away." The fifth prince couldn't afford to lose the title of a 7-year-old to a 14-year-old. Listen carefully, you have to accept these three agreements whether you want them or not. Gixi, Jiangnan, let's go. Unable to stay any longer, the fifth prince glared at Yishuo and left angrily. Looking at the other person's back, Yishuo couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. While there really are people in this world who try hard to force things into other people's hands even though others don't want them. After a while, Yishuo burst into laughter. There is no way. As a thick-skinned and black-hearted person, he likes to deal with those who are thin-skinned and can't save face. Because the other party can't save face, they can only lie down and be taken advantage of by him. Coincidentally, the entire palace is almost full of such people, including his stepfather. Yishuo was so happy staying there like a fish in water. Take the small road, Xing Yucheng, let's go back to the palace. Being in a good mood, Yishuo couldn't help but hum a little tune. Xiao Luzi and Xing Yucheng looked at each other and suddenly didn't know what to say. On the other side, King Yi Palace. When the fifth prince returned, it was almost time for dinner. The second prince was there today. After seeing his younger brother, the second prince asked casually, how did things go? Obviously, the second prince also knew that his younger brother had made a bet with the imperial concubine's son, and he was even the one who came up with the idea of defaulting on the debt. In the second prince's opinion, it is best not to give out such a promise casually. The second prince gave him many instructions and thought it was a sure thing, but when his own brother heard this, he opened his mouth and said to him, "I'm sorry, brother, I've already promised him." Puff caught off guard the second prince, who was sipping his tea, was nearly choked to death. What's going on? Did he really ask you for it? The second prince was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. The reason he gave to his brother should be perfect. How could it be that? The fifth prince, no, he didn't want it, so I forced it on him. For a moment, the second prince suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. What did you say? What you mean is that the ninth prince didn't ask you for it, but you insisted on giving it to him, right? Brother, you don't know how infuriating the situation was. When the fifth prince mentioned this, he was furious, he actually looked down on me. He's just a 7-year-old kid looking down on me. Because of his anger, the fifth prince's voice was very loud at the beginning. However, he gradually realized that there was something wrong with his brother's eyes, and his voice gradually became lower. Feeling a little uneasy when being looked at by his brother, the fifth prince finally shut his mouth completely. He should have continued speaking in accordance with what his ninth brother said, but it's too late to say anything now. For a moment, the second prince felt that this ninth prince did it on purpose, and considering his ninth prince's previous deeds, the second prince was almost certain that he did it on purpose. But there was nothing he could do. Even so, his brother still foolishly fell into the trap. If this happened to any prince with a little shame, he would probably fall into the trap. Although the ninth prince is absurd, he is not stupid. The second prince said, skimming off the foam with the lid and taking a sip of tea. Apart from anything else, the fact that he can coax his father around shows that he is not a fool. Although the second prince had never seen him, he was very sure of this. Remember to be more careful when dealing with him next time. After learning from his mistakes, the second prince could only warn his brother again, don't be fooled again. Yes, the fifth prince replied weakly. On the other side, inside Kiwu Palace, Yeshua was thinking that since he had made these 3 agreements, the fifth prince was probably pretty much doomed. Oh, I don't mean that he is useless, but I mean that he probably won't be able to play any role in my life from now on. During dinner, seeing that his son seemed to be in a particularly good mood, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but ask a question. Seeing his son's face full of being forced into a corner, and I don't want to do it either, and then listening to what he said, the corners of Emperor Jingwen's mouth twitched slightly. I swear, I really didn't mean to take it on my own. It was fifth brother who forced it upon me, and I couldn't refuse it. Emperor Jingwen, today he probably experienced what it meant to get something for nothing. Your fifth brother has just recovered from his illness. Please stop torturing him. Yeshua was immediately unhappy when he heard this. What do you mean I'm torturing him? My fifth brother has good character and is honest. He doesn't even deny his debts to his own brothers. I'm sure he's very happy to be able to fulfill his promise. Father, please don't slander him. It seems like my fifth brother is very unhappy that he agreed to my promise. Emperor Jingwen fell silent upon hearing this. If Xiao Wu had the thick skin of Xiao Jiu, he wouldn't have been trapped by him. Xiao Jiu will soon say that the black is white. It seems that Xiao Wu has to agree to these 3 agreements even if he doesn't want to. Emperor Jingwen always thought that as long as he could trick the little bastard into going to the study, everything would be fine. Little did he know that raising a child is only the first step in a long journey. There are 99 difficulties, and this is only the first one. 1. Refers to parental problems. Emperor Jingwen once thought that with his son's intelligence, he could lie and play mahjong at the age of 2, so studying would be no problem at all. Emperor Jingwen was even deeply worried about this for a long time, fearing that his son's excessive behavior would cause the Duke of Zhen to have second thoughts. At that time, Emperor Jingwen didn't know that there was a word in this world called not doing one's job properly. There are so many smart kids in this world, but not every smart kid can use his or her intelligence in the right way. In addition, Yishu did it deliberately, and under the double attack, Emperor Jingwen was soon called for a meeting with Master Sen as parent. When he saw Master Sen, Emperor Jingwen didn't think too much about it. After all, he had never been asked by a teacher to ask his parents for audience in his life. Emperor Jingwen even had the leisure to ask about the recent situation in the study, but he didn't notice that Master Sen's expression was becoming more and more entangled, as if he had something to hide. At that time, the Crown Prince and several important ministers were present, and Emperor Jingwen was discussing recent state affairs with them when Junior Master Sen happened to come over. At that time, Junior Master Sen was thinking about reporting to Emperor Jingwen alone after these important ministers left. Unexpectedly, Emperor Jingwen did not think so much at that time. When he heard that Junior Master Sen had arrived, he directly asked Wang Ziquan to call him in as well, making it difficult for Junior Master Sen to speak or not. Lord Sen, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Finally noticing the other party's dilemma, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but speak. Exactly 2 hours had passed, and he and the ministers were all tired. In addition, the prince would have to work in the court in the future, so it would not be a bad idea to let the ministers familiarize themselves with the situation in advance. What you fear is bound to come true. However, since the emperor has asked, Master Sen has no choice but to speak. Master Sen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lowered his voice, and reminded quietly, Your Majesty, it's about the 9th prince. When Emperor Jingwen heard the word 9, he immediately understood. Even though he had never been called as a parent before, his sixth sense reminded him that asking Master Sen to make the trip in person was probably not a good thing. Family disgrace should not be made public. Emperor Jingwen regretted it. Just as he was about to go back on his word, he saw Prime Minister, he who was sitting below him, suddenly became energetic. His original fatigue was swept away instantly. Then he saw the Duke of Zhen, who was sitting opposite him, who was the same. His tiger eyes immediately widened. The Duke of Zhen didn't expect that after being summoned to the palace by the emperor with great difficulty, he would actually hear news about his grandson here for the first time. As the chief civil official in the empire, He Xiang had always been at odds with the military general, the Duke of Zhen, and disliked him for being crude, mediocre, and barbaric. He Xiang had heard of the title of the ninth prince, and he didn't think that there could be any good news from Master Sen from the upper study coming over specially. It was ridiculous that the Duke of Zhen seemed to be particularly expectant. He just wondered if the old man would be able to sit still after listening to it. Although Prime Minister, he wanted to see the Duke of Zhen embarrassed. He knew that the ninth prince was the emperor's son, and this matter was not so easy to bring up. Prime Minister, he did not act rashly, but just sat there and stared at Master Sen. The other adults were equally curious, and they also wanted to see the ninth prince who was so favored by the emperor. Just like that, almost everyone's eyes fell on Master Sen, including the Duke of Zhen. Master Sen immediately felt a surge of pressure. Emperor Jingwen had already made his announcement, and now he wanted Master Sen to stay and report alone, but he really couldn't bring himself to do so. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to wave his hand at Master Sen and said, "Forget it, go on." References 1 refers to parental problems. There were 8 people in total present, all of them were of the second rank or above, and there was not a single one below the second rank, and all of them were important ministers of the country. And now, this group of people are quietly waiting to hear how the teacher complains to the students' parents. The Shangshu Ling even urged him a little, "Lord Sen, since His Majesty has spoken, don't keep us in suspense." 1. Shangshu equal post in Ministry of Work. The Shangshu Ling is a genuine second-rank official, and I didn't expect that he would be interested in such trivial matters. Master Sen saw that he couldn't avoid it anymore, so he had no choice but to speak. "Your Majesty, please take a look at this first." As he spoke, Master Sen took out a book from his sleeve. This book belongs to none other than Yi Shuo's textbook. It was confiscated by Master Sen today and was specially given to Emperor Jingwen to read. Soon the book was presented to Emperor Jingwen. Emperor Jingwen opened it and saw, there didn't seem to be anything special. Seeing that it was still clean, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the emperor was still the emperor after all, and he soon discovered something was wrong. Why is this book so clean? Master Sen couldn't hold back when he heard this, because His Royal Highness the ninth prince has never seen it. According to Master Sen's observation, the ninth prince could read for half an hour at most every day. Half an hour. Compared with other princes who often spent 4 to 5 hours studying a day, half an hour was simply below the bottom line for the other princes. The ninth prince didn't even write his name. In order to prevent being misled, princes would usually write their own names in the books. Emperor Jingwen closed the book and saw that it was indeed empty, cleaner than his face. Prime Minister, he looked meaningfully at the Duke of Zhen who was sitting opposite him, and couldn't help but smiled. The Duke of Zhen felt that he should defend his grandson at this time. "Your Majesty, I think that studying should not be rushed. What's so good about reading that book? It's hard to remember and understand. Even if you remember it, you won't know what it means. It's full of twists and turns and not fun at all." Moreover, in the eyes of the Duke of Zhen, half an hour was already good. None of his grandchildren, except the eldest grandson, could sit for so long. Half an hour today and another half an hour tomorrow, won't it be enough if it accumulates over time? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen resisted the urge to curse and returned the book expressionlessly. He said he didn't want to read it, so he didn't read it. How could Master Sen let him do this? I really have no choice. Lord Sen was also helpless. The ninth prince said that he gets a headache when he studies for a long time, and half an hour is the limit. When the Duke of Zhen heard this, he nodded repeatedly and agreed with his grandson's words. "That's right, reading is a headache." Now the other ministers also started laughing. Duke of Zhen, shut up. Emperor Jingwen couldn't hold it in any longer this time and turned to glare at the Duke of Zhen. Then he took a deep breath, feeling that things were far from being that simple. "Lord Sen, what else? And Your Majesty, please look at these." Lord Sen came prepared today, and everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared. When the young eunuch outside the door came in holding a wooden box, He Xiang and the others were all stunned. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been long since the ninth prince went to the study. How come he couldn't have made all of these? The next moment, Lord Sen confirmed the minister's guesses. "Your Majesty, these are some small items that I confiscated from the ninth prince during my recent classes." When Emperor Jingwen opened it, he saw a mess of all kinds of things inside. Emperor Jingwen picked up a square piece of jade and took a look at it in his hand. It turned out to be a small seal. Perhaps because he was a beginner, the seal was carved crookedly, and one could only vaguely make out it was a human face. Curiosity kills the cat, and this is no exception for the emperor. Driven by curiosity, Emperor Jingwen dipped his seal in his own ink and then stamped it on a blank piece of rice paper. After seeing clearly what was engraved on it, Emperor Jingwen's face immediately turned dark. Long hair, a woman. But in fact, as an ancient person, Emperor Jingwen didn't know anything about animation. In addition, Yishuo's carving was rather messy, which made Emperor Jingwen mistakenly recognize it. Emperor Jingwen suddenly remembered the rouge and belly band he had caught at his one-year-old birthday banquet. Now that the old matter was brought up again, it immediately became a thorn in the side of Emperor Jingwen. He Xiang and the others watched helplessly as the emperor crumpled up a piece of rice paper and threw it away. Emperor Jingwen then put the seal aside, deciding to have someone grind it off later. Emperor Jingwen quickly fished out the second thing from the box. It was a small wooden stick. The small wooden sticks were half as long as a chopstick. 5 or 6 of them were about as thick as a chopstick and were polished to be very smooth. They were all tied with red silk. There were about 100 sticks in a bundle. What is this for? Emperor Jingwen was puzzled. Lord Sen stepped forward, took the wooden stick, untied the red silk, and then personally demonstrated to the emperor and the ministers how to play. It is to use one of the small wooden sticks to push out the other wooden sticks little by little. During this period, the other wooden sticks cannot move. If they move, you lose. Emperor Jingwen, it sounds like it's quite interesting. Well, what about this? With a light cough, Emperor Jingwen pointed to a stack of chessboards hand-painted by his son. There is one black and one white on the chessboard, which looks like Go, but if you look closely, it is not Go. Lord Sen took a look and said, "This was invented by His Highness. It's called Gobang. His Highness the Ninth Prince said that when the 5 pieces are in a line, you win. What the hell is this?" In addition to the hand-painted chessboard, there are also trap games, which can be played with paper and a pen. Soon, Emperor Jingwen took out a book that was half the size of his palm and had been bound with thread. There is a little man holding a sword on every page of the book. The little man is drawn very simply. Although it is called a little man, it is actually just a few lines and circles put together. Why did he draw so many of the same thing? Emperor Jingwen asked again. His Majesty doesn't know either. It was only after listening to Yishuo that Lord Sen knew how to look at this thing. So Lord Sen reminded, "Your Majesty, you will understand if you turn the pages faster." Emperor Jingwen did as he was told, and then he discovered the little guy moved. Chopping, hacking, and picking are just some simple movements, but they are quite interesting. There were also bookmarks made of leaves, sandbags made of rags, etc. The most outrageous thing was that Emperor Jingwen found 5 things at the bottom that were almost identical in shape and size, and he didn't know whether they were pig bones or sheep bones. What about this? What is it used for? Emperor Jingwen didn't want to ask so many questions, but he had no choice because he had never seen it before. Lord Sen helped demonstrate again. It's just that his hands were not that flexible and could not be compared with Yishuo's dexterous posture when catching stones. Basically, when this bone was thrown up, the sheep bone below had not been caught yet, and the one thrown out had already fallen. The ministers were stunned by the flustered Lord Sen in front of them. After being stunned for a moment, He Xiang and the others could not help but be speechless. From the box full of messy things in front of them, they could tell that the Ninth Prince was definitely a man who did not do his job properly. Fortunately, the Emperor only favors him, and fortunately, the person chosen by the Emperor to inherit the throne was not him. A child's character can be judged by his age at the age of 7. It seems that the Ninth Prince will never have any real power in his lifetime. He Xiang and the others looked at each other and shook their heads in their hearts. The prince standing by was silent. He had no idea where his younger brother got so many frivolous ideas from. The Duke of Zhen didn't think so much. He thought that playful children were good and playful children were healthy. Okay, let it go. I almost understand it. Emperor Jingwen didn't know what to say anymore. He wished he could put some of his attention away from having fun and focus on reading. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingwen hurriedly asked, "What about his homework?" "How is his homework?" Lord Sen shook his head, his expression unable to hide his grief. "Your Majesty, in such a long time, the Ninth Prince has only completed his homework on time twice. Every time he was asked to recite something, he almost never recited it completely. When I passed by His Highness the Ninth Prince during morning reading today, this servant just realized that His Highness the Ninth Prince only opened his mouth but did not make any sound." When Lord Sen saw this, his plan was finally completely ruined. He got so excited that he came to the Kinjeng Hall with his box to file a complaint. Lord Sen was so angry at that time that he couldn't care less. I have tried slapping him on the hand, scolding him, and even making him stand in the corner as punishment. When the class was over, I went out to take a look, and only the bowl of water on the Ninth Prince's head was still there. The Ninth Prince had disappeared long ago. Lord Sen knelt down with a plop, accusing him word by word, tears streaming down his face. He has never taught such a difficult student in his life. Every new gadget he found was confiscated, but new ones would pop up the next day, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain with no end in sight. No one knew what was in his little head, and he would have enough for 2 toys a day. Looking at the articles written by His Highness the Ninth Prince, he may not be able to write one in 10 days. Lord Sen's grief was genuine. "Your Majesty, I really can't teach His Majesty well. I am guilty. As confident as Lord Sen was before, he is now as discouraged as ever and was even angered to tears by a student like Yishuo. He Xiang and others standing by were also stunned by this scene. As colleagues, they knew how stubborn Lord Sen was. Being able to force him into this state, everyone had a further understanding of the ninth prince's stubbornness. Seeing the miserable state of his old rival, who was still crying at such an old age, the crown prince's tutor tried to hold back his expression, but finally failed and slightly raised the corners of his lips. Although he had known that this day would come, when it finally came, the grand tutor was still very happy. He just kept silent because of his old rival's face. However, perhaps it was due to telepathy or something else, but just when the grand tutor's expression had only lasted for 2 breaths, Lord Sen, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head as if he had sensed something. As luck would have it, Lord Sen happened to meet the eyes of the crown prince's tutor and saw the faint gloating in them, which made Lord Sen even more sad and angry. Laugh, 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 what's so funny? He just met a student as good as the prince, so he had the time to laugh at himself. If their identities were reversed, this person might be worse than. Wait, identity swap. Lord Sen was stunned for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If you don't have the skills, you shouldn't take on this job. If you don't have the ability, you should let someone more capable teach you. Didn't this old guy always boast that his teaching students were better than his own? The sudden change in Mr. Sen did not escape the eyes of the Teifu. He did not say anything at this time, but for some reason, the Teifu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. References 1 Shangshu equal post in Ministry of Work. Wait, what does this old guy want to do? As expected, the two of them had known each other for a long time. The moment Master Sen was stunned, the Crown Prince's tutor had already seen the clue. However, before the Crown Prince's tutor could continue to explore, Master Sen suddenly lowered his head again. The Prince's tutor's anxiety suddenly reached its peak. At this moment, Emperor Jingwen spoke up. This matter has nothing to do with you, Lord Sen. You should get up first. Even though he was an emperor who never felt that he had done anything wrong, he could not say that it was the fault of the master when he encountered this situation. After all, Emperor Jingwen had also experienced the skills of his son. However, Master Sen was so excited that he refused to stand up. I failed to help His Majesty teach the ninth prince, and I failed in my duty. As Master Sen spoke, he was about to cry again. The Duke of Zhen, who was standing next to him, was immediately displeased when he heard this. The ninth prince just played around a bit. He didn't do anything else. Emperor Jingwen ignored him and was thinking about how to appease the young master. After all, there were so many princes besides Zioju. Soon, Master Sen spoke again. Your Majesty, don't worry. The ninth prince is very talented. This has nothing to do with him. It's me, I am not well educated and cannot take on such an important task. Before entering the officialdom, Master Sen was considered a great scholar of the time. Wow, to be able to force him to utter the words not well educated shows how powerful the ninth prince is. He Xiang and others looked at each other and couldn't help sighing. How come there was a ninth prince among the princes? However, the crown prince's tutor did not think so. After all, based on his understanding of Master Sen, he was not such a humble person. Master Sen always boasted that his knowledge was no worse than his own, especially in front of him. How could he say such a thing? There is definitely something wrong here. So the prince's tutor stood up without thinking and said, Master Sen, you are too modest. Everyone in this world knows that you have many students all over the world and even taught a top scholar. If you, Master Sen, think that you are not capable, who else in this world can do it? No, let's not talk about the past. I am old and my eyesight is dim now. I am no longer as strong as I used to be. I am far less young and energetic than you, Master. Lord Sen is 60 years old this year, and the prince's tutor is 59 this year. The two are only 1 year apart in age. How can they be young and strong? Seeing the grand tutor and junior tutor suddenly becoming modest, He Xiang and the others subconsciously picked up the tea at hand, enjoying it very much. Master Sen, no, Master. You are the crown prince's teacher. How can I compare with you? The prince's tutor, no, it's just that the emperor favored me. If we talk about real talent and knowledge, you are still better, Master Sen. The prince was confused as he listened to what his teacher was saying. Finally, the Duke of Zhen couldn't hold it anymore and slammed the table beside him. What do you two mean? Can you just say it directly? Junior tutor Sen bowed to Emperor Jingwen and said, I know that my ability is limited. I am far inferior to the great tutor who is full of knowledge and profound understanding. I am afraid that it will delay the ninth prince's studies, so I propose that we ask the great tutor to teach the ninth prince. What do you think? I knew that this old guy would suddenly start praising me for no good reason, but I didn't expect that he had this in mind. The prince's tutor knelt down without a second thought. Your Majesty, this is against the rules. I am the prince's teacher. How can I teach the ninth prince instead? Master Sen opened his mouth to argue. Why not? The ninth prince is still young. Master Teifu is worrying too much. The ninth prince is only 7 years old. The crown prince is already in his 20s, and the legitimate son has been born safely. His position is already secure. In this situation, there is really no need to worry so much. It's just a matter of taking care of one more child. But that is not an ordinary child. When the Crown Prince's tutor thought of the ninth prince's previous behavior, he immediately became furious. No, absolutely not. But when the Crown Prince's tutor looked up and saw that Emperor Jingwen was frowning and seemed to be thinking about this matter seriously, his heart sank immediately. No, that won't happen. In fact, Emperor Jingwen didn't want to do that, but Master Sen really couldn't teach him. He couldn't let the child stay like this forever, right? Even Master Sen couldn't teach me anymore. In this palace, there weren't many teachers better than Master Sen. Emperor Jingwen's gaze slowly shifted downwards. In fact, in terms of knowledge alone, Prime Minister He and the others were not bad either, and they were more than capable of teaching Shuor. However, they were all powerful officials, and it was really inappropriate for them to have any involvement with the prince, so this was absolutely not allowed. When Emperor Jingwen's gaze swept over, Prime Minister He and the others felt their hearts tighten suddenly, and their smiles disappeared instantly. They lowered their heads silently and began to study the pattern on the teacup at the same time. So let's ask the tutor to give it a try. The Grand Tutor is the prince's teacher, and they have a very close teacher-student relationship. Zioju is just a latecomer after all, so he is not afraid of what the Grand Tutor's future will be like. Just like Master Sen said, it's just one more thing to teach the children, and it can be done easily. Emperor Jingwen then said, "In this case, I will trouble you, Grand Tutor." The Crown Prince's tutor was so excited that he could hardly maintain his expression. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if the ninth prince became his student. The prince's tutor wanted to make another last-ditch effort, but he saw that He Xiang and the others who had been pretending to be dead had resurrected one after another, and then they congratulated him one after another. "Congratulations, Master Tutor, you have another student." "Congratulations, Master Teifu, congratulations. Master Teifu, it is a great blessing to have a student like the ninth prince." Once they become officials, and are all high-ranking officials of the first or second rank, how can there not be some conflicts among them? Seeing that Prime Minister He and the others were just looking for fun, the Crown Prince's tutor almost vomited blood. However, he could not say anything bad about the ninth prince. After all, the ninth prince was the Majesty's son. If he dared to show a look of disdain, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Majesty? The prince's tutor finally couldn't help himself, and while accepting these ill-intentioned congratulations, he also said with a fake smile, "My lords, don't be anxious and don't be greedy. You never know when this blessing will come to your family. Didn't I also look at the jokes of my old rival in the same way? As a result, the situation changed, and it ended up in my family." When the ninth prince starts to enter the imperial court in a few years, and is accidentally assigned to work under them, we will see if they can still smile. Prime Minister He was not worried about this at all. Not to mention that it would take many years for the ninth prince to participate in politics. Even if he did, it would be unlikely for him to be assigned to the powerful departments under their control, so it was estimated that there was no hope in this lifetime. It was impossible for the ninth prince to have any intersection with them. He Xiang and the others looked relaxed, not taking the threat from the Grand Tutor seriously at all. Master Sen, who was standing by, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. In a blink of an eye, he happened to meet the smile on Master Sen's face. The Crown Prince's master was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have smiled that time before. The prince's tutor really regretted his decision. After finally leaving the Qinzheng Hall, the prince saw that his teacher was still silent and looked unhappy. He could not help but persuade him, "Teacher, don't worry too much. Although my ninth brother is a little naughty, he is not a bad person after all, and his mind is pure. Apart from this, my brother doesn't seem to have any other advantages." The prince recalled it carefully and then fell silent. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. After all, the Grand Tutor had experienced many ups and downs, and after being depressed for a while, he quickly adjusted himself, and by the way, he found the advantages of this matter for the Crown Prince. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will never let the ninth prince become a threat to you. Since the ninth prince is like this, let him keep it this way." Crown Prince does not lack this helper. When the ninth prince grows up, he will not need to help His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in anything. He can just be a rich and idle prince in the future. If he not only wins the Emperor's favor, but also learns real skills from me, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him. Because of the relationship with the Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor would certainly not be able to teach him everything he knows. If so, it would be unfair to the ninth prince. The prince was stunned for a moment, then said, "Teacher, you don't have to." The Grand Tutor shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Being able to keep the ninth prince under his nose is actually a good thing if you think about it carefully. Strictly speaking, Master Sen's incident today was a blessing in disguise." The prince opened his mouth and finally sighed helplessly. The other sighed. Yishuo lay on the newly tied hammock, basking in the afterglow of the sunset comfortably. Looking at Xiao Luzi and Xing Yucheng beside him, they were like ants on a hot pot, running around in a panic. If you didn't know better, you would have thought the sky was going to fall. For Xiao Luzi and Xing Yucheng, wasn't it like the sky was falling? Everyone in the upper study room saw that Master Sen was furious when he left with the box. After asking around, it turned out that Master Sen had never been so angry before. There is no doubt that Master Sen must have gone to the Emperor to complain. That box is full of confiscated gadgets made by the Ninth Prince. Seeing the Ninth Prince still so leisurely and not worried at all, Xing Yucheng was so desperate that he couldn't even describe it. If I had known earlier, I should not have accepted the money from the Ninth Prince. If I hadn't, they wouldn't have become so deeply involved. What would Master Sen do if he knew that the only 2 articles submitted by His Highness, the Ninth Prince, were all written by him, and that the Ninth Prince did not change a single word? Xing Yucheng was so anxious that he almost cried. Listening to the increasingly chaotic footsteps, Yishu had no choice but to speak helplessly. Why are you so anxious? Don't worry, nothing serious will happen. That box of toys is not so ordinary. Modern teachers would not bother to take care of it. They are nothing like Master Sen, whose tolerance is too poor. How can it be okay, Your Highness? The Emperor will definitely be angry. Yishu closed his eyes and scratched his ears. Oh, he would be angry, and then what? At worst, he can just scold him. What else can happen? Xing Yucheng was speechless. Okay, that seems to be the reason. Yishuo couldn't help but look at him. How come after so much time had passed, he still hadn't gotten used to his cheap father scolding him? Xing Yucheng opened his mouth and uttered, or maybe there might be some other punishment this time. Yishuo yawned, he can stop me from studying. Just at this moment, Wang Ziquan walked over here, and after seeing Yishuo, he couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. How come the little prince went to such a remote place without any palace servants to serve him? It really made it difficult for me to find him. A prophecy. Xing Yucheng turned around suddenly, and not only him, but also Yishuo was stunned. Later, when he heard that the crown prince's tutor was the new teacher, Yishuo was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. It is known that he is the prince who poses the greatest threat to his third brother so far, and the crown prince's tutor is his third brother's teacher. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the tutor to teach him well. Good thing, I can continue to have fun without having to hide anymore. The other side, everyone had left, but the Duke of Zhen was still lingering there, and the young eunuch next to him couldn't help but look at him several times. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to ask proactively, otherwise he felt that the Duke of Zhen could stay here for the whole day. Tell me, Lord Zhen, what else do you want to say? Upon hearing this, the Duke of Zhen's eyes lit up immediately. Your Majesty, I, your servant, just want to meet the imperial concubine and the Ninth Prince. I wonder if it is possible. There is no way. After hearing them talking about the Ninth Prince all the time today, the Duke of Zhen was really envious. Emperor Jingwen was silent after hearing this. Most of the ministers knew what was going on without his orders, and only the Duke of Zhen dared to bring it up on his own initiative. But Emperor Jingwen would definitely not agree to it. Even before Xiaoju entered the court, at least before he was a teenager, he was not allowed to meet the Duke of Zhen. Emperor Jingwen was afraid that the Duke of Zhen would lead his son astray. The child is still young and so playful that he has no ability to distinguish right from wrong. We must be careful not to let him go astray. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen did not give a direct answer and quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. By the way, how are things going at the border? How could the Duke of Zhen be a match for Emperor Jingwen? After a while, his attention was diverted. When he left, he felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something. Oh, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. After the Duke of Zhen had completely left, Emperor Jingwen subconsciously reached out to touch the memorial beside him, but accidentally saw the wooden box again. When Master Sen left, he did not take the box with him. Is this thing really that fun? Emperor Jingwen scattered the small wooden sticks on the table, and then according to the rules, he picked out one stick first, and then used the small wooden stick to pick out the rest one by one. By the time Emperor Jingwen came to his senses, it was already evening, and he had not yet finished reviewing the memorials. After a moment's silence, Emperor Jingwen tied the small wooden stick with red silk again. When Wang Ziquan was thinking about how to deal with them, he knew that throwing them away was not an option, and he didn't know where to put them. The next moment, he heard Emperor Jingwen say, "Put these things in my private vault." Wang Ziquan was startled and quickly responded, "By the way, have you told Xiaoju about the tutor's matter?" What did Xiaoju say? The prince's tutor was notoriously strict. Emperor Jingwen was afraid that he would not be able to accept it for a while, and worried that he would make a fuss again. Wang Ziquan couldn't help but smile when he heard this and replied, "It seems that the Ninth Prince likes the Grand Tutor very much. When I said this, His Highness immediately accepted the order and thanked me. That's good. Presumably because Xiaoju often hangs out in the Eastern Palace, he is no stranger to the Grand Tutor." After hearing what Wang Ziquan said, Emperor Jingwen immediately felt relieved. The princes felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. The crown prince's tutor is the highest official in the dynasty and also the prince's teacher. Wouldn't being his student mean that you would be treated the same as the prince? But when they thought about the fact that the ninth prince was sent to the Eastern Palace for discipline because he was too naughty and uncontrollable, the other princes really couldn't feel jealous. If it were them, they would definitely feel extremely ashamed. Looking at Yishu again, he seemed fine and even had time to say goodbye to them. "I'll be leaving soon, everyone, don't miss me too much." The fifth prince couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "Who would miss you? I wish you would leave." Yishu raised his eyebrows. "Huh, really? I remember you said the same thing last time." Thinking of the three agreements, the fifth prince immediately shut his mouth. He suddenly began to doubt himself. Would he really miss him by then? No, definitely not. The sixth prince was speechless upon seeing this. Although he went to the Eastern Palace, he still had to return to Kiwu Palace at night, so it didn't have any impact at all. Looking at the seventh prince and the eighth prince, especially the seventh prince, as soon as Yishu left, no one could control the fifth prince. The seventh prince was probably the only one who sincerely hoped that he would not leave. "Don't worry, if he dares to bully you again, just tell me and I will help you deal with him." While everyone was not paying attention, Yishu lowered his voice and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The seventh prince was stunned, then looked up suddenly. Yishu didn't care whether the other party's motives were pure or not. The seventh prince was stunned. "I'm obviously okay." Seeing the fifth prince immediately turned his head away, Yishu patted his shoulder and turned back again. The seventh prince looked at his back, wondering what he was thinking. Yishu didn't have much stuff, just a few books, an inkstone and a writing brush. The inkstone looked new, and the writing brush didn't show many signs of use. Most of the stuff was made from chessboards, and Master Sen got a headache just thinking about it. And now that this hot potato has finally been thrown away, Master Sen feels refreshed when he thinks that his old rival will become as miserable as himself. He deserves it for letting him laugh at him. Yishu left very quickly. Originally, Master Sen and the other princes thought that with his departure, the upper study would finally return to its former tranquility, which was a good thing. But gradually, everyone felt that something was missing. No one is arguing or rolling up their sleeves with the fifth prince anymore. No one is pestering the sixth prince anymore. The seventh prince has to start dealing with the fifth prince again. No one is playing sandbags with the eighth prince anymore. And no one is making Master Sen angry every day. During the break, the little grandson didn't know who to go play with, and everyone became quiet and distant as they were at the beginning, polite and courteous. Finally, Yishuo's seat in the upper study room also became empty. Halfway through the walk, Yishuo suddenly sneezed for some unknown reason. It's over, they must be missing me." Hearing this, Xing Yucheng's eyes suddenly became a little strange. Come on, after he left, Lord Sen and the princes were so happy that they didn't have time to miss him. You don't understand this. Although he didn't say anything, Yishuo was not stupid, so how could he not know what he was thinking? I have such good relationships with people. It's normal for them to miss me. Yishuo had a lot of experience in this matter. When he was in school in his previous life, there were always a few naughty students in his class. If they were just being naughty, they were actually quite likable. Xing Yucheng still didn't believe it, but since this matter was not very important after all, he didn't continue to dwell on it. Seeing that the Eastern Palace was within sight, Xing Yucheng finally spoke out what he had been holding back all night. "Your Highness, I think that studying with the Grand Tutor is actually not a good thing. Wow, this guy has become smarter recently." Yishuo was a little surprised. If an old man who had served in the government for many years found this, he would not find it strange at all. But after all, Xing Yucheng was only 12 years old. A normal 12-year-old would not be able to see that deeply. Although the Grand Tutor has always hated evil and was upright, that was in the past after all. Now that the daughter of the Grand Tutor has married the Crown Prince and become the Crown Princess, she has also given birth to a little grandson. The nature of the situation has changed all of a sudden. On the surface, the Grand Tutor is still a minister of his stepfather, but in fact, he is completely the prince's man. Even if he wants to stop working for the prince, he can't. Besides, the Crown Prince, his third elder brother, is helpless in the world. Others like him can still hide and avoid them. If he doesn't want to work hard, then he doesn't have to. As long as he doesn't get involved in the power struggle, he can be guaranteed to be a prince, and then there will be no big problem in living his life smoothly. 1. He is referring that the chosen one would have to bear the burden, while other princes can live a free life, if they don't get involved in the power struggle. Yishu didn't have that idea originally, but after seeing the fifth prince and the others, he became even more determined in his original choice. Firstly, he really didn't think there was anything good about being an emperor. He had already enjoyed everything he should have in his previous life. Secondly, as the old saying goes, wealth and glory cannot be brought into this world and cannot be taken away from this world either. In the end, being an emperor is nothing but empty talk. Finally, Yishu really couldn't guarantee that he could win against the 8 brothers above him. These 8 people were not easy to deal with. If anything went wrong, it would be all over. In the fight for the throne, even a slight mistake can be fatal. Fight for 1 life and 9 deaths, or don't fight for 9 lives and 1 death. Even a fool knows which one to choose. As the son of his cheap father, he doesn't have to worry about anything as long as his cheap father is around. It's simply wonderful. So even though Yishu's feelings for his stepfather aren't as deep as his feelings for his father, deep down he still hopes that he can live a long life, the longer the better. Looking at the crown prince again, since he has been appointed as the heir to the throne, he has to fight for it even if he doesn't want to, because other princes may not necessarily die if they fail, but he will definitely die if he fails. Not to mention himself, his whole family might be implicated. If he meets a ruthless person, all the flower buds in the East Palace will be pinched out. So under this circumstance, the crown prince certainly didn't hope that he could learn anything real. Yishuo could understand the crown prince's difficulties, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Since no one, including Xiaoming, wants him to be better, then he should never be better. This way everyone can be happy, which is also good. So when Yishu heard what Xing Yucheng said, he immediately frowned and said in feigned anger, "What do you mean? Third brother is so good to me. I won't allow you to slander him. It was my father's order that I study with the Grand Tutor." "How can the Grand Tutor disobey my father's order? If you say that again, I will be angry." Completely unaware of the smile in Yishu's eyes, Xing Yucheng was scolded and felt bitter in his heart. This is indeed the case on the surface, but it is not the case inside. The 9th prince has a reputation for being naughty, so it is understandable even if the Grand Tutor is not able to teach him well. If it is delayed for a few more years, then wouldn't the 9th prince be completely ruined? Oh my god, what should I do if I follow a prince who is playful, naive, and gullible? Ever since he discovered that the 9th prince was unreliable, Xing Yucheng had been forcing himself to step in. After all, they were all in the same boat, and if the 9th prince was not well, he would not be well either. Xing Yucheng has been working harder recently than before, but he discovered today that it might not be enough, far from enough. Xing Yucheng felt that he had to work harder and be by the 9th prince's side all the time to remind him, lest he be tricked to death one day. In the end, Xing Yucheng, with a sad face, followed Yishu into the East Palace. References 1TL equal, he is referring that the chosen one would have to bear the burden, while other princes can live a free life, if they don't get involved in the power struggle. Inside the East Palace, the Grand Tutor was already on high alert. The tutor had already made plans last night. He would teach him, but only the basics, just enough to ensure that his knowledge was above the passing line. He wouldn't say a word more than that. But in fact, according to the standards of the Teifu, even just the passing line is enough for most people to benefit from for a lifetime. It's just that it is not so conspicuous among the princes. Although the Grand Tutor had selfish motives, he would not go so far as to kill them all. In his opinion, this was enough to ruin a prince. Wouldn't the prince who had no ambition be deposed? Unlike the crown prince, who had to learn how to be a monarch, he wanted to teach the 9th prince how to be a minister. This two-pronged approach was like double insurance. Although this is unfair to a child, the crown prince is the legitimate son, and the other princes are only born to concubines after all. A son born to a concubine should abide by his duties and not covet things that he should not covet. It is only natural for him to learn how to be a minister. The reason why Emperor Jingwen chose the Teifu as the prince's teacher was precisely because of this point. The Teifu was a staunch defender of the system of primogeniture. In his eyes, only the children born to the former queen were the only legitimate heirs to the throne. Even the children born to the successor queen had to take a back seat. This is especially true for the Teifu himself. His wife only gave birth to 2 children in her life, both girls. In today's world, the Teifu has no intention of taking a concubine. Therefore, in his eyes, maintaining the status of the crown prince was a matter of course, and he did not feel that he had done anything wrong in teaching the 9th prince in this way. The Grand Tutor sipped the tea in the cup intermittently, appearing a little nonchalant. Yishu arrived under this circumstance. "The 9th prince has arrived." Hearing the eunuch's message, the Grand Tutor's already upright sitting posture became even straighter. He had witnessed Yishuo's power before, and now he subconsciously became alert. The Grand Tutor had even thought about what he would do if the 9th prince disobeyed him. Anyway, no matter what, the idea that the crown prince is the chosen one must be instilled into his mind. After all, the old man in front of him is the father of the crown princess, the grandfather of the little emperor's grandson, and the in-law of his stepfather. For the sake of these 3 people, Yishu will not do anything to him. After Yishu bowed, he knelt obediently below the Grand Tutor, staring at him without blinking, quietly waiting for the other party's next words. After all, it doesn't look like the Grand Tutor has nothing to say. Something is wrong. Why is the 9th prince so obedient today? Thinking this in their hearts, the teacher and the student stared at each other, looking a little awkward. When it comes to keeping calm, Emperor Jingwen is no match for Yishuo, let alone the prince's tutor. Just as Yishuo was about to eat the second piece of dessert, the Grand Tutor finally spoke, and the first thing he said was, "Let me ask you, Do you know what the relationship between the ruler and his subjects is? And do you know what the relationship between the subjects is? The master did not keep anyone in suspense and spoke directly to the point right away. Upon seeing this, Yishu quickly wiped the snack crumbs from the corner of his lips with his hand. As expected, he immediately received the forbearing look from the master. Yishu pretended not to see it, replying to the Grand Master, "I believe that the king is superior and the ministers are inferior. As for the way to be a minister, there are many different ways to say it, but it all comes down to one sentence: ministers should obey the monarch." Yishu's words were so matter-of-fact that the Grand Tutor was stunned for a moment before he said, "What if the monarch is wrong? How could that be? As long as the compensation is sufficient, how can the boss be wrong? Everything the boss says is right. For someone like me, no matter who he works for in the future, even if that person says his fart is not smelly but fragrant, Yeshua will accept it. How can a monarch make mistakes? The ones who make mistakes are the ministers. It is the ministers who fail to share the monarch's worries in time. It is the minister's incompetence that troubles the monarch." This Teifu's ideological awareness is not good enough. Yishu even looked at his current teacher with disapproval on his face. "So in your mind, the emperor can also make mistakes. Have you ever heard of the saying, 'Thunderbolts, rain and dew are all grace from the emperor'? Whether the emperor is happy or angry, it is a favor to others." Yishu spoke so seriously that the tutor was successfully choked. The Teifu tried to find any trace of lying on his face, but there was none. The Teifu couldn't find any at all. That's really what he thought. The student was too obedient, so the remarks prepared by the tutor in advance were suddenly useless. The Grand Tutor opened his mouth, but he really didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only wave his hands helplessly. "Forget it. Let's stop here for today." The Grand Tutor originally wanted to teach Yishu the way of a minister from Zunzi, to teach him how to be a good minister and what kind of minister he should be, but now it seems obviously useless. The Grand Tutor finally changed his mind temporarily. "I see that you are usually restless and playful, so you should first copy Zhuangzi's Zhao Yaoyu 10 times. When you're calm, I will teach you other things." Zhuangzi was a Taoist who advocated that sages should do nothing and taught people to let nature take its course and not to force anything in order to be truly free. This would naturally be no problem if it happened somewhere else, but the ninth prince is a prince after all. Isn't this telling him not to fight? Fortunately, Xing Yucheng has been reading a lot of books recently, not only limited to the mainstream books of the time, but also some niche books, otherwise he really wouldn't understand what it meant. Although Zhao Yaoyu is a classic that has been passed down to this day, it is really not suitable for the ninth prince at all. Therefore, Xing Yucheng subconsciously opened his mouth to argue, but before he could say anything, Yishu next to him had already agreed. "Please rest assured, Master. In 5 days I will bring these 10 pieces of Zhao Yaoyu to you for your review. As expected, one-on-one teaching is more flexible than large classes. As long as you answer the questions and receive the homework, there is nothing else to do. You don't have to stay there all the time like in a large class. As long as the answer satisfies the teacher, it's fine." Without giving the tutor any chance to regret, Yishu grabbed his study partner, winked at Zhao Luzi, and was about to leave. The Grand Tutor always felt that something was wrong. After all, it was just 10 chapters of Zhao Yaoyu. It shouldn't take 5 days to copy them all right. But before the tutor could raise his doubts, Yishu had already disappeared. From the time he arrived here to the time he left, it took less than an incense stick of time. Gazing from afar, the Teifu was thinking at the moment, "In fact, it was just as good this way. He didn't want to learn, and I didn't want to teach either. What a good thing." The reason why His Majesty was unwilling to let go was because the ninth prince was his son, but it was different for him. He had no relationship with the ninth prince, so even though he knew that he was playful by nature, he would just turn a blind eye. At this time, the Teifu was still able to keep his composure. On the other hand, because he needed to copy books, Yishu took Xing Yucheng directly to the library in the palace. "Yes, this is my token. With this token, you can come and go here as you please. The great Zhou dynasty has lasted for over 100 years, and its heritage is extremely profound. The library has 3 floors in total, with carved beams and painted buildings, and an ancient charm." Yishu heard that this library was built 100 years ago and had to be renovated every few years to maintain its current appearance, but he didn't know if it was true. After walking in, Xing Yucheng was immediately shocked by the rows of bookshelves. His family was a scholarly family, and there had been scholars in the family since his great-grandfather's generation. Year after year, the family had accumulated quite a large collection of books, but compared with the library in front of him, it was dwarfed. Yishu ordered the guarding official to find Zhuangzi's Zhao Yaoyu and asked Zhao Luzi for the rice paper that had been prepared in advance. He placed the writing brush, ink, paper, and ink stone for Xing Yucheng and skillfully took out 5 taels of silver. Xing Yucheng immediately understood what he meant. "Don't be too picky. Just copy 5 pages at the front and 5 pages at the back and leave the middle blank. Anyway, the tutor won't check each page, so even if he says it's enough 10 times, he won't know it anyway. Xing Yucheng had never known there was such a method before. This is not good. Well, what's wrong with that? Yishuo didn't care. You copy first. I'm going to sleep first. Remember to call me when you're done and then we'll go back together. Not sure if it was to conceal his identity, but Yishuo took out a pile of books from the bookshelf behind him and used them to block his side. From a distance, one could not tell for a moment whether it was Xing Yucheng, who was sitting next to him, who was writing, or whether he was the one writing. Xing Yucheng had no choice but to grind the ink and start writing. Yishuo picked up a few books at first and read them. By the time Xing Yucheng finished writing the first page, he had already fallen asleep. Xiao Luzi, who was standing next to him, skillfully put the cloak he had carried along the way gently over Yishuo's body. After making sure that he would not be cold, Xiao Luzi dipped his hand in tea and secretly began to practice calligraphy. Xing Yucheng, I always feel that there is something wrong with this scene. Xing Yucheng could see clearly in his mind that the Grand Tutor really had no intention of teaching the Ninth Prince well, and the Ninth Prince had no ability to distinguish right from wrong and only wanted to play. He started to learn too late, and now he didn't understand anything. Now, and even for a long time in the future, you can only rely on yourself. Xing Yucheng felt that the burden on him was particularly heavy. After copying the first 5 pages and the last 5 pages as requested by the Ninth Prince, Xing Yucheng wanted to take a break, but when he saw the Ninth Prince's unconscious face, he was startled and sat up straight quickly, then subconsciously picked up the book next to Yishuo and started reading. This is really a coincidence. I didn't expect that these things that the Ninth Prince picked up would come in handy. At noon, Yishuo woke up slowly and took the two of them to Shu Lanzhai for a delicious barbecue. The barbecue was done in the yard of Shu Lanzhai, and the meat was marinated in advance, so it smelled delicious. Behind closed doors, he secretly played a few rounds of mahjong with Empress Zhao and the others. In the afternoon, Yishuo continued to repeat his behavior in the morning. However, he couldn't fall asleep this time, so he closed his eyes and started practicing. However, in Xing Yucheng's eyes, this scene was still sleeping, just the movements were different. There was no difference at all. Xing Yucheng's awareness of the Ninth Prince's incompetence became more and more profound. When he returned home in the evening, Emperor Jingwen was so shocked when he learned that his son had been in the library the whole day. As expected of a grand tutor, he is really good at teaching students. It seems that you have adapted to it today. Yishuo heard this and nodded seriously. Yes, the tutor's teaching method is excellent and very suitable for this son. Emperor Jingwen was immediately delighted, and the next day after court, he began to praise the grand tutor profusely, almost making the prince's grand tutor dumbfounded. At first, the grand tutor thought that Emperor Jingwen was mocking him and was ready to kneel down and apologize, but I never expected that Emperor Jingwen really thought so in his heart. After a little more inquiry, it turned out that it was the Ninth Prince who admitted it himself. The Teifu felt mixed emotions and suddenly didn't know what to say. Only the Ninth Prince would think this was a good thing. If it were any other prince, when he said the word Zhuangzi, he would probably make a scene. Although Zhuangzi is good, it is not suitable for the royal family. Isn't it true? After 5 days of rest, the Ninth Prince must feel good about himself. The more Emperor Jingwen praised him, the more uncomfortable the Grand Tutor felt. I still have some memorials to deal with, so I'll go ahead. Finally, Emperor Jingwen left, and the Grand Tutor breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to go back to the East Palace, but halfway through, he finally changed direction. Let's go and take a look at the library. Since the Grand Tutor is the prince's teacher and often walks around the palace, and since he is old, there is not much to be shy about. Holding the prince's token and under the guidance of the young eunuch, the tutor came all the way to the library. At that time, Yishuo was catching up on his sleep. There is no way I got up too early in the morning. My child is still growing. How can he not get enough sleep? Besides, the library is quiet. It is such a pleasure to sleep in a place filled with the fragrance of books and ink. Today, Yishuo even specifically told Xiao Luzi to secretly put a small pillow in his pocket before leaving Qiwu Palace. Now Yishuo can lie on the table without even worrying about his hands getting numb. When the tutor arrived, what he saw was Yishuo sleeping soundly. Looking at his attendants and study companions beside him, each one was studying more enthusiastically than the other. Because of Yishuo's previous reputation, the Grand Tutor had already been prepared, but when he suddenly saw this scene, he still felt excited for a moment. After all, as a teacher, you have some occupational diseases. It seems that the suspicion that the Ninth Prince was hiding his abilities and pretending to be naughty can be completely cleared. The Ninth Prince really doesn't like studying at all. The Grand Tutor knew very well in his heart that he came here on a whim, and there was absolutely no possibility that the Ninth Prince had prepared in advance and put on a show for him. And looking at the indentations on the Ninth Prince's face, it doesn't look like they were just made. His face has even turned red. Xing Yucheng noticed that the palace maids who were sorting books nearby knelt down one after another. He looked up belatedly. The moment he saw the Grand Tutor, he was suddenly startled and hurriedly pulled the clothes of the ninth prince next to him. "Your Highness, wake up, the master is here." "What nonsense are you talking about? How could the master come here?" Yishu was woken up in a daze. He was feeling dissatisfied, but when he looked up, he happened to meet the dark old face of the tutor. He was stunned for a moment. "No, didn't we agree not to care? Teacher. It's okay, it's good like this." Comforting himself in this way, the Grand Master tried his best to calm himself down. After a long time, the Grand Master calmed down and asked, "Have you finished copying the 10 copies of Xiao Yaoyu?" Xing Yucheng subconsciously prepared to show him the bound book, but was held down by Yishu the next moment. "Is this guy stupid? It was agreed to be 5 days, and it's only the second day. If he hands it in now, won't there be new homework in the next 3 days? We agreed on a 5-day holiday, and not a single day can be lost." So Yishu started to play dumb, and even acted a little nervous. Reply, master, it hasn't started yet." The Grand Tutor had expected this, so he didn't find it strange. The Grand Tutor wanted to say something several times, but finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Don't eat until you are full all day, and don't waste a moment of your time. Yao, you take care of yourself." So what on earth did the Grand Tutor come here for this time? Could it be that he came here just to take a look at him? Looking at the back of the tutor, Yishuo looked confused. Then Yishuo sighed. Logically, there wouldn't be such a change, unless the Grand Tutor had been stimulated by something. Fortunately, I hope there won't be any problems later. You guys continue studying and don't worry about me. Just remember to call me at lunchtime." After saying that, Yishu lay down again. Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi's expressions suddenly became even more confused than the Teifu's just now, and they studied even harder afterward. The other side. After leaving the library, the Grand Tutor felt a little confused. He always felt that things were a little different from what he had initially imagined. It is true that the tutor knew that the ninth prince was playful, but he had never really seen him. In the tutor's opinion, no matter how naughty a child could be, how naughty could he be? The Teifu is surrounded by very ambitious young people, including the crown prince, who are also working very hard despite being in a high position. The Grand Tutor had never known before that there were people who had no sense of urgency at all. Could it be that the ninth prince really had no sense of urgency at all? How could he sleep in such an environment? For a moment, the Teifu even wanted to yell at him and scold him for his laziness. After he came to his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps because he had never seen someone retreat so completely like Yishuo, the Teifu took a long time to recover. After that, along the way, the Teifu kept comforting himself that this was exactly what he wanted, with only benefits and no disadvantages, so he should just keep doing it this way. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but calm himself down. 3 days passed in a flash, and Yishuo slowly handed in the discounted copy of Xiao Yaoyu. Seeing the tutor take it, Xing Yucheng's heart almost jumped into his throat. He always felt that this matter could not be concealed. Think about it, this person is the Grand Tutor. How could His Highness the Ninth Prince do it so obviously? Okay, I understand. After turning 2 or 3 pages, the tutor found that the book was covered with tiny handwriting that looked like dog crawling. His eyes hurt, so he closed the book immediately. Xing Yucheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yishuo was not panicked at all. Think about it, the Grand Tutor had no intention of asking him to learn anything real, so how could he really check it carefully? Even if he saw it later, he would pretend not to see it. Yishuo just knew it, that's why he is so brave. After resting for 5 days in a row, Yishuo originally thought that the tutor would just ask him a few random questions and then assign him a bunch of homework, and that would be all. Unexpectedly, the Grand Tutor kept him for a whole morning before letting him go. Compared with the previous cup of tea, the difference of this half-day's effort is simply too great. Yishuo's first reaction was that this tutor was no good, not cruel enough at all. Since he was going to do it, why didn't he do it to the end? If he was cruel enough, wouldn't things be much better for me? The Grand Tutor is worthy of being the Grand Tutor. The series of questions made Yishuo dizzy and extremely sleepy. He asked questions about literature, history, geography, classics, etc. It was obvious that the Grand Tutor was very knowledgeable, understood everything, and could explain everything. If I had known earlier, I would have come a little later today and come back after dawn. Yishuo thought that he would be done quickly, but in the end. What a mistake, what a mistake. In the end, the tutor didn't even talk to him about Zhuangzi anymore, and the content of the book he was copying today was changed to the Analects of Confucius, which scared Yishuo so much that he trembled violently. Why are you starting to teach the real thing? Yishuo began to reflect on himself, wondering if he had answered too many questions just now. In the future, he must answer a few more questions. Don't worry, master. Sure will hand in all these articles in 7 days. About half a cup of tea later, Yishuo left with his companion and attendants. After the East Palace became completely quiet, the Grand Tutor gasped for air, feeling a blackness in front of his eyes and a sharp pain in his heart. Apparently, today's investigation has made the Grand Tutor feel a little overwhelmed. The ninth prince's ignorance was completely beyond the Grand Tutor's tolerance. Not to mention what happened earlier, the ninth prince didn't even know how the founding emperor of the Yi family gained control of the world, and that was the ninth prince's own great-grandfather. Also, when he mentioned that there was not only one country, Great Joe, on this land, but there were two other countries around it that stood opposite to Great Joe, the ninth prince's expression of disbelief deeply hurt the Teifu's heart. The first two questions above would have been fine, but it was the third and final question that completely broke down the Teifu's psychological defenses. The ninth prince actually felt that the sky above his head and the land under his feet were round. This is not just ignorance, he doesn't even have common sense. But to be honest, this matter is not Yishuo's fault. After all, the time and space he is in is obviously different from his previous life. He dare not answer questions about history randomly. Also, the country he lived in his previous life had already completed unification more than 2,000 years ago. He thought so purely as a subconscious reaction. How could he have known that his cheap father was like that? And as a result, he couldn't even achieve the most basic unification, so Yishuo never asked about it for all these years. As for the third question, the sky above my head and the earth under my feet are no different from my previous life. Every day still has 12 hours, the solar terms are still the same, and the sun still rises in the east and sets in the west. It can be basically confirmed that the sky and the earth are still round. So is he wrong to say that? No, however, Teifu did not think so. Shocked in his heart, these three questions and Yishuo's reactions when answering the questions became Teifu's thorns. It was like they were branded in Teifu's heart, and Teifu would think of them from time to time. How could this happen? How could something so simple go wrong? Of course, the Grand Tutor pretended to be very calm on the surface, and it was hard to tell that he was so troubled that he almost vomited blood. 7 days later, when Yishuo came to hand in his homework on time, he didn't even notice it. He just felt that the tutor was staying late more and more. After learning from the previous experience, Yishuo dared not just say he didn't know the next 2 times. Gradually, he was able to answer some questions, but it was no use now. The initial impression was so deep that it was too late for him to express it now. Every time he saw him, Teifu's sanity was on the verge of collapse. Yishuo over there still doesn't know anything. After resting back and forth for about a month, Yishuo finally felt a little bored staying in the palace. He was 7 years old this year and could run and jump. He felt that it was time for him to go out and try his luck again. That day in the library, Yishuo opened his eyes after practicing, looked out at the fiery red sky, and suddenly said, "Why don't we go play outside the palace?" Xing Yucheng's hand trembled, and the piece of paper he was writing on was completely ruined. Xiao Luzi had never been out since he entered the palace at the age of 7. Now that he was 14, he instinctively felt that this idea was too horrifying. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate. The imperial concubine and the emperor will not agree. Could it be that His Highness is planning to make trouble again?" Xiao Luzi accidentally revealed his true thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Yishuo felt that the two people around him were too unimaginative. Isn't it possible to find a ready-made reason just by looking for it? The Grand Tutor can't be the only one satisfied. He has to do something when necessary, right? Yishuo decided that when the time comes, he would say that it was the Grand Tutor who asked him to go home to teach. As long as it was related to learning about the common usage of ancient and modern times, how could his mother and stepfather not agree? Besides, the Grand Tutor doesn't pay much attention to him, so won't he be allowed to play around as he pleases? It happened that the third day was the time for a new round of homework submission. Yishuo handed in his homework in the morning, and when the Grand Tutor was about to leave the palace, he took Xiao Luzi and hid in the carriage in advance, quietly waiting for the carriage to take them out of the palace. Oh, I forgot to say that he had already given Xing Yucheng a holiday in advance and asked him to wait outside the palace. As for whether I told the tutor, of course I didn't. Fearing that he would not agree, Yishuo simply acted first and reported to him later, without any ambiguity. Just like that, the carriage slowly drove out of the palace gate, finally ending a day's hard work. The Grand Tutor was drinking tea happily in the carriage, but after passing the palace gate, he suddenly heard a movement under his butt. When the Grand Tutor saw the ninth prince opening the storage box and coming out, he couldn't help but spit out all the tea he had drunk with a puff. "Your Highness." Forced to ascend the throne after transmigrating, "Your Highness, why are you here?" The master's face was filled with shock. Yishuo nimbly climbed out of the storage box under the Teifu's buttocks. Seeing that Xiao Luzi was still standing there in embarrassment, he opened the locker opposite without saying anything. The master then discovered that there was someone in the locker opposite. As for the things originally placed inside, no one knows when they disappeared without a trace. There are still a lot of tea leaves in there that he has collected and never wanted to drink. As if sensing the master's heartache, Yishuo pulled Xiao Luzi out and said, "Don't worry, master. I have already asked someone to move the things in your storage compartment to Shu Lanzhai in advance. You can take them back anytime." 2 sets of tea sets, a small charcoal stove for boiling tea, a basket of high-quality smokeless charcoal, a blanket, 2 tea cakes, 2 clay pots of tea leaves, and other miscellaneous things had been secretly taken away by Yishuo. The Grand Tutor felt that this had nothing to do with whether it was a piece of property or not. The most important thing now was to find a way to send the little prince back. This is the son of the imperial concubine, the most beloved prince of his majesty. What will happen if something goes wrong when he is away from home? After the two came out, most of the seats in the carriage were occupied by them. The tutor was forced to stand there with his back hunched, and subconsciously lifted the curtain next to him to take a look. Seeing this, Yishuo couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. It's too late, master. We are already out of the city gate. Are you kidding? How dare he make any noise if he doesn't even know this? Want to return the product? No way. The Grand Tutor saw that this was indeed the case. The gate of the palace was getting farther and farther away. He loosened his grip on the curtain and felt that the situation was hopeless. The emperor and the imperial concubine will not allow you to come out alone. How could it be? How could I be alone? Yishuo first pointed at himself, then pointed at him. The master understood what he meant almost instantly. You. Great, the other party is leaving the palace under his own name. Yishuo's subsequent words also confirmed the master's guess. Don't worry, master. I've already told my mother in advance that you have something to teach me, so she let me go out of the palace with you and come back after I've learned it. After a while, the master's eyes widened. Your Highness, are you not going back tomorrow? Upon hearing that, Yishuo immediately waved his hand and said, of course. It was not easy for him to come out, so he must have a good time. I have to stay outside for at least 10 days or half a month, right? Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Although in Xiaoluzi's opinion, his master didn't put in any effort at all. The master couldn't help but took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Your Highness, I'm sorry I can't agree to this. It will be dark soon, and the palace gates will be locked. I can take you in for one night. If it was just to let the 9th prince sleep in his house for one night, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if your Highness insists on not returning, then I am sorry that I can do nothing about it. What he meant was if I didn't agree to leave immediately tomorrow, he would completely ignore me. Is there such a good thing? Just like that, the Grand Tutor watched the little prince in front of him and suddenly became excited. Stop the car. Yishuo asked the driver in front to stop without thinking. Xiaoluzi, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you leave quickly? Yishuo had already decided to experience the ancient version of the inn first. Although he didn't know how strong he was now, he thought that protecting himself should be no problem. After all, Yishuo had experimented in the palace. He hid somewhere, and the guards and secret guards could not find him, but on the other hand, he could find the other party. Although this cannot completely prove that he is stronger than the secret guards and bodyguards, it at least shows that his ability to hide is not bad. If you can't win, you can hide. If that doesn't work, you can run. Yishuo had also tried it. If he now poured his internal energy into his feet and only used it to run, it would take more than an hour for his internal energy to be exhausted. Running for 3 hours was enough for him to run from the palace gate to the outside of Shangjing. Besides, Shangjing was under the rule of the emperor, and the public security was much better than outside. If there were so many criminals in Shangjing, then his cheap father would be too incompetent. Taking all factors into consideration, it would be completely fine for him to play outside alone for 10 days or half a month. Yishuo even prepared the money for going out for fun. He deliberately discarded the silver and gold melon seeds and large denomination silver bills used as rewards in the palace and exchanged them for loose change. He had made sufficient preparations in advance. As soon as the carriage stopped, Yishuo jumped off immediately. The Teifu people were all dumbfounded. After all, generally speaking, if you tell a 7 or 8-year-old child that you would ignore him, he will definitely be scared and cry loudly, and will definitely do whatever you say afterward. Coincidentally, the Grand Tutor thought so too. As a result, the 9th prince's reaction far exceeded his expectations. The Teifu's scalp immediately felt numb. He said he didn't care, but how could he really not care? After all, the 9th prince left the palace in his carriage. If something unexpected happened, how could he escape the consequences? Seeing that the person had already gone down, the Teifu was in a panic and could only cling to Xiaoluzi, who was also preparing to leave. There's no way. The smaller one is gone, and the larger one can't be let go. Xiaoluzi had never seen the Grand Tutor lose his composure like this before, and his voice became stammering. Grand Tutor, Grand Tutor. Master Teifu, you have stepped on my foot. The Grand Tutor turned a deaf ear and felt his heart suddenly hanging in his throat. Sure enough, after walking forward about 10 meters, he found that the small path had not caught up with him, so Yishuo could only look back to see what was going on. But after lifting the door curtain, Yishuo was immediately stunned. Master, what are you doing? Didn't you say you don't care? Now it doesn't look like that. The Teifu is just like his father. It is difficult to guess what an old man is thinking, and he often goes back on his words. Seeing him turn back, the Grand Tutor finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression slightly distorted, and after a long while his voice finally softened. "Your Highness, it's not very convenient outside. Why don't you stay at my house for the next 10 days? Wow, what's the point of hanging out with an old guy?" Yishuo shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't bother you with this matter, master. It's not a bother, it's not a bother." The Grand Tutor almost gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness has come to my house. I am so happy that I can't wait to see you. How can I feel that it is a bother? Just wait, when he returns, he will send someone to inform the Emperor immediately that the ninth prince has escaped without permission. This time, he must file a complaint with the Emperor." "Having said that, your expression doesn't say that." Yishuo touched his chin and felt that the Grand Tutor definitely did not think so. So Yishuo thought about it and said, "Then when you go back, send someone to tell my father and my mother that you want me to stay in your house for a while." His own words alone might be able to fool his mother, but he certainly couldn't fool his cheap father. But it would be different if there was testimony from the Grand Tutor. Even if the matter of leaving the palace to study was not true, it would become true after getting the Grand Tutor's confirmation. The master refused without hesitation. "This is impossible. Wanting him to help you lie is impossible." Yishu also had some understanding of the Grand Tutor's personality. He was very old-fashioned and stubborn. He had heard this from the Crown Princess more than once, so Yishu didn't hold out much hope. "In that case, I'll trouble you to take care of Xia Luzi." The master was stunned for a moment. What does he mean? Are you not going to bring even a personal attendant with you? Looking at the figure of the 7-year-old child walking away, the two people in the carriage were completely panicked. Xia Luzi was about to cry, "Master, master, don't you want your servant anymore?" The master was also shouting, come back, I'll help you." "Really?" Really, Yishu thought for a while and finally decided to jump back into the carriage. After all, leaving the palace is a big deal, and the Grand Tutor certainly wouldn't dare to hide it. If his father knew about it, the whole of Upper Kyoto would be shaken to look for me, and that would be bad, so this is good for now. After Yishu sat firmly, the Grand Tutor blocked the door of the carriage with his old bones and stared at him intently, fearing that this prince with a naughty nature would do something naughty again. "Your Highness, you really scared me to death just now." Xia Luzi almost didn't know what to do. Yishu couldn't help but smile at the two of them. The tutor reacted quickly and felt that things shouldn't be like this. It was the ninth prince who acted first and reported later. It was clearly him who was in the wrong, so why did I have to beg him in the end? After Teifu came to his senses, his face suddenly turned dark. The situation was urgent and he couldn't react quickly enough, but now it's okay. He has figured it all out, but it was too late. Just like that, under the stare of the Grand Tutor, Yishuo staggered along the carriage to the Grand Tutor's residence. The prince's tutor is a top-ranking official in the current dynasty, so his residence should be very large. However, when he got closer, Yishuo found that the house in front of him was pitifully shabby. Of course, this is only relative. Compared with ordinary people, it is definitely much better, but if compared with the residences of other officials, it is not worth mentioning. On this street, the house of the Teifu has the most ordinary facade, except for the pair of brand new big lions at the door which make it look more luxurious. Withdrawing his gaze, Yishuo followed the tutor into the room. Later, Yishuo discovered that the inside of the Teifu's mansion was not as good as the outside. At least the paint on the pillars outside was not peeling, and the basic color was still there. As for the inside of the mansion, Yishuo seriously suspected that the Teifu only renovated the outside. Just as he was daydreaming about something, he walked through the screen wall and came to the hanging flower gate. He heard some noise in the main room, and a woman in her 50s came towards him. Although the woman had taken good care of herself, she was old after all, and her face was beginning to show signs of aging, but her movements were appropriate, and it could be seen that she was a person who had read a lot. There was a hint of calmness between her brows and her eyes were peaceful. From her still bright eyes, it could be seen that she was also a very talented and gentle woman in her time. Yishuo finally knew who the crown princess took after. Given the Grand Tutor's temperament of getting angry at the slightest provocation, Yishuo had thought that the crown princess was adopted. Madame Zhen first saw her husband in the light and subconsciously said, "The master is back, eh? Who is this?" Yishuo came out from behind the tutor without saying a word. After seeing the face of the child clearly, Madame Zhen was stunned for a moment, then blurted out in surprise, "What a beautiful child. A person with beautiful appearance and figure is called handsome." Although the child in front of me is very young, his facial features are so stunning that people can't help but marvel at him. As expected, in another 10 years, I wonder how many girls in Shangjing City will be fascinated by him. The Grand Tutor's face turned a little unhappy when he heard this. After all, in his opinion, a man should be upright, well-read, and have a sharp look between his brows. It's ridiculous for the ninth prince to only rely on his face but be empty inside. Yishuo next to him didn't care. He thought that he was good-looking because he had good genes. Was it a crime to be good-looking? Therefore, Yishuo didn't care at all and quickly shouted to Madame Zhen in front of him, "Hello, master's wife." The Teifu is now his teacher, and Teifu's wife is naturally his teacher's wife. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but frown upon seeing this. Why was the ninth prince acting so pretentiously? However, when Mrs. Zhen heard that he was her husband's new student, she couldn't help herself and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. "At such a young age, you are very polite. You must be tired after walking all this way with your teacher. Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. It's time for dinner. Let's have some together. See, why is having good looks useless?" Yishuo turned around and winked at the tutor. The master's eyelids twitched suddenly. Yishuo turned around and said softly, "Master's wife, Shuer has nowhere to go recently. Can you take Shuer in for a few days?" "Oh, how pitiful." Madame Zhen said without hesitation, "Of course, there are so many rooms in the house, I will just clean up one for you." "Then what if the teacher doesn't allow it?" Yishuo hesitated. Mrs. Zhen was stunned. If her husband didn't allow it. Seeing her hesitation, Yishuo slowly lowered his head. Madame Zhen couldn't help but say, "It's just one room. I think I can still make the decision." The hopeful Teifu followed closely behind, just when the tutor lost control and wanted to expose Yishuo. A young girl, no more than 15 or 16 years old, came out of the yard with two maids, crossed the corridor, and came to the main house. The girl was in her prime, with a slender figure and a luxuriant appearance, like a flower bud about to bloom, and she was extremely beautiful. However, there was a hint of sadness between her brows, which made her look like she was forcing a smile. She seemed to want to smile, and her mouth moved, but the corners of her eyes were still slightly drooping. People who are not born with this type of eyes will behave like this. It means they are really in a bad mood and are just pretending. Yishuo's first reaction when he saw her was that this girl was worried. As for Zio Luzi standing next to him, he was thinking, the Grand Tutor is indeed a hidden talent. His daughters are all prettier than the other, and you can't tell from the Grand Tutor's appearance. I thought the Crown Princess was beautiful enough, but I didn't expect that her sister was even more beautiful. She was less dignified and graceful than the Crown Princess, but her appearance was better. Because Zio Luzi knew that the Grand Tutor had two daughters, he subconsciously thought the girl in front of him was the Grand Tutor's youngest daughter and the Crown Princess's younger sister. But Yishuo didn't think so. First, the age didn't match. The Grand Tutor looked to be in his 50s or 60s, so how old was this girl? Giving birth at an advanced age was a very dangerous thing in modern times, not to mention in ancient times. Even if the Crown Princess is the daughter of the Grand Tutor, she is too young. The Crown Princess is only in her early 20s this year. That is to say, the Grand Tutor was in his 30s when he gave birth to the Crown Princess. It is not easy for her to give birth to another daughter a few years later. It would be fine if the Teifu was shameless enough to take a concubine at such an old age, but the key point was that along the way, Yishuo discovered that the Teifu seemed to have only married this one wife, who was of the same age as the Teifu, and the girl was so young, she really didn't look like a little daughter. It's more like she's a granddaughter. It's just that granddaughters of this era basically never appear in their grandfather's house. Even if they do, they usually just stay for a short time. But looking at the clothes of the two maids next to them, they are all the style of ordinary maids in the Teifu mansion, and they don't look like they are just staying for a short time. It's as if they have always lived here, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to say that all the personal maids are from the Teifu mansion. Plus, the Crown Princess never mentioned anything about her sisters. Yishuo couldn't help but sigh, then shook his head gently at Zio Luzi, signaling him not to say more or ask more questions later. Zio Luzi was confused and a little puzzled. Soon the girl walked straight towards this side and said, "Grandfather, grandmother." Zio Luzi was startled and subconsciously began to guess the identity, appearance, and age of the eldest lady. Only then did he realize what His Highness had meant. Completely unaware of the little movements of the master and servant, the girl bowed to the Grand Tutor and the madam, then shifted her gaze to the strange child in front of her. The girl's first reaction was similar to the madam's. She thought the child in front of her was very cute. However, she was young after all, so her reaction was not as obvious as the madam's. But obviously, she was still interested in Yishuo. This young master is. Upon hearing this, Yishuo immediately put on his signature smile. Seeing that he was about to use the same old trick again, the Grand Tutor interrupted him without waiting for him to say anything, and spoke for him. "This is the ninth prince. Wenyin, come here and meet the ninth prince. This child is actually a prince." Not to mention the girl, even the madam next to her was shocked. There was no way, because Yishuo had specially changed out of the prince's clothes and put on ordinary clothes. Therefore, the madam just thought that he was a young man from some family and did not think of him as a prince. Seeing that she had just been talking to him in a condescending manner, Liang Wenyan hurriedly walked down the steps and saluted towards Yishuo, saying, "This subject greets the ninth prince. I pay my respects to the ninth prince." Yishuo glanced at the Grand Tutor and said helplessly, "No need to be polite, get up." Yishuo didn't go forward, but asked Zio Luzi to help. Grandmaster, you are really something. We are all family, why bother with all this? Yishu didn't like people bowing to him and basically avoided it whenever possible. It was probably a habit brought from his previous life, and it would be difficult to change in this life. Who is his family? I've never seen anyone so familiar. The Grand Tutor glared at Yishuo and said slowly, Your Highness, etiquette cannot be abolished. To be honest, Yishuo did not consider the tutor as his own, but he did not want to kneel down to him. Seeing that the Grand Tutor insisted, Yishuo had no choice. It was already dark when they came out of the palace. The Grand Tutor first held his nose and asked the people in the mansion to pass the message to the palace. After he finished explaining, the ninth prince showed a satisfied look, and the Grand Tutor became even more furious. The madam was still puzzled. Her husband had clearly supported the crown prince, so why would he bring other princes to his home to spend the night and stay for such a long time? Fortunately, the housekeeper came over to inform that dinner was ready, which invisibly resolved a possible conflict. The dinner at the tutor's house was just as simple as the house where the tutor lived. It was in no way comparable to the imperial palace. There were 4 people in total, so 4 dishes and 1 soup were enough. Finally, because Yishuo was there, a dish of roasted ham was specially added today. It is certainly much better than the food in ordinary people's homes, but as I said, it doesn't look like what a first-rank official eats at all. The Grand Tutor had predicted that the ninth prince, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, would not be able to stand this, and he had already prepared to make a few sarcastic remarks to him when the time came. However, the ninth prince not only did not complain, but ate with relish, looking as if he was adapting well, which made the Grand Tutor a little confused. How so? But in fact, Yishuo is still very easy to feed. If there is good food, he will definitely eat the good ones. If there is nothing good, he will eat other things as well. It's all fine with him. He is not very picky about food. Yishuo eats a lot, but not fast. He chews every mouthful of rice thoroughly before swallowing it. This minimizes the burden on his stomach and intestines, and doesn't make the food spilled everywhere. Then when the madam saw this scene, it seemed like he was eating non-stop. The madam was old and her appetite was not very good. Her granddaughter had been weak since childhood and ate little. The madam had hardly seen this scene, and unknowingly followed suit and ate half a bowl more. Liang Wenyan next to him was even more surprised. She thought that the ninth prince seemed to have a big appetite and ate with relish. It seemed that ordinary meals became delicious. The master didn't understand. How could a child be so attractive when he was just eating? Why were the 2 people in the family so interested as if they had never seen it before? Please forgive me, master, for not having seen the world and not knowing that the people who watch the most food broadcasts among modern children are their mothers, grandmothers, and college students. Of course, it's cute when a child's cheeks puff up. The madam was the first to put down her bowl and chopsticks. She just remembered the important matter at this moment. She had planned to discuss it with her husband when he came back today, but who would have thought that a prince would come with them today? For a moment, the madam didn't know whether she should mention it or not. After all, they were an old married couple for many years, so the Grand Tutor could naturally see what his wife was thinking at the moment. In addition, he already had an idea about the matter and really didn't want to discuss it anymore, so he said, Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. As expected, the madam stopped talking immediately. Yishuo, who was watching the excitement, did not hesitate at all and decisively put down his chopsticks. Master's wife, don't listen to my teacher. I am the prince and I have the final say. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Isn't it said that etiquette cannot be abolished? Heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, and teachers should step back a little. The madam was visibly stunned as she never expected that he would speak suddenly. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but grit his teeth and looked over to see what the little prince was going to do. Liang Wenyan looked at this, then looked at that, and couldn't help but tugged at the madam's sleeve nervously. Grandma, forget it, what if they started quarreling in front of the ninth prince? The Grand Tutor also exhaled heavily. Your Highness, this is my family affair, so please don't worry about it. What a coincidence, the more the Grand Tutor doesn't want him to do something, the more he wants to do it. Yishuo turned a deaf ear to him and stroked his chin. How about letting me guess? Since it was clearly stated that it was a family matter, coupled with the girl's sad face when they met, combined with her age, Yishuo suddenly had an idea. Could it be about the young lady's marriage? The Grand Tutor's breathing suddenly stagnated. He was puzzled. This ninth prince was not good at studying, but how come his brain worked so quickly in other aspects? Could it be that he is only smart in other areas? Yishuo asked again, but the young lady and the madam think it is inappropriate, but the old master disagrees. Based on the old man's personality, this is the most likely thing to happen. The old man is stubborn and won't listen to other people's opinions at all. Liang Wenyan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with a handkerchief. How did you know? Yishuo spread his hands. Guess. But it seems that I guessed right. The old face of the master has now become as black as the bottom of a pot. However, the madam's psychological defenses were collapsing little by little. Seeing this, Yishuo thought about it. According to common sense, he should not interfere in other people's family affairs, especially other people's daughters' marriages. How could he, an outsider, ask about these things? But the situation is different now. The Teifu obviously has no intention of listening to the opinions of the two women in the family. He probably thinks that they are just women in the inner house and don't know as much as he, a great scholar who is the prince's teacher. Besides, in this day and age, it is popular to have parents' orders and matchmakers' words. If the Teifu likes the other party, his granddaughter has no right to intervene at all. But the Teifu didn't know that it was the young couple's life, and just because he thought it was good didn't mean it was really good. Just because he read a lot of books would he never make mistakes in his life. When it comes to marriage, the opinions of the parties involved are the most important. Yishuo is small and weak, and he cannot help everyone in such an era, but at least if he sees something, he will help if he can. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. His status as a prince is not given for nothing, right? The crown princess has already married into the Eastern Palace and is now the daughter-in-law of the royal family. Her behavior is restricted in every way. I guess this is why the madam didn't tell her. In addition, the Grand Tutor insisted on doing so the madam and Liang Wenyan really had nowhere to turn to. What if he really is a bad guy? We can't just watch the little girl jump into the fire, right? In this case, it's not wrong to interfere in other people's family affairs. Thinking of this, Yishuo couldn't help but smile and said, since the Grand Master doesn't want to listen, then Master's wife and niece Wenyin should tell me. I have plenty of time and I don't mind being annoyed. Liang Wenyan is the niece of the Crown Princess, and he and the Crown Prince are brothers. Is it not too much for Liang Wenyan to call him little uncle? The madam hesitated for a while but finally spoke out. Although the ninth prince is still young, he is willing to listen. As for whether he can help, what if he can? This is what happened. After hearing this, Teifu finally lost all control and threw his chopsticks in anger. The sound of bang startled both the madam and Liang Wenyan. They have never seen their grandfather so angry. For a moment, even the madam began to hesitate. Yishuo turned a deaf ear to it and didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't care even if his father was angry, let alone a mere tutor. Don't pay attention to him. Master's wife, please continue talking. Perhaps it was the ninth prince's calmness that gave the madam confidence. The madam was not the kind of person who could not distinguish the important from the unimportant. Compared with her husband's momentary anger and her granddaughter's lifelong happiness, the latter was obviously more important, so the madam settled down again. The Grand Tutor was fuming and glaring for a long time and found that no one paid any attention to him. Only his granddaughter looked at him hesitantly and worriedly from time to time. But his granddaughter was obviously not the one who made the decision, which meant that his anger was in vain and had no effect at all. But the Grand Tutor really didn't dare to leave. At least he could keep an eye on things here. Once he left, who knows what shocking words the ninth prince might say. What if his wife and granddaughter were really led astray by him? The master had never felt so aggrieved in his life. There was nothing he could do, no one listened to him, and in the end he could only sit down again feeling frustrated. The madam paused for a moment, as if she had discovered some new world. An idea crossed her mind unconsciously. It turns out that my husband also has times when he is helpless. The Grand Tutor didn't understand why someone would be interested in the affairs of a girl. What man would have such a hobby? Looking at the ninth prince who moved a stool and sat there, listening with relish, occasionally interrupting and expressing his opinions, the Grand Tutor couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tusk, he won't leave even though I told him to. He's really used to it. Yishuo couldn't help but curl his lips. Soon, the madam told the whole story. It turns out that Miss Wenyan's marriage was arranged by the tutor. Upon hearing this, Yishuo could no longer hold back and started to complain. There are 2 children, and we can't tell anything yet. Why is it decided so early? What if the children grow up to be bad? With Teifu's personality, he would probably keep his promise even if the children grow up to be bad. Isn't this just pushing his own children into the fire pit in vain? It is really not advisable to arrange a marriage or make a marriage contract at a young age. The Grand Tutor was immediately unhappy. There are countless people in the world who act like this. Are they all wrong? Yishuo didn't even think about it. When does having more people mean it's right? The two looked at each other, neither of them giving in, and soon turned their heads away. The madam continued. The boy was a few years older than Liang Wenyan. At that time, the 2 families agreed to wait until the young master of the cow family came of age. Coincidentally, Liang Wenyan also came of age, and then the 2 families would immediately fulfill the marriage contract. Now the agreed date is almost here, and the young master of the cow family is about to come of age, but something happened in the meantime that has bothered the madam to this day. It wasn't a big deal. It was just 2 years ago, when Wenyan was 14 years old, the young master of the cow family gave Wenyan a hairpin on her birthday. After all, they are an engaged couple, and nowadays, the separation between men and women is not as strict as imagined. As long as young men and women do not give or receive things privately and their parents are present, it is not a big deal for them to give each other gifts. After a little inquiry, the madam found out that it was also sent by the young master of the cow family. Since that day, the madam couldn't help but grumble in her heart. At first, she always felt that there was something going on between her future granddaughter's husband and her cousin, but there was no substantial evidence, and there were not even any rumors. Gradually, the madam couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Seeing his wife bring this up again, the grand tutor couldn't help but say, "It's just a hairpin. Why are you ladies so particular about it?" Yishuo had a different opinion, Teifu. What you said is wrong. Hairpins are women's personal belongings. If close sisters borrow them from each other, it's fine. But who wants others to have the same things as themselves? It would be fine if they didn't know each other, and it would be awkward at best if they met. But it happened to be a birthday gift for niece Wenyin, and it was given by the same person. This young master of the cow family is really too rude. The key point is that it was made by one person, and it is a birthday gift. Who wouldn't be disgusted? Does he think that niece Wenyin can share everything with others? Can she just give anything away? The grand tutor couldn't help but frown when he heard this. You are just taking advantage of the situation. How can it be so serious? The madam beside her had her eyes slightly lit up. Yes, that's what I mean. Every time she told her husband about this, he would say she was narrow-minded. Today, finally someone agreed with her. The madam previously thought that she was being pretentious, but now it seems that it is not the case. Seeing that Liang Wenyan next to him hadn't said anything, Yishu couldn't help but turn around and ask, "What about you? After hearing about this, do you feel uncomfortable?" Liang Wenyan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I am a little not very happy." "It's right that you're unhappy. You did nothing wrong in this matter." Yishu made the final decision, which made the tutor next to him very angry. Although Liang Wenyan looked weak, she was, after all, a delicate young lady raised in the Teifu's mansion since she was a child, so she would naturally speak out if she was unhappy. So she said yes, he asked, but he said I was unreasonable and said that I was jealous. When she finished speaking, Liang Wenyan obviously hesitated for a moment. It was obvious that she had reflected on herself, and the shame in her eyes proved that she also felt that it was her own problem. In the eyes of the Teifu, it was just unreasonable, but the word jealous was too strong, and the Teifu was not very happy to hear it. Yishuo has basically confirmed that this cow is most likely a scumbag. He couldn't argue or felt guilty, so he just put the blame on the woman. This is what the old scumbag did. Was he very angry at the time? Was he very loud? Was he also a little angry out of shame? Liang Wenyan recalled it and nodded hurriedly. Yes. Yishuo, this familiar operation was too familiar to Yishuo, a veteran who had been in the business for many years. When a man feels guilty, he tends to use anger to cover up himself. There's nothing you can do about it. Who made you hit his sore spot? Of course, this alone is not enough. Yishuo continued to ask, "What else? Is there anything else? Otherwise?" The madam thought for a moment and continued, "I didn't hear anything about it afterward, except that Yinner saw the young master of the cow family punishing the servants in his yard a few times. I heard that he was quite harsh, and the servants even bled." The Teifu next to him couldn't help but snorted coldly, women's kindness. The grand tutor felt that women were not good enough. They were soft-hearted and confused. But why couldn't he be beaten because the servant had dirty hands and feet? The statements of the grand tutor and the madam were almost completely opposite, but Yishuo could hear something different, so he asked, "Grand tutor, how did you know that the servant made a mistake? You were not there at the time, and you didn't see it." The grand tutor answered casually, "Of course, the young master of the cow family told me." Yishuo couldn't help but sigh. "Look, one is what niece Wenyin saw with her own eyes, and the other is what Cow explained to you. Between the two, even a fool knows which one is more reliable, right?" Upon hearing this, the grand tutor was stunned for a moment. But the grand tutor still didn't believe these things were true. Liang Wenyan was his granddaughter. His eldest daughter died early, leaving behind this daughter. How could he not love her? Therefore, when choosing a husband for her, the grand tutor carefully selected the cow family. The cow family has a clean and upright family tradition for generations. There is a family motto that a man can take a concubine only when he is 40 and has no children. Yishuo shook his head. "Don't believe all rumors. Bad bamboo can produce good bamboo shoots, so how can good bamboo shoots not produce bad bamboo? This can only prove that the cow family is good, not that Mr. Cow is good. If he really took a concubine, could the cow family still kick him out of the house because of this? Think about it, Mr. Cow is the cow family's biological son." The grand tutor added, "I have met Master Cow many times. He is truly a gentleman, well-mannered and polite, and a child who knows when to advance and when to retreat." The grand tutor has been watching over him all these years, as he is also afraid that his grandson-in-law will grow up to be a bad person. Yishu shook his head again. "You can't know a person's heart by his appearance. You are the current imperial tutor, a first-rank official. Except for me, everyone in the younger generation is polite when they see you. Doesn't my third brother have to bow to you when he sees you? He is the crown prince. Yishuo has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and he knows very well that if you want to understand a man's character, you can't just look at how he behaves when he is in glory. When he is in glory, everyone can pretend, and it is really not difficult. The real way to understand a man's character is to look at his bottom line when he is down and out. If the other person can maintain his status quo, or has not fallen too far, then even if he is bad, he is not that bad. So it's not enough to just hear about it, you have to try it yourself. After all, it's someone's lifelong happiness, how can you treat it so lightly? However, the grand tutor beside him was almost mad at him. It turned out that the 9th prince himself knew that he had no manners at all around him. Yishuo pondered for a long time and felt that these alone were not enough, far from enough. In this era, the Madam and Lang Wenian were talking about minor issues that might not even be considered problems in the eyes of others. There must be more to it than just this, as they both opposed it, and even asked the imperial tutor to cancel the engagement. Thinking of this, Yishuo asked, "The 9th prince is really sharp." The Madam and Lang Wenian were both surprised and even shocked by his question. There were indeed more reasons for breaking off the engagement. The Madam did not even tell her husband because she and her granddaughter found it absurd, even ridiculous. The Madam never dared to tell it out loud, because if she did, her husband would get very angry. But now that the 9th prince has brought it up, the Madam finally decided to speak out. You can't keep it a secret forever, right? After a long while, she hesitated and said, "Actually, the reason why Yinner and I are so opposed is because we both feel uncomfortable when we see the young master of the cow family." It's hard to describe what kind of feeling it is, it's just annoyance and dislike. The other person hasn't done anything wrong, but he is just so unlikable. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the grand tutor became furious. After all, this reason seemed like a joke to him. The marriage had been arranged for so many years, but in the end his wife told his granddaughter that she objected for such inexplicable reasons. How could the Teifu accept this? The grand tutor felt that even the 9th prince would be angry this time, and would think that the two of them were not getting along, right? But when he turned around, he found that the 9th prince's expression was more serious than before. The Teifu's eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't even breathe. Yishuo was not pretending. He really felt that the situation described by the madam and his cheap niece at the end was more serious than the previous ones. Think about it, if the cheap niece is rejecting the young master of the cow family from the bottom of her heart, then the young master of the cow family is useless no matter whether he is good or bad. How can the two of them live on? It would have been fine if she was the only one feeling this way, but the madam actually had the same feeling. Yishuo was once a modern man, and he still believed in the concept of chemistry. If he didn't like someone, then he didn't like them. And women's sixth sense can be quite scary sometimes. Yishuo nodded and said, "I understand, but this is not a solution. The wedding is coming soon and we can't delay it. How about we think of a way and give it a try first?" The 9th prince actually believed it. He didn't even have any perfunctory intentions. Not to mention the young Liang Wenian, even the madam was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. The Teifu looked at this, then looked at that, and suddenly everything in front of his eyes went dark. The master held his chest tightly, unable to hold back anymore, and flew into a rage. "You three, are you listening to me?" I'm listening. "Master, are you tired? Why don't you sit down and take a rest?" Although Yishuo kept saying that he was listening, anyone who was not deaf could tell that he was being perfunctory. This was the first time in Teifu's life that he was ignored so thoroughly. After all, her granddaughter's marriage is more important at the moment. Although the madam is usually very obedient to her husband, she is in no mood to pay attention to him now. Looking at the old, the young and the child gathered together, whispering to each other about something. The Teifu inexplicably felt like he was left out by the three of them. In the past, no matter the big or small things in the family, everyone would ask for his opinion. Only when he nodded, the matter was settled. Look at it now, has anyone ever asked him even a single question? Am I still the head of this family? The master suddenly felt a sense of loss. But the grand tutor really couldn't bring himself to get involved. After all, it was his daughter's private matter. What was the point of an old man like him asking about it every day? The grand tutor was puzzled. Why was the 9th prince so shameless, and how could he talk about this so confidently? If Yishuo could realize what the grand tutor was thinking at this moment, he would definitely reply to him that he deserved it. Since he is impatient to listen to his wife nagging about the children and thinks that their matters are trivial, naturally there will be others willing to listen, and he just needs to not feel uncomfortable at that time. Yishuo was quite willing to listen and was not annoyed at all. He was even more willing to give his own opinions. The madam's performance was indeed a bit excited. After all, she finally met someone who was willing to listen. Although he was a little younger, he was not perfunctory at all. He also did not push all the blame onto the two of them, thinking that they were stingy. The ninth prince was often able to point out problems immediately and perfectly summed up the issues that the madam and Liang Wenyan were struggling with. Later, there were even tears in the madam's eyes. After all, for a woman like her who lives in a deep house, she has no money and no power, so what's the point of studying? She still has to rely on her husband. If her husband doesn't listen to her opinions, then she will be helpless. And just at this moment, the ninth prince appeared. The man in front of her was a descendant of the emperor. Asking him to come forward and do such a thing made the madam feel uneasy. Yishu waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, it won't happen. He was just pretending to be a beggar. He had never played a role-playing game before, but just thinking about it was exciting. Although it is not a good idea to test a person in this way, special cases should be treated specially. In modern times, men and women are free people, and if they can't live together after marriage, they can just get divorced. In this case, testing each other is indeed a bit excessive, but this was in ancient times. Once married, a woman was basically tied to her husband for life and could not easily break free. Shouldn't she be more cautious in this situation? You can't just say that no matter whether the young master of the cow family is good or bad, your cheap niece has to accept it with a pinch of her nose, right? It is better to find out in advance while things are still not finalized and there is still a chance to regret than to cry your eyes out later. So if the means are dishonorable, then it's better to be dishonorable. Yishu is not the kind of person who only sticks to formalities. How to solve the problem is the most important thing. For the time being, we have set 3 small goals. First, to see if he is two-faced, arrogant at first and respectful later. Second, to see if he really has violent tendencies. Third, if possible, to see if he and his cousin really have an improper relationship between men and women. Based on his previous conversation with the madam, Yishu's goal was very clear. Now that we have noticed such signs in the young master of the cow family, let's start with these 3 aspects to verify their authenticity. By the way, I forgot to ask, how is the cousin from the cow family doing recently? Isn't she not much younger than the young master of the cow family? If we calculate by age, she should have reached the age of marriage for a long time, right? The young master of the cow family has reached the age of coming of age this year, so the cousin should be about 18 or 19 years old, a little older than my cheap niece. The madam said hurriedly, when the cousin of the cow family was in the cow family, she was already waiting to get married. Her family was not very wealthy, so she thought it would be better to marry out of the cow family. She got married last year. In a nutshell, the cousin from the cow family came here just to gild herself. If you've already left, it'll be difficult to deal with. However, it is enough to just grasp the first 2 points. Being smooth is not a big problem. At most, it may annoy people. However, it is enough to prove this point. At least it can make the young master of cow family less perfect in the heart of the teifu. With this premise, if the cheap niece is too unlucky and ends up getting married unfortunately, when she goes home and cries, she will not say that the teifu will not listen at all. Of course, it would be better not to marry. Since she was already tired of him, Yishu felt that this marriage was almost a failure. You don't have to do anything then, just watch the whole process. Don't worry if you still don't want to get married at that time. Your uncle, will never let you put your trust in the wrong person. He couldn't do that for the sake of the crown princess. It was really funny for a 7-year-old child to say such things, but Liang Wenyan not only did not find it funny, but she choked up instead. In the past year, as the wedding date approached, she hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. It can be seen that she was in great distress before. Things were not settled yet, but her spirit was already different. The teifu standing by was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are you still crying? Looking at his wife next to him, she didn't seem to be much better. As for the discussion process, everyone lowered their voices at the same time, so the master didn't hear a single word. He was completely excluded. Later, the grand tutor knew what the highest level of VIP treatment was. When the madam ordered the servants to decorate the room, the grand tutor watched helplessly as his wife took out all the best things in the house. That roll of horn curtain was extremely finely crafted. It was originally intended to be used as a dowry for the granddaughter, but now it was also spread on the 9th prince's bed. Although the weather has been a little hot recently, it is not summer yet. Fearing that he would feel cold in the middle of the night, the madam asked someone to put a thin mattress on top of the cot. The mattress was so silky and soft that the grand tutor had never used it in his life, let alone put it under his body. See, this is what happens when you refuse to listen to your wife. Giving the tutor a smug look, Yishu walked leisurely into the room specially prepared for him by the madam, leaving the tutor standing there with a frozen face. But it's too late now. Fearing that he might sabotage her, the madam pretended to be asleep and didn't hear anything. The grand tutor stared at the ceiling of the bed, unable to understand why everything had changed so much when the 9th prince had only been here for less than 1 night. The other side, when Emperor Jingwen heard the imperial concubine say that her son had left the palace to study with the imperial tutor, his first reaction was disbelief. How could he not know what kind of temper that little bastard has? It would be strange if it was really about studying. Only the imperial concubine was deceived by him every time. In the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, a dog can never change its own nature. His son's recent performance has been a little better than before, but he would never believe that he could be so motivated. Seeing Emperor Jingwen's face full of suspicion, concubine Rong immediately became unhappy. "Your Majesty, you look down on Shuor too much. Why can't Shuor suddenly come to his senses?" Come to his senses. Emperor Jingwen would not have had such a beautiful dream. "In this case, Your Majesty, how about you make a bet with me?" Seeing the imperial concubine's eyes flickering and her face full of expectation, Emperor Jingwen immediately knew that she must have something to ask for. Emperor Jingwen raised his eyebrows, showing no fear at all. "Tell me, what are you betting on? How about we bet on the batch of materials that were newly tribute this year?" The imperial concubine said without hesitation, almost blurting out the answer. It was obvious that she had planned this for a long time. There was no other way. Summer was coming, and it was the time to wear beautiful clothes. Although the Duke of Zhen's mansion had also sent a batch of good fabrics, they were certainly not as good as those presented to the emperor. The imperial concubine overheard it by accident a few days ago, and now she is almost dying of greed. Emperor Jingwen made a straight hook and concubine Rong immediately started to jump down. Emperor Jingwen thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. He couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a small matter. I allow you to do it, but..." Seeing the imperial concubine looking at him eagerly, he had whetted her appetite. It took a long time for Emperor Jingwen to finish his next words. "But if you lose, what will you give me as compensation?" What could she have to pay? She was already in the palace. Concubine Rong was trying to get something for nothing. "Just wait and see, I will not lose." "God bless you, the little bastard must keep his word this time." Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but admire his imperial concubine. She actually dared to place her trust in her son. What kind of person was their son? Could it be that she still... As he was talking, Wang Ziquan walked in and said, "Your Majesty, someone from the Grand Tutor's mansion just came over to deliver a message." After a dozen breaths, Emperor Jingwen was stunned after hearing the message. It's actually true. The sun rises from the west. Emperor Jingwen once again felt heartfelt joy. But no matter what, even if he was the emperor, he could not have imagined that the Teifu, who was so old-fashioned on weekdays, would actually collude with his son. His son did not turn over a new leaf, but quietly stepped onto a new level. Emperor Jingwen didn't know, so he is very happy now. Concubine Rong was also very happy to have obtained several rolls of high-quality cloth for free. The next morning, Yishu looked at the tattered clothes that the madam had specially prepared for him, and no matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like those worn by a beggar. Perhaps considering his status as a prince, the madam was still too conservative. Yishu didn't say anything at first. After washing up and eating, Yishu asked, "Did the young master of the Cao family respond to you?" Liang Wenian nodded. "He has agreed to accompany me to the parade this morning." The customs of the people in the Great Zhou were relatively open, and there was no such thing as women being confined to their homes. If women wanted to do some small business, that was still possible. After all, it was allowed by both parents, and there was nothing wrong with a man and a woman who were engaged going shopping together. Yishu never imagined that his adopted niece would be rejected by the young master of the Cao family. After all, his adopted niece was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, and now she was the niece of the crown princess. No matter what the young master of the Cao family thought, he was unlikely to refuse. After Yishu had eaten and drunk his fill, he always felt that the surroundings seemed too quiet, as if something was missing. Then he patted his head and remembered that at this time, the tutor was probably going to court. It's really hard for him to concentrate on work at this time. But in fact, Yishu overestimated the master by thinking this way. With such a devil in the family, how could the master concentrate on his work? The prince had seen his teacher distracted more than once or twice. "What's wrong with the teacher today?" The prince looked puzzled. Teacher, father is calling you." He suddenly came back to his senses and met Emperor Jingwen's approving gaze, and the Teifu felt even more pressured. "I really hope the time will pass sooner." The Grand Tutor had never felt that attending court was so torturous. After finally waiting until the end of the court session, the prince came forward with a concerned look on his face. "Teacher, are you okay? By the way, I heard that Zioju is with you." "Zioju. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't say much to you. I have to go home early today." Without even bothering to greet his favorite student, the tutor left in a hurry after saying this. "If it's any later, my house will probably be demolished by the ninth prince." Looking at his teacher's anxious back, and then at his father, who was obviously in a good mood, the prince couldn't help but took a breath. The other sighed. After Yishu had eaten and drunk his fill, he rolled on the ground several times in front of everyone, and in the process painted his face, neck, and hands, which were most easily exposed, black. After looking at the bronze mirror, he felt that it would be difficult to fool a real beggar, but if he wanted to fool a rich young master, it should be no problem. Yishuo put the mirror down with satisfaction. The madam beside him seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she wanted to persuade him. Looking at the little Lu Zai next to him, he had already knelt down with a plop. Your Highness, if you have anything to do, just let me do it. Why do you have to waste yourself like this, Your Highness? If the imperial concubine knew about this, I would be in big trouble. It's just pretending to be a beggar, he can do it. But how could Yishuo possibly hand over such an interesting thing to Zio Luzi? What fun would that be? Although Yishuo is more playful, he does not neglect this operation. Wouldn't it be better if he could take both into account? So how could Yishuo let Zio Luzi ruin his gaming experience? In order to make it more realistic, he even asked the kitchen of Teifu Mansion for some stale water from the previous night and sprinkled it on himself. Taking a bath is a luxury for beggars. It is impossible for a real beggar to have no smell at all. Soon, Yishuo's whole body became smelly, which was somewhat similar to the feeling of sweating too much and not washing. The ninth prince in front of him performed his entire set of movements smoothly, which stunned Liang Wenian, who was a little nervous on the side. The movements were so smooth, it didn't feel like it was my first time at all. Just when Liang Wenian was stunned, Xing Yucheng also arrived. After all, Xing Yucheng was also the son of an official, so he must have known more rumors about the young master of the Cao family than a girl like Liang Wenian who never left her house, so Yishuo called him over as well. Xing Yucheng was not prepared at all. He was shocked when he saw a beggar standing in the main room of the Grand Tutor's mansion. Seeing this, Yishuo immediately felt relieved. It seems that my disguise skills are pretty good. If he could even fool his own study partner, the young master of the Cao family should be no problem at all. Hearing the familiar voice, Xing Yucheng finally reacted, Your Highness. Hey, why are you shouting? Don't be so excited, calm down. Yishuo rubbed his ears and didn't care. Xing Yucheng felt dizzy. Not surprisingly, the ninth prince was going to do something weird again. Xing Yucheng found that he was no longer surprised and became particularly calm. How long had he been with the ninth prince? He had already successfully trained himself. After the sea hour, Yishuo heard some noise at the door and guessed it must be the young master of the Cao family. If I really want to cancel the engagement, wouldn't it be a bit too willful? Would it implicate Aunt Wan? The Aunt Wan that Liang Wenian mentioned was none other than the crown princess. Women of this era have always been like this. The first thing they consider is not themselves, but the family behind them. What if Aunt Wan's reputation is affected? Aunt Wan had finally secured her position as the crown princess. If she was implicated because of something like this, she would be blamed for her death. Liang Wenian tossed and turned all night last night, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Yishuo could understand that, when a person takes the first step, it always seems extra difficult. You only think about whether it will affect your Aunt Wan's reputation. Why don't you think about it the other way around? Does the Cao family dare to involve your Aunt Wan's reputation? Will my royal family allow the Cao family to involve the reputation of the crown princess? Yishuo had some understanding of his adoptive father. As for the crown prince, although he looked easy to talk to, he was actually not a soft person. Liang Wenian was stunned. Yishuo immediately made the final decision, so go forward boldly and don't waste such a good status of yours. Liang Wenian finally came to her senses. They had agreed to act out a play later, so Yishuo definitely couldn't expose himself so early. When Liang Wenian followed the young master of the Cao family out, Yishuo hid behind the screen wall. After the two of them left, Yishuo took advantage of the young master of the Cao family not paying attention and secretly glanced at him from behind. Judging from his dress and even his appearance, this man does look like a decent human being, but one cannot judge a book by its cover. Yishuo has seen many people who look good on the outside, but are actually beasts in human clothing. Soon Yishuo learned that although the Cao family was not a family of aristocracy, they were also noble for generations, and most importantly, they had a good family tradition. They were indeed a rare good family in Shangjing City. The head of Cao family now is Cao Lui, the father of the young master of Cao family. Cao Lui is over 50 years old. Although he is only a third-rank Sinong, the post of Sinong is related to food and people's livelihood, so he is not treated as an ordinary person. The youngest son of the Cao family is named Cao Rui. He has 3 older brothers, all of whom only married one wife. With his 3 older brothers in the lead, Cao Rui's marriage will naturally attract a lot of attention, especially those families who love their daughters. They are all eager to find a son-in-law from the Cao family. However, when they heard that Cao Rui had been betrothed by the imperial tutor when he was young, those families gave up. Hearing this, Yishuo felt something was wrong, so he interrupted Xing Yucheng, who was talking freely, and asked, How do you know so much about the Cao family? Although we are in the same circle, it doesn't mean that we know everything about them, right? At first, Yishuo just wanted to get a general idea, but he didn't expect that as he listened. He almost understood the situation of the other person's past 3 generations. The most important thing is that Xing Yucheng is only 12 years old now. He is not yet old enough to join the circle, but he is so clear about it, it feels a bit wrong. Xing Yucheng didn't think too much about it. After all, the Cao family had a good reputation and was well known in Shangjing City. After hearing what he said, Yishuo felt even more weird. Since the other party is known for his upright family tradition, he should not care about false reputation as much as others do. But now it seems that this is not the case. It seems more like an advertisement that is deliberately put out, as if it is attracting and recruiting something. Yishu then asked, "Are the daughters-in-law of the cow family of higher birth than the cow family itself?" This was the first time Xing Yucheng heard this question. After thinking about it carefully, he found that it seemed to be true. It's not that Xing Yucheng is gossipy, it's mainly because the cow family is too famous, and he can't help but know about it. Yishuo couldn't help but smack his lips after hearing this. "Okay, go on. What is Cao Rui's reputation?" Xing Yucheng barely hesitated. "Cao Rui has always had a good reputation. My mother even praised him before. What about the people around him, especially his friends? What about their reputation?" Yishu still believed in the saying of like-minded people, because people with different values basically can't get along well. This question stumped Xing Yucheng. "I don't know about this. No, wait, I suddenly remembered that Cao Rui seemed to have two playmates who grew up together. I heard that the two playmates were not very good, but because they grew up together, Cao Rui did not alienate them. Many people around me think he is kind and righteous." Yishu nodded, indicating that he understood, and then he asked, "What about Cao Rui himself? Is he considered outstanding among the children of officials?" "I don't think so." Xing Yucheng hesitated. "I feel he is not as good as me." Yishu was somewhat aware of his study partner's abilities, and he immediately said, "I understand. You are excellent." Xing Yucheng was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed when he came to his senses. "The ninth prince is bragging about himself. Don't be too happy yet. One last question. How is he compared to his three brothers? After all, other people's children are still other people's children. There is a sense of distance, but your own children are different. That can be seen and touched." Xing Yucheng forced himself to stop laughing, thought for a moment, and then shook his head, a little bit inferior. At his age, his brothers have all achieved fame and honor, but he has nothing now. "Okay, I think I understand what's going on." After such a thorough investigation, Yishu felt that the possibility that the young master of the cow family, or even the entire cow family, was good was very low. However, what you hear is not as good as what you see, so it still needs to be verified in the end. Just like that, Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi watched helplessly as the extremely noble ninth prince took out a broken bowl from somewhere, put the bowl there, and then squatted down at the door of the Beiyu pavilion very skillfully. Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi were stunned. "Don't just stand there, why don't you go somewhere cool?" The two of them here really affected his performance. Seeing that people passing by had begun to notice this place and cast puzzled glances in this direction, Yishu waved his hands with a look of disgust on his face. Looking at the enthusiastic ninth prince, Xing Yucheng choked, and once again deeply regretted that he had followed the wrong person. But now that things have come to this, there is no way to regret, and in a panic, Xing Yucheng can only find a seat at the noodle soup stall opposite. As for Xiao Luzi, Yishu assigned him another task. After everything was ready, Liang Wenian and the young master of the cow family slowly appeared at the end of the road not far away. Yishu specifically asked Liang Wenian to choose the Beiyu pavilion, which was a little far away. Liang Wenian was weak and could not walk too fast. If Yishuo took a shortcut with Xing Yucheng, who was familiar with the terrain of Shangjing, he would be able to arrive before the two of them. Now it seems that the timing was just right. Yishuo quickly calmed down and got into the role quickly. On the other side, the palace. After the court session, Emperor Jingwen wanted to praise the Grand Tutor individually, but Wang Ziquan came over and said that the Grand Tutor had left early. On the way, Emperor Jingwen thought of something, so he said to Wang Ziquan, "Oh, by the way, ask the Prince of Jin to come over as well. I have something to tell him. His younger brother has been very idle recently. He is over 30 years old and has not accomplished anything. Emperor Jingwen plans to assign him some tasks to prevent him from being idle all day and doing nothing." So the Prince of Jin finally waited until the court session was over and was about to go home for a good sleep, but he was blocked by Eunuch Wang and his men. Prince Jin immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. What's wrong with my brother, the emperor? He's busy as he is, but why can't he bear to see others having some free time? Prince Jin wanted to run away, but how could he escape? There was no choice but to follow Wang Ziquan to the Qinzheng Hall to meet his brother. As expected, Emperor Jingwen treated Prince Jin mercilessly and assigned him a lot of tasks. Although these tasks are not very difficult, they are very fragmented and time-consuming. Prince Jin immediately looked miserable, but there is no way, things have come to this point, and it seems there is no way to escape. Before he lost his freedom, the King of Jin wanted to struggle one last time, so he said, "Brother, the weather is so nice today, it would be a pity to waste it. Why don't you go for a walk outside the palace with your brother?" King Jin decided to use the tactic of delaying. How could Emperor Jingwen not know his plan? Just when he was about to say that no matter what he said today, he had to report to the 6 ministries, Emperor Jingwen suddenly thought of something. Well, that's fine. He suddenly remembered that he had not left the palace for a long time. Zhaoju was also outside the palace, so Emperor Jingwen planned to see what his son was learning. When the time comes, you can also stop by the Teifu mansion to see Zhaoju. After all, this was his son's first time out of the palace, and Emperor Jingwen was worried that the child would not be used to it. The crown prince, who was helping to review memorials, heard this and his hands trembled, almost ruining the memorial in his hands. Although the crown prince didn't know what his ninth brother had done, judging from his teacher's expression and state, it didn't seem like a good thing, if the emperor knew about this. "Father, please take me with you as well," the prince said hurriedly. Emperor Jingwen did not doubt him. "Well, it would be good for you to relax with us." Prince Jin on the side was a little surprised. He had only mentioned it casually and had not thought it would be successful. "I didn't expect that both the emperor and the crown prince would be so supportive." King Jin was a little confused. Emperor Jingwen quickly changed into his casual clothes with the help of the palace servants. Then the emperor, the crown prince, and the prince, a group of 3, left the palace in a carriage. Outside the palace, there was a lot of noise and everything was lively and orderly. Emperor Jingwen lifted the curtain and took a look, and he couldn't help but feel satisfied. After all, under his governance, the people can live and work in peace and contentment, which emperor would not feel proud. At the same time, at the Teifu mansion, the grand tutor hurried back, and when he learned that the ninth prince had gone out, he felt terrible. He didn't expect that he hurried like this, but still couldn't make it in time. For a moment, the grand tutor felt that he should ask for leave, but then he thought the ninth prince would be staying with him for 10 days or so, and he couldn't ask for leave for all these 10 days, right? Looking at his wife, who knew something but refused to tell him the truth, the Teifu felt extremely powerless. Perhaps he was too anxious. The tutor couldn't help but had a quarrel with his wife. If it were in the past, the madam might have given in, but this time, the madam seemed to be determined and refused to give in no matter what. This originally gentle person becomes more terrifying than you might imagine when he gets angry. This concerned the lifelong happiness of his granddaughter. For a moment, even the imperial tutor of the time was overwhelmed by the madam. The madam has now figured it out. Just as the ninth prince said, her youngest daughter is already the crown princess, and she is the crown princess's biological mother. She doesn't believe that her husband would dare to do anything to her. The grand tutor had never encountered such a thing in his life. No matter how great a contemporary scholar he was still no match for him. The housekeeper and servants nearby watched helplessly, not knowing whether to persuade him or not. The whole Teifu's mansion was in chaos. On the other side, outside the Bayou Pavilion. Originally, beggars were not allowed in places like this. If there were beggars, the ladies and wives of dignitaries would not dare to come. But there was nothing you could do. Yeshua was just too quiet, and obviously a little kid. He didn't say a word at all. He was quiet and timid, just staring at you with his eyes wide open. Those clear black and white eyes made people's hearts soften. When a lady or young lady came over, Yeshua would take the initiative to move back as if he was afraid of scaring them, for fear of dirtying their clean and bright clothes. It's just like the difference between wild monkeys and golden monkeys at tourist attractions. Wild monkeys are blatantly robbing and hurting people, so they are definitely not liked. But golden monkeys are well-behaved and polite, so people are naturally more willing to take the initiative to feed them. Women are naturally soft-hearted, especially those young ladies who are ignorant of the ways of the world. Seeing this scene, they felt a little sorry. Some even asked their maids to buy 2 buns for Yeshua from the stall next door. Yeshua did not need to get his hands dirty to receive the buns. He just held the bowl and let the maids put the buns in the bowl without touching them the whole time. As a result, the maids who originally disliked him began to like him more. Xingyu Cheng, who was sitting opposite, watched helplessly as within a short while, the ninth prince's feet were filled with candied fruits, meat buns, snacks from the Jixiangjai next door, and a number of copper coins for the ladies to sweeten their mouths. What's more, some people have already started to inquire, asking whether the ninth prince is willing to go home with him and become a servant in his own house. Xingyu Cheng's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw clearly that the one who asked the ninth prince whether he wanted to go with him was Prime Minister He's granddaughter. Yeshua also found that he was overacting. Looking at the maid in front of him who was speaking softly, Yeshua felt a little caught in a dilemma and felt that this was not going to end well. Fortunately, Liang Wenian and the young master of the cow family arrived at this time, and Yeshua breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Wenian noticed the movement from a distance. At first, she didn't think too much about it, but when she got closer and saw that it was Yeshua, she was immediately startled. As for the reaction of the young master of the cow family, it was much more direct. "Where did this beggar come from, shopkeeper? Is this how you do business?" Noticing the thick layer of black mud marks on Yeshua's hands, feet, and neck, Cao Rui, who had always lived a life of luxury, couldn't help but show a hint of disgust in his eyes. What Cao Rui was thinking was that he had finally got to hang out with Liang Wenian, so naturally he should perform well. It would have been fine if no customer had mentioned it before, but now that someone has spoken up, The owner of Bayou Pavilion will naturally take care of it. Go away, little beggar. This is not a place for you to stay. Take your things and leave quickly. Yishuo took advantage of the waiter's pushing and shoving to pretend to be panicked, and then the meat bun in his hand slipped out of his hand and happened to hit the clothes of the young master of the cow family. With a smack, the meat bun left a clear grease mark on Cow Rui's clothes. The shopkeeper and the clerks of Bayou Pavilion took a deep breath at the same time. Yishuo seemed to be frightened and did not dare to move at all. This is the best outfit I put on specially to accompany Liang Wenian. A deep gloom flashed across Cow Rui's eyes uncontrollably. Yishuo felt that there was something wrong with the young man in front of him. He could understand that people would be angry if their clothes were soiled, and this reaction was normal. But if someone soiled your clothes and you wanted to kill him directly, that was not normal. Yishuo was panicked. Sorry, I. Liang Wenian reacted instantly and followed suit. Master Cow, I don't think this little beggar did it on purpose. We just happened to be near the Jade Pavilion. How about I pick a new one for you? 1. Jade Pavilion equal Bayou Pavilion. Your family is poor, how much money can you spare? Cow Rui subconsciously wanted to say this, but the moment the words came out of his mouth, he held them back. Almost the moment he raised his head, Cow Rui's face was filled with a bright smile again. If Yishu had not been small and paying special attention to him, he would not have noticed it at all. What Cow Rui said was completely opposite to what he was thinking. It doesn't matter, it's just a piece of clothing. But this beggar looks a bit pitiful. Cow Rui's behavior made the young ladies around him dazzled. Only Liang Wenian felt that the uncomfortable feeling from before came back. How about this, since you, a beggar, have sold my clothes? Why don't you come to my house and work as a servant, selling your body to pay off your debt? Although it was called selling one's body, for the little beggar in front of him, it was clearly giving him a way to survive. Being able to work as a servant in an official's house would at least allow him to have enough food to eat, and he wouldn't have to rely on begging for a living like he does now. He Xiang's granddaughter, who was standing by, didn't say much when she saw this but called her personal maid back. But in fact, Cow Rui was very angry in his heart. How could he be so kind? Sometimes, others may think that everyone is having a good time, but in fact, hell is right before their eyes. He ruined his nice clothes and still wanted to enter the official's house to enjoy the good life. Dream on. Cow Rui couldn't wait to see the little beggar's desperate expression when his dream was shattered. The excitement in his eyes flashed by and quickly subsided. Cow Rui winked at the servant beside him. What are you still standing there for? This is the future servant of our family. Look how dirty he is. Why don't you take him to wash it quickly? Cow Rui's gentle attitude won him the favor of people around him. Yishu seemed to be completely unaware and obediently followed the servant beside Cow Rui. After all, he also wanted to know how far Cow Rui could go. References 1 Jade Pavilion equal Bayou Pavilion. Yishuo deliberately chose the identity of a beggar in order to find out the true background of the young master of the cow family. Most of the beggars in Shangjing City are refugees who have flocked in from other places. They have no household registration and are basically not protected by the laws of the Great Zhou. In other words, if a person becomes a beggar, anyone can take his or her life. As long as she is not beaten to death in the street and is done covertly, few people will pursue the matter. Now Yishu, who is a beggar, is like a powerless baby in front of Cow Rui, and Cow Rui is the giant who can decide his life and death. In this situation, Yishu wants to know what Cow Rui's bottom line is. Yishu wanted to see whether this person would stop before crossing the bottom line when the evil of human nature was infinitely magnified. After all, the cow family is a family of officials, and the servants around Cow Rui are all capable. However, Yishu has observed that they only have some basic skills, and he can handle them easily. So Yishu followed the other party without any psychological burden. Liang Wenian was a little worried, but when he was leaving, he gave her a look, as if telling her to stay calm and not reveal her true colors. Liang Wenian could only suppress her anxiety and hold it down. God bless you, please don't let anything happen to you. As for Xing Yucheng, who was sitting opposite, when he saw the 9th prince being taken away, he quickly paid for the noodles, bent over, and followed in a flash. Perhaps it was because Yishu's beggar performance was too realistic. Cow Rui did not suspect anything. In addition, the Grand Tutor's attitude had always been firm, and Liang Wenian looked very easy to control. So Cow Rui did not feel wary at all. He knew that his men would help teach the little beggar a lesson. Thinking of this, Cow Rui felt much better, and even the smile on his face became more genuine. Don't worry about it. Cow Hu will take care of him. Let's go. I heard that Bayou Pavilion has just launched some new jewelry and head ornaments this month. I'll take you to take a look. No matter which one you like, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. 1. Cow Hu equal servants used to have their master's surname if they were favored. Knowing that the person in front of him would not accept anything at all, Cow Rui began to take on a lot of things. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Liang Wenian's first reaction was to refuse. Just like this, the two of them, one in front and the other accompanying, walked into the Bayou pavilion one after another, the other side. Yishuo noticed that the man in front of him was leading him further and further away, and there were fewer and fewer people around them. He probably had an idea in his mind. It turns out that the man surnamed Cao is not so honest. However, the other party's impatience far exceeded Yishuo's expectations. He had thought that the other party would at least get him into the mansion before taking action, but he didn't expect that they couldn't even wait such a short time. Yishuo was very sad and felt that the man surnamed Cao did not value him at all, so he stopped decisively. Is this really the way to Cao's residence? Hearing this, Cao couldn't help but laugh. A big man suddenly laughed in a very quiet alley. The scene was quite creepy. If Yishuo were a real child, a real little beggar, he would have started trembling by now. But after all, he had some kung fu skills, so he just felt speechless and nothing else. But this play still has to go on. So Yishuo pretended to be very scared and shrank back. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing because I think you're naive. Seeing that there was no way forward and this was a dead end, the big man simply let go. Don't you know who you have offended? Yishuo opened his eyes wide and seemed a little incoherent, but Master Cao said, "Tusk, little beggar, I forgot to tell you that the person you offended was our young master." Cao Hu raised his eyebrows with a playful look on his face. You don't think that after you sold our young master's clothes, our Cao family will still take you in, right? As if he finally realized something was wrong, Yishuo's voice suddenly became louder and even changed its tone. Impossible. Master Cao clearly promised me. Yes, he promised you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can successfully crawl to the gate of Cao's mansion with your hands and feet broken. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Cao Hu originally planned to take the little beggar to the river in Shangjing City, use the excuse of cleaning him, and then push him down. But since he was discovered by the beggar, he had to change his strategy. It makes no difference anyway. A beggar with broken limbs has no choice but to die. In your next life, please don't be so careless again. While this Cao guy is really perverted, just because a beggar sold one of his clothes, he wanted to cripple the beggar's hands and feet. Yishuo originally had no good impression of this Cao guy, and now his impression of him has directly dropped to negative. This was not the first time Cao Hu had done this. He approached a little bit closer, ready to admire the little beggar's desperate struggle from a close distance. It must be very painful to fall from a beautiful dream into reality. When Xing Yucheng arrived breathlessly, what he saw was Cao Hu with a hideous grin on his face, forcing the ninth prince into a corner. Xing Yucheng was shocked, and without thinking he blurted out, "Stop, don't touch him." Yishuo was touched that his study partner came to save him, but looking at Xing Yucheng's skinny thighs that were not even as thick as the strong men's arms, Yishuo couldn't help but be silent for a moment. It felt like he had to save one more person besides himself. While Cao Hu turned his head, Yishuo reached out silently. Just when he was about to clench his 5 fingers into a fist and hit Cao Hu hard, Yishuo suddenly felt that besides Xing Yucheng, there was another strange breath at the entrance of the alley. There is a specific rhythm in the other person's breathing, and his steps are extremely light when he walks. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear them at all. He seems like an expert. No way could it be that he was sent by his cheap father to protect him secretly. If so, wouldn't he be exposed if he made a move? Yishuo was stunned for a moment and subconsciously retracted his outstretched hand. The next moment, he was caught like a chick. Seeing this scene, Xing Yucheng was horrified. However, before he could open his mouth to reveal Yishuo's true identity, someone was faster than him and came in front of Xing Yucheng almost instantly, making Xing Yucheng hold back all the words he hadn't said. "Xing Yucheng, you bastard, you know." The man who suddenly passed Xing Yucheng said, "Hurry up and put the beggar in your hand down to me." It turned out to be a woman's voice. No, it was a little girl's voice. Yishuo blinked, looked in the direction of the voice, and soon saw the other person's appearance. The little girl was about 10 years old, wearing a brand new red dress. After revealing her true face, she no longer controlled her steps. Perhaps she was not used to the current dress. The 2 tassels on her head swayed back and forth, and half of the silver hairpin was exposed from one of the tassels, making her look funny and lively. But once the other party starts to take action, it's a completely different story. With a whoosh sound, Yishuo only felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment Cao Hu's screams rang in his ears. The dart thrown by the little girl cut the back of Cao Hu's hand so deep that the bone was visible. In pain, he had no choice but to throw Yishuo out. Tick, 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 the bright red blood soon dripped all over the floor. Yishuo's feet were in the air, and just when he was hesitating whether to adjust his falling posture, he accidentally saw that the little girl moved again. Yishuo closed his eyes, made up his mind, and pretended that he could not react. The little girl almost grabbed Yishuo's collar and lifted him to the ground. "You're so heavy." Girl probably didn't expect the skinny little beggar to be so heavy. She was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yishuo hurriedly helped her up, and when she stood firmly, he quickly let go. The little girl first felt a heaviness in her arm, but when she turned her head, she saw nothing, so she shook her head and quickly put this little episode behind her. Seeing Cao Hu rushing over here, the little girl snorted coldly and said, "Humph, I knew you had bad intentions." When the conflict occurred, the little girl in red was standing on the second floor of Beiyu Pavilion and was forced by her master to try on various clothes. After seeing the little beggar being taken away by Cao Hu, she suddenly had an idea, and she made an excuse that she found something wrong and hurriedly escaped from Beiyu Pavilion. Saying that she found something wrong was just an excuse. Unexpectedly, after following for a while, the girl found that the excuse she made up actually came true, and the little beggar was so pitiful, she couldn't hold back her anger and started to beat him up. "Bah, you two, master and servant, are so shameless to go back on your word." The moment he finished speaking, Yishu saw the little girl subconsciously touching her waist, but as expected, she touched nothing. Then she realized that she was wearing a new dress and her soft sword was not on her body. The little girl immediately turned the sword into a palm and faced Cao Hu directly. She perhaps because he had never seen what real kung fu was like in his life. Xing Yucheng's jaw almost dropped. Yishu couldn't help but sweat when he saw this. In the past, he thought that the internal strength he had cultivated for 5 years was enough, but when he saw this little girl today, he suddenly realized that it was not enough at all. Outside the palace, a 10-year-old girl was already so powerful, so what about the others? How about the others? Yishu suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and his attitude towards internal strength was no longer as lazy as before. Relying on her inner strength, the girl defeated Cao Hu in no time. How come this kid is so strong? Cao Hu covered his stomach and tried to get up from the ground, but he couldn't stand up at all. Turning around, she saw the little beggar was still in a daze. She thought he was frightened. The little beggar had a dirty face and messy hair. He looked very pitiful and confused. When she thought about how the other party had such high expectations, and it turned out to be just a scam, and looked at the child who was half a head shorter than her, the little girl's voice softened unconsciously. "Don't be afraid, the bad guy has been dealt with." References one cow who equal servants used to have their master's surname, if they were favored. "Are you okay?" The little girl was small, but she looked quite genuine when she was comforting people. The concerned look in the other party's eyes made Yishuo, the fake child, feel a little uncomfortable for some reason. But Yishuo was so thick-skinned that he recovered in a blink of an eye, then shook his head slightly to indicate that it didn't matter to him. "Wow, beggar, your voice is so nice." Just now on the second floor, the little girl was so busy arguing with her master that she didn't listen carefully at all. Now that she was in close contact, she found that the beggar's voice was clear and cool, and his pronunciation was also clear, which was very pleasant to the ear. "You have beautiful eyes, too. The black and white are distinct, and the bottom is clear." The little girl, as if she had discovered a new world, came closer to take a closer look out of curiosity. As a child, she followed her master outside every day, so she didn't have so many ideas about the distinction between men and women. The little girl had the mentality of a child and did whatever she wanted. But Yishu was an adult, and he had no intention of taking advantage of a little girl. When he saw the other party approaching, he could only keep backing away. The more the girl stared at the little beggar, the more handsome he was. Even the thick layer of black mud on his face could not hide his stunning facial features. Also, his eyelashes were so long, longer than his own, and trembling. At the moment, he seemed to be frightened and kept shaking, looking weak and harmless. In this way, Yishu was quickly forced into a corner. Xing Yucheng, who was being ignored, was completely confused and couldn't react to what was going on. With a bang, Yishu's back hit the wall, and the little girl suddenly reacted. Seeing the child's eyes slightly watery and his gaze constantly dodging, the little girl finally remembered what she had just done. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Oh my god, the little beggar is miserable enough. What on earth am I doing?" The little girl was so embarrassed and guilty that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. At the same time, another strange figure appeared outside the alley. When the little girl saw the other person, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing her subconsciously calling out master, Yishu immediately understood the identity of the person. "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll give you all these things. Leave here quickly. Remember not to get caught again, little beggar." Anyway, since she didn't like all these bits and pieces of things on her head and body, the little girl took them all off without thinking and stuffed them into Yishu's hands. Without waiting for Yishu to refuse, the girl ran out of the alley and stood in front of the man. The man seemed to say a few words to her, and the little girl smiled foolishly. The man was helpless and didn't say anything else. Before leaving, the other party seemed to glance over here, but Yishu was not afraid at all. After all, even his cheap master Wu Yi couldn't tell that he knew martial arts, and Yishu didn't believe that the other party could tell. Sure enough, it was just a glance, and the man quickly looked away. Soon the alley became quiet, with only Cao Hu's shrill screams remaining. Xing Yucheng watched the ninth prince hesitating for a moment, then put away the two tassels, his brows slightly raised, without any trace of shyness or embarrassment on his face. Xing Yucheng felt that the girl had been cheated. Yishuo put the lustrous crystal into his arms and was about to move when he accidentally discovered something. He walked to Cao Hu belatedly and reached out to pick up the red string with a piece of jade tied to it. Yishuo touched it and found that although the quality of the jade was not as good as the one his grandfather gave him on his 3rd birthday, it was not far behind and was also a top-grade jade. There are 2 spirit fish carved on it. The shape of the spirit fish is peculiar and not very common. Yishuo turned around subconsciously, trying to find the little girl, but found that the little girl and her master had disappeared. Yishuo had no choice but to give up. Cao Hu originally thought that everything would be fine after the little girl with extraordinary strength left. Only a little beggar and a young man who came from nowhere were left. They had no choice but to run away when they saw him. As a result, the 2 people did not run away. After looking at each other, they walked towards him. "What are you going to do? I warn you, I am someone close to Master Cao, and if you offend me, you will suffer the consequences." As a result, before Cao Hu could finish his words, he was kidnapped by Yishuo and Xing Yucheng. Xing Yucheng had never done such a thing before. It was basically Yishuo who did the work. Yishuo's movements were swift and skillful. Xing Yucheng couldn't understand the way Cao Hu was tied up. He only knew that the more Cao Hu struggled, the tighter Cao Hu's belt would be tied, which simply stunned Xing Yucheng. Done. Finally, he forced himself to take off Cao Hu's socks and stuffed them into Cao Hu's mouth. After making sure that he could not make any sound, Yishuo could not help but clapped his hands. Cao Hu's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why the little beggar who was trembling in his hands just now suddenly became a different person. At this time, Cao Hu didn't know what was going on until he accidentally heard Xing Yucheng shout 9th prince. Cao Hu's mind went blank. The 9th prince. How could this beggar be a prince? Because there were households all around, there were actually quite a lot of debris piled up in the alley. Ignoring Cao Hu's regretful and pleading look, Yishuo found a few pieces of debris and covered Cao Hu with them. After making sure that he would not be discovered in a short time, he left with his study companion. Almost half an hour has passed, and I think Xia Luzi has already made arrangements. Yishuo went back to Bayou Pavilion from the small path, and then began to look for Xia Luzi. In Bayou Pavilion, Liang Wenyan barely suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and randomly selected a few pieces of jewelry. When she saw that the agreed time was almost up, she planned to ask the maid beside her to pay the money and then leave. After all, Liang Wenyan was raised in the Teifu mansion. Although she was hiding something in her heart, she looked calm on the surface. Therefore, Cao Rui beside her didn't notice that she was any different today than before. The 2 of them walked out of Bayou Pavilion. After walking about a street away, they saw the prince in the alley nodding at them. Xia Luzi, who had been waiting here for a long time, took a deep breath and rushed out with a basin of water. As expected, all the water in Xia Luzi's arms was given to the young master of the Cao family. Cao Rui was caught off guard and felt drenched in fear. Seeing that there were 2 other servants beside Cao Rui, Xia Luzi did not dare to delay at all after pouring the water and quickly got into the crowd. "What are you 2 still standing there for? Go and follow him." First his clothes were stained with oil and now they were soaked through. Cao Rui's sanity finally collapsed completely. "No matter who it is, break his arms and legs immediately after you catch him." As soon as the words fell, the 2 servants immediately started to move. On the street, anyone who is poured cold water on will attract a large crowd of onlookers, and Cao Rui is no exception. Some people in the crowd even recognized Cao Rui's identity and were inevitably shocked. In fact, when encountering such a situation, everyone was surprised and curious why such a thing happened. As for those who came up and pointed and laughed at him, they were only a minority after all. But when Cao Rui saw this scene, he felt that everyone was laughing at him. Cao Rui's face suddenly turned red, and he felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. At this moment, Liang Wenyan had already reacted and asked her maid to fetch a cloak that she had just bought for Cao Rui in Bayou Pavilion. Just as she was about to put the cloak on Cao Rui pushed her away mercilessly. It turned out that Cao Rui couldn't stand the strange looks from everyone, and even Liang Wenyan started to hate him. Liang Wenyan was caught off guard and staggered immediately. "You clearly saw that man coming over just now. Why didn't you stop him?" Tusk, this guy, a grown man, couldn't even watch him or avoid him, so it's really unreasonable to expect a woman who never leaves the house to help him stop him. That person left, and you didn't even react. How could you be so stupid? Seeing that there was really no one else to vent his anger on, Cao Rui vented all his anger on Liang Wenyan next to him. A person who seems to be a gentleman in normal times will become completely different once he encounters difficulties. As he was talking, Cao Rui began to speak without thinking. "If you hadn't been clamoring to come out today, I wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing." Now, in Cao Rui's eyes, it was his fiancée who caused him to be in such a miserable state. "I don't usually encounter this kind of thing. Why is it that everything changes when I'm with you? Oh, I see. These buns and basins of water are probably aimed at you, right?" After all, his fiancée was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, and she was also very beautiful, so there were many people who admired her openly or secretly. Cao Rui didn't find it strange at all if one of them did this. Cao Rui believed that he had never offended anyone in his daily life, and he didn't think the problem was with him, so the only one left was his fiancée. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. When Cao Rui looked at Liang Wenyan again, his eyes immediately changed. If this is true, even if the Grand Tutor is a top official, what does it matter? With such a shameless granddaughter, he still can't hold his head up. In fact, Cao Rui was not wrong. Today's incident was indeed caused by Liang Wenyan, but the real situation was completely different from what he thought. Tell me, is it the sixth young master of Prime Minister He's mansion, or the third young master of Shang Shuling's family, or the young Marquis of Xiang Yinhu's family? Cao Rui talked more and more, but the people he mentioned had actually only met Liang Wenyan once. Looking at Cao Rui, who was pressing forward step by step, Yishu in the dark couldn't help but shake his head. Regardless of whether this man had an affair with her cousin or had other women with him, the 2 points that had just been discovered were enough for his cheap niece to break off the engagement with him openly. He is a two-faced person who is arrogant at first and respectful at last. He says one thing to your face and another behind your back. Most importantly, he is cruel and cannot control his temper. He is suspicious, irresponsible, and likes to pass the buck. He is suspected of being jealous and paranoid. It turned out that my cheap niece and the madam were right. This man has no good qualities except for his appearance. Just when Yeshua was about to stand up, he heard a crisp paw sound, and when he looked closely, he found that his adopted niece was really angry. The girl who usually had a good temper could be quite scary when she got angry. Liang Wenyan slapped him immediately. Cao Rui, who had been chattering just now, was suddenly confused. How dare you hit me? For a man like Cao Rui, being slapped by a woman is a great humiliation. The blood in his body rushed backwards, and Cao Rui took action without thinking. But since Liang Wenyan had already hit him, she naturally didn't care about his reaction. My grandfather is a high-ranking official, and my aunt is the crown princess. If you dare to touch me, just try. If Liang Wenyan figured it out, with her current status, she would be able to walk all over the Great Zhou. When Cao Rui heard this, his expression froze. But then he thought, so what if her grandfather was a first-rank official? Anyway, her grandfather didn't listen to her. The Grand Tutor had strongly supported their marriage and even facilitated it. Most of Cao Rui's concerns were immediately dispelled. Liang Wenyan showed no sign of weakness. The arrival of the ninth prince undoubtedly gave her great confidence. Even if her grandfather was unreliable, she still had the ninth prince. Seeing that she not only did not retreat, but the determination in her eyes became even stronger, Cao Rui's aura inexplicably weakened, and he was suddenly not as confident as before. Could it be possible that the crown princess would really help her? Cao Rui suddenly became somewhat doubtful. Just when he was hesitating whether to continue, Liang Wenyan first looked at him steadily, then turned and left. Cao Rui was so angry that he wanted to dig out the eyeballs of the onlookers. Originally, the matter was over here and there was no need to continue. Xing Yucheng had wanted to leave, but Yishu was thinking, Cao Rui is so angry now, he must find a way to calm down, right? So Yishu planned to take Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi with him for a while. Yishu learned the skills of hiding and keeping a low profile from Wu Yi, so tracking a rookie like Cao Rui was no pressure at all. What Yishu never expected was that his sudden decision would bring him unexpected gains in the end. Seeing that Cao Rui was wearing wet clothes, he did not choose to go back to Cao's house. Instead, he turned several corners in a rage and then rushed into a private house near the city. This might be fate. Yishu asked Xiao Luzi to wet Cao Rui's clothes. Cao Rui was such a face-conscious person that he naturally didn't want to let his brothers who looked down on him see it, let alone let the servants in the mansion knew. Besides, Liang Wenyan had gone far away anyway, so he decisively chose to come to the small home which was closer to Cao's mansion. Lying on the top of the wall, Yishu immediately understood what was going on when he saw the strange woman screaming and throwing herself on Cao Rui, calling him cousin. While it turns out this pair of cousins have never lost contact at all, Yishu recalled belatedly that today seemed to be the 15th day, which was exactly the middle of the month. For married women, using the excuse of going to the temple to burn incense on the 1st and 15th day of every month was indeed a good excuse to meet their lover in secret. When Yishu saw their actions, he knew that this matter would not be over for a while, and there might be something even more exciting later. Yishuo did not hesitate and made a prompt decision. You two stay here, and I will go back to the Teifu mansion. Looking at Xing Yucheng and Xiao Luzi again, the two young boys who had never seen the world were already blushing because of the noise inside. They didn't know what to do with their hands and feet. When they heard what the ninth prince said, they immediately panicked. If the ninth prince left, they really wouldn't know what to do. Xing Yucheng subconsciously grabbed Yishuo's arm and asked stupidly, "What are you going back to the Teifu mansion for?" Yishuo looked at him like an idiot and said, "Are you stupid? Of course, I'll call the master to catch the adulterer. Words are not enough. Yishu wants the tutor to see it with his own eyes. He doesn't believe that this engagement can be successful. After breaking free from the other party, Yishuo took 2 steps at first, then suddenly thought of something, turned back and reminded him, by the way, they haven't started their business yet, don't rush to blush. When the noise inside gets louder, remember to move away. It would be fine if it was just a small thing, but Yishuo was afraid that Xing Yucheng was too young to bear the shock and might scare the child to death. Just like that, under the nearly desperate gazes of Xing Yucheng and Zhao Luzi, the 9th prince, their backbone and their reliance, disappeared in a flash. After the 9th prince disappeared, Xing Yucheng, who was filled with despair, belatedly realized that this was the 9th prince's first time out of the palace. It was no problem for him to lead the way before, but now he is alone. Can he find the way back to the Teifu mansion smoothly? But it was useless for Xing Yucheng to worry about this matter. The 9th prince had already disappeared, and it was too late to catch up with him. He and Zhao Luzi could only hide aside, secretly worried, and quietly observe the movements in the house as instructed. But in fact, although it was Yishu's first time out of the palace, he had already memorized the complicated route he passed on the way, so it should not be a problem for him to find the Teifu mansion. Seeing that the young master of Cao family had unsteady steps, Yishu estimated that he was a good-looking but useless guy. Afraid that the tutor was slow and would come too late to catch the most exciting scenes, Yishu even used his internal strength in the end. The people along the street only saw a ragged child suddenly emerge from the alley, run wildly all the way, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Emperor Jingwen and his entourage sat in the most famous restaurant in Shangjing City for a while, and then wandered around. Seeing that the time was almost up, Emperor Jingwen and his 2 companions, along with a group of eunuchs and servants, staggered towards the Teifu mansion. Given the Grand Tutor's temper and being under his supervision, Zhaoju would definitely not have the opportunity to go out. If you tell him about the lively scene outside, he will definitely be extremely envious. Emperor Jingwen could not help thinking so. When he thought of his youngest son crying and making a fuss later, his mood suddenly improved a lot, and Prince Jin on the side was surprised again and again. Even Prince Jin discovered that his brother seemed to be particularly concerned about his son. However, the reality seemed to be different from what the 3 of them thought. What Emperor Jingwen thought in his heart was that his son must be studying and practicing calligraphy with a sad face under the strict supervision of the Teifu. But when I walked in, I heard the loud quarrel between the tutor and his wife. Not to mention Emperor Jingwen, even the crown prince who had been prepared, did not expect that his teacher's house would be even more lively than the outside world. The king of Jin was even more surprised, because the grand tutor had only one wife in his life, and had no concubines or maids. The deep love between the couple was known to almost the entire court. But when he saw it today, it seemed that it was not the case at all. The butler at the side couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he saw this. He was anxious, but had no way to remind him. He was shocked when the butler opened the door just now. After all, the grand tutor is the prince's teacher, and the butler has naturally seen the prince in person. As for Emperor Jingwen, although the butler has never seen his holy face with his own eyes, judging from the prince's attitude and the demeanor of the middle-aged man in front of him who could not guess, the butler was about to kneel down when Emperor Jingwen called out to him. After all, Emperor Jingwen came here as a surprise attack today and wanted to see what his son was doing. Naturally, he did not want to alert the people in the Teifu mansion in advance. As a result, Emperor Jingwen felt a little regretful. He should have asked them to pass the message earlier. When Emperor Jingwen and his entourage of 3 arrived, the quarrel between the Grand Tutor and Madame Zhen was almost over. When a couple quarrels, they usually lose their rationality at the end and both sides start to speak without thinking. The master must have been furious. He stared at his wife, trembling all over. "Asshole, such an asshole, look at you. You still look like a lady from a noble family." Madame Zhen sneered. "I don't act like a lady from a wealthy family, but do you act like Yinner's grandfather? You only know how to fulfill your promises, but you don't care about Yinner's life or death. Do you think you can do justice to Xuaner, who passed away so early?" When she thought about her eldest daughter who also failed in marriage and died at a young age, and then about her granddaughter facing the same problem, Mrs. Zhen couldn't help but feel sad. "Zhen Jiyuan, unless you divorce me now, I will never agree to this marriage." The Teifu was also annoyed when he heard this. It was precisely because his eldest daughter had chosen her own husband, but ended up meeting a bad man, that he wanted to find one for his granddaughter early on. Is there anything wrong with him doing this? No. How could a dignified grand tutor be threatened like this by his wife? The grand tutor was quite old, and on impulse he followed Madame Zhen's words and said, "Divorce." Divorce now? Madame Zhen was not afraid at all. Divorce if you want. Thinking of this, Madame Zhen suddenly made up her mind, and then asked her personal maid to find paper and pen. Emperor Jingwen and his 2 companions, who had already walked out of the main room, felt a little awkward, not knowing whether to go in or retreat. especially the crown prince. He could never have imagined that when he came back, he would happen to run into the divorce scene of his mother-in-law and father-in-law. The prince complained bitterly for a while. As the son-in-law of the Grand Tutor, the Crown Prince could not watch the two of them get divorced, otherwise he would not be able to tell the Crown Princess about it when he returned. The prince had no choice but to step forward. Strictly speaking, the Grand Tutor and Madame Zhen were also relatives of Emperor Jingwen, so Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to take care of the matter. Among the three, only Prince Jin could stay out of it. The King of Jin watched with great interest. I finally pulled my brother out of the palace, only to see a scene like this. I made a profit. The emperor has arrived. At this time, nothing could put out the fire better than the emperor's personal presence. Sure enough, upon hearing this noise, they subconsciously turned their heads, and Teifu and Madame Zhen knelt down and saluted. "Your Majesty, long live the emperor." "Hey, get up." As if he didn't see the paper and pen beside him, nor heard the quarrel between the two, Emperor Jingwen sat down in the front of the hall, picked up the teacup, and quickly changed the subject. "Where's Shuor? Where's Shuor?" Although the divorce between the Grand Tutor and his wife was their family affair, according to Emperor Jingwen's understanding of his son, given his son's personality, it was impossible for him not to get involved. Now that he was not around, Emperor Jingwen felt a little strange. The moment the words fell, he saw that Teifu's expression was a little strange. Not only did his eyes look resentful, but his hair almost stood up. When the prince saw this, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that the teacher and his wife were getting divorced just because of this little brother of mine? No, no way, didn't Zioju just come here one night? Emperor Jingwen was totally unaware and kept asking, "How is Shuor? Why doesn't the Grand Tutor say anything?" The Grand Tutor really couldn't hold it in any longer and was ready to file a complaint to the emperor, just like Lord Sen had done before, but at this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. What a coincidence, Yi Shuo came back at this time. The servant at the door thought he was a beggar and tried to stop him, but Yi Shuo dodged deftly and rushed directly into the main room. The Crown Prince and Prince of Jin almost subconsciously called on the guards beside them to protect the emperor. However, the next moment, Yi Shuo looked up, and coincidentally, his eyes met those of Emperor Jingwen. Emperor Jingwen always felt that the little beggar in front of him looked familiar, especially his eyebrows and eyes, which were exactly the same as his own son. "Huh, Dad, why are you here?" Because this was outside the palace, Yi Shuo shouted. Hearing the voice that couldn't be more familiar and seeing the other party's current attire with black hands, black feet, and a black face, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth immediately. Then there was a violent coughing fit, and Emperor Jingwen was shaking all over, not much better than the Teifu just now. "So this is my nephew, he is indeed extraordinary." Even the usually unreliable Prince Jin couldn't help but smack his lips. The guard was stunned for a moment, then pulled his hand back, which was less than 2 feet away from Yi Shuo's shoulder. "You bastard, what have you done again?" Seeing his son who looked like a beggar, the usually clean Emperor Jingwen almost went crazy. However, Yi Shuo really didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time. Yi Shuo turned around and was about to speak, but then he thought about the temperament of the tutor. If he told him directly to catch an adulterer, how could he be willing? The Grand Tutor is so proud that he can't afford to lose face. In a flash, Yi Shuo came up with a quick idea and said, "Dad, third brother and teacher, when I was outside just now, I saw a golden dragon falling from the sky into Shangjing City." Ah, golden dragon. It would be strange if Emperor Jingwen believed him. He had been out there for so long, why hadn't he heard about the golden dragon? However, Emperor Jingwen's disbelief does not mean that others do not believe it. King Jin's eyes lit up, really. "Emperor Jingwen, my younger brother, is truly hopeless. The dragon generally symbolizes the emperor and is a sign of good fortune. It may also be a warning from heaven. Once an unusual phenomenon appears in the sky, it is necessary to check it carefully, let alone a dragon." Prince Jin simply did not understand Yi Shuo, and had no idea that he dared to deceive even Emperor Jingwen. The Crown Prince did not know the inside story, nor did he know his brother's motive for lying, so he did not doubt his purpose. As for the Grand Tutor, he did notice something was wrong, but he had no choice because Prince Jin was very interested and the Crown Prince also wanted to go with him. He was afraid that something might go wrong, so the Grand Tutor had to go with him. In case the ninth prince did something, or something happened next, he could still describe it on the side. Anyway, no matter what the purpose was, the three of us were together. Seeing that the most prestigious and distinguished one had no intention of leaving, Yi Shuo did not give up and asked again, "Dad, don't you really want to go and take a look?" Emperor Jingwen became more alert when he saw this. Based on his experience, it was definitely not a good thing. However, Emperor Jingwen did not expose it. Since Prince of Jin had always wanted to see it, he let him see it. "No need. I've just walked a lot and am a little tired. I'll just wait here for you to come back and report the news." Not knowing what was going on, Emperor Jingwen decided to take a step back and take a sip of tea. He looked at his son with a smile on his face. Tusk, seeing that his cheap father was not fooled, Yi Shuo did not force it. After all, it was enough for the crown prince and the grand tutor to be there. Just like that, under Yishu's repeated urging, the group of three hurried to the place where the so-called golden dragon fell to the ground. At first, Prince Jin did not think there was anything wrong and was even looking forward to and imagining what the legendary dragon looked like. After about half an incense stick of time, he arrived in front of a private house. After he approached, when he was about at the door, he heard the faint sounds of him and awe between a man and a woman from inside. Prince Jin was stunned. This sound doesn't sound right. Looking at the crown prince and the grand tutor again, their expressions changed from curiosity and inquiry at the beginning to shock and panic, and now they were completely torn. The crown prince, in particular, turned around and looked at his younger brother in disbelief. Seeing this, Yishu couldn't help but touch his chin. This movement, could it be that my eyesight is not as sharp as it was in my previous life? The young master of the cow family looks weak, but is actually very brave. Think about it, he ran back to the tutor's mansion from here, chatted with his stepfather and the others for a while, and finally dragged the tutor and the others over here. The whole process must have taken at least 15 minutes. 3/4 of an hour equal 30 minutes, and most people can't last that long. This Cao Rui is truly a man who never reveals his true colors, but in fact Yishu was thinking wrongly. Even though the two of them were having an affair, they were not so impatient to do it right away upon meeting. What's the fun in that? In fact, these two have just begun. After Cao Rui came into the yard, the two cousins lingered for a while before going to the main house. Especially Cao Rui's cousin, who became jealous when she learned that her cousin came to her so late today because he accompanied his fiancée to Bayou Pavilion. Bayou Pavilion might seem ordinary or even unremarkable to the noble ladies outside. They would only go there to stroll around and buy some small items when they really had nowhere else to go. But for Cao Rui's cousin, it was a luxury, especially when the family she married into was not that good. This is also the reason why Cao Rui's cousin is so obsessed with Cao Rui and is unwilling to let go. She had been accustomed to a luxurious life in the Cao family, and the gap after getting married was too big, so she clung to Cao Rui desperately, even though she knew that if her affair was discovered, she would be doomed. But it happened that Cao Rui was in a bad mood today. He was first teased by a beggar, and then a stranger splashed a basin of water on him on the street. In addition, he himself had a bad temper and was even more violent in bed. His cousin's jealousy was misplaced, which made Cao Rui's desire for sadism even stronger. Therefore, the two of them were very active in the house today. Perhaps it was because the surrounding area was rather desolate with few residents, plus they had been together for a year without any problems, so this wild pair of mandarin ducks were very relaxed. Hearing the obscene words getting louder and louder, the crown prince's expression turned pale and blue. The crown prince usually comes into contact with highbrow things, books, memorials to the emperor, and national affairs. How could he have ever come into contact with these? Not to mention him, even the usually absurd King Jin couldn't stand it and felt so embarrassed that he felt uncomfortable. Look at the Teifu again, a great scholar of the time, a first-rank official, the most old-fashioned and polite person in his life. How could he have encountered such a thing? And he never thought that he would encounter such a thing in his life. He almost fainted. Only Yishu, the youngest, looks the most natural. As luck would have it, just when everyone was stunned, there was another wave of men's growls and women's gasps, and the three of them suddenly felt their scalps go numb. The crown prince had said the same thing countless times. He knew his brother was naughty, but he never knew how naughty he would be next time. Is this the golden dragon you told me about? The crown prince gnashed his teeth, lost all his composure, and was unusually furious. Come back with me, I will make you pay this time. The prince didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to his younger brother when he grew up, but he had finally tricked the three of them here, especially the grand tutor. How could Yishu give up without letting them meet Cao Rui? Seeing the prince reaching out to grab him, Yishu dodged nimbly, then raised his foot to kick the door in front of him under the almost suffocating gazes of the three people. No matter how stupid or brainless Cao Rui was, he should have left himself a way out when he did something bad, right, just in case. Yishu made a special statement. Yishu is a prince after all, and the guards accompanying him have to listen to his words. Seeing that the crown prince did not refuse, the guards hesitated for a moment, then immediately bowed and did as they were told. The rest of you come and help me kick the door. Yishu was young after all and had no way to open the wooden door in front of him without exposing himself. He could only ask the guards for help. Don't be anxious, third brother, the two of you stand aside. I'll show you something interesting later. Upon hearing that the people inside were indeed alarmed, Yishu hurriedly said. Teifu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The crown prince couldn't think of any circumstances under which his brother would eavesdrop on such a thing, but now that things had come to this, the crown prince had no choice but to grit his teeth and sneer. Wait, if you don't give me an explanation, you can wait and see how father will punish you. Just thinking about how he had tricked himself into coming to such a place and listened to a live sex scene, the prince was so angry that he was shaking all over. Just as the guards drew their swords and kept slashing, Cao Rui inside could no longer sit still. Cao Rui was no fool after all. He knew something was wrong immediately when he heard the loud noise outside. He didn't even go out of the door. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes and rushed into the compartment of the main room. However, he saw an extremely hidden small door in the darkest corner of the compartment. It turned out that when Cao Rui bought this house, he also bought the house next door so that he could escape immediately after the truth was revealed. As for women's clothes, they were more complicated. Suddenly waking up from the afterglow of what had just happened, his cousin's hands were shaking in panic. However, Cao Rui didn't even look at her. He opened the small door and rushed in. Just when Cao Rui thought that everything was fine, he was about to leave the house next door. As soon as he showed his head, he was caught by the guards who were waiting there. The guards in the palace were no pushovers, and with a little force from their hands, Cao Rui was immediately unable to move. "Who are you? Do you know who I am, and how dare you come to arrest me? You are simply Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, Cao Rui couldn't help but screaming in pain. Just as he was struggling desperately, trying to break free from the guard's shackles, footsteps were suddenly heard not far away. Looking up the moment he saw Yishuo, Cao Rui blurted out, "It's you." It was the beggar from before. "Why aren't you dead yet?" The moment the words fell, the crown prince, who had just been forced by Yishuo to hide aside, was stunned at first, and then his face suddenly darkened. Even though Zioju behaved absurdly and liked to play tricks on people, he was still his younger brother after all. How could the crown prince not be annoyed when he heard this? Looking at the grand tutor again, he almost fainted when he saw the face of the young master of the Cao family. Cao Rui appeared here and was caught by the guards again. The truth about the person in the room just now was revealed. Seeing that his granddaughter-in-law's future husband's trouser belt was not fastened properly, and there was an ambiguous mark on his exposed neck, Teifu felt even darker before his eyes. "Asshole, asshole." Hearing this familiar voice, Cao Rui froze at first, then looked back in disbelief. When he saw the old face of the grand tutor and his eyes that were almost spitting fire, Cao Rui felt a chill in his heart. Finished. It's all over now. Being caught red-handed by the grand tutor, he was afraid that his marriage with Liang Wenian would be called off, and even the reputation he had built up for so long would be in jeopardy. But what Cao Rui didn't know was that not only his marriage and reputation would be implicated, but the entire Cao family would be implicated by him. Seeing that Cao Rui only knew the grand tutor but not the crown prince, Yishuo at the side had to kindly remind him, "Don't just look at the grand tutor. Do you want to guess who the young man standing next to me is?" The crown prince was a little annoyed when he heard this. "Zioju, Tusk, you've already come here and watched the show. Why are you still feeling ashamed?" The moment Cao Rui looked over, Yishuo chuckled, and under Cao Rui's almost desperate gaze, he came close to him and whispered, "Let me tell you, this is the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. And this one is the emperor's younger brother. How about it? Do you feel honored?" A crown prince, a king, and a tutor came in person to catch the adulterer. This lineup was simply luxurious. No one has ever enjoyed the treatment you've given them, so just be happy. Listening to his brother muttering in a low voice to the young master of the Cao family, which made the young master's face pale, the crown prince couldn't help but feel a headache. Prince Jin at the side couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As for the grand tutor, he was completely dumbfounded when he saw the woman who followed closely behind him came out in a panic and subconsciously called Cao Rui cousin. Cao Rui then realized how big a mistake he had made in those two sentences he had just uttered subconsciously. He could still chat and laugh with the crown prince's tutor and the prince. This beggar's background must be not simple. Cao Rui just hoped that it would not be what he imagined. Seeing that he seemed to have finally come to his senses, Yishuo couldn't help but smile a little wider. "You must be guessing who I am at this moment. I might as well tell you that it is just what you think in your heart." With a puff sound, Cao Rui's hopes were completely shattered. Anyone who dares to kill the prince will be guilty of a heinous crime punishable by the execution of all 9 generations of his clan. But now it is too late for Cao Rui to take it back. The Teifu and the crown prince beside him are the best witnesses. As if Yishuo still thought it was not enough, he slowly said, "As for the Cao family, I found a particularly interesting phenomenon. Do you want to hear it?" This phenomenon is naturally related to the reputation of the Cao family. Yishuo is particularly curious. Could it be that the Cao family is really as spotless as he said? If they were really spotless, how could it be such a coincidence that all the daughters-in-law of the Cao family were of the same race and had higher family backgrounds than the Cao family itself? Since they are a family that loves their daughters will most likely be raised to be very simple and innocent. Girls with impure personalities will not marry into the Cao family. Anyone with a little ambition would simply look down upon the Cao family. As for the Cao family, they would also not choose an ambitious daughter-in-law. It was a two-way choice. If either side was lacking, the marriage would not be successful. Liang Wenian is a good example. Her grandfather is stubborn, refuses to listen to advice, and hardly ever listens to his children's opinions. Liang Wenyan herself has a soft personality, making her a perfect marriage candidate. Girls with this kind of personality and family background are the easiest to be controlled. Just like Cao Rui, he would suppress Liang Wenyan from time to time when they were together. After a long time, a girl like Liang Wenyan would easily fall into self-doubt. Yishuo suspected that the other three daughters-in-law of the Cao family were also trained in this way. In addition, the world today has many restrictions on women, and girls have been disciplined by various rules since childhood and are well-behaved and sensible. They are not willing to trouble their parents easily. They have not revealed the truth about the Cao mansion to their parents for so many years, so Yishuo believed it. Yishuo even believed that these girls themselves didn't know there was something wrong with this. Over time, they have become like animals and have long been domesticated. However, the girls are stupid, but their parents are not stupid. Yishu stared at Cao Rui's eyes carefully and said with a smile, "Tell me, if I spread this matter and tell your sisters-in-law's parents, what will your sisters-in-law's parents do?" Cao Rui couldn't control himself. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression was blank for a moment. When one's most secret matters are exposed, unless one's mental quality is extremely strong, it will be impossible to reveal any flaws. But such people are rare even after training. Seeing this, Yishu had a rough idea in his mind. After he came to his senses, Cao Rui's anger at being teased, the frustration at being caught, and the panic at running into the Grand Tutor all disappeared, leaving only fear in his heart. Cao Rui felt that the prince in front of him was particularly scary. Although he was smiling, his eyes and heart were full of knives. "Someone come, take Master Cao away for further interrogation." Whether Cao Rui intended to murder the prince or committed adultery with a married woman in broad daylight, he deserved punishment. As for Cao Rui not knowing that Yishu was a prince, what was the use of that? When it came to the prince's life, there was no such thing as ignorance without guilt in the royal family. Following the crown prince's order, Cao Rui was immediately taken away by the guards. It was estimated that the guards went straight to the Dali temple. The crown prince saw the incident with his own eyes and did not even give Cao Rui a chance to refute. After Cao Hu finally broke free, he and the other two servants initially chased after Zio Luzi. After Zio Luzi disappeared, they saw their young master heading towards the residential area, and they knew that their young master would not be able to finish the task in a short time, so they took this opportunity to slack off. Everyone, including Cao Rui, felt that their arrangements were flawless. How could the two servants have expected that something unexpected would happen today? Even if there were 3 more people keeping watch beside Cao Rui, it would be useless as there were several guards around. Since Yishu was here, he had no intention of returning empty-handed. Therefore, as soon as Cao Hu and his men returned, they also faced the situation of being arrested and imprisoned. Cao Rui finally felt scared at this time. He was frightened by Yishu's last 2 sentences. Obviously, he also understood that if it was just an affair and murder of the prince, he might have room for maneuver due to the family relationship. After all, the prince in front of him was fine, and he didn't know he was a prince at that time. However, once the affairs of the women in the family were exposed, the entire Cao family would not only face a devastating disaster, but would also be ruined. All the previous business operations of the Cao family would be destroyed. Cao Rui had kept this secret since he was a child. Over the years, he had regarded it as something that must not be discovered, even worse than murdering the prince. Now that he was suddenly exposed, Cao Rui was in a panic. In a panic, Cao Rui couldn't even figure out how everything happened and why he was targeted. If he knew that it was just because of the words of his fiancée and Mrs. Zhen that Yishu became suspicious and wanted to verify the truth, I wonder if he would vomit blood. After all, who would be interested in such things? In the end, he did it himself and dug so deep in one go. When the guards dragged Cao Rui away without saying a word, Cao Rui accidentally saw the little prince making faces at him. The look was as weird and terrifying as it could be. Cao Rui even felt that the person living in the little prince's body was not a human, but a demon. But looking at the crown prince on the side, it seemed as if he didn't notice anything at all, and he even patted the prince's head with a helpless look, telling him to stop being naughty. Naughty, the prince called this naughty. Cao Rui couldn't help but widen his eyes. Cao Rui could not curse or speak, for fear of adding to his crime, and in the end he could only wail aloud to vent his resentment. Even the crown prince was frightened by the other party's shrill cry, and Yishu beside him couldn't help but shiver his arms. I didn't realize that the young master of the Cao family has this skill. Oh, that's terrible. He knew it was scary, but he didn't know who had done it. The corner of Prince Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Since Cao Rui and his right-hand men have been arrested, it is estimated that the Cao family is not far away. As for Cao Rui's cousin, whether to divorce or send her to the government will be handled by her husband's family. Only after this farce was completely over did Yishuo and his group leave. On the way, Yishuo ignored the defeated look on the face of the tutor and felt that he had saved 1 or more girls. He was in a good mood and was almost about to sing a song. As for whether anyone in the Cao family would die because of him, He can only say that if they were truly bad guys, it wouldn't be a pity no matter how many of them died. Being kind to criminals is being cruel to victims. The king of Jin couldn't hold it in any longer, so he approached his nephew and asked, "How do you know I'm your uncle? I remember we haven't met before." Even though there was so much chaos just now, Prince Jin did not ignore Yi Shuo's words. "This man is the emperor's younger brother. Could it be that my nephew had seen his own portrait? But that portrait didn't look like him." King Jin was really curious. Being in high spirits, Yi Shuo answered casually, "I guessed." Yi Shuo pointed to the widow's peak on his forehead, then to the crown prince's and the prince of Jin's. "Look, they're all the same." Widow's peak is a dominant trait. My cheap dad also has it, but the probability of inheritance is not high, so it is not easy to bump into someone with the same one. In addition, he was more casual than the ministers when facing his stepfather, and he looked younger than his stepfather, so Yi Shuo guessed that he might be his stepfather's younger brother and his uncle. "This is not a big deal. It doesn't matter even if I guessed wrong," Yi Shuo said so. Prince Jin was stunned for a moment, then touched his forehead belatedly. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh, "What a smart child." But that's not right. Such a smart child and the son of the imperial concubine, there is no reason for the crown prince and the emperor brother to be so kind and attentive to him. Shouldn't they be on guard against him? The title of Duke of Zhen is a historical legacy. The current situation was caused by the absurdity of the previous emperor. Even though my brother is a man of great talent and strategy, it will take time to resolve it. King Jin felt that it was incredible that this child could reach this point. Not only was he born safely, but he also won the favor of his elder brother in such an environment. The prince also seemed to be not on guard against him. This was completely beyond Prince Jin's imagination. He was able to revive a dead end and still thrive. Doesn't my brother suspect that this kid is pretending? Then King Jin thought of Yi Shuo's actions and fell silent. Yes, if it was really a disguise, no one would dare to make such a joke no matter what. They could even say such nonsense as a golden dragon falling to the ground, and they were deceiving the emperor. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. This is why the Prince of Jin was deceived. He never thought that there would be someone in the world who would dare to lie to the emperor. Prince Jin also felt that this child was a little, no, very stupid. He is stupid, bold, and lawless. Prince Jin couldn't help but be curious. "You lied to your father so much, aren't you afraid that he will punish you? Then what's there to be afraid of?" Yi Shuo said confidently. "Didn't the emperor not get fooled? If you are not deceived, it is not called deceiving the emperor." After King Jin sorted out this logic, he was immediately shocked. Is there such a saying? The King of Jin felt that he had learned something, but if he was asked to put it into practice, the King of Jin thought about it and gave up the idea. He still wanted to live a few more years, so the King of Jin looked at his nephew with eyes full of admiration. The King of Jin thought he was ridiculous, but he realized today that he was nothing compared to his ninth nephew. At least he certainly wouldn't dare to lie to the late emperor like this. Both of them were players who were not doing their jobs properly, and they could talk to each other very well. Seeing the two of them getting together in a short time, the prince felt his temples throbbing. "My dear nephew, if you have time in the future, please come to King Uncle's house often to play." Prince Jin had never thought that his nephew had so many tricks at such a young age. It was as if the door to a new world had been opened. After listening to him, he felt that he was still not satisfied. Yi Shuo was not polite. Okay. The child's casual and non-pedantic appearance immediately suited King Jin's taste even more. When the two of them were talking happily and getting along better and better, they completely ignored the changes in their surroundings and did not even notice when they arrived at the Teifu's house. "You two, why don't you come here right now?" When Emperor Jingwen saw the two of them like this, his forehead jumped. Yi Shuo and Prince Jin fell silent and walked up to Emperor Jingwen with a smile. "Father, royal brother." In the past, seeing just one of them was enough to give Emperor Jingwen a headache, but now that both of them were present, Emperor Jingwen almost couldn't breathe. Impatiently pushing his brother aside, Emperor Jingwen looked at his son and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Yi Shuo blinked and said without any guilt, "Dad, I took my brother the crown prince and my uncle to do good deeds." Emperor Jingwen had a blank expression on his face and sneered. When Yi Shuo was hesitating about what to say in order to satisfy his stepfather, the prince at the side reported the whole story directly. Even though he was prepared after hearing this, Emperor Jingwen's blood instantly flowed back to his head. "Catching an adulterer. You actually took your third brother, your uncle, and the grand tutor to catch an adulterer." Emperor Jingwen stood up from his chair suddenly. More importantly, he tried to trick himself into going. Emperor Jingwen could not imagine himself, an emperor, appearing in such an occasion. The most important thing is that the prince said that when he and his men arrived, the battle there was fierce. He even dared to say that he was a good person and did good things. Emperor Jingwen became furious. How can it not be a good person and a good deed? Seeing that the fruits of his labor were about to be buried, Yi Shuo could not help but retort, "It is such a great achievement to be able to save the happiness of several girls for a lifetime. This little bastard really only has girls in his mind. He is like this at such a young age. Won't he become a troublemaker when he grows up? Do you care about the reputation of me and your third brother? Emperor Jingwen couldn't breathe just thinking about that scene. After the words fell, King Jin was stunned. Wait, why am I not included? Doesn't his face count as face? Emperor Jingwen was so furious when he saw this little bastard that he couldn't control himself and rolled up his sleeves to beat him. I told you not to lie to me. I told you not to lie to me that you went out of the palace to study. Emperor Jingwen never imagined that it was not the Teifu who taught him well, but that he successfully led the Teifu astray. When he was so angry, Emperor Jingwen even forgot about cleanliness and just picked up a handy object to beat his son. As the saying goes, if you are beaten lightly, you will take it. If you are beaten hard, you will run away. Yishu is not a dead man. He has 2 legs and they are meant to run. When Emperor Jingwen saw that he dared to hide, he became even angrier. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and hold him down. The guards took action without hesitation. Seeing that his cheap father was serious this time, Yishu screamed immediately. Dad, Dad, show some mercy, Dad. Emperor Jingwen was unmoved and directly ordered the guards to bring him back to the palace. Emperor Jingwen really didn't want to see him embarrass himself in public anymore. Yishu, who was pretending, was suddenly dumbfounded. Wait a minute, Dad, I've only been out for 1 night. Such a big thing happened in just 1 night. If you stay for a few more days, you will turn the whole capital city upside down. If the evidence is conclusive, the Cao family will definitely be sent to prison. Thinking of the Cao family's daughters-in-law, Emperor Jingwen is almost certain that when he goes to court tomorrow, it will be very lively. I guess Lord Cao alone is not enough for his relatives to participate. If there were no other charges, the Cao family would surely be ruined. If something else was found out, then it would be even harder to say. My son has just come out, and there is no third-rank official in the court. If I ask him to stay for a few more days. Emperor Jingwen made a prompt decision. You go back to the palace and stay there obediently. Yishu was horrified. His schedule for leaving the palace this time was extremely tight. He hadn't done many things yet and hadn't met his grandfather yet. How could he leave so easily? No, I won't go, Under the joint siege of several guards, no matter how much Yishu resisted, it was useless. Emperor Jingwen hesitated for a moment but finally followed him. He had no choice. If he didn't keep an eye on him, he was afraid that the little bastard would run away again. I heard that when he left the palace with the Grand Tutor, didn't he want to run away? Seeing that there was nothing for the King of Jin to do here and that he was very satisfied with the show, he put his hands behind his back and walked away leisurely. After Liang Wenyan came back, she was celebrating with Madame Zhen. The Crown Prince originally wanted to leave, but the Grand Tutor, who had finally recovered from the incident, asked him to stay. The Crown Prince looked at his teacher and seemed to have something to say to him. He was puzzled, but he did not refuse. The 2 of them quickly came to the corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, the Crown Prince was about to speak, but the tutor beside him finally couldn't hold it back and bowed deeply to the prince. Your Highness, I'm sorry. The Grand Tutor felt that if the 9th Prince continued like this and was not properly disciplined, his own family would be gone, although the 9th Prince has messed it up now. The Grand Tutor was filled with grief and indignation and was extremely ashamed. Your Highness, please forgive me for breaking the promise I made to you. Read, the 9th Prince must study. We can't let him idle around like this any longer. The Crown Prince was stunned for a while. After realizing what his teacher meant, he felt a little amused.